that is it. Your last chance to get some tickets for the Blast Premier Open Porto. And for some of these teams, they're trying to book their flights. Hopefully not to go home, hopefully to Porto. But some of that is happening today because some teams are going to be eliminated. They'll be checking out of the hotel, sad, unhappy, disappointed with what they've done. And some of them might be some big name teams in there as well. I'm a big name player sometimes, but Pimp and Roger, they're even bigger when it comes to all of this. Pimp, how you doing today, my man? I heard I stole your iPad yesterday.
Yeah, you kind of did. You know, I'm doing good, James, to be completely honest. Today's my favorite day of tournaments. I know you don't like them as you used to play in Astralis and exit tournaments quite early, but when we get to eliminate teams, you know, we get to see who's the real deal, who's not, and for once, you know, not having any stake in any of the teams, that makes me quite happy.
Yeah, like I think it's always these days when you see who is trending upwards and who needs to go back to the drawing board, and I think today is a really good day for these type of insights to some of the matchups we have.
Spoken like a true teacher, you know, going back to the drawing board.
Yeah, see, we like drawing boards in here. Maybe we'll bring one out for you later on, Roger. We'll have to wait and see if we can get one going for it, but I do want to take a look at Group B as we're actually on this side of it all today. Now, let's start with this one. Vitality going up against Inner Circle. This was a wild one because we could give Vitality losing a map, JL standing in, but I can't really understand ZywOo not being even close to ZywOo.
No, that was a weird one. You know, having his second worst series in his Counter-Strike 2 career yesterday against Inner Circle speaks volume to what kind of off day he had, and naturally also Vitality having a bit of an off day. Again, how much is that JL standing in? Not too much, I think. I think the entirety of the team was not really showing up, and to me, Roger, it was the way they lost cash, you know, allowing Inner Circle to make a comeback and then get absolutely demolished in overtime. That was the one map that stood out to me.
Like, Vitality has notoriously been known for being, you know, really, really sharp when the games get close.
Yeah.
So losing it in that aspect, like, a little bit feared for them, but I also know that they are the team that when they go back and talk this game through, they're gonna come out firing on all cylinders. A little bit like we saw in between the two maps. They came out completely different, like came out with a lot of energy, but at the end it wasn't enough. But knowing these guys, like, they will come back with a lot of fire in their stomachs.
And another one, but it didn't result in an upset, was Falcons Lin Vision. This could have been a potential upset because Lin Vision had this series in their hands. They pushed the major champions to the very edge.
Should have been, you know. They were leading on that third deciding map, Dust 2, first half 9-3 for Lin Vision. At that point, you think to yourself, that's it. It's game over, right? And the biggest surprise to me was the fact that it happened for Falcons against Lin Vision. I don't know about you, Roger, but personally, I made it quite clear. I think Lin Vision is one of the teams that has shown no progress whatsoever, basically ever since the Blast Austin Major. So for Falcons almost to fall short against what I consider to be maybe the weakest team at the tournament, that was surprising to me.
For sure, like when we talk about these type of games, like you see the names on the Falcons roster and you see this type of CS that Lin Vision historically has played. It is the matchup for all these like big stars to start their MVP races, right? So I'm a little bit sad that they weren't more convincing, but at the end of the day, it's the same thing we talked about with Spirit. It might be messy, but they end up winning.
Yeah, in the end result, that is what matters. That pushes them closer to making it forward to playoffs and to Porto. And some of that is going to be happening just in a few moments. This is our schedule for today. We're already on to our third day of action here at Porto. And this is what I'm looking at. Furia taking on M80 in that lower bracket because Navi made a bit of a failure earlier on. Then we've got Navi going up against paiN. G2 Spirit, one that we're excited for. But we're starting things here with Aurora taking on DENDELE. This one for me, guys, when I'm looking at the schedule we have, I would say the Navi paiN game gives me the most worries, but the Furia M80 game gives me the most excitement to see if M80 is actually improved. Where are you guys looking at? What's the best game of the day for you?
Oh, good question. I think, honestly, it's the Spirit G2. I think that's the highest quality game of Counter-Strike in
But that's the obvious one.
Yeah,
that's
sure, but in essence, I see 3 games that should be a clear-cut victory for 3 teams, to be completely honest. M80, sure, they did a decent job beating Navi, but Navi is also struggling a bit at the moment. It would be nice to see them affirm, you know, that their level is rising, but M80 is also one of those teams I feel have stagnated for almost a year now, you know, so it's hard for me to all of a sudden get excited based on one game. I need to see that confirmed a few more times before I jump the gun.
I love the opening game, but it's also because I love sometimes to see things burn, and I think this is one of these games where it could potentially be one of the early alarm bells ringing for Aurora if they don't come out convincingly and beat off these Brazilians.
Okay, well, I like where you're going with this, Roger. So with that, let's start to get into Aurora taking on DENDELE, and let's listen to what Ricadio and RDN had to say. Wakadia, in a few events that you've been switching to English, I would say, personally, what I saw was you stayed consistent within your individual level. How are you finding the transition into the international team?
I think Voxic already played like long years in international team, so it's fine for him. But for me and Zantares, I think it's a bit harder because we are trying to adapt and stuff. So I think with time, it's going to be better for us.
With that time, you were just telling me off camera, you've been grinding out FACEIT. How much have you been playing to bring your level up? And are you maybe trying to also play FACEIT like without so many Turkish people, like maybe less of your friends and more international people to help?
Yes, actually, I'm queuing solo, and also like after practice, I'm trying to play like 5-6 games in a day. Wow. So I'm trying to get back to form.
I like that. I remember the best Wakadia was when you were grinding out FACEIT like crazy. What's the elo right now?
I think 3,500, something like that. Yeah.
Goal for 4K?
Hopefully.
I'm sure it will come, man. You've definitely got the skills for it. Now, you've already been playing Tier 1 CS for 3 years. You made, obviously, semi-finals of the major. It's a huge achievement. Now you're in this part of your career. What goals have you set yourself? Like, what do you want as a player?
I think there is always up and downs in your like team and career. So first goal for me right now is to get back to old form as individual, as team as well. Yeah. And hopefully like we're gonna get qualified from the groups, and after we will see.
What goals do you have? Where is your motivation at? What is your dream here in Counter-Strike?
I think everyone says to like win a major, but of course I want to win a major. But I think my dream is like to get used to go to every Tier S event or every time. I think it's like the main goal for me.
In order to make that goal possible, what is missing from the team? What needs to change? What needs to improve to make that a reality?
Yeah, that's complicated to say. I don't know. Maybe I think we need to keep doing what we've done this year. Like, keep pushing ourselves to perform better, to like be more, I don't know, nerd on the game. I think it's like this you come to these events.
How much do you believe that you can beat a team like Aurora, considering also people might not look at the scoreline and think, oh, it was close versus Spirit, but you definitely had a chance?
Yeah, we feel that way, that we have a chance against Spirit, because I don't know, I think against Aurora, of course, it's a tough team. They have a lot of experienced players, good players, but we trust, like we can win, we can manage to win them today.
Well, if RDN and DENDELE want to start showing up and being on this Tier 1 circuit, I like it, right? Everyone wants to win the major, but he's focusing on, I want to be at all these S-tier events. I want to start grinding out like that. That's how you learn. That's how you grow. But in order to do that, you need to not get eliminated against Aurora right now. And this is an Aurora that have got their own struggles. This is an Aurora where I still think in terms of sometimes the T side, sometimes the communication we're seeing, or maybe some hesitation, it could enable a DENDELE to take advantage of that in some situations where they have got the individual confidence.
Now's the time, you know, if you're DENDELE, if you want to beat Aurora, you know, on paper, you know, realistically speaking, Aurora is only going to get better. They're going to figure it out eventually. Yeah. Whether it's going to be with this 5-man roster, they have to make a roster change down the line. It's a project that has a lot of backing behind it, you know, and a lot of quality still within the lineup. So if there ever was a time for DENDELE to pull up the surprise, then now's the time. Because I think Aurora, you know, as much as there's still a big question mark, I think we've confirmed, you know, with EWC and what we saw in the opening game as well, they're not fully ready yet to contest the Tier 1 teams.
Like, they'll be ready along like the season as progresses. Like, you have the core of the Turkish players that went to the semifinals. You have Küksen coming fresh out of the Falcons project. You have Jimmy coming from Mouse as well. So it's not nobodies that are trying to support like the Turkish trio. It's like really, really solid players. So at one point they will hit the round running. But the question is whether it's going to be now or in a week, in 2 weeks, or even further down the road.
I want to start by asking you, Rugger, on the T-side struggles we're seeing so far from Aurora. What does that come from? Is it just the stylistic approach has changed so much that it's uncomfortable? Does it take more time? What are you seeing?
I was diving a little bit down into some of their games, like under Major and together with Küksen. Like, a lot of the elements remain the same. There are like these stylistic things where in some of the mid rounds, before would group up as 4, you know, and just trade their way to the bomb side. They also did that in the first game, but then you also have the other side of the coin where, okay, they try to play, you know, the more greedy, like top team style, where they split up a little bit more, maybe in pairs, and instantly they get punished by it. So I think these things, they need to figure out which idea we're gonna run with in the long run, because either can work. You just need to pick the one and start getting more comfortable with it, because the wolfpacking thing for the old Aurora was super, super good, and was also what they needed to beat some of the best teams. So they need to decide, are we going, you know, the more freedom way, or are we going the full trading way?
It's interesting though, because Kicksan's saying in other interviews all the time that like he wants to give them all this freedom as well.
Yes, but it's also when you think of where Kicksan comes from, right? You can do that more quote-unquote greedy style if you have players like Nico, Kyosuke, Monisi, you know, in order to create the space. Having them work in pairs is often going to give you enough, I guess, firepower and enough individual quality and decision-making to make it work. Whereas, to be completely honest, it may not sound nice, but playing in a Wolfpack mentality also takes a lot of the individual decision-making away from some of these individuals. Not to say they're stupid, not to say they don't have it, but there's a difference between having Nico's understanding of the game and being Santaris or being Wycadia, you know, so you got to play into the strengths of your players. And right now, as you said, it feels like they're trying to test out both ways, and by the looks of it, they'll probably revert back to the more simplistic way. I
also think like one other storyline in all of this is also, you know, when you start not wolfpacking, you open up timings on the map, right? We saw in the game against G2 that they didn't care about, you know, playing the whole map on the city side. They knew at one point we're gonna, you know, take our initiative, and in these moments where you like play in these pairs, if you then bring, you know, advantage numbers against these pairs, you will get traded out, or at the worst case just get straight up killed, right? So when you play Wolfpack, you kind of know the idea about when I need to be where, because you leave all these gaps on the map. But when you spread more out and then you start advancing, you cannot be all over the map, meaning there will be gaps for the cities to take advantage of, and I think G2 did a very good job at that.
Yeah, they were aware of it and they were punishing it, and hopefully that doesn't happen to Aurora today if they want to stand a chance within that. When we're talking about all of this though, especially on these T sides and just how the team is performing, I caught up with Kicksan, so have a listen to this. Kicksan, I wanted to start by asking you about your own in-game leadership style, right? I would look at it as like, normally you play into the defaults and go from there, but is that always the way you like to play and call? Is that like what suits you best?
Yeah, I think so. I think I always like the calling like that. I don't want to play fully set and just play like robots in a way. I want to see how the round goes and then make a call based on what happened or what information we gained throughout the round. So I would say it's a bit different than let's say maybe how the old Aurora played in the past, and some of the players are not used to it. So that's why I think maybe we have like a slow start, but I think with time we'll get better.
And with that time, I just want to ask you what you're seeing, because you know as a leader, right, if there's maybe some hesitation or if they fully trust you on it. Because sometimes I watch the game and I see them stop, but I don't know if it's like, if it's about the trust or it's about the misunderstanding. Have you seen what I'm talking about a bit?
Yeah, of course, but I don't think it's about the trust. I think the coach and the players have given me the trust since day one. I think it's mostly about some misunderstandings in the round, and you know, it's a new challenge for some of the players. It's their first time playing international teams, so sometimes they maybe don't understand some things, or maybe they need more time to understand what I'm trying to say. So obviously the communication is not at the highest level right now, and I think that's the main reason why we are struggling in some rounds.
It'll just come with time though, right? I've spoken to them all many times. They definitely know what they're doing and what they're talking about. I also want to know about the freedom. I know you like to give them freedom. How are they finding that kind of freedom where, when I look at the old Aurora, it was quite a lot of micromanaging with it?
Yeah, I'm trying to give them freedom, and I think they like it. But again, I think they need time to get used to it, because with some players, I feel like sometimes they kind of forget in a way that they have freedom. Like, for example, in practice, everything looks good, but then we go to official, and some of them, sometimes they're a bit more quiet, or maybe they're a bit more kind of waiting for me to make the call while they have the freedom. So I think it's just a balance. Obviously, I have the last word of how we will play and what I will call, but I like when the players are more active, because I think all of this information is important in the mid-round for myself to be able to make a good call.
And looking at that, right, when you're going through these moments of these players and you're giving them this freedom, you're trying to make them make some moves, I've seen also maybe a bit less energy in the team. You are someone who can pump everyone back up, but who else is supposed to be helping you? Because I remember a Kicksan, a cheer and a scream, but also that would be a bit more like what Madja was doing or even Soulfly was doing before, and now it seems to be like a little bit quieter because we're not going to get that from most of the other guys.
Yeah, I would say it's mostly on me and Voxic. He likes to bring energy, and I would say the rest are a bit more calm and focused on the game. So I think it's up to me and him to bring the team up.
Well, we all want a bit of freedom in our lives, but sometimes that freedom can be a bit too much, I would say.
Well, that's exactly what we spoke about. And it may sound harsh, and for people watching out now, don't get me wrong, you know, but giving freedom to players who don't know what to do with that freedom is barely going to be a good idea. Often it's not, you know, and that's the difference. When we praise a guy like Nico for having great understanding of the game, for having great timing, when you give freedom to a guy like Exertion from us, we're praising their capabilities and qualities as individual players to possess all the information, to take the right decisions, and to capitalize on those timings. If you don't have players who are used to it and don't possess that quality, it's not going to work out if you give them freedom. So it's also going to be a learning experience from Cookson. He's coming into a team that used to play in a Wolfpack mentality. Now he wants to give players who's not have freedom. Is that going to work out? So as he said, it's a balance, and it's a very tough balance to figure out. And don't get me wrong, some players, they work better in a Wolfpack mentality. Some players work better when they don't have to think too much about their individual moves, and that's where you get the most out of them.
Sounds perfect for me, that's for sure, on any given day with all of this. But we need to start talking a little bit about DENDELE in here as we see the players get to warm up. Then we get a little exclusive look at what map that might be. Could you guess? Could you guess? Did you see it? Yeah, it's not this one. I wish that would be a dream come true. Let's look at this DENDELE, right? Because you guys mentioned to me last time around, oh, let's look at Doc. When I looked at them playing in Tier 1 games, right, against other good teams, it's a limited sample size, but I saw MaxCore, I saw Koala. I didn't see the Doc that we were hyping up and being told was so good. So what the hell's going on with this guy?
Good question.
Like I gave him the Skybox Edge eye test from that game, right? And I wanted to find out, was it just, you know, bad duels, like did he not win his aim duels and whatever, right? But for me, he stroked me, at least in the game against Spirit, to be very, you know, scared of playing to win. Like there are a couple of situations in the beginning of the city side of Cash where he is in the prime position to make the winning play, but instead he hesitates a little bit, waits too long to actually do his thing. And what happens meanwhile? Spirit just goes on the bomb side and wins the round, right? So I think for this guy, if he is to be the next big thing, he needs to also do these things under pressure against the better teams. A little bit like we talked about with the freedom thing on Aurora, right? That it's easy to do it in practice. It's harder when everything is on the line. This kid needs to learn it as well, because obviously he has the skill to be able to be here. But he also needs to put himself into the mix, you know, make that thing that makes you a star player.
Could be a mindset thing at the same time. But guys, you know what time it is? It's time for the veto. Now, I'm not the analyst, I'm not a genius, but I'm just going to predict we might be getting some cash. I have no idea how I knew that. I'm just obviously predicting the future. Yeah,
you kind of did that, right? Didn't you? You know, good on you. Cash coming into the mix is not going to be a big surprise. I mean, I like it from DENDELE. Aurora is a team that's tried to adopt the map early on, and if anything, when I think Cash back in the day, I think Santeros, you know, the best, honestly, the best aimer I've ever seen on Cash. You know, back in the beginning of the days in Space Soldiers, you couldn't play Cash against him. You couldn't play Cash against Santeros. He would just own you straight up. So another chance for Santeros to bring back the old version of him on a map like Cash. That should be interesting.
Mirage from Aurora, Rugger.
I had my fears going into this veto that Aurora would end up playing 2 of their 3 worst maps, and the first 2 are already picked. They picked one of them themselves, so I think it is early worry struggles in the map pool that they have to go out on a map where they are not, you know, full flying on all cylinders.
Yeah. Simplifying it a little bit, you know, Mirage, maybe one of the easier maps to approach, you know, takes a little less time to get drilled in, and then you finish off with a nuke who, you know, historically speaking, is one of the more tough maps in terms of communication, in terms of rotations and understanding. So it's a diverse map pool, so to speak. Cash and Mirage, very similar in the way you play it, you know, very open for duels, very open for the players to express themselves, and then you have this tactical affair nuke, should we need it.
Does DENDELE get an edge because of the veto in some ways at all? Do you believe in that side of it, or am I going too far afield?
I don't know yet. You know, I think Aurora doesn't know their map pool yet. You know, I don't think they know the strengths yet. So it's hard to argue that DENDELE should know something Aurora themselves doesn't even know. So I think it's still open for interpretation, and that's why Aurora is a big question mark.
For me, the #1 thing going into all these 3 maps, DENDELE's T-sides, they played against Spirit, world class, like super, super good. Had they just had a little bit more to work with from the CT sides, different story, right? And they go in against a team that are best on CT, right? So if you can actually throw, you know, some good rounds in there, destroy the money a little bit, and then pressure Quicksand to find all the rounds they need on the T side, you have a winning recipe. But still, Aurora are, in my like opinion, still massive favorites here.
Well, let's see if they can cook up that recipe and get themselves a win here. We're going into our opening game. It's DENDELE taking on Aurora, and it's Henry G and Anders.
Thank you very much, boys. Yes, elimination on the line here on day 3, Anders. Someone has to go home. It's a real shame, but I'm excited for the prospect of Cash kicking things off, Mirage as well, and I like the little tidbit from Pimp as well, the fact that Xantares used to be a beast on Cash. He's absolutely right.
That is true. Over on the poly market, the predictions seem to be favoring Aurora at the moment. I guess that makes sense even from the name brand point of view, but I kind of want both these teams to stay. I've been enjoying this so much.
The problem I've seen with Aurora right now is the output from the Turkish core. Wakadia especially, he did not turn up against G2. Xantares looked very flat. I'm finding Xantares' inconsistencies a little bit alarming right now.
Yeah.
I don't feel like he's the star of this team anymore. He has the potential to have pop-off games, but I feel we need more output from Wakadia especially. The other guys, Kixan, Jimmy, they look pretty decent, but they're up against DENDELE, who gave Spirit a run for their money. I think it's very, very wide open as to who will be eliminated today. We'll kick things off. This is going to be the pick of DENDELE, ladies and gentlemen. We will see them start on the T side, of course.
I'm excited for this one. We've been seeing a lot of Cash, and we are learning rapidly what the meta is looking like. So far, a bit of a stack on the A bomb side for the defense, and they do have that forward setup over on B, so they're going to be able to know a little bit earlier on what's happening. Molotov, I think, is going to be set up towards that back sandbags position. Yeah, there we go. So trying to vie for some mid-control, DENDELE, which is super important. Another Molotov, that's 2 in the pistol, and then they're going to throw these top highway smoke spots. Xantares, hello. You wanted to see him here, Henry, and he's already stepped it up. A couple of sick headshots.
Very nice indeed. Round still available to DENDELE, though. Coming down to some scrappy fights here. 4 versus 2. Woxic takes a bullet to the face, but Jimmy stepping up. It's down to Koala. Surely nothing he can do with this one. He has no bomb. Julie's in hand, and a 3 versus 1 here. Minute to work with. We've seen plenty of 3v1s and pistols this tournament, Anders, to be fair. But bomb down towards highway. Their round to lose, of course. Woxic, be careful. You've got 10 HP trying to bait in the player towards the lockers, and it will work perfectly. Nice round there from Aurora, especially for Xantares. I feel like he's one of those players. If he has a good pistol round, he'll probably have a good half.
Yeah, that's scary. Pimp mentioned it, right? How hard it was to play in the past. Yeah. Well, that's supposedly Mouse now. They crown themselves.
The kings of Cash, that's true. Cash money.
Or maybe Xantares has a different opinion about it. It's a bit of a shame, right? Because they had smokes to try and make sure that Xantares couldn't take that kind of a peek, but they ran in front of their own smokes.
Exactly, yeah.
And that kind of killed them.
Well, we're not going to see a 4-spy here. Bit of a gimme round. Plenty of Counter-Strike action coming your way, ladies and gentlemen. 4 more best of 3s, this being the first, of course. Let's have a look at some of the... Oh, the next game, Anders. That's the one everyone's waiting for. G2 versus Spirit.
It's keeping me up at night.
That's going to be a hell of a banger. We're going to have to give it the beans on that one.
Well, especially because Donk has been playing out of his mind, which I guess is no surprise.
I was like, dude, can we just chill? It's day 1 of the tournament. Why are you getting aces every 2 rounds? Let's relax. Yeah, the NAVI versus paiN, M80 versus FURIA. Bear in mind as well, NAVI versus paiN, that's also an elimination game. So
yeah.
NAVI haven't looked great. There's a world where they're knocked out day 3 of the tournament.
That could be happening. That would be, I guess, they're already facing a fair bit of criticism, NAVI, these days. If they can't make it through this one, I think that's going to be pretty tough for them. We're going into round number 3, and we've got some weapons coming out finally from DENDELE. The desk were, I think, excited, you know, given what they showed against Spirit. I kind of agree, right? Like, if you take Donk out of the mix, then DENDELE are very competitive. I know that's always going to be a big statement, but...
There was definitely a conversation of them winning at least a map there.
Yeah, I think so.
There were times where they looked like they had full control, but you're right, it was a Donk factor. He just kept absolutely destroying them 1v5. It was kind of unreal, actually. But here we go. As you mentioned, guns are out. A few kills in the mix to focus on utility. That's absolutely fine. They've got that nice mid-control that every team is trying to garner. But nice response, Adam. We've talked about this all week long. If you lose middle, you need to attack the extremities, get some B storage control, pushing towards A main, and you can see Jimmy under a lot of scrutiny right now. Looks to be a B finish here from the vent, and they've wall-banged him.
That's wild.
There is a lineup you can do through the glass panes that does give you that perfect angle. I didn't think it would connect that cleanly, though. Kixan making up for it. Keeps it at 3 versus 3. There's a lot of damage inflicted as well. Xantares up and towards the heavens. Spots one towards the back left of the side.
She does bounce off the wall there. It's an attempted flank from Wakadia, but he's going to go down, Koala. He was really sick last time that we saw DENDELE. Him and Max Core, I think, were the two players to really watch. Although we know that Doc could do better. The bomb is momentarily lost outside of the bomb site. It's a bit of a shame because otherwise they could have put a lot of pressure on. But I guess DENDELE, they're spending their time well. They're trying to relocate Koala, who's low on health, through the middle.
He's going to go right through CT spawn.
Oh, okay.
So they've got plenty of time to do this, but every second that passes, Woxic will be aware of it. You can see him actually being quite mindful. I think the timing will elude him, though. The backstab should prevail here. It's up to Koala. Zantares showing presence towards heaven. That should activate Koala here.
Oh, he's waiting. Almost had the grenade out. And straight headshot from Koala with just 3 points of health. That's such a huge impact. And you know, he nearly took down Woxic as well. That's so well played.
Save the AK here. If the nade lands, you get a kill. You probably look into it, but very unlikely you're able to pull this one off. 17 HP.
Yeah, I do feel like that AK could be valuable. I guess they have a little bit of cash, but...
Because he's got enough to buy the orb going forward. Dropping that AK actually is kind of massive. You get that to Zantares on a CT side of cash.
I'm glad you bring that up.
Specialist weapon, especially on the defense. I think that's much more beneficial than giving a pretty much impossible 2-on-1 a go. That's the window panes I was telling you about. Kind of sick. Be aware of that. It's not a great spot to hold.
Well, the other thing that you brought up, which I think is really, I think that might be our new metric for testing how good of an understanding people have of the CT side, is this trading mid for other parts of the map. I feel like some teams have picked that up well, and some teams just haven't done that yet. Like, they just lose mid and that's it. They don't know what to do. It's good to see Aurora try to adjust, even if ultimately they ended up losing that round.
I mean, getting wallbanged like that, I guess it's not part of the script. Probably won't happen again. It was a unique setup. They had like a bonus situation there, Anders, with like MP9s and FAMAS, so they're going to be trying a bit more of a gimmick setup there. But well done from DENDELE.
It's fine, let's get the next one. There's shit money.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, that's absolutely fine. Got that AK now, presumably in the hands of Zantares, indeed. Watch out. If he gets in his zone here on cash, it could be a massive problem for DENDELE. No fast mid control this time. CT's actually taking control of it. 3 players there, getting closer and closer. We haven't seen many counter boots on the CT side. Is this one of those rare moments they might give it a go?
I would love to see that. It's just so much fun. Like, there's something dramatic about waiting for that boost to happen, but right now we're not seeing it. We're seeing these deep nades that have become, you know, meta in the last couple of days, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. So, slow and steady so far. Exchange of utility. Kicks out and Woxic feeling the brunt of it. Down to about half HP.
Look at them essentially playing retake on A, which is, I think, one of the predictions that we made on day one, that probably people are going to be trying to play further back on the A-bombs. I think just now Wakadia started to get a little bit closer. Deep Molotovs, both into checkered and into the vent at the same time. So if you're playing in the vent and you're trying to fall back into checkered, then you're going to be burned running into another Molotov. That's not going to be a fun idea. A lot of grenades under the bomb site. Jimmy throwing out some counter utility, but it's Zantares with that AK, picking up the first kill on RDN.
They're up against one of the most iconic anchors in Counter-Strike history. Jimmy sits at the back of the bomb site, got his work cut out for him now, Anders. He needs at least 1.5 kills here. I don't think he's going to get it, though, under a lot of pressure. Yeah, didn't quite manage the spray. And that could cost him the round. Zantares a bit too aggressive, a bit disjointed there. Didn't seem like they were really working together. 2 separate 1v3 situations.
That incendiary does slow them down. There's only 10 seconds on the clock. That's Koala now on the ground. Doc trying to make his way up. He's got the bomb. He's only got 22 health. If a bullet touches him there, he might have been dead, and then there would have been no bomb planted around. That's actually so much scarier than maybe it seemed for just a second there, because I thought that's it. Like, they've got it. Doc's going to be going down, and now Max Core with an AK swings into it. Strong headshot. He knows that someone's right above him. Is this a good position? Are you actually going to be able to spot behind you? I think he's already jumped out. Oh! What a flick that is!
Oh dear, oh dear. Quite an ugly round from Aurora in the end. Like I said, too many disjointed fights. Zantares dropping out the vents. Jimmy's not really backing him up as well. They're just leaving each other alone in those duels. Yeah. But very well done from DENDELE to manage that. And what a cracking 1 versus 1 to kick things open as well. This is the moment here. You get that kill. I don't know why you commit to that.
I don't know either. That's a good question.
You got a nice kill. You can stay alive. You can call for a flash from Jimmy. Then you can drop down. The spray, like, I don't know what he was hoping to achieve there. Yeah, I feel like there's so many more options to synergize and bring that advantage into your favor further.
I think you're bang on. I think that's one of those moments, you know, the pre-game interview, we're talking about like freedom on that side, you know, like maybe that is too much freedom. Santara saying, I'm going to go for it.
Get a nice freebie there from the vents. You can stay alive. Either way, we've got an A execution here. 3 smokes being deployed. Truck, CT, highway. Zantares to try and deliver the goods here. It's essentially an eco with an MP9. MP9 doing well. It's doing excellent, in fact. Gives them a fighting chance. Bear in mind they're full eco otherwise, but it might not matter. P2000 doing considerable damage. Kixan will convert it. Still massive advantage with DENDELE, of course. No Kevlar and some good damage, to be fair. 90 towards Koala. The round is back on, Anders.
Oh, yes, it is. Max Core is going to get completely out-dueled, and now it's 10 health for Koala, holding on to it. Although, like you said...
They know he's low.
They know that he's back there, and they'll find him instantly. That is a miracle round coming out there, and it's on the back of Centaurus and that ridiculous double MP9.
Okay, all is forgiven from that messy previous round because Zantares goes above and beyond of the SMG. A hero MP9. You don't see those too often, let me tell you. And you're not expecting this sort of output. He's got more top of his feet. The spray control towards the squeaky door is just sublime. Excellent work there. Jimmy as well doesn't get a kill, but he gets the ding towards the player on heaven. That is so valuable. And it's a full eco victory essentially there for Aurora. Demoralizing outcome there for DENDELE. They're going to be going for an A execution once again here. 2 players toward the door, setting up multiple smokes here. And just going to be trying to surprise Wakadia. He's got the AK in hand though. Going to have backup from the mighty Zantares towards highway. As we've always mentioned though, Anders, as soon as these smokes come in, very telegraphed, allows the CTs to rebuttal with their incendiaries, their own smokes going down. I don't think this will be too much of a problem. They might be able to get a bomb down, but it should be fine. Zantares up towards the heavens, see what he can do.
Yeah, counter utility already coming out. Smoke is down now. Wakadia trying to build a little bit of space here at the back of the bomb site. Making their way on top of the boxes, but he's so good, isn't he?
When he's on, he is a world-class rifler. He should be the star of this team. He should be taking the baton from Zantares to be the #1 rifler in this squad.
Well, Henry, you're the first person that I heard of even mention Wakadia's name for international counterclash. You were like one of the earliest
I was an early investor.
That's an ace, by the way. It is against, you know, just the forced-up pistols there, but nonetheless, pretty cool.
I mean, the fact you've kept a clean sheet there, 5 players alive, deny the plant, send them down to an eco, that's a very significant ace.
Yeah.
I think that's fantastic work from Wakadia. He's looking much better today.
Yes, he is. The listening that we had, they were mentioning on Aurora, listen, their money's not that good. They didn't win that round where they were talking about it, but it remains true. Like, it's kind of been fulfilled anyway, that promise of destroying the DENDELE economy. So, quite good stuff here. Can be a bit of a CT-sided map at times, though. So we've seen teams struggle to put these T rounds together, and maybe DENDELE running into that at the back of the economy being this low. It's not going to get any easier.
Taking the tactical time out here, DENDELE, just to calm things down. It's going to be the full eco, but looks things here. Loss bonus not exactly established. They got $1,900 per player into this round. You can't really even justify a P250. You have to go 5 Glocks here.
Yeah. Koala has 2 more kills than all of the rest of his teammates.
Damn.
That could be a problem.
That's not ideal, that's for sure. B-rush. One of those rounds. Let's get it over with. Some teams like to bleed it out. Base the CT utility. Others just like to get it over and done with.
No early counter utility coming out from Aurora to try and stop the rush. I think Rops showed us some really good, you know, counter util to make sure that you couldn't rush the B-bomb site.
I like this from Jimmy, though. He understands what he's up against. He's got a player boost on the side as well.
True.
Jimmy takes the initial aggro, kicks and mows him down. Well handled. That's a perfect anti-eco. Once again, clean sheet.
That's a good way to not have to throw the counter utilities. Just play far enough back.
Good call from Kixan. Great understanding of the economy. Gives nothing away. Doesn't risk a damn thing. 5-2 on the CT side here for Aurora on their opponent's pick. If you're just joining us, welcome to day 3 here at Blast Open Porto. We have got 4 best-of-3s, including this one, and bear in mind, the loser of this series is eliminated.
I kind of hate that, to be honest. I wish we could keep both these teams a little while longer. I want to see more out of them. DENDELE, they really piqued my interest. Playing against Spirit, I thought they put up a great game. They need to get off the ground, though. I mean, more than anything, Koala needs some help to try and get some kills on the board. There's going to be an earlier execute. I think they're going to flash their way over and just try and beat the timing for anyone that might be in the bomb side. This is the current sort of classic flashbang, and it's going to flash that NBK corner as well. And they try and see if they can make their way out. Doc on the entry, looking for anyone that he could find on the site, and he'll find Wakadia, no problem. CEST to go down. It's a long spray, but it leaves Santaris alone on the highway. And yeah, they can smoke him off. Why fight? Oh, no! Okay. They keep fighting him. And that's why you don't want to do that.
Okay, they should be absolutely fine here. I don't see a world where this retake is even possible. Zantaris being low, he's got the AWP as well.
The thing is, they're in main. If they get smoked off, I think the bomb's kind of default. You can end up being locked out of a potential afterplant here. Oh, but they're going to be fine. You're right, Henry. It's wrong to be worried. Santaris goes down. It's just when you see him hitting those headshots, I think, oh no.
Yeah.
Why are they throwing the round away? Good job, DENDELE, though.
Absolutely true. Nice work on the entries. Super clean, crisp. A lot of conviction behind this play as well. Know exactly where to pre-aim. Excellent work from Doc, RDM. Round was over at that point, but Zantaris certainly made it interesting with his second kill. Here it comes. There we go. Great work. Keeps him modest at least, but it's another round on the board for DENDELE. We'll have the first tactical timeout now for Aurora. They'll still have the AWP in Woxic's hands. With CT AWPs on cash, you want to see him moving around the map a lot. You want to see him tagging out with the B players, maybe going for an A main pick, squeaky door, and just staying dynamic would be the operative word for AWPers on the CT side of cash.
Quite stressful when you are trying to peek and take angles on the T side. You never know if you turn the corner, you walk into that scope. Like just the fear factor of not knowing where it is can be really, really annoying. We have seen finally some cool squeak door pushes coming out of the A-bomb side with the AWP as well.
I think you'll see that at least once a half, a two-man push towards squeaky door, just to keep applying pressure, condition them to realize that's a threat they need to consider. But let's see what kind of U2 are dropping the start of the round. So it's going to be that T-spawn B main smoke, and they're sending 5 players this side of the night. I think they'll be setting themselves up for maybe just a straight-up contact play, suggesting it's just a standard default where one player is trying to get towards checkers, but they've actually got 5 players here. Jimmy surprises them with the smoke, and he's doing a lot of damage here. Very uncomfortable now for DENDELE, and he got kicks out in the back of checkers. You'd expect him to hide a little bit more there, but he's done very well. Smoke goes down as well. He should be absolutely fine. A real thought on their side here.
Yeah, they have a Molotov, but can they slow it down to actually get him away? No, Doc's the one that has it, so he can't really turn around to Molotov out. Kicks down in the corner. It's very awkward. Santaris.
Okay, Zanta's second time he's done that now. What are you up to?
I know exactly what you're talking about
That is
earlier.
a ridiculous play for Zantaris.
You don't need to be doing that now.
5-3. I know you potentially lost the round.
It could be, yeah, it absolutely could be. Jimmy finally gets one in return here, and Doc. Okay, Jimmy saved them. That is...
Zantaris needs to chill. Come on, bro.
Oh, I love it, Henry. I can feel your frustration. You're not even in the server. That's great.
I think he knows it as well. That wry smile, like, dude, you almost threw it around.
Yeah.
They did such a beautiful start to it as well. Really nice setup. Brother. Don't even need to be part of the fight. Just chill and have it. Oh well. We're warming up.
They are just warming up into it, sure. But I think, honestly, I think you're right to be frustrated on, like, because that you're putting your teammates in such a weird position.
Just trying to do too much. Trying to, like, dominate the server. Trying to show he's the big dog, which is fair enough. He is. He's probably the best aimer on the server right now. But we do need to win the round as well. Play as a team. Play conservatively. And play the percentages, more importantly. The round was already in the bag there. You opened up the door of opportunity. Thankfully, Jimmy getting that wall bang towards checkers saved the day. It's all fine. Whatever. Let's move on. Should be the eco here. 6-3. DENDELE's money this half has been woeful. So many ecos, full ecos of that. Again, not even a world they can really buy a P250. It has to be Glock, so get one Deagle on Koala. That is about it.
I don't know if it's just because their money started to run low, but I feel like the mid-control that DENDELE was getting early on was great. Like, they had great Molotovs to take that mid-control. I'd love to see them kind of return to that when they start to pick up some more utility again. Because that'd make it a little bit interesting.
Wakadia feeling himself, dominating the A-main position. An actual shooting gallery here.
Oh.
Over-aggressive, though. It's going to cost them. Oh, my goodness. I like the confidence, but unfortunately, that's the risk you take. We were commending them for their really passive B-hold against the full ecos. Trying to force the issue here. Now you potentially lose to the Glocks.
I think they're going to be fine because they have so much utility. They just bombed out one player and then Santaris with a headshot. Scafolo looking to relocate. Max score is low on health. If they get him the AWP, that would be even better, but all he's left on is a Glock here, flashing around the corner. They're out in the open, but it's a good retake here. Important work for Aurora.
sigh of relief, I suppose. Again, not really sure why they're going for those plays. You know it's a full eco. They've been tracking the money really well. Like, you know you're getting $2,400 into this round.
Yeah.
Didn't get a bomb plant. Let's relax. I guess just bad comms at that point. They're both at A main. They get surprised by Glock coming out of Squeaky Door. Like, why are you not covering that? What is going on there? It's fine. They win the round. I'm not going to try. I'm going to chill. They won.
Oh, it's fine. I like it, Henry. I like the passion. If Ash
this is kind of basics right now.
If Ash has like a little scorecard of like, you know, smileys and I don't know what's the frownies, is that the opposite?
It's like if you're going to push A main like that, at least I drop the incendiary deep, give yourself like that space to manage, and then you can have like some real strong position there. But either way, we're getting to another gun round.
Here's that mid control I was talking about for DENDELE. Now they've lost a player outside of the B bomb side. That's because Woxic is playing aggressively. The confidence is not lacking, but MaxCore was going to be there. They trade him out, so really, really important for MaxCore. Again, somebody must help out Koala at the moment.
4 and 4 for now. A lot of pressure over towards B. Jimmy currently 9 and 4 up against RDN here. Smoke goes down CT spawn. He's got the AK on the B side. You can see he's eager to look for some frags towards B main. I think he's only got one player there. There's another towards Sunroom as well, to be fair. Drops the defensive smoke. Oh, gonna reposition with it.
Yeah, playing a bit of a mind game. I think if you're coming in for checkers, you're gonna be looking for this. You don't realize that he's already in the smoke. This is kind of a scary position. Wakadi has traded out. It's a good kill for Gafolo, but yeah, Jimmy down in front, trying to see if he can navigate back and get another kill, but it's gonna be a little bit late. And MaxCore with the headshot onto Santaris, who finds himself in a very exposed position up there.
I don't think he realized the smoke did not cover him fully. Kixan thrust into a 2-on-1 clutch here. Massive advantage for DENDELE. Nightmare scenario for the in-game leader. Having to access the bomb site through the vents potentially. 20 seconds remaining. Just waiting to see if he appears in towards the bomb site. He's going to go through B main. Has got a kit, of course. Money's very strong for Aurora. Incendiary and a flash available. This duel comes down to timings here. The bomb's going to be vacating B storage. He's actually got a great timing here. He slipped the net.
He almost had him at the corner, and that might have ended the round in the open. He's not going to be able to find him immediately, but you are right. The timing is amazing. There's just no wall in which they're going to be checking this, but MaxCore again. His reactions are really great. A triple for MaxCore, finally adding something. We know he could play better than this. We've seen it before, but they needed this round, Henry. They're up to 4. I think that's already good enough that they could be competitive. If they get a 5th here in the 12th round, I think that will put them over the line. I think that's where things get real interesting. But this B defense is super disjointed, isn't it? Like, Jimmy's been playing well, but every time the backup is there, like, they never manage to play off each other.
That's exactly my point. Yeah, there's too many solo interactions here. Let them have the bomb site. You can go for a retake. Zantaris seems to be wanting to take every single duel. Speaking of duels, we dock with the wallbang towards Kixan. That one's rough. That's right towards middle as he's crossing over as well. It's a very important part of the game, knowing your lineups, understanding your spams. It's paper thin. And you can see, yeah, he got clear. That perfectly punctuates my point. If you know the lineups and you know how to take them down, that's so powerful.
Punctuates your point and punctures his head as well. It's brutal.
Sick lineup. Like, this shows you how powerful it is. They just got 2 kills for free. They haven't seen anyone.
Yeah, 3 versus 5 now. So I like to say for the nerds out there, glass is the most penetrable material in the game.
In the world.
In the world. Then wood, then concrete, for anyone who cares. Metal. GMFAT, couple of kills in return. What's happening? DENDELE, you've got 2 free kills with wall bangs in the middle. This is not a round that you could be giving up. Koala trying to get a bit closer, but MaxCore sniped out of there. Santaris, he did see the shoulder, but Koala still managed to take him down somehow. We're back in a 2v2, but this should have been a 1 round already. With 35 seconds, the bomb is back in middle as well, Henry. This is a bit of a weird round already, and maybe RD and maybe that headshot is enough to get it across the line. I really feel if DENDELE gave up this round, that would just be unforgivable.
Well, Jimmy, he's in a pretty dire situation here. He's got 2 kills to his name, still with 100 HP. Incendiary HE, but so far removed, they're going to get a nice plant going on. Here's a default plant. I assume they went for as safe as possible. Wants to play here, Jimmy. How'd he cut this one down to size?
I mean, incendiary HE to the back line could...
Not a bad idea.
Could force out one player, could do a lot of damage, but right now he's being quiet as a mouse, sneaking up on towards the forklift at the moment. Bomb's ticking rather rapidly. Okay, he has to do something there. Incendiary going deep. It's going to force out onto the left-hand side. And RTN, all right, he saves it there. 7-5, a critical round at the end here for DENDELE.
Orpas use a gun that nobody else uses. It's the biggest resource in the game. It's a one-shot gun. So it's bound to have high impact. Top Orpas get the credit they do because not anyone can do it. A top AWP is the player you're going to remember because they're going to get the best highlights. They're going to be really, really fast. You need your AWPer to perform if you're going to be putting as much resources into the AWP every single game. I think the role has evolved in a few ways. When you go all the way back to the start of CSGO, we had super combat AWPers. kennyS is the best example because he was so mobile with the AWP. The AWP got nerfed as a result mainly of players like kennyS, who was so aggressive and who were always pushing, always in your face. In the game, that got nerfed and we saw AWPers be more, I think, static for a while. Device is a great example of that. Someone who would pick their spot and stay in it and be like a turret almost. This guy never missed a shot. He was the most reliable AWPer of all time, really. I think AWP IGLing is not easy.
You give him space, he'll figure it out every time.
There are very few cases of players who have made that work at like the top level. There's a few factors, I think, that play into this. When you're AWPing, you've got to be focused on your crosshair, as basic as that sounds. I think you have to have a lot more trust for your team in order to actually be capable to AWP. It's interesting to see James still be able to do it, considering the whole narrative around his team is how he has very inexperienced players that he needs to put in the right place. But he's someone who is so passive on the AWP that he's still going to be alive in those late rounds. He's more so playing for the clutch while his team open up the round. You typically just see an in-game leader be the first guy in. I think if you're AWPing, it's hard to be as involved. Feels easier said than done. But then you have also flashy AWPers are a lot of fun to watch. People like Monacy, extremely exciting player, in your face, pushing through utility, and of course, Simple doing the same thing. Absolutely able to take over games with high-risk plays. Think about some of Simple's best moments, dropping in from heaven, getting 2 no-scope kills. He did the craziest stuff, and he got away with it time after time. When you're a top AWPer as well, you're getting studied, you're getting game planned for. The fact that Zai was able to find as much impact as he does is impressive, considering there are whole analyst teams trying to figure out how to not let this guy pop off. A guy that never makes mistakes, a guy that is extremely hard to punish. There's different levels of AWPing, whether they're flashy, whether they're reliable. They have to perform in the highest impact moments, and there is no room for error. If you miss a shot on the AWP, you're going to die. You're always going to take attention because there is no room for error.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Blast Open Porto. You join us for the first elimination game here on day 3. It's Aurora up 7-5 on their opponent's map pick of Cash. But the desk were talking about freedom and allowing players off the leash. I would say Aurora need a bit more discipline right now. I feel like there was, if anything, way too much freedom going on. Freedom
Put Santaras back on the leash is what you're saying.
But
that's great.
Either way, 7-5 up, not a big deal. He did look like the better team, but just quite a messy first half. Pistol round.
Get out of there, Doc.
As ever, very important. Bit of a scrap towards middle to kick things off. And we'll have a look at the util available here. We've got 1 smoke and a Molotov remaining for Aurora. Wakardi has confirmed that he has got squeaky door control. He's got the bomb as well, bear in mind. So we're likely finishing up towards A. Jimmy towards B, by the way. He's in summer of a Molotov. So is he going to Molotov headshot and try and suggest we're getting towards B?
And they have a smoke.
Or Molotov checkers, I suppose. Like, couple of ideas.
I think the smoke they're throwing from mid now is actually going to land towards that main entrance to B.
Yes.
Like, it's such a deep smoke.
It's gone CT spawn, yeah.
Yeah.
So
nice camera.
Where does he Molotov? How does he sell this? Zantaras, he's gone.
Oh, the fact that they find Centaurus in the middle is going to make the sell harder. They're trying to open the door on the other side. Finally getting out, but Doc, I think he was holding it for a second there. Wakadia flying in with the Glock to take his head straight off. Bomb planted, yes, but there's only one T actually here. Left flank coming in, Jimmy at range. How has he done? There's no scope on that.
I was going to say, how is Jimmy going to have impact? That's how. That's no problem at all. Glock used like an orb there. Fantastic work at range. Gets himself 3 kills. He's still got the Molotovs. He didn't fake it. I guess it was a post-plant Molotov he was planning to throw from truck, I suppose.
That is such a sick idea. I hope that's the plan in the future. That'd be instantly my favorite pistol round if they actually did that.
Yeah, quite a layered, nuanced pistol there, but great output from Jimmy. He certainly saves the day.
I had the same question in my mind, like, how's he going to do anything in this round? And then he just answers that question by getting 3 kills. Like, oh, there we go. Fair enough.
Very impressive. Nice work, Jimmy. 15 and 6 now. Awkward position to deal with, but Wakadia, jumping Glock. Jimmy stole the show, though. Calm, crisp. 3 kills in total. This one, very impressive.
Good night. They needed that. 8-5.
Huge round.
I did like the freedom discussion because it also kind of felt like Kicksam was halfway implying that the team had been enslaved by Major for so long that they weren't used to the freedom. Like, there's something about that imagery that's just amazing. But yeah, I mean, I think it's fair criticism for Centaurus in the first half. We know that he has the skill to back it up, but sometimes you just don't need to be doing all of that work. Let's see if it's going to be more impressive in the second. He's been playing well, Centaurus. He's got 11 kills. I'm not complaining.
No denying that at all. It's just some of the key rounds where it was a 50-50 sort of scenario. If not, they had the advantage. Him just committing to 1vx duels by himself. This didn't make sense, but we're in the lead. It's all good.
You're a fan of the Mag 7, Henry?
Actually am. In this meta, actually seems like a very potent weapon. You've got to be careful. Don't give it another shot here.
Yeah, Centaurus. It's hit up there. Like, it's not worth it. Your teammates aren't even ready to go. You can't do much with it. All right, he's going to find the kill, but there's a world in which he gets his head blown clean off. Just so scary.
All under control. Looks like an A finish. It's a bit of a B stack from DENDELE. One player with the MP9. Will he be able to replicate the success of Centaurus? He got that nice double kill from the forklift. He's going to have to go even bigger if they got a chance of winning the round here. No one else to back him up. No flash. There's one flash, I suppose. Not going to happen. Save the little you have, boys. Deagles.
Bomb has been planted.
I mean, the dink is impressive, but you're right. It would have to be a Centaurus kind of spray down for that to be doable.
Just a note, that's Aurora now winning both pistols and follow-up conversions.
Yeah, important to keep track of, right? With the kind of lead that they had coming out of the first half as well, this is going to be an uphill battle right now for DENDELE.
It really is. Their map pick as well.
I feel like if I had to construct like a better case for them, though, I would say so much of the first half was just Koala trying to get kills. We haven't really seen a real contribution from Max Core, but he is so much better than he's shown already. If they get him online for the second half here with the AWP, I think it'll be a very, very different affair.
Very true. He was excellent against Spirits, a real thorn in their side.
Yeah.
Good round, though. Aurora keep 4 alive. They actually managed to hunt down. I mean, players towards the end there.
For anyone that missed that Spirit game with DENDELE, like one of the big takeaways that we had was, in spite of Donk getting obviously a ton of kills, very, very often they actually traded out Donk. Like they didn't allow him to get a ton of multi-kills. Like DENDELE successfully did that, and that's a big achievement. So we know they've got the mechanics. We know they can shoot hard.
Mag 7 will remain. A Deagle or 2 as well. Just one player with Kevlar on the CT side, so it should be a bit of a gimme, but we have seen plenty of eco victories. Bear in mind, Aurora won with 1 MP9 and 4 USP, so it definitely can happen, especially if you get a nice opener like that. Woxic under a lot of scrutiny here. Hold his nerve, Wakadia will back him up. Flying the ointment in the form of Cafolo. He has actually got a good timing here, but...
Did he close the door behind him, though? Because otherwise they're going to know that he's pushed in here.
Oh, he's going to get caught.
Well, none of that matters. But you can do a bit of detective work based on that door being open or closed. Always fun to think about. Nice shot. I think it's a little bit late in the hour to start to pick up Deagle headshots. Alone Koala, and he's going to be found by Woxic, who's been a little bit more quiet. 3 kills for him in this round.
3 kills in this round, taking his total up to 8 and 7. Didn't really have massive outputs in the first half, but as we said, the team are winning Decent lead here, 10-5. Everyone else looking razor sharp, WCADIA and Jimmy especially. So first gun round here. Max Core does have the AWP. Same story for Woxic as well. Always an interesting first gun round when you had so much success. You got a bit of a bonus situation with 2 Galils here.
Smoked off really early. Kixan pushing straight through, and Docky could have been dead right there. Max Core, this is so scary.
What a shot.
I was gonna say there's someone close by, but it doesn't even matter, yeah. What a shot coming up from Centaurus. And Kixan pushing on forward. He might beat the timing. They just might not realize that he's here.
I was going to say, do you go up the ladder?
Yeah.
Are they aware of this potential?
I think he wanted to. He might have failed to actually find the ladder there, but he should be rewarded. Kixan, that's an ugly spray.
He was partially blind, but definitely should be getting that kill.
There's still a way to get back. If they can find Koala here, well, they can't because he's in the corner, but if they had found him, then they would have been a clean path to the bomb site. Koala doing exceptional work to keep DENDELE in, and this is such an important round. Like, they absolutely needed to win this one. Otherwise, they were going to be in a lot of trouble, but I think this could be the beginning of a cool comeback here for the CT side. Grenaded himself, Henry. It's not necessary.
It's up to Woxic to try and hold on to the orb. I don't think that'll be happening. You're definitely going to try and hunt him down here. Holding towards Sunrun for now is the opening pick there for Aurora. Nice mid control, but good rebuttal. Has to be said for DENDELE, Anders. Like, bravely boosting up on the ticket booth, going through that smoke. I feel like Kixan definitely should have got at least one there. Whether it makes a difference, I'm not sure, but
yeah,
he'll be a bit gutted. Like I said, he was partially blind. Awkward fights.
I wanted to see him go up the ladder because I don't think they realized the timing, but
I guess like that's what I'm thinking. I don't know how meta that is to park up the smoke and go up the ladder. I'm assuming you're just aware that CT to be watching that potential.
Well, it's going to be allowed to hold on to it. Okay.
Yeah, I guess their money's quite fragile.
Fair enough.
Just going to hold on to their weapons. First round of the second half picked up for DENDELE.
I was going to ask you, because we've been having this conversation about the CT response to losing mid and then pushing, you know, some of the other extremities. How long before we start to see T sides that take mid control and then actually just fall back and wait for the CTs to push? Like, just kind of...
I mean, yeah, the meta's evolving constantly, right? This has been a couple of months we've had Cash, and those first few tournaments, it was barely played. We're learning new ideas, approaches every single time we watch the map. And thankfully, we're in the cycle now where everyone wants to play it. Every series we seem to be getting Cash.
What a refreshing scenario. At the beginning, it was a bit frustrating seeing it banned out all the time, or even sometimes the third map, but you don't get there.
Yeah. This is what I talk about. That's a nice little play. Good response there. Definitely should have got that one. Like I said, I don't think it was necessarily the moment they lost the round, but certainly didn't help. Breves and Taras.
Yeah, a little frustration. A little bit of frustration. Money is going to be fine in this round for Aurora.
Do they have the wallbang lineup? I guess he's positioned slightly different. No, there it is. So he could be wallbanged as well. Whether they know the lineup, that's a different question.
Well, they experienced it themselves, so if they know it, it's going to be at least in their mind somewhere. WCADIA, it's one of those positions that does get overlooked. Koala waiting for it. Smoke is down. Oh, his shoulder's going to be showing, and yeah, WCADIA, good job actually checking that and not just kind of making the assumption. Gafolo alone in the back, and it's a good first kill, but he still needs some backup here. I think WCADIA's pushing through the smoke into TCT's spawn. He might catch them as they're coming through here, but no, Max Core. He was ready with the AWP. That is some heads-up play.
We'll touch on this after the round, but that defensive smoke, Gafalo like drops towards headshot there. It's so powerful. It means they have to go through the actual main entrance of the bomb site itself. Okay. And to isolate a lot of fights there, they can't really Molotov you. That's a really important. That'll be very meta going forward.
He doesn't want to be fighting at two angles, I guess.
So you can isolate those duels and make sure they can't backstab him and funnel through.
I love that. Woxic at range. Perfect for this AWP of his. Bomb planted. It looked like DENDELE had done enough, but somehow Aurora have slipped the net and planted the bomb in the A bomb site. They had a 3v2, but they are so far away. And to be honest, their money is not that great. The AKWP, I mean, you might try and go for this, or you might just lose everything here on the high ground. It's Woxic with 3 kills. Didn't take a single point of damage in the round.
He's starting to wake up now. Okay. Even though they're up 11-6, it seems quite tense over there, and rightly so. Like I said, discipline has not been great. There are a couple of fumbles, a disconnect between some of the key players, but they're still winning. It just feels they're quite stressed. But so far, so good. Woxic, pretty nice sequence from him. Very quiet first half, but alive and well here in the second. Triple kill with the AWP. There it is. Ash is loving it.
Look at the pressure that it provides to DENDELE, right? They've got low money. They do have enough for the AWP, but MaxCore, still, where is he? We've been requesting his presence since the middle of the first half, and now we're drawing towards what could be the end of the map here, and he's still not really hitting the shots. Koala, though, he's doing all the work. 14 kills now. He is the only engine that's really up and running on this team. See if he can escape this. He's got the kill, but he's a little bit stuck in checkered right now. And MaxCore on the other side. Oh, is he gonna keep moving forward? Woxic is waiting for him. It's a ridiculous off angle for Woxic to be holding. But it looks like MaxCore's kind of put a pause on this. They lose Koala. He couldn't make it out of checkered. So now it's a 4-on-4. And here's MaxCore. Where does the bullet go? He had the crosshair right there, and now he's trapped in the corner.
I was gonna say, he can recover this.
There's a way out. The USB could have done the job as well. My God, I thought he'd given up the round there.
Really exciting moment there. The collateral with the AWP. MaxCore makes it work. Like he said, it's been quiet from him as well. 8 and 16 after that double kill. Round is still on. Wakadia and Jimmy. Two of the headline acts here in the Aurora outfits, but let's see whether they can get anything done. Problem is, no time. The door will be opened. Wakadia can get a quick one here. Maybe there's a chance of a plant. He's got 10 HP, Anders. Feels very unlikely they can make this work.
Yeah, and backup is starting to get there as well. They've got the HE as well. I don't think he's going to be able to do it any longer. I don't think he has any idea that RDN is already wrapped around. No time for the bomb plant, so...
Unfortunate timing there. The flash was a little, like half a second earlier. Would have been very effective. Unfortunate, but there it is. It's going to be DENDELE posting their second here on their CT campaign. 2 players survive. Money's actually kind of busted. Jimmy will save the AWP, but... Yeah, they've got bottom of the barrel loss bonus here. So they call the AWP. This is like potential tactical timeout, because you're going to be operating with pistols, an AWP, and 1 AK. We'll see whether they want to. There's the timeout. Is it called by Aurora? I'm guessing it is. Yeah, it has to be.
That almost was a three-man lineup for that AWP. So ridiculous.
Yeah, it looked like he was done for there, but it's such an awkward fight, and they line up for him.
Like, the fact they didn't hit the first shot, like, the MaxCore yesterday would have hit that shot every single time.
Sure.
Trying to put too much pressure, but, like, I know he's better.
So, this all comes down to Woxic, right? Starting to show some form in the second half. He's got the AWP here. He's got Kevlar. In terms of util, they've got a few smokes and not much else. So it's going to be the force buy. A couple of rifles, a couple of pistols, and how do they utilize Woxic? How do they get the most out of him?
Remember the old Cash T-spawn wallbang?
Yes, of course.
That, I don't think...
Are you suggesting he does that?
I'm just saying that on the old Cash, there's the kind of round where someone would try it.
Maybe Ash is suggesting that right now. I would assume they'll boost Woxic somewhere and try and get him an early advantage. He's going towards A main.
All right.
Looking for that aggression, just going to take a heads-up fight, I assume.
He wants somebody to peek behind that. He's saying, please, give it a shot. He's got 2 teammates with him that are playing anti-flash, so if he's pop-flashed in, that's probably fine for them. Smoke goes up, does make it a lot more tricky.
Yeah, he's aware of the potential threat of CTs pushing that smoke and tucking in on the left side as well. It's very common on the A side of Cash. You've got one player towards the doors, Wakadia with the AK.
And Jimmy's outside with the utilities. They're going to have 1 smoke and some flashes going over.
Jimmy's got the bomb, though.
Yeah, so he'll have to really leg it to get in there. There's the smoke in the air. Going to be another smoke on the ground. All right, so he's setting up the full execute from here. See if these flashes are going to be working. Don't need them for RDN. He's gone straight down. MaxCore, he can't really navigate that. Sim Kickstand finds him. It's finally a kill for the DENDELE side, but it is an HE for MaxCore to take down Woxic. Nice boost over. Yeah, it's huge to take that kill, and he's aware that someone could be peeking him up on the high ground. But wait a minute, did he not see that? Is that a 4x3?
I don't know, but Zantara is aware he's got a little slither of smoke to get up. Utilize that angle. And great finish, Zantares. Entry kill on the Tech 9. Ambitious self-boosting towards the heavens as well. The AWP makes it work. And we do go 12-7. 5 opportunities to close this one out, but bear in mind, Anders, against G2, Aurora up 12-7 as well. That's where they fumbled the game.
Let's see this from his point of view. It's a great camera angle. Yeah, oh, he is seeing it there, but it's just outside of his range.
Yeah, that's, you can see him utilizing that little puff of smoke at the top that allows you to vault up.
That's crazy.
And is this where it comes crashing down? There's not much to speak of in terms of firepower. MP9s, M4s, 5.7s. It's the opponent's pick, and it looks like Jimmy is leading the way. 20 kills should be GG. I think it is now.
Great killer instinct for Aurora. They have them in a bad economic position. They know they can close the map out right now, and that is exactly what they're doing. I like to see that. Ash is fired up. Wakadi has been fired up, and Jimmy as well. They've been playing lights out on this map, and here we go, 13-7. It's Aurora taking the map pick of DENDELE away from them.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. DENDELE didn't show up at all. Against Spirit, they look fantastic on this map. We had MaxCore leading the way. He finishes with 9-18, but that's not to say it wasn't stressful for Aurora. We saw in that first half, they looked like they were going at each other, tilted at times, and a little bit disconnected, but still an impressive game, 13-7. We have Mirage coming up next, where they should be able to do their best work, and it feels likely for a 2-0 here.
It definitely does feel likely after that one. Once again, DENDELE, they have some moments, but it falls apart when it matters most for them. Some struggles towards the end as well. It's a bit of a problem now, right, where you can see the idea. You talk about their positive T sides, Roger. Even starting on the T side, though, right? The individuals at times just can't match up to this. They can't make the right decisions.
But I think that's one way to attack it, to be completely honest, because you can definitely see what they want to do. You can definitely see the vision behind it, but I feel like this game was based on those individuals, you know, heroic moments. Santeros having this double kill with the MP9. You saw Jimfed come in and turn around rounds that, you know, if you stop the round after 50 seconds into it, you'd say, okay, this is an equal game. This is a round that can go both ways. But the individual quality on some of the players of Aurora was the difference maker to me. You know, Jimfed, Wycadia, Santeros for that matter as well. You can play all the right things, do all the right things, have all the great ideas, Roger, but if you can't execute it, or if you don't have the players to deliver it in the duels required, then you can't really win games of Counter-Strike.
I think the one thing they had going for them was that they won, you know, 5 full weapon versus weapon rounds on their T side. Who knows? Like if they convert, you know, the Antico against the Centaurus MP9, maybe they run away with the half, right? But instead, it becomes this like good idea, but at the end of the day, it's like it's just not enough. And I think again on CT, they get a lot of nice situations, I think, but again the individuals on Aurora just picks it up, and I'm really feeling that these players that has these like good stats coming into this tournament, they also need to deliver. Right now it's Koala, and then the rest is like shaky, I think.
And we're talking about Anticos going in there. Well, Zontaro's on an MP9, just some pistols running away with it. This was a key round to be able to pick up, one that they shouldn't normally be getting.
Yeah, that's what Roger said. You know, at this point, it could have been a very strong T side, knowing how it unfolded. Santeros placed this position, gets Molotov out. You know, again, idea is good, but the fact that he gets 2 kills from this position under all that pressure, it's 1 kill too many. Then you see all these pistols, no armor, P2000, USP. What they do well is they actually get the damage done, so it's feasible, it's viable for them. Again, a USP right there, he goes down, but he puts the player down to 10 HP. And at this point, the spacing, right? It's just 1 by 1 by 1 by 1. After Santeros getting the first 2 kills, you can calm down. You can still win the round. You can still, you know, play a little bit more calm and reassess the situation. But it felt like all the players were starting to panic, feeling like, oh, I have to win my next duel in order to bring it back in our favor. And then the next player goes, I have to win this duel to bring it into my favor. And it's, as you saw, 1 by 1 by 1. And it must have been nice in their Aurora camp. And I think we actually do have a TeamSpeak clip as well we can show from exactly that round.
Pick on me, Ali.
Yeah.
Nice Santo.
2 aim in out, 2 aim
Pick on
in
me,
out.
Ali.
On the strip.
1 HP.
Get
Fork.
Can we strafe him?
Look here. Just hold.
The smokes are fading. Get right side. Heaven. Please,
Get
1
both
HP. Heaven. Get back 1 HP. Can you hold two guys. Swing. Let's low.
I'm searching right side.
Guys.
Let's go from right. I'm strafing now.
Wait.
Right side,
Right side.
Nice,
guys.
Get AKs.
Big fucking round. Nice,
Man. Let's go. They have shit money, guys.
They definitely did have shit money after that as well. And this is it, right? We're talking a lot in the interviews with these guys about the communication, about moments like this. A lot of voices, a lot of ideas, but they're following along with each other. I think this is quite positive for an early stage of Aurora.
Yeah, it looked like the comms was on point, you know, the players realizing that they're putting down the players to low HP, which is very important information in terms of how you take those duels with the pistols.
I think what I like to hear as a coach is a lot of this peek on me, an idea starts right, okay, let's go right side of the side together, let's swing together. We even hear, you know, suggestions to swing left side, but it gets overruled, you know, it's alone, let's just hold that. Everyone buys into these like small things, and as I said, this is easy when you're not under pressure and it's like still early in the game. When the game gets close, 11-12 against the Spirit, is it there then as well? That is the question, right?
Yeah, keeping the mental strong throughout all of the crazy situations that can hit you with Counter-Strike. Now, you need to get a little bit nerdy when it comes to cash, and we saw a bit of that, but also RDM was talking about it with me.
I think we need to keep doing what we done this year, like keep pushing ourselves to perform better, to like be more, I don't know, nerd on the game.
Yeah, like being nerds, especially on a new map, is super fun because you get to explore all these like things that people haven't talked about, and getting, you know, the first wall bang, the second wall bang, and then even a cheeky little lineup one as well.
That's crazy.
It sometimes gives you the small advantages you need against the better teams, right? So I love that DENDELE has put in the time and effort to actually try and master some of these things where they probably know they're not the best, like in the series, like they're the underdog. So what can we do instead? Let's bring out some gimmicks.
Makes me so happy that we bring back wallbang to Counter-Strike. Naturally, in 1.6, it was a big part of the game. In CSGO, yeah, maybe a bit too much. You know, all walls is just made of paper. But there's not a lot of maps these days where you can actually practice wallbangs and where being, dare I say, a good wallbanger or being good at shooting through smokes is that feasible anymore. You know, you and I both know Glaive to be maybe the best guy to ever maneuver a smoke or wallbang for that matter as well. It's a skill set, it's a feeling, it's an intuition, and Cash is one of those maps where there's a lot of wallbangable walls. Weird sentence, but it brings another aspect to the map. Just like we had Train where movement became a part of it with all the trains and all the stairs. Now we have a map where, you know, being good at wallbanging and being able to visualize, I guess, it is a skill set in its own.
Well, that's enough about banging, but Wycadia was doing a lot of banging in the server, and he spoke to me in the interview before, right, saying he'd been grinding out FACEIT. He's doing 5 to 6 FACEIT games after practice to get his individual level up. This man is when you know you got a good future on your hands, right? Still 21 years of age, 3 years at the competitive scene already at Tier 1, and we do remember so many good moments from him that kind of got muted over time, but we know the ceiling's there.
Yeah, he kind of overtook Santaris and Voxy for that matter as well, and labeled himself, or we labeled him the best Turkish player, you know, for good reason. I think he was consistent and doing a good job in the old iteration of Aurora. A little bit of a drop-off here to begin with the international squad, especially after the summer break. It's been a bit rough for him, last couple of tournaments in particular. So for him to get into a game like this and farm a little bit, you know, against an opposition that on paper is bread and butter for him, that's perhaps sometimes what you need as a player. Just install a bit of confidence, you know, remind yourself that, oh, I'm still great at the game, and then he can hopefully take this level and bring it against the better teams as well.
I think he's super underrated in the fact that, you know, you always look at Santaris and think, oh, this is this insane super aimer. He is, but he does it, you know, at a more slow pace. Then you bring in Wycadia, and he is one of the reasons why the old version of Aurora also worked, because put him into these high action ones where you just instantly need to track, a lot of action happening around you, maybe even a team flash, he will somehow get the most out of it, right? So you have a very steady calm aimer in Santaris, and then you have the guy that you just see what happens, you know, throw him in.
Yeah, there's young mechanics, there's young skills that can just pop off and dominate on. Now, you're talking about when things get a bit dicey, maybe some lost rounds in here. I know it's not against Spirit, Raga, but I got another team speak for you.
Z, I have flash for highway.
I'm joining.
Short dead. I'm blind. I kill.
I'm highway. Smoking B. Guys, I will do a play. Get ready to go B if I tell you, okay? Yes. Okay. I'm doing a play. Can be in vent room on B.
Go back to B.
I will stay Z.
Who is going B then?
Oh, there is smoke B.
No.
Above.
I think he's alone side. Two car.
I will just break. Do you have anything?
Do it.
No, I want to flash.
RT, he's alone side. Let's search him. BT1. Oh no, he's behind the box. Two guys B. One under and one is B side.
He doesn't have smoke. How we can go like this?
And that is that chaos, right, Roger? How can we go like this? They wanted to make a play. They weren't sure what space was being taken on the map and what actual control they had. And it looks like they didn't have any control by the end of that.
This is the difference between playing the freedom game, because Kyxan actually gives them the actual like mid-round to finish call, right? I'm gonna make a play, be ready to go B, but as he says that, I'm looking at what happens behind him. A guy, instead of going back to vents, continues towards the connector towards city spawn, and I'm like, you want the freedom, you get the freedom. He even gives you the direction what he wants out of the round. And no one is responding to it, right? And that's where, the ping pong, obviously, the idea is, it could be better, let's be honest. It could be better, right? But at least there is an idea, but people need to buy into it. Like, is a bad idea executed well is still better than no idea and everyone just running around solo, right? So this is one of the things. This is what Kyxan brings. This is what you need to feed off.
I was just about to say, I'll die on that hill. A bad call that's followed is better than what potentially may be a good call when no one is listening in at all. Even though you may not agree with the call, you have to follow through with it. Back in Glaive's days, he could do some of the most badass call ever, where you're like, why are we doing this? But everyone just believed that because he said it, people would do it and everyone would buy into it. And that is always going to be a stronger aspect than one or two players hesitating a little bit, or one or two players thinking to themselves, is that a good idea? Maybe I shouldn't, maybe I shouldn't. At that point, you miss the timing and it's all over.
You got to drop the egos with those ones, but at least for Aurora, it didn't cost them the game. They did go one map up in this series, but can they close it out? We're going to Mirage next, but first of all, we're going to a quick break. So grab yourself a snack, a drink, maybe practice some of your wallbangs as well.
Red Bull.
It looks like Rob's going to be tested in this pistol round, but he's got dual Berettas over towards the ramp. A confident start from ZywOo, who's already taken space away out in the yard. It's Rops, though, on the chopping block. Dual Berettas fire off, and it's all Rops all day!
Every single individual of this G2 squad refuses to falter at the hands of Vitality. Finally, something comes through in round 11. ZywOo's double kill out through the tip of that windowsill. It's better late than never for ZywOo to step forward as the hero Vitality need, and they needed one 5 rounds ago. Apex gets burned into it, and ZywOo, it's all or nothing. Here or never. And as he eats that flash, they'll come barreling towards his sight. Back's turned, and that is 4 frags deep for ZywOo. Oh, it's the ace! It's all 5, and the hero steps forth.
And Apex has been all over the Mag 7 today. Inferno Banana. That's actually one of the stronger places.
Yeah.
Not if you get HE'd. Ooh. His is a bit deep. Jump shot. Go on, do it.
Surely they know. They must have seen Vitality do this. They must have seen Apex do it.
They're holding nades.
Yeah.
Do it. Do it. Yeah, okay. On the stomp. He's not going to jump. He's waiting for commit. He finds a double. Mag 7 back as he finds 4 off the jump. Apex. That's one way for the RNG to fall in your favor.
Killing the clock.
They're killing the clock. 35 seconds now. Navi have to make a choice.
Flamesy in the same corner he's played in the past. Wonderful right here in hut. Meanwhile, 8th floor falls. Navi get the entry. Mezzi, backside. The anchor of anchors. Vitality's king. He sits here, his bit responds, the headshot. Hunter only gets the 2. And so now it is on Ime. And with 15 seconds, he's got to somehow grab that bomb. We've got low health on Mezzi, and they end it right here.
Mouse are so frightened of Banana. I mean, retake utils being set up, but Mouse aren't even close. They only now re-enter ahead of that smoke. Now it's well timed. Molly will stop Mouse's approach. Over it goes. Flames again, forcing these kills, and this time he flicks up with ease.
And no matter how you sliced it in this matchup, there's multiple scores to settle. Vitality, since getting back from the player break in this season, haven't seen them made a final yet. Last time they were here, Mezzi falling short of the finals in London. And Mao's the team that started it all, the beginning of the fall apart for Vitality. Well, they're back now into the grand final. Vitality get it done in 2.
And you were just hearing there some of the commentary and roars of a crowd where only one of these two teams will have a chance of hearing any sort of crowd if they fight their way through the lower bracket. DENDELE right now trailing a map going into Mirage that is Aurora's pick, but you really said it, Rugger. In terms of the veto and the map pool for Aurora, they're still figuring things out. Can this be one where we can at least see DENDELE challenge, maybe a bit more than Cash, or is it all doom and gloom?
Obviously, there's always a case, you know, for the underdog upsetting the favorite. I want to say, with how Mirage has been played the last year or so, it has been harder for the underdogs to crack that T side. So DENDELE, they need as much as they can get on this CT side. Yeah. And so far, that has been the weakness for them throughout this event. So they will need to put up a really, really strong defense and actually take the initiative. Take the initiative from the start, like start these like weird pushes, make these like small traps here and there to actually throw Kuxen out of it, because then he will have to assemble the pieces and start coming up with new things. But if you just give them freedom, Santaro's going up connected, just getting the time of his life, they will have to fill so many holes. I don't know.
I think I've seen enough. You know, the entry ticket for DENDELE in this game is to be able to match the individual output from some of these Aurora players. So unless you have a guy like Doc, who's been owning it up online in Tier 2, Tier 3 Counter-Strike showing up, then I think, you know, in all games you can simplify it to a point. Unless you can match the output, unless you can match it in terms of firepower, then all the strategies, all the ideas, all the execution kind of goes out of the window. So that's step one. If they can do that, sure, you can build a case that it can be competitive. But I think I've seen enough from DENDELE. They're not ready yet to contest Aurora.
Well, you know who is ready, and they're always ready with amazing commentary for us. It's Anders and Henry G.
No comment from Pimp. I like it. He let that one slip by.
Yeah, but it has me nervous. Like, he's under my skin.
Elimination on the line for DENDELE here. Unfortunately, this haven't shown up as individuals, as a team. They had some good ideas on Cash, but the individuals is getting absolutely blown out the water there. Feels like a 2-0, but anything can and will happen. Last chance saloon for the Brazilian core. Yeah,
it was already rough over on Polymarket, but it got even worse on the prediction side there. I mean, they were already the favorites coming into this one, and I think they've just cemented that by winning their opponent's map pick. So I'm excited for this one. Mirage is going to be coming up here as the second map, and it is elimination, like you pointed out, on the line. So yeah, this is going to be real tough for DENDELE. There's no question.
Absolutely true. T-side starts for the favorites. Let's see how they kick things off.
Start fresh. Let's go. Come on. Our shit. Let's fucking go, guys. Press the one.
Let's fuck them, boys.
That's a great plan.
It's a good game plan for sure. Give that a go. It's going to be 5 players over towards A. Execution potential off the charts here with 2 smokes, 2 flashes, and a Molotov. You all know where they're landing at this point. Flash over. It's down to the dual elites, and they get nothing done.
That smoke, unfortunately, is a little bit too late. They run right through it. Wakardi with a headshot. Wait a minute. Doc is here, and he's found 3. That is so lightning fast.
What just happened?
I don't know. They would just delete it. Oh, what a ridiculous display of skill. Finally, Doc has arrived. We've talked about him for a couple of days now, and we haven't really seen anything like this before.
I haven't seen a round like that before.
They're just all gone.
At 5-on-3, kind of wrapping it up. I was kind of like sitting down, getting ready for number 2, and then all of a sudden this happened. CFM's POV. Oh my days.
Oh my, that's 2 kills and 2 bullets. 3 and 4.
Unreal. Completely shuts it down. A 5-on-3, and then they don't even get near a bomb plant or any further kills. That's wild. 4 for Doc. And it looks like we've got a technical pause actually going into this follow-up round. So let's get the stew on it. We saw them having some frustrations there in the first map, even though they were the much better team across the board. Yeah, they definitely didn't look comfortable. So that's going to be one of those tilting rounds. Everything was going so swimmingly, and then it all collapses. So
yeah, I mean, we might call it Plan F for Aurora. Yeah. It just didn't work out, Henry. Sometimes that'll happen.
I see redundant. That's pretty good. That's the first pistol DENDELE have won as well. So that's huge.
You're right.
No plant should be the eco coming in next as well. Did not see that coming at all. Don't think anyone did.
It's about time, though.
Yeah.
I think the desk were talking about it on day 1, that Doc is someone who could be an interesting character for the team in terms of you know, the mechanics. And I don't think we've seen anything anywhere near that. So him, if he steps up, if Max Core kind of gets back into the swing of things, Koala's been playing well every single map, then they've got something to work with. And I think the desk also, I think Roger was mentioning that he was a bit worried about the map pool in terms of Cash and Mirage being the first for Aurora, saying that these might not be kind of the best maps for them at the moment.
Well, they're still a fledgling team, far from perfect. Great individuals, fantastic skill across the board, a lot of experience. But this international project, it will take some time. Bear in mind they're now communicating in English, of course, not a huge deal. Xantares has done it in Big before. Woxic has done it in various teams for Mouse. Cloud9, obviously.
Famously
spoke English there.
But yeah, you're right. Okay, I've got patience for this team to come together in a different way. I actually think it's a really great project now. I'm excited. But you're right, there is some frustration and there are some mistakes being made. Double set up towards the kitchen.
I suppose that wasn't really a mistake, though. That was just an unbelievable sequence from Doc.
Yeah, it was. You're right.
Sometimes there's nothing you can do about it. So, as mentioned, technical timeout into the full eco. Doesn't feel great. Neither is that grenade. Oh my god, it does about 160 damage.
Yeah, that'll put a bit of a slowdown on everything. Suppose it was never a great chance here. Bomb plant would be fun, would be nice.
Don't think that's happening.
Doubtful, isn't it? They're vying for the deagle shot here. They're checking underpath. Like, they're really trying to make sure that they can optimize this round to find really anything. Like any CTs that are pushing, that are sick of waiting. Nobody is at the moment. All right, Dink. The follow a little bit low down, but yeah, the cleanup has really begun here. So no troubles. I'll tell you what as well, Henry.
Go on.
Up in that kitchen in the B hallway where they were waiting for a while.
Yep.
There's a pot in that kitchen. And I once had this idea that if you shoot the pot, because they keep rolling. Just like grenades, they'll roll for a while, the pots.
Okay. Yeah.
So if you shoot it on the ground and it rolls into the lane, maybe you can make the CTs kind of look away. Like they're wondering, like, what's that on the ground? Why is there a pot rolling through the...
You're going to have to make a video on it.
I'll get that one day, okay? I'll get there.
Dude, it's punching. You got... Oh, no. I guess you didn't have time. That's a nightmare.
That is a nightmare. But T-side, they won't pay you unless you go down fighting.
Because they're buying into this round. He can only get Tech-9 armor. Or Desert Eagle, I suppose.
That's rare. That's a rare thing to happen. Normally you can find a way to fight.
Yeah, maybe got a bit lost in the source. Either way, it's going to be a rough one for Jimmy. As mentioned, Tech-9 available for him. Kickstand will go down to the Galil. This is a really poor buy. All things considered, you got Wicardia with no further up utility. You got Jimmy on that pistol. And RDN feeling himself here. DENDELE finally off to a good start. Can they keep it going? Maybe not. Kickstand will put his best foot forward through his smoke. Finds the aforementioned RDN. Looking to respond here. Xantares spots one. Taking matters into his own hands. Can he find a double? He absolutely can. Nice spray control. Looked like he got the third as well, but Woxic will beat him to the punch. And okay, exactly what they needed. After the fumble, with the time up, the economics, they have got another whitewash of a round here. 5 players surviving. At least for now.
Crazy timing for Xantares to get out of the underpass like that. Good thing, but not enough. He is just touched by the incendiary, and the reason they're not looking at him is because, like, as soon as they hear that the tick from the incendiary, obviously they're ready to turn, but he's already on them. Exactly. Like, it's such an unfortunate timing for the CT's point of view there.
Great skill from Xantares there. A few questionable, over-aggressive decisions from him today, but you can't deny his skill. He is looking sharp.
Well, that's probably the reason why we're always a little bit more critical. Like, he's being compared to like his former like highlight reels. I think we know that he can be an absolutely immaculate player.
And I think that's maybe the problem. He's trying to roll back the years and kind of solidify himself as that guy still, and maybe taking these over-aggressive peaks with that mindset. But when it works, it does look fantastic. Really nice round for Xantares. Opening kill from Kickstand. Tick of the incendiary doesn't dissuade him.
Makes you wonder if he's suffering from like that superstar syndrome where you feel like you have to perform like at 120%. Like we've seen that from other players in the past, like someone like Nico, right? Where it's like, you got the firepower now on Aurora. You don't have to be the only one doing things.
It's so true. Especially you've got Wicardia there as well. As I mentioned before, he's the future star of this squad. If not there already, he doesn't have the potentially the same impact as Xantares right now, but you can see glimmers of it when he's on. It looks really, really good.
fully agree. Yeah, he's just shown it on a cash.
On cash, yeah. And unfortunately, the first showing they had against G2, Wicardia was nowhere to be seen. To be fair, Xantaras are struggling there as well, but let's see. We've got eco here.
They ran into a really powerful wrinkle as well, which is super fun.
That's a good point.
We'll see him a little bit later on in the day.
Spirit versus G2, the next best of 3. It's a winner's game, of course. G2 that took down Aurora. Spirit that found DENDELE. One of these two teams are going home. Got to be careful with the pistols, making things very uncomfortable. Great maneuver out towards mid. Bombs down towards T-spawn as well. So they've got great space here, but they've given up a few rifles. They know it as well. Wicardia will tuck himself in towards the connector. Going to be overlooked here. Oh, God, don't let your teammates die. I know what you're going for. That could have got a little bit out of hand.
Yeah, you got to communicate that. That is a touchdown grenade that lands on RDN in the middle. He's dead. Another one. Oh, no. I'm not saying they had a great chance to win the round, because obviously they didn't have a lot to work with, but...
Yeah, that was an eco. No Kevlar.
HE's definitely made it impossible.
Nice little swing. Coordinated push towards middle. Managed to get a couple of kills. Took down Xantaras and Kixan.
I think before Kixan kind of got overwhelmed, he was flashed in by Woxic, who was in the B hallway, like throwing flashbangs over. That's kind of that's an interesting way to kind of get into that fight. I like that.
There's the grenade, yeah, in his pocket. Get a second. Death by shrapnel.
Some might call it an orc grenade, Henry.
If you wanted to roll it right back, I do miss an orc grenade.
It certainly blew them up.
Hopefully someone will bring them back eventually, Anders.
Fingers crossed on that front. Yes, we do need that.
Right then.
Round number 5.
DENDELE with the pistol. Great start for them. Awkward financial situation with Jimmy outliving the clock. But Aurora have made it work. Money's back on track. Couple of clean rounds. AKs across the board here. Woxic with plenty of resources going forward. Going to stay with the 5 rifles for now. Smoke down top of middle. And of course, window as well. Looks to be more of a B focus here. 2 players towards the apartments right now. 2 towards middle. Just 1 lurking over towards the palace. It's going to be Jimmy. Big miss from Maxwell. He's not looking himself right now, but making up for it is RDN.
Xantaras, huge. So Wicardia spotting someone in the corner. He's aggressive. He's got that killer instinct. Wanted to find him. I love the idea of trying to Molotov that out and just, you know, getting that to get some pressure back on their side. But in the meantime, they've lost Jimmy, they've lost Kixan, and obviously Xantaras went down at the start of the round here. So for DENDELE, huge if they could pick this one up. They really need to slow down the Aurora team before things get out of control. And if they just keep their cool now and don't do anything wild, don't do a Xantaras and start running out for any kind of a fight here on the CT side, you're going to be absolutely fine in this round. So they are far back on the map. Not going to find anyone with this. CTs are so respectful. They are a million miles away. Sub 40 seconds. I think it's RDN that's at the back of the site here. If they had another Molotov, they could put a little bit of pressure on him, but yeah, it's a bit of a long shot, to say the least.
Just trying to inflict a bit of damage here. Woxic will spot 1 towards the back of the B bomb site. Wicardia will make the first incision here. He's over towards jungle. That's the round, yeah. It's going to be everything. No time. They know where Wicardia is as well. I think he might have been spotted there. Indeed.
Now, at the start of that round, Aurora throw 2 smokes. I mean, they're classic smokes, obviously. 1 for the window, 1 for top mid. DENDELE tries to blow open the window smoke, but there are some South American teams that I've seen that will sink their grenades. So they will blow open both the top mid smoke and the window smoke at the same time.
Okay,
and that's really... So Legacy is one of those teams that's done it a couple of times.
Well, little gambit there towards the underpass from DENDELE. The AWP and the M4 working in tandem. Even with the missed AWP shot, making up for it was RDN. Nice work. So, as we mentioned though, money pretty decent. Aurora with the AWP this time as well. Couple of concessions, not all the grenades, and they get a little Kixan. And Koala feeling himself, going to be exploring options in towards the B apartments here. Popping this smoke open or just sending it in. See if he can waken up anyone on the other side. So, it's going to be a very flat default here from Aurora, just waiting for the round to subside. If there's any aggression, and we'll be smoking window once again.
A little bit of damage on the Bacardia, but otherwise, slow mid protocols being initiated from Aurora.
Yeah, Kicksan definitely one of those in-game leaders that likes to feel the round out, see what the CTs are up to, hold them at bay, then take the map control.
They're going to be eventually splitting this A bomb site. And this is scary for the CT side, right into Centaurus, and that's the scary part.
He is looking very good today.
He is. Look at the pressure that it puts on the rest of the defense here. Max Core, he really wants to be close to people held out. If he can stop them coming through the connector, then the rest of the A defense might be all right. But if they slip the net, there's another headshot for Centaurus before he's finally got rid of. 27 seconds now, and there's nobody left on the A bomb side. I mean, do you go for this?
Oh, he's back.
Maybe they will now. It's going to say maybe you could have saved it there on the DENDELE side, but 3v3, you might try it.
Crazy shot. Might inspire the remaining members here of DENDELE. 3 versus 3. No further defensive utility now.
They got no smokes though on the CT side. Like
this is definitely the better option. Like they have no idea what they're up against here. 3 on 3. Bomb's already halfway gone. You have no control.
Two AKs too on top of the AWP.
Exactly right. So let's keep the AKs, keep the AWP. With Max Core, such low HP as well. This is definitely the right call. 3 players surviving on either side of the coin here. So Centaurus, once again, nice opening pick. Gets himself a double into this round. That's all the kills they need. But slow and steady. Nice methodical round there from Aurora.
That has to feel like a bit of a disappointing way to have a defense going where 2 people die, like, disconnected here towards the connector, right? Like, there's no trade potential, no one's flashing anyone in, you're peeking into Centaurus and dying. Like, it feels like there's not much of a defense. Great shots from Centaurus, fair play, but I think your DENDELE, you want to set that up a little bit differently if you can.
Yeah, we saw them on Cash against Spirit as well. They were doing that setup in towards Heaven on the CT side where both players are swinging out at the top, right?
Yeah, you're right.
So that could have been a similar mentality there, both players swinging at the same time. But either way, they do save the 3 weapons. Let's have a look. Max Core, slowly but surely finding his form, was MIA on Cash. Oh, he's in trouble. Centaurus maybe. Oh, yep. That's a death slam moment for him.
It is.
Oh, it's all falling apart.
Huge. Max Core should have been dead every single time.
What looked like a gimme kill, a freebie, turns into a bit of a nightmare. It's actually Max Core getting 2 kills. Okay, perfect position for Koala. He's definitely getting 1. 100%.
You're right about that, Henry. They were preoccupied. They had to check the other side of it. Bacardia, very aggressive, very confident, as he should be. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if he could find another kill here, then it's kind of on again. The bomb is being brought on over, and Bacardia is waiting for the mistake here, giving DENDELE perhaps just enough rope to hang themselves with. 50 seconds. All right, there's the peak coming in. The bomb is right there with him now, but Max Core, oh, he's going to be killed outright. Gafolo got 6 takedown kicks in the meantime, and we still got 40 seconds. Is there a chance for Bacardia to do some trickery here?
Definitely a chance. He is a master in the clutch, where he does some of his absolute best work. See if he can deliver the goods this time. Odds stacked against him. Goes for the fake plant here. 2 versus 1, bear in mind.
Nice one out in the open. Going to be good for get the kill on Dokken. Turns around. Gafolo's right there.
Good damage.
So well, Bacardia, while he's reloading, gets the information. It's almost a clutch, but Gafolo, he stops the madness, takes down Bacardia. Oh, you could see it. He actually is so cerebral in that moment.
Yeah.
You could see every decision.
Absolutely true. That was going to be my point. You can see he understands exactly what he's up against there, all the potential threats. Great mechanical skill as well. That spray down towards short was sublime. Should have been an Aurora round all day long, though. Centaurus gets the peak on the AWP. Could have given it an extra beat, got a better angle, and taken him down for free. But
that's true.
Over committed to the fight and actually set up Max Core for a double kill. That's frustrating way to kick off the round for Centaurus, who's looking very, very good today. Fair play to Bacardia, though. Had them on the ropes. 1 more bullet. He wins that round. 4-3. DENDELE in the lead for the first time in this series. So there is going to be a buy. Jimmy on the Deagle hasn't really shown the same level than what we saw on Cash. 1-4 right now, but bear in mind he's been operating with Tech 9s and Deagles now.
That's
Finances have been a bit rough. So taking out the kicks on this time, Galil's and the Woxic AWP, but he has no Kevlar on the T side.
It's an absolutely golden opportunity right here for DENDELE to really get ahead in this game.
Yeah, this will set the tone for this second map. They can win this. They have a very successful first half in front of them. Big if, though. They've lost some stinkers today as well. Most notably against USPs and one MP9.
So they've just done half an execute onto the A bomb site, but Kixan has another set of grenades, so they're going to try to double pump A and then go B.
Yeah, this is classic IGL maneuvers here.
Because he already put down one set of smoke Molotovs towards connector.
So he wants to sell something on this side of the map, get them interested, and he wants no input lag. He doesn't want to trust anyone else's calls here. He wants to show a bit of a ruckus and give them an exact call when to commit in towards that B bomb side.
Yeah.
When is that moment?
Second set of utility, but Koala's there to spot them early. They know, they see it really fast, so the backup's going to be called for here. Swakadi is dead. Koala actually did land the headshot before he got dinked by Jimmy. So Kixan and Woxic. I think that's actually kind of a sick idea. Doesn't work out in practice, but on paper, I like it.
Yeah, it's the same, but he didn't really give them enough time to buy down on it. Like, they were pushing through before the smokes even really bloomed. I guess they were hoping to catch some CDs in transition once that call comes in as util there. But I feel like there's maybe a bit more Kixan could do. Like maybe just fire a few bullets, show a bit of presence, but either way, it doesn't seem to matter too much. DENDELE were well ahead of it. 2 players still on that B bomb site. Didn't move a muscle, and that's a huge round to pick up now.
Oh, yeah.
That should be maybe even a couple in the bag here. The finances have been in tatters throughout this T-side campaign. 5-3 and a full eco here. Not a single dollar invested into the round.
Massive opportunity for DENDELE to finally build something. They really didn't show up on cash. It was actually a bit disappointing. I had much higher expectations.
Well, they're bouncing back now.
I like that.
6-3. Completely locked in here.
Yeah, RDN's the one that's taken over some of the fragging duties there. Doc, remember, he had 4 kills in the pistol round, so he's got 3 since then. It's not bad at all. I mean, that pistol round was impactful, but...
I mean, it was extremely impactful.
Yes.
Like, turned the game on its head. Not only with the round itself, but that's such a tilter for Aurora. Like, you get 2 opening kills, you've dominated the first map, and you know, giving him that sort of entry into the second, he's going to be fired up. The whole team's going to be fired up, and it's being replicated now. The deeper we get. Let's have a look. Massive grenade. Just bleeding those bits of utility out, and presumably just running towards connector, see if they can get a kill.
Yeah, there's not much really, unfortunately, to be done here. Grenade doesn't make it any easier, but doubt it would have been different without it. 40 seconds. A little bit of a lineup there. Gafolo getting a chance to pad the stats. We'll definitely take that. Another round for DENDELE. Surviving with all of these people is huge. So the money you could see is going to be exploding on the CT side. What's the plan for Aurora? I feel like sometimes when all else fails on this map, just going for a bog standard A execute could just be worth it. Just to get, you know, everyone knows it's not complicated, you know. 1 entry could kill and you're good to go.
It's still pretty rough out there. Again, the finance is a massive issue. Sure, they have the AKs now with 1 Galil, but Burbone's utility, again, nightmare for the in-game leader. It's like very difficult to run your defaults and execute.
Yeah.
Gonna be pressuring in towards middle. Grenades being exchanged. It's MaxCorp. It's really sinking his teeth into this CT side campaign. So, Molotov over towards connector. Oh, doesn't actually make it in there.
No, it doesn't. And you're right, they didn't have that much to begin with, so can't be missing too many nades. Opportunity for MaxCorp. Centaurus will live through this one. Bomb is now suspiciously making its way back towards the A-bomb site through T-spawn, so if you stay alive in the middle here, Centaurus and Kixan kind of working together. They can put some pressure on, smokes towards that jungle position, and they're going to be Molotoving the connector out as well, while the rest of them, all 3, are setting up in Palace. Big choke point.
So they have the Palace pop. That's exactly what's going to be happening in a wide open A bomb site. A splits with Kixan to open things up. That's got to be the cue. Out of the Palace they come.
Yeah, and with no warning, there's no grenades to show that they're actually here.
They've got no grenades.
Yeah, that's important, I guess. Jimmy's dead. It's going to be Woxic to get the headshot. They still could find a way. The bomb is planted. You see the gun barrel right there, Wakadia. Oh, it's going to be the slowest kill of all time, but he will get it. Santara's hunting down the N.
Okay, they got a lot out of a little here. They haven't won the round just yet, but there's no smoke for the CTs. That's the only way they could probably win this round, smoking the bomb, causing chaos.
Right.
But looks like Aurora will be bouncing back. A rough round for them. But Zantares finds his form once again. Takes a total to 8-8 here. Nice little backstab through the murder hole. So that Palace pop with the mid-presence shown gave them a wide open A bomb site. Kixan gets the intel. They are burrowed away into that connector behind the smoke. This was the play that wins the round.
Oh, yes.
Nice shot from Woxic too. So, now they actually do have a buy. On the T side, they've actually got 5 AKs, decent util. Couple of rounds to go. They'd love a 6-6 recovery here.
Start of the round is very similar. Jimmy started the last round up in the Palace as well. And then they ended up with some mid-control and that AXQ'd.
They boosted up. Koala, he's checking this all day long. He knows the moves. Wakadia.
Okay.
He's seen that before. He saw how much conviction he had there. He knew he was going to be right there.
Yeah, you're right. That's some homework.
He's definitely done his homework.
I was never really a homework person myself, Henry. But, I mean, you get those kind of results, you can't really argue against it.
It's a good point. We'll see whether they can recover. 5 on 4. 1 minute remaining, and not really anything in terms of map control here. We have Zantara who's got to be the linchpin once again. Has had some good impacts from this connected position. This is his favorite duel, but smoked off for now, focusing his attention towards shore. His teammates will be executing in towards A. Molotovs, flashes go in. Zantares need to thread the needle here. Jimmy will find the opening frag, but Max score alive and well. Zantares can't say the same thing. Man advantage still sits with DENDELE as they scramble to get the bomb down here, Anders.
Not going to be that easy, but still a winnable round. Jimmy, do you want to go for this? They do have a flash. If they want to fight this, they could set up a bit of a pop to go towards CT spawn. I think the bomb is planted in a decent position for that. Kixan's pick up the open duties now, and they're going to be careful they're not on top of each other. Good shot for Kixan. Jimmy on the trade will leave Doc in a bit of an awkward 1v1. Jimmy's now 12 health, but he has picked up that sniper rifle, and all he needs is 1 bullet. It's going to be easy to take down Doc. Aurora, a huge round, and a great quad as well for Jimmy.
Kixan and Jimmy utilizing the AWP there in towards spawn. The money shot from Jim Fat as well, knowing he had 10 HP, perfect weapon for the job. It all started here though, like we said. He's watched his demos, he knows his moves. Easy pickup, but fantastic recovery here. DENDELE had the man advantage throughout, but the clutch landed in favor of Aurora. Finances okay for DENDELE. A couple of MP9s, but they've got 2 rifles on the AWP as well. Max Gore knows he needs to step up here, find an opener if possible. Volts up in towards that ladder room and finds Zantara as a very valuable scout to take down early. Woxic trying to find a quick response here.
It'd be so nice for DENDELE to pick up another round at the end of the half. Why not? They're already a map down, so the pressure is on. Molotovs to force anyone up by that. No one's actually by the box at all, so they know that much. But there are 3 people near connector in jungle and 1 in CT spawn. It's a very well-defended bomb site at the moment. Aurora, they shouldn't even be allowed to get on here. Woxic takes 1, but he's immediately sprayed down, and just Wakadia coming at the connector. Great defense for once here. 7-5. DENDELE started to look a little bit more alive.
They have to connect, and so far they have. Little peek on short, gets Magisk a double. Missed shot. Zaiwu, oh, he leaves the door open. Oh. No! What is that? Quadruple deagle out of Jabby.
He's going to be able to stop them before they even set up the grenades. That's devastating. Fallen gets 1 in return, but there's no way you could bring into this bomb site. Cello gets a kill, and at the backside there, missed opportunity. Fallen, that's a shot you had to hit. He's going to get it eventually. The fact that they're even here with the bomb plant is kind of sick.
Oh, what? Why? Takes down Cadian.
What on earth is going on? Shush jumping the corner, but he did not have the ref line. What? It's fallen! You must be kidding me! How do you win that round?
They're shuffling the molly around. If that actually unseats one of these Ts, this is very possible. Let's see where it goes. Okay, this should be a kill for m0NESY. He's gonna hit the shot. There it is. All right, just Hobbit now, 1v2. He's got a great angle, but what crosshair disruption. m0NESY just soaring across his screen.
He's almost getting himself killed no matter what. Yeah, this is so hard to deal with on the other side. When even he lands the shot. Yeah, Hobbit not happy with that one.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has finally come. Your grand final of Blast Pro Series Miami.
Right in there. He misses the first shot in mid-air. Nico, though, a single tap of the USB. A second. Oh, my God. It's all about Nico again.
It looked like FaZe had a solid read on this as Nico closes it out. He gets the kill he wanted, and you can see so calm there.
That's a massive kill in the retake. Coldzera next to take down Device, and now Magus. He's going down immediately. Coldzera cleaning it up. 3 kills just like that.
Currently going into FaZe's coffers. Oh, double smoked. Big mistake.
Yeah, you don't want to do that, although they're coming right through and they're going to shut down Rain.
Oh, no.
Oh, my Lord, he's just took down 4 people in absolutely no time flat. It's Daps alone on the other side. What an absolutely absurd performance here. Now sneaking through on the other side. Daps is waiting, and one more headshot. He's waiting for it. Timing is everything. He's going, oh! It can't be real. Didn't see anybody landing the triple right through the smoke. I've never seen anything like it. And now, at least they're going to get the bomb plant, but FaZe are being robbed once again. Nav, he's still in play in this round. On the other side is Rain, and he wants more. Nav, have you no mercy? He's going to pick up an ace in the round.
Their aggressive setups with their rifles are totally fine. Alicia's always delivering. And there's a shot that just runs right into him.
Oh my God! No way that just happened.
Coldzera, eat your heart out. Oh, he's got a third. Nitro slamming down the gauntlet. And
dude!
15 seconds to plant a bomb, and that might be the saving grace for Cloud9 to be pushing all over the map. There's TenZ with a deagle once again. He needs to stay alive. He's got to buy time for his team. Stewie's cutting off the rotation. There's another one from TenZ. Can he get the last one? It's time he's won the round of all these deagle shots, and that's a much-needed last round for Cloud9.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Elimination on the line for DENDELE, but they have looked much better here on the second map. Anders, the team has locked in, looking much better as a unit, and they've got a 7-5 scoreline here on their opponent's map pick of Mirage. Nuke is on the cards.
I'm glad you reminded us about that elimination. It almost slipped my mind here, but yeah, they're going to be feeling the pressure as a result. Let's see if they can get into it here. The second half, second map. I'd love to see Nuke. I just want to see more out of both these teams. I've been really excited for what DENDELE have been bringing. They obviously are an underdog, pretty much no matter who they're going to be facing in the tournament. So, you know, it's cool to see them really take the fight. They did the Spirit, couldn't get their way past Donk, and nobody can blame them for it. But Aurora, they might be a weaker team still. They might still be ironing out some of the problems in that team. If they can win the pistol here, DENDELE, then it is on. And they are wrapping that B bomb site. Woxic in position with a classic P2000, but he can't get the shot. It's all up to Jimmy. And Santara is trying to get there, but they die one at a time.
A bit of an anti-strat there again. You saw the defensive CT player up there on the balcony. They Molotov him on the pistol.
Oh, okay.
Which is a wild thing to do. Wouldn't normally waste a Molotov just to that one position, but they flushed him out and got an opening kill.
Good prep work. Get you a long way. Kicksand's dead. Round was going to be gone no matter what here. How many players like Woxic are using the P2000? I feel like it's still really rare.
He might be the last one.
Might be the
last standing soldier.
All right.
It was kind of vogue for a while, like maybe 5 years ago. But yeah, in CS2, he might be the last one.
Terrorists win. He just wanted a single kill at the end, but they're just way too fast. Escaping his crosshair. Nice for DENDELE.
Very nice indeed. Great B split here, applying a lot of pressure from the apartment. You can see the CT scrambling, trying to find safe haven within the sites, but taking damage on route. Led to the face. Really nice round. Tilting one for Aurora. Didn't even get a look in there. Nowhere near stopping that onslaught towards B. They will force buy in response. Pound for pound, they've got more firepower, I would say, than DENDELE, but this team, there's no slouch. They are turning up in the second map. They really didn't look themselves there on Cash. But Mirage, very different affair here. They have the advantage here in round number 2. That's both pistols now in favor of DENDELE.
Oh, you're right.
It was Aurora that got both pistols on Cash, so a real chance to take us to a third now, but it does require a conversion here. We saw what the Xantara's MP9 can do on Cash as well. Freebie for Doc, just before the smoke comes down there as well.
It's not bad. Sneaking up close now with the Galil. Oh,
he's down again.
At least he took a lot more damage on the first fight this time, and there's no one immediately there. The bomb is in B in a couple of seconds.
Yo!
Oh my god, a max core. How are you being pressured that much? Two
Okay.
CTs with pistols.
The thing is, the B-bomb site's wide open. So yeah, these kills are valuable, but still huge advantage for DENDELE here, I'm afraid. No kits, out of position.
Molotov.
Yeah, that pretty much solidifies the round.
I think so. Koala is coming in.
Seconds.
Yeah, he's coming in with another Molotov, so even if they somehow got the kills and try to go for the 10-second defuse, he can throw that up from the apartments and just kind of slow everything down. All right, a little bit of damage. They're certainly putting some pressure on there. Scafolo dying. Again, Koala, you do have that one Molotov. Could just throw it.
Now defusing.
Yeah, but there we go. Burns it out. That's why that last grenade is so impactful. They don't have the smoke, obviously, and they don't have the kit, so that's why that long old flank with the Molotov was always going to have an impact in the rounds. I like it from Aurora, though. Like, they try to go for it.
That's the only way they could have done it. One player defuse, the others try and set up the wall. But like you said, the Molotov deciding the round. It's opening kills coming in from Aurora, but that wide open B bomb site, that was the problem. So far removed from the scenario. Good effort. But the thing is now, you've saved one weapon. Surely you can't really justify investing much more into this. I'm seeing some upgraded pistols, but no Kevlar. Okay, Wakadia's got a helmet. And we have got a few smokes here. So Xantaras will have to go above and beyond once again.
I think in the tournament so far, Koala has probably been their best player, and he's kind of missing a little bit for once. Like, it's the first map that we've really seen him not kind of have a big output. If they get him activated, I think they're going to run away with this pretty quickly here on the T side.
We've got everything working in their favor. Like we said, both pistols and now both conversions landing in their favor. Should be absolutely fine here in round number 3. It's all down to Xantaras. Some damage. Not a whole lot towards top and middle. Needs to find some clean jewels here. And DENDELE are giving him nothing. Utility coming forward, allowing them to pincer on him from the underpass. He's going to get shot in the back, but he has got backup. There's the opener. Okay. He had to step up. They've managed to tag Doc down to 61 as well. Grenade actually does significant damage. Wakadia. He's got the Kevlar, bear in mind, as well. Time starting to get a little bit uncomfortable here. Doc's got a freebie.
There's a weird interaction, but yeah, you're right. Gotta be careful you don't run the clock down too low. Bomb is towards connector. They do have 3 people here. I like that, so at least the bomb is not going to be stranded.
It's the P2000.
Oh, you're right. And he actually did a significant amount of damage. Smoke is up.
He's good with it.
Oh, timing. It's close. He's 1 bullet away from getting that kill on the Doc. It's not too late, though. 14 seconds.
What are they doing,
that
guys?
clock that you're talking about, Henry, it's now come back to haunt them. 9 seconds. They're trying to get onto the site, but one shot here could seal the deal. They won't be able to find it. Kickstand, you could see that he was feeling it. He knew if he could just get that kill on the guy behind the bomb, that would have been game over here. But instead, it is DENDELE threading the needle, getting onto the site in last possible second.
Quite calm and composed towards the end there. Sure, the clock was low, but it didn't feel like they were ever going to lose the round. Bear in mind, those CT players didn't have Kevlar either, so very squishy. Any wall bangs, any nades, making them very low indeed. In the end, quite a successful round there for DENDELE as we move closer and closer to nuke here. It's going to be 10-5.
This is just looking really, really good. Glad to see DENDELE kind of recover from that cash loss. It was a bit disappointing.
I'm going to assume Ash might call a timeout here. Like, we're getting to that danger zone now.
Right.
There we go. And, yeah, this is like the round that decides the game. This one decides whether we go to nuke or not. So they become very, very close. in the last 2 rounds, but unable to get it over the line. They've affected the finances here. They can break through on the CT side and stabilize. Still a chance they can do it in regulation. Got to keep fighting.
Speaking of CT sides, DENDELE, something they didn't do that much here on the first half was pushing aggressively. We didn't see like a crazy amount of B hallway, A palace pushes. Like they were really far back on the map. Be fun to see Aurora try that. Even top mid, like the top mid pushes sometimes.
We know Xantares is feeling himself today. I'm sure he'll be looking to get stuck in here. Very, very important round here in the second half. Number 4, it's currently 3-0 to DENDELE. All for Woxic.
Is this going to be really fast to execute?
It's a good time to do it.
Smoke's already up. 2 towards the connector and jungle. There is a counter smoke coming out, but all the T's are already here. I feel like you kind of need to go for it. And they feel the same way. Recommitting some of the smoke steep towards connector and CT spawn, and just an endless amount of flashbangs go over the wall. Kickstand though, he's not Molotov'd out. He can just stay here. Doc even while blind, and that's a sick headshot. He'll take down Xantares on the follow-up. The grenades might not have done it, but the headshot certainly will. Bomb now being carried onto the site, and it will be planted. Nothing that Wakardia could do to stop it here, and you've got to be careful here. You don't have a lot of money on the CT side.
And you have 1 kit. That's on Wakardia as well. If he can find a couple of crispy kills here, maybe there's a chance, but it's looking very unlikely. DENDELE are giving them nothing to work with. They have a smoke and a Molotov. There's the incendiary being deployed here. HE does reasonable damage, but it looks like that's round.
Oh, he's gonna find 1 more. Oh, he's been missing for the whole tournament, but now he's here.
That was wild. The second kill especially. It was a nice entry, but then in fact he gets 2. Absolute masterclass from the Doc. They probably have Woxic here as well. Gonna leap around the corner, he's fine. Just about makes it. So that's gonna be a huge round to pick up. This is the opening for Kicksan, but you can see just overwhelmed. Second kill, a thing of beauty. Xantares doesn't even get a look in, and a spam forward CD spawn. Solidified the round, and we're gonna be buying again. Lost bonus at max at this point. He saved the AWP. Woxic can drop 1. So need to lock in here. Need to arrive. Nuke feels like a certainty. They've missed the window smoke.
Yes, they have. So one at top mid, but it can be pretty dangerous when you end up doing that. And look at the push up top mid. We did talk about the CT aggression. He's in the smoke with them. Wakardia right behind him. He's back turned. Oh, that is a yikes moment.
Okay, feels like that might be it. This is already a desperate situation with the util and the scrappy buy. Looking down the barrel of map points. Kicksan gives him something to work with here. Finds a straggler towards the palace position. RDN though, applying pressure. Trying to get some intel over towards B. Showing presence at the very least. Resetting the round. CT's desperate for information. I think they're going to try and find it towards the A ramp. And they will find Max Core on the other side. If he gets 1, it's enough to win the round. If he goes down with nothing, it's back on.
It almost was like you put a spell on him there, Henry. To pull the grenade out. Yeah, he did. 40 seconds, and it is back on now. They're so stretched out of the map as well. DENDELE is very uncomfortable. Bomb alone in connector. 1 guy in jungle and window now pushing in towards the B bomb site. They're going to try and wrap back, but there's already 2 people here. I think this is very tricky. Like 1 mistake and it's over for this T side. And Jimmy's already seen it. He knows that someone's there. The flank is coming in and Jimmy could have been dead. But like I said, Woxic is still at the bomb site. 15 seconds just about on the clock here as we try to make a bit of an entry. The gun barrel showing, but Jimmy is covering his teammate. What a position. Doc goes down, and Gafolo, no chance any longer here. Good hold for Aurora as they were about to slip up on the map and just lose it.
Yeah, they're the ones who haven't shown up. No big clutches, no massive moments for the individuals. It's been pretty slow by their standards, and it all looked like it was coming to a halt here with the kill on Wakardia, but good response. We talked about getting some information. Kicksan pushing the palace, getting that very important kill. A-Ramp was theirs as well. And then Jimmy, one of the goats of this B-bomb side of Mirage.
Yeah, I think what a great quality to have Jimmy as an anchor.
Yeah, like he's not the one you want to be targeting. He's not like a Carrigan at the back of the site. You've got someone who will hold their own in a 1v5 situation.
Because that is a feature of a lot of teams, right? You put the in-game leader who's sometimes a bit weaker on the mechanics at B, and they kind of get bullied.
But this is where Jimmy thrives. It's going to be Woxic. Well, actually, a double orb setup. I beg your pardon. So Wakadia. We've seen this from him a few times. He's very capable. Yeah, he's very, very good at that.
Well then. Oh, doesn't touch anyone, so he can't really hear anything from that. And now he's actually very committed. I'm a bit worried on his behalf. There's no backup nearby. Okay, well, he's going to get the first kill on the Koala. Absolutely fine now. Puts up an HE. Backup is going to be there. RDN, the next victim. Smoke was there. Oh, he's going to find him as well. Doc goes down.
Well, there you go. I hope that answers your question.
Well, I'm convinced, Henry. Do you remember what it was in the beginning that caught your eye with Wakadia? Because now, like, looking back, that's great, but...
When they were playing in Eternal Fire, when they were playing Vertigo especially, he was like the tip of the spear on the A ramp. He'd be walking up first with the AK-47, and he would just obliterate people. Like, in terms of like, working it slowly and the precision, the aim he had, and confidence with someone who hadn't had Tier 1 experience before. I think it was a Pro League we first saw him. And yeah, that for me, like, every time I watch him on Vertigo, it's like, this kid's going to be a star in the future. If he can replicate that form onto other maps, like, he's going to be someone very special. And that was about 4 years ago.
Yeah.
And since then, like I said, he's now one of the mainstays of the squad, one of the star players, and he's got an ace with the AWP. So if that doesn't convince you, I don't know what will.
It's perfectly timed as you're reliving the history of how good he could be, and he's just casually acing in the background. I mean, they didn't have much of a chance once he got the first three, but very well played. I mean, it is tricky. Like, I think sometimes it can be hard to kind of pinpoint what it is about a player when you see them play. Like, sometimes you just have this sense as you're watching like a new up-and-coming player, you just feel like this could be something. Well, it can be hard to kind of articulate well enough exactly what it is. 11-7. DENDELE. Don't trip and stumble now.
Secondary or base. Nothing crazy flashy about this one, but just very well played.
Huge
Clean,
impact.
Methodical, played the advantage. Every single duel, it felt like he was going to be the one to get the kill. That's how you do it. And that's a massive round, Anders.
Oh, yes.
So, they are back on track. Down but not out. Single orb setup here. Just a note, Wakadia is going to go for the AK-47. He's a rifler after all. They've run the double orb, put the fear of God in them, and now just back to business as usual.
I feel like we see that actually quite a bit on a map like Mirage, where once the element of surprise is kind of gone, you just say, oh, well, that's it. Like, we don't need it. And yeah, with the AK as well, I mean, it's not even much of a downgrade.
So what? Xantara's got the information there. He spotted the boot of one towards underpass. Commits a bit more to the fight.
You don't need to.
There we go.
Somebody put a leash on Xantaras.
He loves overstepping the mark against blocks. It's his favorite thing to do. Like, it's fine, but you've lost an AK there. And he can't recover it. There's already 3 AKs there, so someone will drop him an AK because it's Xantaras. He will demand it. And it's fair enough. He's very good with the AK. Kickstand should be the one to give it to him.
Yeah, you would expect so. It's 8-11.
Yep.
Oh. I mean, this is an experience that every up-and-coming team has to go through, where you feel like you've got the lead, the win, at least on the map, and then you kind of slip up. But I just don't want to see this happen at DENDELE right now. But it's the kind of game you can feel it coming.
Oh, it's such a weak buy as well.
Yeah.
We kind of want to call something out of spawn here. Okay, that's what they've done. With this sort of weak buy, you can't really justify a full default double smoking window. Having the Molotov connect multiple times, you just don't have the resources. Has to be an execute, has to be a set piece out of spawn.
The thing is, again, if they think they're still running into the secondary orb, I don't know if they know. Maybe they think, oh, that's it. Like, we'll just use the speed and run him down. But you won't, because it's an AK and it's Jimmy.
We said Jimmy can handle himself in a 1v5 scenario, Anders.
We're going to be tested on that run right now. You're absolutely right.
Good smoke, Jimmy. That, well, yeah, get them second-guessing their commitment.
Oh.
He's actually dissuaded them completely. The 1v5, he comes out on top right now, at least. They're going to come back. Waiting to smoke out. No backup of Jimmy just yet. Defensive position towards shore. They will wait for the smoke to dissipate, but there's no intel across the map, so they're going to be pushing towards A ramp, the CTs, and now here comes the commitment. Jimmy needs 2, and there's nothing else will do.
Yeah, he does. This is really tricky. Wacardia, he was the backup trying to get in there. He's only going to get the 1. And Wacardia, he turned the corner on that short position and got instantly domed.
Can't win this.
You have the money to go for it, though.
You can.
You almost kind of might as well. I know you're going to maybe lose the AK and the AW, well, not the AWP, but the AK.
But DENDELE have been very good at not over-peaking in these scenarios.
That's true.
They burrow themselves in the bomb site and make you come through.
The discipline has been terrific. I agree with that. Ooh, nice shot, Koala. Finally. He's been missing for this map. But a couple of great headshots. The first one against Wacardia, and they will take down Kixan. 12 rounds. DENDELE trying to push us onto Nuke as the deciding map.
Just to go back to your thought about the double AWP setup there, that's exactly, they're hoping to find that. And Aurora are hoping they've conditioned them enough never to come back to B again after he gets the ace on that side of the map.
And now they buy it again.
So. Yeah, actually, let's go back to what was working, boys. Yeah, bring out the double AWPs. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but Jimmy, like I said, painted into a corner, needed 2 with the full execution. Flashes coming his way, just didn't stand a chance, had no backup. They really were hoping they had conditioned them enough never to come B again. But it was the low buy set piece out of spawn. Jimmy did well to delay them. You would think at that point they would be hunting for a bit of information. They had nothing going on the map there. 1 player alone towards B, but not the case. Jimmy gets 1, and that simply wasn't enough. 4 in a row, certainly possible.
Oh, yeah. The money being low as well on DENDELE means it's not going to be like 4 rifle rounds that they have to fight their way through here, Aurora. So absolutely could be OT still. We'll see if that surprise secondary AWP is going to be a thing again. It definitely can be. Setting up a very common default here. Smokes in the middle. They stretch out into Palace. They got the bomb dropped in T-spawn, so we know they're not going to do anything super early. Wacardia is actually secondary opening towards short instead. So a little bit of a different position, trying to keep it fresh, keep it interesting. Woxic, not been the best map for him just yet. The primary opening on this map, there are so many grenade protocols to get rid of you in window and CT spawn, like you're just all the time smoked off. It's kind of frustrating. Where's the bomb picked up now? Seems like they've made up their minds. Max Core's in the B hallways. What's his role going to be in this? Okay, they're giving the bomb back now. I thought they were going to go A, but never mind.
Bomb makes his way towards B apartments, but A split's still very likely here. Kixan, defensive util at the ready. So he spots a pixel.
They're running all over the place. Yeah, you're right. It is going to be the A split. They just took a while to kind of figure out who was going to carry on the bomb, I guess.
Nice defensive snow from Kixan. He gets one towards the A ramp at the 30-second mark as well. They're going to have to push through that, Anders. No two ways about it. They have to try and contact in, pop it open. In they go.
Whew. Didn't even see him, but the dock is gone. Max Core, they know where he is. There's nothing he can do to win the round any longer. That's so well played. The smoke, you're right. Like, not much of a chance once that's up.
Zero chance. Clean round. You really want to take this AWP out of Max Core's hands. He won't be able to buy one next. They have $1,900 loss bonus into the following round. So him saving the AWP is actually kind of huge.
Felt like a kind of a confusing round even before they even got close to an execute. Like they were running around the T-spawn, carrying the bomb back and forth, and it felt like that they spent like 20 seconds doing that. Not that the time was necessarily the biggest factor in the round, but just kind of an awkward scenario when you seem like you don't quite know what's going to be happening. 9-12. Wow, what could you do here? The AWP, you could go one of those boosts in the middle.
Yeah,
on top of your own smoke.
Yeah. Probably what they'll do.
Straight up peeking it. And Wacardia with a perfect jump on over.
Yeah, fancy for a work. Good understanding what he could be up against there. Gets the most valuable target, Max Core. Gafolo will recover the AWP. Bear in mind, he has no Kevlar. This definitely was an eco. Hoping to find a timing here. You're going to wait until he's just committed to the jump and then try and pounce on him. Use the sound cues as intel.
Yeah. He's trying to find the rhythm in those jumps, but unfortunately they've kind of evaporated now. Jimmy's gone back into the corner, and Wacardia, it's the easiest kill of his life. Jimmy peeks on out. It's really great work on the defense.
It's more like it. No mistakes from here on out. 12 to 10. 2 to go. Zantares looking to close things out here. Oh, he's missed him. 4x3.
So every time Zantares makes the choice to go a little bit aggressive, it kind of backfires.
Seems to work out. He's lost the AK again, brother. Oh, that's a shame. That's just really unlucky, I suppose. It was actually a good push. He had a freebie. I'm not sure if it was 4x3. It looked like it was to me.
Yeah, it could have been.
I know he does play 1289-60.
Kixan here is an unlikely off angle. Can you really peek this? Not quick enough to follow. Kixan with pretty good confidence, but RDM will find the headshots. 15 seconds, bomb obviously on the other side, so can't really win the round. But you can make it more expensive, and you can try and save this AWP into the next one as well. Aurora climbed to 10 rounds.
They wouldn't have the AWP otherwise. It's actually kind of a massive frag they pick up on Zantares there. If he gets that frag, they have no AWP going forward. Now they certainly do. Not a problem for RDN. He can be dropped an AK by MaxCorp, get himself Kevlar and nades, and they've actually got a pretty nice buy. It's actually kind of a big deal. They saved that. So look at that replay. I'm sure that's what we're going to see. There we go, Anders. Oh, yeah. I don't think it was a 4x3 moment. Let me go check his res. Let's go before I
go find
shit.
out.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Well, while you're doing that, we're getting into round number 23. It's crunch time right now for DENDELE. They can feel the pressure of every single mistake, of every opening kill that goes the way of Aurora. But this one is RDN. Set up with Gafolo on the flashbang, and they delete Wacardia. He's been a real nightmare in the middle. RDN, the spray is amazing. He's taken down Zantares too. Finally, they get one in return. It's all on the line right here. They've got no room for error, Aurora. 3 more kills, and we are on nuke.
Where do they finish things up? Plenty of time, resources, and a man advantage. Kicks in the fly in the ointment here. There's a chance he could time this well. You can see Doc patrolling towards the palace. They've got no idea this flank is coming through. Kixan will need both kills around. There's one will not be enough. He needs the double kill, and it's actually possible.
And if he does that, he's got the bomb as well, Henry. So I like that setup, that framing for it. Has he got the trigger discipline?
Go for broke here. Go for the big play. One is not enough.
Yeah, you are mind melded with him, Henry. That's exactly what he's going to be doing. Oh, you asked, and he has delivered.
Love that. Well played. Only way they win the round if he gets 2.
And that's the bomb on the ground. What a huge turnaround. Oh, DENDELE, it was right there for the taking, and now they're desperate. AWP to try and walk in here. Look at how many angles MaxCorp has to, check just to find the bomb even. His teammate's so far away.
Keep it cool, Kixan. This is a heist of a round. Doc behind enemy lines.
Look at the position for Jimmy. If they go B, they're auto dead. It has to be A, I think.
Yeah, that's the right place to go. To be fair, 1 kill from Woxic secures the round. A tag is not bad.
Grenade might do it. It's almost enough. He's down to 2 health.
Oh, he's in trouble now.
The grenade might have done it there. Oh,
he's in trouble.
Wait a minute. Doc, he's been a supreme player. He's taken down Woxic to start with. But the fact that they're even on the site, the fact that they even got the bomb planted is already a bit of a nightmare for Aurora.
Got to move fast.
You must. They do not have a smoke either. They've got an incendiary, but they can't put that much pressure on. Doc is dead. All right.
Wow.
They seal the deal here. They don't let that one go. Kixan on the quad kill, but the flank is obviously what really does it.
It's a real thinking man's play there from Kixan. Knew what he had to do, knew the objective. As I mentioned, 1 would simply not be enough. Had to go for the big player. My God, did he find it? Got a bit scary there. Squeaky bum time towards the end with the Woxic tag and no frag. But pretty comfortable retake in the end. 1 round away from overtime. Bomb goes down, thankfully, so they do have a buy here, but it's
a good point.
Going to be mainly Galil's and a couple of AKs. Some open runway to get it to overtime, Anders. 2-0, looking to eliminate DENDELE from the tournament. Wacardia bravely ventures in towards the underpass. No one home, but lots of information garnered for Aurora. The fact you see no one there is massive.
Yeah, the information kicks in.
Jimmy can fall back now. Once Vicaria confirms it's clear, it might not even matter.
Yeah, Centaurus getting the kills as well. Overtime is looking very likely. It's a flashbang to set it up, but Kicksan still a thorn in their side from that window. 2 kills is what he's got so far. Captain of the team. He got a quad in the last round and now working on another multi. This is real great work.
Just don't throw the round. The bomb's down towards top and middle.
I still feel like they can't. All right, Woxie's going to be able to find this one on Koala. And it's overtime, ladies and gentlemen. Follow goes down last. Bacardi with a very, very confident second half here on the CT side. And now that Kicksan started to step it up, this is super scary for DENDELE.
Should have closed this game. We said they didn't look themselves in that first map. They looked fantastic though in the second. Running away with it at times as well. Another huge lead. Squandered. Given up. Some great rounds there. Kicksan saving the day, and the most important of them all with that backstab towards T-Spawn. And it's a full reset now. Advantage Aurora. They're the ones feeding themselves. Yeah, you can see it as well. Huge round. 2-0 back on the menu. No one towards A. Suggest a set piece. Maybe a fast B split here. Traditional smokes go down.
Great test of the strength of Aurora as well on the mental side, right? Being behind, having to claw your way back. I feel like these are the kind of things that kind of shake a team together a little bit. You build some good memories when you're able to do this in a tournament where, again, like at the start of the season here, you need to do this now.
It's always good for the coach as well, seeing a team doesn't give up. They stay fighting to the very end.
Yeah.
It's a new team, new language, new stars. It's going to take some time, but so far so good. Kicksan, massive output, but the AWP strikes back. 3 versus 3 for now. Smoked off towards the B apartments. Jimmy not known to play up close and personal like this. He might be overlooked.
Yeah, but the fact that he's here means they can rotate back to A, because they were all on the B bomb side there, Aurora. They were pretty much fully rotated. And Jimmy, he's done great work. That is a huge kill.
Well, they know he hasn't vacated the premises, though, so they can go up towards short, guaranteeing his position.
But they have to be worried about Bacardi. They know that he's the second, player on the B bomb side. And they don't know where he is at the moment. So that's probably why they're a little bit nervous. You need to have one eye on the hallway and then your other eye somewhere inside of the bomb side is what they think. But Bacardi is really far back. He's holding the window.
They've got a Molotov. They can Molotov the apartments and plant.
Okay.
That should be the play, yeah.
They are quiet. Just 13 seconds. There we go. That's the plan, but it goes deep. Jimmy's already on the other side of it, and there comes Bacardi. Yes, great spray down. They're not the most flashy kills here for JimFat, but the fact that he's able to push in and find that and turn it into that 2v3 is huge.
That's why he's known as one of the best B players on Mirage. It's not the flashiest or sexiest position on the map, but he gets the job done. 18 and 13 for him. Kicksan up to 20, by the way, up there with Vicaria.
Yes.
One of those fragging in-game leaders. 1-0, Aurora snatched the lead in their favor.
What did they win? 4 or 5 at the end of regulation to get into OT?
Yeah.
And now starting off with a win here in overtime. So it's a good string around.
It was 12-8.
Yeah.
We said 4 would be possible. Certainly was. Doubts creeping into the minds of DENDELE players now. You realize this was your opportunity. You didn't go over the line, and now you've lost the advantage looking down the barrel of elimination here in the group stages. I don't think anyone expected them to make the final 8, but they would have liked to have at least picked up a map today.
Yeah. And this one could have been it. Maybe should have been it. Deep incendiary. All the way to the top of mid. DENDELE. Where's that last bit of strength? Doc and RDN have been playing a really strong game on Mirage. Especially, I feel like, on the T side. They've been having the entries. They know what they're doing in the middle. But they need to close the rounds out once they find that. They do have a Palace player in Koala kind of hanging out, so see if we can find a good finish towards the A-bomb side. I feel like at least 1 out of the 3 rounds here in OT, the first half's got to go their way.
Santares, given the chance, he's hitting the shots, but his plays and decisions in the mid-round have been over-aggressive at times. This one looking very, very good, though. It's going to be the opening frag. He just needs to reel it in now. Go join the teammates. Job's done.
That smoke is up just as Santares gets the kill. So even if they wanted to kind of convert that into a push on A, it's going to be really tricky. They run into the HE. Oh, Kixan holding his teammate while Cardi was completely blind. The fact that Cardi is over here is a nightmare as well. They know DENDELE. It's going to be a heavily defended bomb site. The Kixan, he's played so well in the last couple of rounds. Another multi, a triple for the captain of the team. Leaves RDN. Bomb on his back here, but they're waiting on the other side already.
Oh,
wait a minute. A missed shot here.
Okay, maybe go B.
Yeah. He can escape. No, wait, he can't. Jimmy's already there in CT spawn waiting. And honestly, that might be a position you're not expecting Jimmy to come from. You know he's the B anchor. He's already in CT spawn, ready to catch you. Aurora up to 14.
Santara's there. One of his signature moves. Drops out smoke himself. Real deep one. Uses it to find a pick. We've always talked about his AK-47 on the CT side as well. And kicks in it right. Another triple.
Brilliant.
He has kept them in this. He might have locked in the 2-0 here single-handedly. Playing like an absolute beast right now. Good pressure at the start.
Actually great, yeah.
It's an A execution, but looks things here. On the contact play, they're smoked off again. They might have to reconsider. There's that double off once more. 3-0 looking likely now. They have 0 map control. They're stuck behind a smoke at A ramp, 3 of them. Bomb making his way back towards T-spawn. We have got Gafolo in towards the B apartments. He's going underpass right now, so they've literally got nothing on the map to work with. Gonna have to full reset this one, but you have no idea. The CT's taken mid control.
Yeah.
Have they got aggressive here? And they certainly have. You know Xantares is getting stuck in.
He loves it. He's flashed in around the corner. They're gonna hear the flashbang, but you're right, like the uncomfortable position on the T side when you lose all the map control and you have to crawl back through the map to find anything just to get into position to even execute onto a bomb site. 3 people on B as well, Henry. There's a fake execute happening on the A bomb site. Smoke down towards CT spawn, some flashes. It will pull back a couple of... Wait a minute. They're going back through underpass. So maybe it's more of like a wrap kind of situation here. Getting Doc into the window. See if they could get the bomb even closer. 30 seconds on the clock here. There's a player in sandwich at Kixan. If he could finish here with another multi-kill, that would be sublime. 25 seconds on the clock. Getting down to the wire now as DENDELE try to get close. But Wakadia, he's AWPing from CT spawn. You'd never expect it. It's a good leg shot, even if Gafolo gets that one. Kixan coming in with more, and Xantares to close out the round. 3 in a row in overtime as Aurora are up to 15.
Well, what can you say about that one? They get to overtime. The hard work was done in regulation, the 4 in a row, and they keep the streak going and take it up to 7.
What a dynamic defense with like intermittent double AWPing. Wakadia sometimes, you know, playing that short B position, but sometimes he's in A all the way in the front. This time he was AWPing the, you know, the ticket booth. You don't know what's happening.
Has to be said, Woxic, if you look back at his career, like the last 5 years, he'd normally be the ones taking those sort of fights. It seems like Wakadia is the more aggressive AWPer out of the 2 of them now, which is wild to think.
He's doing everything.
He's a lot more disciplined and calm these days, Woxic.
That is true. Oh, here we go. They want to close it out. The killer instinct is back. Wakadia with the opening. They weren't ready. Doc is dead. A little bit of an attempted flick there. Max Core, you must step it up. You must get another kill. The bomb's still in T-spawn. They've actually won the bomb site without even bringing the essential package with them. Kixan does it again. RDN finds one in the middle, but they can't get the spray down. Xantares with the headshot leaving Koala. 1 versus 3. Trying to hold on to the series. They can knock Kixan. 27 kills and a triple to end the series with as Aurora take it in overtime.
It looked like they were down and out. They were 12-8 down. DENDELE were firing on all cylinders. They finally found their form in this tournament, but unfortunately, we say goodbye to the Brazilians and hello to Aurora, who are getting better and better as series go by. They'll continue their run in the lower bracket. DENDELE didn't look themselves today. Cash was very disappointing. Mirage was better, and they'll be gutted. That's the way they exit the tournament, Anders.
Yeah, unfortunately, it just wasn't strong enough this time, but definitely an up-and-coming team. I'm excited for it, and excited to see what the desk have to say about them as well.
Totally understandable if DENDELE right now is a little bit gutted about the feeling of not making it over the finish line. They put up a good fight on the second map, especially on Mirage. Rocker in a winning position, but I guess it's the old saying, you know, close, yet so far.
Yeah, I think it was a matter of inexperience. I think they actually had the situations in the regular time where they could, you know, a little bit more sharpness, a little bit more decisiveness, I think they could have shut it down and went to the third map. But yeah, like Aurora showed the experience. The captain leading from the front had a lot of massive impact in the crucial round. So yeah, Aurora deserved it.
Felt like DENDELE had it all under control until this guy happened. Kixen joining us by the desk right now. Let's start off where it's a little bit fun. First map, Cash for you guys. Seem to be in control, seem to be playing well. Is that a map you guys have been working on a lot to integrate into your map pool?
Yeah, I mean, it's a map that most of us like, and we've been working on it a lot. I would say the results haven't been the best, but I feel like that doesn't show how good we are on the map. So right now we have like 50% win rate, so it doesn't look the best, but we feel pretty comfortable on the map.
I know it's a bit older map, and I know you've been playing Counter-Strike for some time, but do you like Cash coming back into the mix? Is it a map that you like?
Yes, I love Cash. I mean, I never played it in a team before this, because back then when it was in the map pool, I was just playing Face It and this kind of things, but it was one of my favorite maps back then, so I'm happy to see it back.
I also remember from my time and Casper's time as well, playing against Santaris on Cash was impossible. Do you feel that as well? Does he have a good feeling for the map, and is that a player you can utilize maybe a bit more on the map?
Yeah, of course. I mean, even when Cash came out, he just said, "I'm so happy, guys. Feel really good on this map." And he has a lot of ideas from the past, but also I feel like the meta is changing a bit, so he's also up with the meta and he's adapting well.
Speaking of struggling a little bit and things changing, Mirage was a map where you guys were trailing for the vast majority. Seemed like you couldn't find your footing. From your perspective, what was lacking in the first, let's say, 24 rounds?
I would say on T side they just kept playing super aggressive on mid, which is something we didn't expect. I mean, we saw it 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds, but it just kept happening, and they punished us a few times. But we still got 5 rounds without a pistol, so I think it was an okay half. On City side, I think we just obviously again lost the pistol. We lost the first gun round, and it was already like 11-5, I think.
Yeah.
So I don't think we played that bad as the score might have looked, like 11-5. It was just 2 pistols lost and 1 or 2 clutches that we could have won.
Could you feel like during the game, like you had a lot of like pushes and mini pushes going? Could you feel like by getting these kills, like the tempo went out of the game because you like constantly like disrupted their plans?
Yeah, we knew what's their playstyle, so you cannot let them play because they're playing with a lot of fakes and pulling rotations, so you need to be kind of 1 step ahead of them. So if you get a space and you like push somewhere and do something, you destroy their plan, and then their second plan will not be the best. So that was our goal on the City side, and I think we did it really good.
Looking a little bit on map 1 again, like I think you played a good Cash. We've actually seen some like really good Cash T side, also from your opponents, also played really good. Like, what do you think the meta is on the map on the T side right now? Is it fakey? Is it like hitting the bomb sites like scripted from kind of spawn, you know? Or like, how do you see the map right now?
I think recently it changed a bit compared to, let's say, 1 month ago. I feel like right now everyone is just hitting the sides. I feel like at the start everyone had all of these mid retakes with molly sandbags, molly vent, molly short, but then the cities found good reactions to HE boost and those kind of things. So right now I feel like the T side is avoiding mid a little bit, especially in the late round. Early round you can get out, but if you don't get out early, it's super hard to go out mid later in the round. So I would say early round the danger is mid, but later it's the sides A and B.
Okay. Big picture stuff for you guys in Aurora. Naturally, it's still a work in progress, you know, trying to fit together playstyles. We spoke a bit about, you know, the balance from your point of view of giving freedom to players, but also honing it in when needed to be. Is that something you feel in practice is moving forward, or is it still a question for you how much freedom you actually need to give them and how strict you have to be with how you play?
I would like my team to have freedom because I think all of them are really good players and skilled. They have good ideas and they know how to play the game, obviously. So I would like them to have freedom, but I would say that maybe we need to learn a bit better how to use that freedom. I would say that some of them are not maybe used to having that much freedom, let's say. I'm not sure how to say it in the best way, but I think everyone just needs time to get used to this way of playing. And yeah, I mean, obviously I have the last call when it comes to the T sides, but I'm always open to give the freedom to the players because with the players I have, I think they can give a lot of information in the mid-round or get a kill or make a move that can win us the round.
Speaking of expectations as well, you know, for Aurora in this tournament, do you have a bare minimum? Is that making the playoff, or are we still too early in the journey for you guys to set up those goals?
To be honest, officially we haven't talked about setting a goal for this event or even for the next 2 events. I think right now it's just we are trying to just make progress because, you know, it's challenging. It's basically a new team. Some of the players never played internationally. We had only 1 month, so it's just about making progress, and we'll see where we are in a few months.
Slow and steady. Thank you so much for joining us, Kirkson, and best of luck in the rest of the tournament. For us, though, we move over to James Banks, who caught up with one of the losers from DENDELE.
For DENDELE, the run to Porto ends here, and they did put up a fight within at least this last map of it. Coachy, just talk to me for you personally, being Portuguese as well, having the chance to make it to Porto. How disappointing is it not to just go out 0-2, but also know you had a chance across both series in some ways, if people look at the game correctly?
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. Not sure everyone looks at scoreline and didn't watch the game. But I think the game with Spirit was super close. We lost all 4 pistol rounds and we got donked, right? Donk was on fire. So I really think we won most of the first gun rounds. So I think we could have won against Spirit actually, or at least won at one of the maps.
I think Cash 100% is my eyes.
Yeah, and we lost some stupid rounds. Today, I think it's exactly the same, because on Cash, we won all the first gun rounds, we lost all pistols, and then we lost against USPs. It was way closer than the 13-7. I mean, it was as close, it was at Mirage that went to overtime. But then on Mirage, we had the game, 5v3 to close it, and we didn't. It feels so bad. The event is very close to my house. I would love to go and be there and be the only Portuguese there, but not possible.
Not possible for this time, right? But looking at just what happened on this Mirage, you were 12-8 up. You mentioned the 5v3 as well. What are you seeing from your players that starts to go wrong in these situations?
Yeah, we get very nervous. I don't know if people noticed. We have the perfect round to close out the match, and Doc was in apps, and he shoot the wall by mistake, one single shot, and we canceled the call. Went back, and then everything. We didn't know what to do after that, because it was a surprise tactic there, and yeah. So these kind of mistakes, my kids, I still call them kids.
I understand that.
My players are still not that experienced, not that they are super young, not that experienced in this kind of games, and you need that little extra to close, because then Aurora managed with all the experience they have to close it out, and we didn't. But I think it's a 50-50 game. I think we are as good as them. So I think next time they will play with us, they will think like, these guys are good. So let's watch out.
And it is, at the moment when we're looking at this, very small details between how far maybe DENDELE could go in some of these events and not. When you're now going to go back home and get working, I know they've been in Europe for a long time, but what's the push going forward? What's next for you guys? How are you going to keep improving and maybe see you more at these kind of events, which I know is very important?
Yeah, I think that's exactly the breakthrough we need, is actually to come to these events more often. Now the region is really stacked. South America is crazy right now, right? With 3 teams in the top 10. So it's hard to get slots there because the teams are way much better, but that's what we need, qualify to bigger events, come here more often. But I think we are one of the teams that actually can do damage. If you take a look at some of the other teams that comes, they are not that dangerous. I think when we come, we play solid, and yeah, we need more experience, and I think we will get there.
Any final words to the fans out there? You can do it in Portuguese as well if you want.
Obrigado a todos que nos apoiaram, tanto do Brasil quanto de Portugal. É uma pena não poder estar a representar Portugal e um bocado do Brasil também na Blast Open. Mas quem sabe numa próxima oportunidade. Obrigado a todos.
Thank you very much for your time, Coach. We'll see you next time, man.
See you, man. Great to be here.
A tough loss to take, especially when you can come so close in many situations, and especially when you're 12-8 up. You look like you have Aurora on the edge, right? And that's when some of that, well, he was talking about the experience, right? You guys were talking about it, the hesitation and the nerves come in, and we spoke about that with Doc specifically, didn't we?
We did. Like, he was the focus of my attention, at least from the Spirit game, where a lot of the good situations, he just needed to reach out and like go for it, right? And obviously, him shooting a wall is not exactly the same, but the chaos that happens around going off script or not being present in the moment, that's the real danger for that team, that they need to learn from it, that next time they have these situations where they can smell the victory, they can smell, you know, a good result, that they don't, you know, stand back and then let the big dogs do their thing, because then they will lose.
Yeah.
You need to be there.
That's the thing, right? You need to capitalize on the opportunity that you brought to the table yourself, because they did play well up until that point. They were doing a lot of good stuff. They were applying pressure to Aurora, and in isolation, they're going to be disappointed right now they didn't push it to a third map, but no guarantees they would have beaten Aurora on Nuke. You know, I personally don't think they would have, you know, but if anything, I think there's a lot to look at right here. A lot of the stuff you've seen in the demos and a lot of the tendencies you've seen from some of these players is stuff they can use to learn and hopefully get better next time they have an opportunity at playing a Tier 1 event. But for now, I think it's pretty evident and pretty clear that the team and the players are not ready to contest the likes of Spirit or Aurora. And let's be completely honest, that's not bad, you know. We're talking about a Spirit who...
difference, right, between
that's
these
the thing,
rankings.
we're talking about a Spirit who just won a trophy, who may be the best team in the world, and you're talking about Aurora that was in the semi-final of the major, at least the core of that lineup, you know, a couple of months ago. So if you're DENDELE, don't be disappointed, you know. Sure, you can be disappointed in the moment, but overall, I think they showed, you know, that they're still a competitive team, but with a lot of things to learn. And just a quick bit of focus on their T-sides, Rugger, that you were specifically on. Do you think, like, if they get past some of these things, they've got that fundamental base to work on the T-sides, on how the team plays, that they could be successful?
I think their T-sides are really, really, really solid. And also remember that the reason why they don't close this game out is because something happens that like you cannot really plan for, you know? Like, he shoots the wall, they slow everything down, Kuksen finds the perfect timing, right? Like, the T-sides are solid in theory, and I think they executed it 85% of the time to a very, very high degree. For them, it just sucks that the last 15% is some of the rounds that hurts the most, right? The anti-eco on Cash and the round at 12-10 or whatever it was here today.
This was like the perfect start for them as well, to close this out and have a 13-10 win.
Yeah, 100%, you know, but also, you know, as much as DENDELE, they're going to look at this round, they're going to think to themselves, we should have won this, you know, 100%.
Yeah.
5v3, you have plenty of time to work with, but also want to give a quick moment to Kixen for being as proactive as he is in a scenario like that. He's well aware he has to do something, he finds the gap in towards ramp, he then continues to push, and a lot of players would have killed the first guy, you know, in middle, and made it a 3v3, and all of a sudden you think, okay, we have a winnable position right here. He goes for the gold, he waits, you know, and waits, and all of a sudden he's gifting a multi-kill in middle. So in that regard, it also shows what experience can give you. That's not Kixen being a better aimer than his opposition, that Kixen just understanding the game on a little bit of a higher level.
Well, as you're glazing a bit of Aurora in there, we got a team ski clip from round 10. It was a 3v5 win for Aurora.
Guys, whenever you're ready, play. Okay, we are walking out, I peek. Op jungle. He's holding you.
Yeah, I'm not picking.
I'm in con, guys.
I'm just waiting your contact.
Con, it's A player. Con. Two top con.
I smoke jungle, I'm planting
Wait for John,
boys.
Wait for John.
Bro, you molotov.
Stairs and short. Stay alive. Kill, boys. Joker.
Con.
There, con left side.
Smoke me as well.
Try to kill him, Ali.
Sound!
Off city, should be off city.
Above
One more city.
I have Op as well.
They can't go through.
Line.
Can be out. Where is it planted? Let's kill, boys. I have a cross.
Ticket. He cannot leave.
Economy is important.
He cannot leave.
Nice! Santi, bro. It's okay, bro. It's okay. Shit happens, man.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's a really good insight to the two different styles, you know. Like, you have Aurora, that is a lot of, you know, in your face, small comms here, small comms there, that makes them, you know, turn around, because I actually think what DENDELE is doing is putting themselves up for success, right? They retake con, they go into con, they get the first kill, but before they can like follow through with a new plan that really like sets them in the winning position, Aurora understands, highlights, it's the A player, you know, takes the room while they are focusing on middle, and that's also what ends up, you know, giving them the advanced positions that they can kill, you know, the players trying to come in, hold the short plan, go behind CT, all these things that makes it so annoying trying to retake A, because you don't know if you can actually move forward on the map.
Looking at this for Aurora in a little bit more detail, though, I know it's only a win over DENDELE, but I mean, from what we've seen, from a bit of insights in the TeamSpeak clips, from winning some of these disadvantaged situations, is this at least a team you're seeing some growth from?
It's for me, it's too early to tell, to be completely honest. I think my position stands firm. I don't think they're ready yet. I don't think they're ready to be a factor in this tournament. Maybe they can sneak their way into a playoff with a bit of an upset, you know, but beating any good team, any team like Spirit, even beating a struggling NAVI or Falcons, I seem to be very difficult for me to imagine that happening. I think it's a team with a lot of potential. I think over time Kixen will figure it out, but I haven't changed my opinion watching the first two games for Aurora right here. They're still not ready for contesting for the big guys.
Well, that's what it's all about, right? Getting up to that level and testing for those trophies. But our next two teams, they definitely are looking at trophies. It's G2 and Spirit. That's the game that's coming up next. But before that, a quick break.
Hey guys, this is Mahone, and I'm gonna break down how the pros hold long A on Dust 2 so you can do it just like them too. Let's go. Usually at the start of the round, you want to pay attention to the spawns. That's because only the best spawn for the CTs gets past this corner before the best T spawn peaks. So the best use of the spawn is to try to get a Molotov down at the doors right away to stop a potential rush. Now keep in mind, if you don't have the best spawn, the Ts can already be holding you. With a Molotov down at doors, the next component is to have a second person throw flashes to blind the Ts as they come out. One of the most common ways to do this is just over the building from the long crossing. The flash will blind Ts holding from the doors, so even if you don't have the best spawn, you get a brief window to cross the angle. It's possible to throw this flash too early, so the timing to throw this flash is at 1:49, which leads to the earliest a T can be at the doors. The Molotov and flash gives you a good initial defense, but Ts with the best spawn can run straight to blue bin before the Molotov lands. So another option for the Molotov is to throw it behind the blue bin, which stops Ts from sitting there. And as for a potential T at the entrance, you can use this smoke at the start of the round. The smoke is thrown from elevator, flies over the buildings, then bounces off the top of long house and drops into the doors. This smoke limits Ts from holding the long corner, which gives you an isolated fight on the T crossing to blue bin. But keep in mind, if you want to peek the doors with the best spawn, it won't land in time. The blue bin Molotov and long doors smoke takes away a lot of positions for the Ts, but what if the Ts are fully committed to taking long? There will be flashes or a corner smoke preventing you from holding the entrance. To ensure your Molotov still lands even while blind, you can use this lineup where you run sideways facing the wall and release as soon as you reach the corner. Facing the wall reduces how much you get blinded, and it also removes the need to step forward to throw the Molotov, which means you can cross the pit without any additional movement, and it lowers the chance the T catches you mid-throw. To fight the corner smoke, you can throw a counter flash to blind the Ts pushing up. And this is a flash your teammate can throw for you. The goal of the flash is to have it pop on the left side of long and behind you so you don't need to turn. This flash will blind Ts hugging the wall, as the 149 flash won't get them. With this flash, you can swing to the left side of the smoke or push through the smoke to catch Ts directly behind it. So with these extra steps, let's say you fought off the initial push. What's a good spot to hold from? There's this position at the pit where you aren't directly holding the doors but the side of the blue bin. The idea is to catch the Ts at the moment they have to clear the right side. You can also use this lineup to re-smoke the doors without exposing yourself too much, giving you time to reposition. So that's what you can do if you have long control, but what do you do if you're forced to fall back? If you back up to the long crossing, you can use this smoke that lands at the middle of long to delay Ts from pushing up. The smoke covers the entire choke point, which allows you to move freely between car and CT spawn. And as well, you can use the smoke to push up close to fight the Ts. And that is the last piece of how to hold Dust 2 long A like the pros.
As the teams get themselves set up and ready for a game that will qualify them to blast Open Porto. Whether it's the semis or the quarters, that'll be decided later on, but it is an important game for both these teams. We're gonna have some fun again, boys! And you guys actually took part in making this possible. So I suggested, let's try and make the Danish dream team, but not of old school players, of actively current players. And Pimp went, you idiot, that's a horrible idea, but I'll make it slightly better. So you are gonna do the Danish team, and you're gonna make the active Danish team. Rugger is gonna make one from Swedish players who are actively playing, and then we are going to debate how and who would win in that best of 3 between those two countries right now. So how do you wanna begin this? Do you wanna go like roll by roll if I let you both start with maybe your IGL? Pimp, you want to go first?
Yeah, sure, we can do that. The reason why I didn't like the idea is that it's such a tough task, right now to build a Danish dream team.
But you like to work hard. You like tough tests.
True, but it's also to a point where the wording of it feels, vague for me, because we can't build a Danish dream team right now. Danish Counter-Strike has never been worse than it is right now.
Rugger tried.
Yeah, he tried. He failed. Don't blame him
here. So.
Exactly. I don't blame him. I blame the player material, but. Let's try. In-game leading role. I was actually very, very close not picking this guy, which may sound controversial, but I'm going to go with Kerrigan. Surprise, surprise, he's going to be my in-game leader for this team. But I'll be honest, with the way he's playing individually at the moment, that's not going to work out on a Danish dream team, because that only works out when you have Monesi, Nico, and everyone else around him to kind of make up for that. So
just nodded along.
It was between him and BlameF being my in-game leader, but I'm going to go with Kerrigan to begin with.
Okay, wait a sec. So you sacrificed firepower of BlameF for the amazing leadership qualities of Karrigan, while you don't have such... Okay. Rugger, what you got for me on the Swedish side?
I'm going to go for Brollan, even though he's not in-game leading right now. I think him playing individually, a little bit the same story when it comes to the Danish one. You need to be able to have a high individual level, and I think he outmatches the other competitors that could be the in-game leader for a full Swedish team. So I'm picking him based off his experience in the calling department and that he's a very good individual.
Who else were you looking at potentially in the Swedish IGL world right now?
I was looking at LNC just because like the experience he has had throughout the last couple of years, like doing a little bit of everything, like playing Western European, going to South America, like he's tried a little bit of everything, you know. And even then he also got the experience playing with some of the best Swedish players in the past, and also Device. So like I think he has earned his spot to be into contention at least. Sorry.
That's all right, don't worry. Sometimes words are very hard. I do the same thing every now and again. I also like the Brollan pick because if we put him back on an all-Swedish lineup, I remember when he gave an interview, and obviously it's not really possible that much anymore, but he was saying, I just want to speak Swedish. I don't like having to do this English, international talk. It's just part of, sadly, where CS is at right now for him personally. All right, what role do you want to go for next, Pimpy?
Let's go with the AWP role. You know?
Oh, okay.
Another role where we have no one good to offer. Almost.
What do you mean?
Almost.
Good Device.
Yeah, well, that's the issue. You know, I said good. Anymore, I'm not sure if Device is cut for it. He was close. It was between this guy I brought in and Device. J-Bone, you know, what he's done in FaZe so far, he's interesting. Is it fair to say that he has to be part of a dream team already? I mean, we need to see a bit more, but that also speaks volume in the lack of quality we have in that role, because you're looking at J-Bone, you're looking at Stown, you're looking at Device, who is over his best days. I could have gone with Device, and that would have been as an AWPing in-game leader instead of Karrigan. That could have worked out, but I opted to go with J-Bone and maybe a bit of youth here.
All right, I like J-Bone. I think he's super aggressive, fun, explosive, has the tricks and the flashiness to it, but I'm really surprised you didn't go for Device. He's still active. You think he's washed?
I mean, he's not washed, and he
could. There you go. You're being nice.
A good player, yeah. And in all honesty, I may regret it, you know, as we go down the line. But there's a world where you replace Karrigan with Device and let him in-game lead as a rifle.
Do you think Device could be someone that transitions to IGL?
I advocated for it. That was my project in the beginning. We just, you know, didn't find the proper fit in that team at the given moment. I think he has all the qualities. The question is whether he wants to or not. But he had it. I think he was really good at it.
Okay, Rugger, where are you going next then? Who's going to be your author?
I'm going to go with my former player.
JW.
I never coached him, but sure. No, I'm going to go Fousey. Fousey from Aurora.
Oh, okay. Fousey. So a lot of people said, well, some of them walking behind us right here, that he life-gamed against Spirit. Was it a life game, or how deep can he go? How good can this guy be? He's been all over the world with his teams.
I think like probably not live game, but it's up there, you know, like, but that's also what he brings you, you know, like sometimes he just like takes off, and that's something you need in an all, you know, Swedish lineup. You need to have that ability, a little bit like we talked about with Wrinkle, right? That the peaks needs to be super high for some of the teams to have a fighting chance, right? So I'm gonna go with him also because he's really good with the rifle, good with pistol, so he can be utilized a little bit also in the rifle role.
Why do you think he had this fall off? Because their conversation right now was Hooksy said he was too harsh on them. Fousey said like he was struggling with like everything that was just happening at the time. What did you see? Because you were behind the team. You were there every day.
I think like coming from these like up and coming teams or teams that has, you know, a couple of peaks here and there, going into what I would call a tier 1 environment, there is a lot of ass on you as a player, right? And you have a transition period where you need to show that you are like capable of taking the feedback, capable of growing as a person, capable of growing as a teammate as well. So I think that's the period of time that we're talking about with him, that he needs to come through it chest high and then work and show it on the other side of this.
Very nice. I'm going to stop asking you guys too many questions because we need to go a little bit faster. That's on me. Pimpy, where are you going next? What role are you taking?
No bueno. My playmaker, the only playmaker we have in the MCEST. Currently also the best Danish player I feel we have to offer.
He can do anything.
He can do anything. I think he's good. He seems to be a smart guy as well. Still seems to be a lot of stuff that he can improve on as well. So there's a bit of potential in him. But the way he's performing right now, I know bueno. He has to be part of the dream team.
Rugger, your playmaker.
Nilo.
Ooh, okay, I like it.
He's going a little bit under the radar, like with his history in and off the scene and stuff. But I think if you put him into a role where he's the secondary playmaker, right? So where he doesn't need to take all the dirty fights, but he can utilize his brain, find some gaps here and there. Like he reminds me a lot about Steven when he came up. Like I think they have a little bit similar play style. So I think like he's a no-brainer if you want a good Swedish team.
Okay, next.
csgo has to be part of it, you know. I think he can also do a bit more than he's doing in Falcons.
Can't do any openings.
Well, to some degree, I think he can be the second guy, and you know, him and Stair could work well in a pair. I think people forget csgo and what he used to do in Heroic and how much he was active in Heroic as well.
Some of the best spray controls.
That too, you know. Whereas I feel like in Falcons he's limited in his role, you know, for good reason. You're not taking away space from Niku or Kyusuke or Monesi for that matter as well. So I think csgo has more to offer in a role on a team where he's supposed to do a little bit more.
Okay, Raga, over to you.
Easy. Mr. Res. Like you have to, like he together with what we saw against Spirit from Fosi, he has the highest peaks in all of Sweden, right? The question is the stability, right? But I think it goes to say that he is the one that will make you competitive if you want to aim upwards with the team all from Sweden.
Nicely, and the last role to complete your team's Pimp. I'm going to say this. I'm giving Rugger a slight edge right now. What have you got for me?
Well, I can change that completely. We have to bring in blamef. You know, we have to bring in blamef to my.
Not as an IGL.
Not as an IGL. Maybe he can.
What are you going to have him do?
Whatever he wants to. No, he can be a bit of baity. You know, he can be taking care of his own. As said, if you want Stair and csgo to work in pairs, then I can place blamef somewhere on the side of the map and go back to what he honestly does the best, which is lurking a little bit and playing by himself, where he doesn't have to take into too much of an account of what's around him. blamef is underrated. People love to hate on blamef. People love to meme on blamef. Fact of the matter is, he's the one making big competitive for the first time in a year's time now. I think he's a fantastically skilled individual, and you know, he will go down in history as a player that should have gotten more out of his career to some degree. But I think maybe his play style and his repetition, etc., timing maybe of some of these moves as well have held him back. But blamef is still one of the best Danish players, without a doubt.
Raga, what are you doing to make sure you solidify your team as the winners in this best of 3?
I was looking a little bit, you know, like, okay, is it here now? Yes. But I'm still bringing in a guy that will be even better in the future.
Oh, good.
I'm bringing in Mail.
Yes, good choice.
He is like the upcoming talent they have in Sweden.
Yeah.
He might not be for everyone's liking. You talked a little bit about blamef's playstyle. He is also very passive. He reminds me a little bit about Jimmy that we had earlier today. But the highs, the skill, the clutch ability, he is the fit, and he will be even better in the future. So who knows, like, when all the Swedes are done being mercenaries abroad, they can see it happen.
But would you agree with this, right? That with Mail, when he was on Alliance, he had that little tenure there, it was great. And now on Metasport, especially the Metasport before, they didn't use him correctly, and he's kind of stuck in this rut. Like, for me, I just need him to be contract free. Someone help him, buy him out, get him out of this hellhole of Metasport and put him onto a good Swedish team. Because in Alliance, I saw all the things that everyone was talking positively about for this guy.
I think it's the case of, you know, having a very young player. If you have zero expectations for him and you just give him some love, he'll feel really, really good, and you'll get the best out of him, right? And that's why when you sometimes join a project, you maybe wasn't his first pick, and they are also, you know, not maybe just giving him free range, you know, to do whatever he wants. You have a little ask here, the results goes a little bit now, and then all of a sudden, like for a young player, it can also be hard to see, you know, the light at the end of the tunnel.
By the way, what's great about this, I'm just doing some mini calculations in my head. Your team average age is about 27. Yours is probably going to be like 23. You got the UNC team versus the next generation of talent coming up. So
my team sucks.
CS2 is a young man's game. So.
Yeah. Like, when you've done this, and this, remember, this is for everyone at home to realize, this is not like a dream team of all time. This is a dream team of right now active players in the scene. These are two countries who used to be at different points the very best in Counter-Strike, right? Sweden from the beginning, Sweden in 1.6, and then Danish was in the 2018 to, well, up until COVID, and then it all got ruined. This is the best of what you guys have got. How much confidence do you have in that Danish team to be able to take down what Rugger has built in across a best of 3?
Not a lot, to be completely honest. No, I think it's quite equal, to be completely honest. I think Denmark and Sweden are kind of similar in where they're at right now. You know, the state of Counter-Strike, ever since Fnatic, ever since the Gatsen days where they had two teams. Well, in Denmark we had Astralis and Heroic duking it out and dominating. So there's been periods, but it's like both countries have gotten into a point just like Poland. You know, Poland was super strong for a time being. Had two teams at times, Virtus Pro, ECS, I believe they're called, and then sometimes even a third team, that will be competitive. And I don't know what happens, it's just like the new generation is not as strong as it used to be. I think the whole international, some of the best talents, they get picked off quite early in their career and go international, and you don't have to stay on a Danish team, which I think is hurting for a lot of these players. So it's just not as easy anymore. And I'll be honest, as I said, I don't think Danish Counter-Strike has ever been worse than it is right now from a talent perspective, and hopefully that changes sooner rather than later.
All right, so I have one final question for both of you. Higher or lower chance for Rugged's team to win over Pimp?
Higher.
Higher.
There we go. I like that. And with that, we can segue into our IC market higher and lower time. I know you guys love this so much, so we had to bring this one back. Okay, we're doing a music kit versus a Mac 10
lower.
Higher.
Who did you say love it? It was for sure not me.
I think I'm going to go higher, Pimp. I think you're fading from the beginning.
I think you're
higher.
wrong.
It's a music kit.
Go higher.
Music kits are expensive.
Well, they're annoying. Really?
Yes, bro.
Really?
Oh, souvenir package, but it's Rio 2022. Ooh.
Higher. And Dust 2, lower.
I'll go higher because I'm joining Pimp. Yes.
Oh my God.
Oh, it's lower. It's lower. Oh, okay.
Higher.
My eyesight is bad. I'm going to need to look at this screen. Okay.
Field tested.
Field tested. Yeah, higher.
Higher? You know your skins.
Let's go. That's just.
That's close.
We died on my USP hill yesterday, so I'm probably sitting this one out.
Field tested USP?
Lower, surely, right? There's so many of them.
Nice, Pimp. Yeah. Well done. These are people like these, and it's minimal wear, but it's jewelries. I'm going to risk it and say higher.
I agree.
There we go. Higher.
Higher. Yeah, people like this one. Oh! What was the price of it?
You can get a pair of dual elites. What?
Okay.
That doesn't make any sense.
That's kind of cooked, I'll be honest. But that's it for our IC market higher and lower. We're going to a break. And as we go into the break, don't actually go anywhere. We've got an amazing interview with Zontic and Nerds. Have you made enough improvements? Are you ready enough to challenge Spirit currently, who didn't make any changes?
I mean, it's hard to say, but I want already to fuck them. Like, for me, it's like the most important thing. We had like a really close game in the major. For me, like every time I'm watching the YouTube reels and short, I see this Magic's 1v4. I cannot handle it. So for me, a win today will be super important.
Has it become like a bit more mental as well for you guys? Like you're more hyped up about this game?
100%. For me, at least, I will say individually about myself, I want to win this.
Wrinkles come in for some players. What do you think of this change they made?
It's refreshing for them, I think, but nothing very special about this, I think. We will have to see. They will have to play a few events more to kind of understand where they at the moment. But as I always say, like, if you're not coming to play your best, you can lose to anyone. And G2 is for sure the team that we can lose to if we play bad.
And it could have happened back at the Major. That was one of the craziest games of the Cologne Major, right? So much back and forth. Magic's got his little cans added to the map because of it, so we're still getting lovely additions. Thank you, Val, for something positive within this game. Rugger, you were making a little face there at the end of what Zontix was saying. What do you think of that?
That you can lose to anyone, but I think if you talk historic matchups, I think this is the worst G2 has had for a very, very, very long time. They're like losing, like 6-match losing streak. Last map they won when they picked it was Overpass. Not there. Lost 5 times. Those 2 against each other. Still not rolling on Ancient, which Spirit could also pick. So there's a massive mountain to climb. But I also know that these guys, they do everything they can, you know, behind scenes to actually try and see how do we do it, you know, because they don't just come up and do what they always do. They're here with the plan, and I'm super excited to see how they actually handle this game.
Sort of the same thing as Spirit going up against Falcons, right? They lost, was it 10 in a row before they finally got it done? I think it took Donk, or was it against Vitality? Donk a year and a half to finally beat Saivu or something along the lines. Lost, was it 8 games in a row versus Nico and Monacy as well. So Spirit have had their share of one-sided matchups. This is one where they're comfortable. This is one where the map pool is fitting for them. This is one where the individual skill of G2 is not able to output some of the rule of lines in Counter-Strike in terms of how do you approach certain games strategically speaking. G2 can have a great game plan, but you need players in order to execute that great game plan. And with some players being the old passive upper, they were never able to. My only hope here is that Wrinkle can come in and throw a little bit of extra light on this game and maybe change the outcome slightly, or at least how it was perceived up until this point.
Well, I'm going to change our direction a little bit and put it back onto Spirit side of things. I want to ask you both, is Spirit the best team in the world right now? Because other teams have fallen at all these other events events, all these other hurdles. I'm not talking about going to finals and doing it, right? But I mean, right now, when Spirit needs to get the job done, they get the job done.
Results-wise, you can argue that they're the best team in the world right now. I don't think there is a best team in the world right now. I think it's really up for debate. I think it's really up for interpretation. It depends on what it depends on what you feel like, sure. Based on the last, 4 weeks, a final at Bounty and winning EWC, you'd say they're the best in the world, but it's the way they're winning. As you said, they get the job done, but it's not convincing. They lost to GG How. They should have lost to Big in a best of 3. They should have been eliminated from EWC.
But they weren't, and the win is what matters.
Sure. And that's why you can argue that they're the best, but I'd say there is no best right now.
I want to ask you, Roger, specifically, because you were such a recent coach in this. If you heard what Zontic said about no motivation within that interview clip that came out, right? What would your reaction be?
Before or after we play them? Because I can tell you, if you lose to them, and this is the storyline you have to see when you open your...
Okay, but what if you were...
This is the most demotivating thing ever. Losing to a team that has no motivation, and then you come out and it's like, yeah.
But what if you were his coach? You're coaching him. If a player says that to you.
It's a different culture, isn't it?
It is a different culture, but I would be... If I was him, I would be very sure to know my grenades, to know my strats, to make sure that I don't have these like massive drop off in the game. Because if you already put it out there and you have a shit tournament, like the arrow points to you, bro. Like because you're also part of bringing energy into the team, making sure that everyone believes in the same thing. So if Dong hears you have zero motivation while he's grinding 12 facets a day.
That's my issue. I think, and it may just be my brain who's wired a little bit differently. When you're playing with Dunk, you have a responsibility to be motivated, show up, and make sure he gets the most out of his career. You're literally playing with what could go down in history as the greatest player to ever touch the game. It's not realistic to think there's going to be another player like Dunk on his level as consistent as he is. So you're living in a time and day right now, you know, to be completely honest, where you don't know how long he's going to be that good. You know, people think that that's going to last forever, just like they think Messi and Ronaldo is going to last forever. But at some point, it's going to go a different direction. At some point, Dunk is going to find other interest, or he grows too old, or someone else comes in. You have a responsibility making the most out of it right here, right now. So yes, if you play with Dunk, you better show up motivated. You better do everything you can, because you can be part of the best team in the world if you do your best to enable him, because he will make sure that happens.
Well, I managed to enable myself into getting some good answers on all of this situation, so let's hear from the man himself. You said that at the moment you try to compensate for the problems the team can have. I wanted to see if you could explain that to me, if it's like different problems per game and that's what you try to compensate, like maybe you're all round trying to help out with everything. How does it work for you?
Well, I'm just trying to help with everything, I think, because I do something in game plan, I do something about communication, I do something about mid call. I can kill sometimes, I can maybe win a clutch, like a lot of different stuff. So I just try to focus on the main problem the team has. Like if I notice that my team, you know, has problem with communication, I try to talk more. If I see that like I'm by far have the less like firepower, I should kill more. I'm trying to focus more on just winning more duels and this kind of stuff. If I think that game plan's probably way too disconnected between like coaches and players, I try to kind of connect it, you know, so we can communicate together before the game starts, so we can create the game plan together. Everything by little, you know, something there, something here.
What is it that you enjoy most about being a professional player that isn't winning trophies? Like, there must be something that ignites you a little bit.
Progressing as a person. I think I have no direct motivation to win like a certain amount of championships or like a major. I want 3 majors. I don't have this thing. I just want to win as much as I can. I'm not setting any goals, so I have kind of no limits, I would say. Nice. Because the main problem I think you can encounter if you have a certain goal, you achieve this goal and then you have like a dopamine hole. It's, it's very hard if you have like a certain goal, you achieve it and then you kind of winding around for months or maybe years trying to understand what you have to do or what you want to do. So I'm just trying to, you know, understand or like see how far can I go. So yeah, I don't have a goal of like winning something like major, Grand Slam or whatever. Like the only thing I don't have right now is Grand Slam. So it's kind of obvious for me to be motivated like about Grand Slam. But as I say it, like if we win like 4 Blast, I don't know, Katowice, and then we win the major, and we don't win Grand Slam, I'm kind of fine. So I just try to win as much as I can, and it's not about certain goals, especially inside, like professional Counter-Strike.
Now, I speak to him a lot, I know him a lot, right? And when I saw that interview come out in public, right, I understand it was just after a win, and he even said to me just after this that he knew when he said that, people are gonna take it the wrong way, but he says he didn't care, right? That's his way of doing it. But I wanted to give him a chance to explain it some more, because it's not a lack of motivation for playing, it's not a lack of motivation for winning, because he still wants to see how much he can win, but he has such a unique mindset on the game and vision of it all, but also he's the most stable player emotionally on that team, and he's also the glue.
It does feel like he's very realistic, you know, and seems very down to earth with it. It's fascinating to hear, because I get what he's saying to some degree, but it's also where players are different, and you must know that from a coaching perspective, right? One way to motivate Dunk doesn't mean that that's the same way to motivate a guy like Suntix, right? We work in different ways, we're wired in different ways, comes from different backgrounds, both culturally, but also where they obviously grew up, you know. But I think the main difference that I'm sensing is that he speaks about, you know, potentially ending in a hole or in a void. You know, once you have a big goal, you achieve that goal, what's the next thing then gonna be?
We've seen players fail this, by the way. They've won and then they go, oh, I can't find my motivation.
That's my only counter argument, because I really like what he's saying to some degree, but the best players, the elite players, the ones with the most bulletproof mentality, they find a new goal. Look at Apex, like that's what he does the absolute best with in Vitality. Doesn't matter if they won 11 games in a row, doesn't matter if they won 2 majors in a row, doesn't matter if they won another Grand Slam, he finds a new goal, and then he's fully focused on that new goal. It doesn't matter if that goal is bigger or smaller or whatever, he just needs something to change, and I think that's what makes sometimes the elite players go above and beyond, that they're always driven, always motivated. But I totally get what he's saying, you know, not everyone is wired the same way.
Roger, any thoughts on it? It's a lot to take in, right?
It's a lot of talking from my side partner here, but yeah. but what I do want to say is, obviously, he must have seen some documentaries about like sporting, right? And when he goes out and say this, it also creates, you know, some bubble wrap around him where, like I don't care so much, and it also spreads to the others, meaning in the fact that yes, we want to win, but if we don't win, it's okay, you know, like there's no pressure, let's just take the next game. Yeah. So I think like it's super, like he is smart, but I'm pretty sure that the word he is trying to describe is not motivation, it's something else. Because obviously he's motivated to be here. I think it's more like that he doesn't, you know, have this end goal down the road.
Yeah, it's about setting expectations. If you set expectations, you risk a fail. If you don't have any expectations, you can't fail, you can't feel sad.
Yeah, and I'm taking it as how he manages his own feelings inside when he's going through all of this. So it's good to have this discussion on it, but also let's take a look at these IGLs and the IGL head-to-head in this one, right? Magic's going up against the Hunter. Magic's at time can still have very impactful performances, but as can Hunter. Both of them still quite new in the IGL role and finding their own footing with it. The difference is Magic's is the one lifting trophies right now, and Hunter's had a bit more time.
Yeah, and that's why I wanted this head-to-head, and actually to poke your brain a little bit, Roger. You know, who do you see as the better potential for an in-game leader? Both of them have been doing it for a similar amount of time. Both of them have to learn it from the ground up. Both of them came from players now making it into in-game leading roles. I feel like they're kind of similar in the trajectory and how we rate them, but how do you see them? Like, who do you think is the better in-game leader right now?
He's letting you talk.
Huh?
I think if you take an actual project and look at, let's say we build an international project. I want Hunter to lead it on different type of things. Like I want him for like the professionalism that I know he represents, like for the work ethic, everything is done like at a proper, like works really good together with the coach, always put in maximum effort, super structured, takes a lot of like time out of his day to make sure that everyone knows what to be expected of them, right? But if we're talking a national team where a lot of these things are maybe implied in the culture thing, I think I would pick Magic's any day of the week, because he has that thing about, it seems like he can explain CS like to anyone.
Oh yeah.
Like he can explain it to anyone, and if you have that ability and able to do it under pressure as well, sometimes you can pull the Kerrigan rabbit out of the hat, you know, when the heat is on. And I think that's a very underrated skill to have in a national team.
I love this. This is why we've got you here on the desk with us, Roger, but we might lose him if he keeps talking so good. Someone else is going to come and grab him, hopefully for his career going forward. But as always, there's no overpass this time around, but we do need to discover what maps we're playing. So it's time for the video. How big of a problem is it that there's no overpass anymore? Oh, there's a butterfly in here. Hello, butterfly. How big of a problem is it there's no overpass in here?
It's a very big problem. The last 2 map wins they got against Spirit G2, it was overpass. So this is a massive issue for them, meaning they have to pick into what they also know is Spirit territory.
It's a tough beat, regardless of where you're gonna go. We discussed it as well. If you're Spirit, you have different avenues to go for. Your G2, you have to do something. Spirit comes in with the Dust 2 pick. They like to go that way when they have the opportunity to do so. That is a stable. That is probably the map they like to play the most. We also spoke about G2. What could they pull into this mix? It is Cash. Spirit have shown a bit of weakness on Cash. I gotta say, the way they play, the eye test we put them through, it's been Donk performing at a high level. Apart from that, the team doesn't look that gelled. So I think Cash makes sense, but it's also a bit of a risk for G2.
Yeah, they've only played it once so far. They've been big on it as well. So for G2, yes, they
Big
do
who
know
beat Spirit, right? So you know how that works.
Oh, yeah, of course. That's the trial test. I wish it worked that way. I wish a lot of these teams thought they worked that way. And then we come into the decider and we get an Ancient in here. And Rugger's making a very strange face, like he's not too happy with the Ancient.
I think this is a statement for both teams that if you win out this series, you're good for the rest of the tournament. But if G2 goes into a best of 3 with Dust and Ancient against Spirit and lose, holy moly, that's not good.
No, the Ancient Lady G2 they've been struggling a lot. Yeah, a lot. Spirit a little bit up and down, but I think Spirit are okay with this veto, whereas for G2, it's going to be a tough match regardless.
But obviously, right, G2 know their flaws. They're going to be working on these things as well. Rugger, tell me how much you realistically can do to change between what we saw from them at EWC coming into now this. Like, it's not going to be a night and day difference, right? They're going to have to rely on some old stuff.
I think if we look at the third map, I think that's the easiest one to like tell whether you can actually make some changes, right? Like Ancient, they know how the map works. They used to be the trendsetters together with a couple of other teams on the map. Meanwhile, Spirit have overtaken them, right? And Ancient is a map where meta defies a lot, and sending Spirit like Donk out in middle every single time is something that you can try and find answers for. Like, this is the never-ending thing, because if you take Donk out of this, out of the whole thing on Ancient, they're a completely different team. Like, we've tried ourselves with Astralis, that when you succeed with it, you win. If you don't, you get absolutely hammered, right? So there is the chance, and that's the win condition I think that they will see on Ancient, whereas had they gone for Anubis or something else, the task would have been way, way, way bigger.
But they have to get to Ancient first.
Yes.
And that's going to be an issue in itself.
Well, let's see if they can get to Ancient. I'm going to go and catch myself a butterfly. Anders and Henry, go and do your thing.
Oh, we'll do our best, James. Thank you very much, boys. And yes, we're going to find our first team for the playoffs here. The Blast, Porto, Anders. It's an exciting one. This has the potential to be the best game of the group stages so far. I don't know about you. I'm going to be giving it the beans.
Oh, let's go all in on this one. On the poly market as well, we've got a little bit of an advantage Spirit. I guess that makes sense given the last victory at the EWC. I can't really blame the crowd for being on their side.
Absolutely true. And what a way to kick things off. Now, if we're talking my map pool, Anders, as a commentator, this is my dream map pool. This is where I'll do my best work. Dust 2, Cash, and Ancient. This is where I feel most comfortable, and I think it's going to be fireworks on the server today. Let's find out who will be the first team to make it to the playoffs. Will be G2 or Spirit? We start with the pick of Spirit here. They'll have the T-side start of Dust 2. Quite a technical one as well. Couple of smokes, couple of flashes, and a Molotov. No P250 in their hands, though. We've got double dual elites on the G2 side. Let's get into it. Wrinkle, he's had a fantastic tournament so far, and he's getting aggressive in towards lower B.
Well, he's going to be tested today. There's no question about it. Some early utility to get towards that short position, while the rest of them are long. Smoke is already set up for the cross. They are going to be lightning fast. Donk, he's actually cancelled out. Wrinkle, he even had the chance there, Donk, for another headshot. It's coming up short, and Suntix, he takes a peek over into the void, and it's Nertz that's down there waiting for him. Shiro and Magix, yes, they're on the bomb site, but they're a player down. And G2 are right next door. Double dualies here coming in for the retake. Magix missing the opening shot. They're getting rocked. It's Wrinkle again.
Yeah, he's a bit of a beast, isn't he? They're going to let him get into his zone early. Triple kill for the rookie. Going to be stepping up here. He did magnificent work in their opening game. 35 kills he posted in the series, and now we'll see whether he can... He's bringing out the AWP in the second round, just to know that. It pretty much means they're going to lose this follow-up round. I don't think I've ever seen anyone buy a second round AWP and actually win it. It's a cursed thing to do.
It is. Like, it's one of those Counter-Strike superstition things. It seems to be true, though.
And every time I mention it, it always falls apart. Let's see if the trend continues. I never like to see it.
Well, for one thing, he's lacking a helmet, right? Which is a big deal in a round like this one.
It really is. Okay. Have they just gifted Spirit the win in the second round? Time will tell. Mac 10 for Tanir. A couple of Galils. Make it one. A scout for Shiro. Focusing more on the util here. Donk. ready to use it. Vaulting up, but Nerds in his signature MP7. There's Wrinkle through the smoke as well. A 5-on-3. Looks like the job is done.
Did they just blow open the smoke with one HE?
I think so.
And got
2
a
kills.
kill? Yeah. That's insane.
They had Nerds with the MP7, the AWP on the line as well. That looked like a very common maneuver for Spirit. They like get that smoke down and Spirit, Donk vaults up towards short.
Yeah,
they were very
right.
aware of that. The timing was spot on.
Yeah, this version of Spirit post-chopper, they do have a couple of really fast short plays that they like to run. And they'll throw some grenades out long. This wasn't like the fast version, but they have one that's much faster. Oh, smoke to try and almost bait in a shot there with the scout. Would have been fun if he could have landed the kill against Hunter, but he's alive.
So we need to see some discipline now.
Oh, wait a minute. There's no way. It's actually so close to landing that headshot. But I think they're fine. I think G2 have done enough. They've slowed it down. They're in the 5-on-3. Donk is dead. Perhaps most importantly, Donk is dead.
He has been playing like an absolute animal so far here. A blast open. See if Natus can fend them off. MP9 in an off angle. Spots one. Does not need to commit to the fight. We talked about it. Discipline required here. Make sure you have the advantage in those duels. Well done from Natus. Round somewhat open. Not anymore. As we'll see Wrinkle confirm the victory here. Nothing they can do. Wrinkle will take his total up to 6-0 now.
Great.
That was a force buy, bear in mind.
One of the few times that early AWP kind of
actually wants out. Oh, such a sick sequence. You pop over the smoke and get 2 kills. Yeah. Love that. Good job from Natus as well. Said good discipline play. Should be the eco now. Donk, of course, will get a deagle. Shiro saving his cash going forward for the AWP. Bit of a master of dust to himself.
Natus has really moved up in the world.
Oh yeah, for sure. The Mad Dog posting huge numbers, looking very comfy in a G2 jersey.
I feel like he always had something about him, but I was never able to really pinpoint. It's hard to know where his career trajectory is going to go. Happy that he's ended up here. I think he looks like a rock-solid player at the moment.
Looks very good indeed. Shouldn't be too difficult to fend this one off. Couple of deagles, one for Zontix, one for Tanir, and Donk.
Yeah, let's see. Hunter here. He shouldn't be able to be headshot jumping back from this one, but yeah, spots them out. Here comes the heavy ordnance. Oh my god.
Super weapon.
It is. It's absolutely bombed them out. Wrinkle with a bit of a failed flick. But he's back around the corner.
Well, that's round. Your only real objective in these ones is bait out CT util.
True.
Shiro might be able to get one. It's very low chance of happening, but there we go. Go through the motions here. We'll have a gun round going into the next one. Objective for G2 is keep 5 players alive. Hunter, opportunity to get a few kills here. Start his campaign here on the CT side, but Natus might beat him to the punch and have an absolutely sensational little spray down there with the MP9. I guess you want him to get the kills. He's got the MP9 and can farm that money.
Yeah, making quite a bit of it back from the util that you spent.
So, 3-0, the idyllic start for G2. See if Shiro's AWP can have some impact here. Currently 1-3. Got the Kevlar, AWP, long spawn available here as well. Going to be sending most of their firepower, though, over towards the B side of the map. It's going to be Shiro with the AWP, I guess, going for that first pick.
Yeah, hoping that there's a mistake. Incendiary, of course. So if one of the CTs was to jump back on that plateau, you can find them. G2, though, not giving them an opportunity. That's a very deep smoke over on long for Natus to kind of play close to that the double doors here. That's interesting.
I was going to say, Natus is going to make somewhat of a play here with the MP9. It's the first gun round. You know, they're a little bit discombobulated.
Right.
He's got lots of information there, confirming long was clear. Flashes over towards top and middle as well. So, options of a mid to B split are certainly there, or just the default up towards short and execute on the A site. Molotov to take vision away from the CTs on that side of the map. See Wrinkle having to reposition.
Still got quite a bit of utility on the CT side, so they've been pretty disciplined in that too. No, it's really scary, but somehow they don't catch him. He does spot out a bunch of people on short. Smoke is going to be up. It's the crisscross. So one on the B side and one towards CT spawn. But he's in front. He knows.
Yeah, well handled from Nerds. Drops his own defensive smoke, blocks that up, and now confirms that no one's using those crisscross smokes. Wrinkle, high pressure shot here, Anders. Missed this, and he is dead.
Yeah, that's true, but this is where he does some of his best work. Oh, they're going to hunt him down. Donk close by, but even though he's flashed, there was a grenade in the sky there against Wrinkle. He still finds Donk in 23 seconds. The bomb is going to be planted, but I guess if you're G2, you could be all right with it. You still got long control, even though it's the MP9.
Wrinkle's going to put on a show today. 9-0. He's very assertive, very confident right now as well. Trying to make a name for himself in Tier 1 CS. His journey at NIP wasn't great.
No.
Let's see whether they can keep the momentum going here. Looking for 4-0 and a 5-on-4 retake now.
The fact that he throws the flashbang, it drags all the attention away. Shiro does at the open. That is scary. He's so good at these defensive positions. Sontix as well helping out, and suddenly it's the man advantage for Spirit, looking to claim that first round of the series. Magic's trading out Heavy God, never really got activated. Wrinkle, you can't really blame him for this one. But the retake, it didn't really look like it got going. And I guess credit to Spirit for going to clear out long so that they can focus on the rest of Catwall. They don't have to worry about getting shot in the back.
Unfortunately for Mattis there, he was in a perfect position. Great timing, just didn't have the firepower of the MP9. If he had a rifle there, Anders, they win that round.
That's a good point,
Mark my words on that. He just didn't have the range to actually this fight here. He wins out the M4.
Yeah, 100%.
And that's a bit of a shame for him. He played it very well. It was looking like a promising round there for G2, but coming out on top are Spirit. They managed to hold on to the AWP as well, but as we know, Money's going to be quite strong here. Wrinkle saves the AWP. They've got rifles otherwise. Have a look at the initial setup here for Spirit. More of the same, more defaults here. Bomb down in T-spawn, so just feeling out any CT side aggression. Is there anyone to a lower B? Anyone pushing short? Recovering the bomb now. Huge round here for both teams in terms of the finances.
Hunter threw an incendiary into lower dark, and then he smoked on top of the incendiary.
Yeah, true.
What's that for, Henry? What are we doing that for?
I guess we know that players like Nerds love to be in lower B. That's one of the Nerds calling cards.
Okay.
He'll be around here each and every time. Maybe just trying to keep them conditioned, keep them on their toes, but trust me, you're going to see Nerds in there a lot.
Yeah, I guess it could force them to use a Molotov, like to clear out the corner. That's an interesting idea.
Slows them down.
Oh, look at this. Boost on the other side. They've low open the smoke. They're hunting for the kill to get Magics, but Donk is there on the other side. Ducked down behind the wall, and he comes flying out with a double kill. And once more, he's been a little quiet at the start of the game. He's sick of waiting around for it. No one peeking into the smoke. That's what he was waiting for. And they still have some 45 seconds on the clock here.
4 versus 3. Wrinkle yet to die. Here in round number 5. Same position. Didn't hit the initial shot before, but on the fadeaway, like this, he managed to get one. But this round might be cooked. No one towards A. I think you just have to save.
Agreed. He's so close, though. Like, so much hinges on him hitting that shot. He's got the... he's certainly got the killer instinct for it. You can see he's not afraid of anything, not going to back down. But he was off by a pixel.
Yeah, it seems like they give him a lot of freedom in this team. I feel like he calls his own positions at the start where he wants to go and find activity. Definitely lends itself to Dust too. We always say it's an AWP's paradise, a playground for the snipers.
You mentioned Nerds. Last series we saw the G2, he was lights out. Him and Wrinkle together looked super dangerous, and I thought it was like a really inspiring kind of play for Nerds as well, who I want to see back. Like, I've got big expectations of him. I know he can play great Counter-Strike.
I want to see more MP7 from Nerds.
Yeah.
That's my favorite.
That's true.
When he's got that weapon in his hands, man, is it a good show. All right, then. Second round. Money's still okay for G2. We said that was an important one in terms of the finances. That's why they are taking the save. Even if they went for it, the likelihood of even getting close to it was low at best. So, tactical timeout. Everything okay so far. You're 3-2 up. As we mentioned, Money's okay, but Spirit, slowly but surely, making their presence known here on Dust 2. The opening map, it's their pick. We got Cash second and Ancient third. It's the dream map, Paul Anders.
Yeah, for once, let us have all 3 maps. That'd be really great.
You and I have only had 2-0 so far.
It's been all 2-0s all the way.
They've been some great 2-0s, don't get me wrong. We've had a lot of overtimes. True. We've had a lot of 12-7s fall awry. I think almost all of our games should have been 3 maps, but somehow the comebacks here at Blast Open have been sublime.
This one could be it, the way that this is shaping up as well.
Yeah,
Ash,
like I said, this should be the best game of the entirety of the group stages in terms of like the excitement, expectation on paper, and the way like Donk is playing right now, the performance Wrinkle put down in the opening series for them. Hopefully we get some incredibly exciting moments, but next gun round underway. Wrinkle, like I said, confident, assertive, in towards lower B right now. Can't outstay his welcome here. Got a smoke to give him another like 5 seconds of cover. Needs to think about falling back soon.
Yeah. Donk was waiting in there in upper dark, so realizing someone could have been there. Very, very patient. They're going to be reclaiming that lower dark position. This time they will Molotov that corner.
Yeah. They're aware of the potential threats.
But those are like the small details, right? Because of the forward CT smoke, it forces some utility from Spirit that they maybe could have used later on in the round, just to reclaim this part of the map that they normally get for free.
Gonna be going for a long retake here on the T side. Flash will be going through momentarily. Oh, that a nice little smoke. Perfectly deployed. Might have to reassess their options here. There's the flash. I don't think they push through with it though.
I think G2 have an expectation this is going to be some sort of a B hit. They got 3 people inside of the B bomb site, so...
Well, they have got Wrinkle. He's at the AWP planted here by the car. See whether he can have some impact this time. Still yet to die, by the way.
Still hasn't died. Yeah, their first kill is going to be everything. If he misses the first shot, I think they're going to be on top of him. Molotov, that's a friendly Molotov. That slows them down. I don't think they meant to do that. I think that was meant to bounce off the wall into the bomb site. So a little bit awkward, 15 seconds on the clock, but they're going to get the bomb plant. There's nobody on the A side. They realize there's another player, I think Matters, has already encountered Tenier out there. Bomb plant happening in the last fading seconds of the round. 5 on 5 for the retake. A rare treat for a map like Dust 2. Spirit, can they claim a third in a row here? Nice grenade on top of Magic's, but all of the pressure right now is on G2, and look at who's lurking in. No chance. Wrinkle will suffer his first death, and Donk trading out against Mattis, so this is looking very grim at the moment. They're really far away. Nuts, he does get one, and they find a kill on Shiro, but there's just no time left in the round.
Yeah, even with a 3-on-2 advantage. The backstab from Tenier really did make things uncomfortable. Get that player still towards long. Could have been a different story, but that was the AWP of Wrinkle. Finally, he goes down. He is no longer immortal. And we tie things up. It's going to be Spirit with 3 in a row, but time and time again, G2 are saving 3 weapons. So in terms of managing the finances, doing a good job in that regard. They will have another buy available to them. They've already used a timeout. And yeah, okay. They've been trying to move around the map, that 3-man stacking towards B, like you said.
Yeah.
So Hunter said it's by default, like, we're losing A too easily. They're getting too much short control and splitting us, and we have no response.
Say this, Spirit are one of the teams that are so scary at finding those B upper dark hits. Like, sometimes when you... Oh, my God.
91 damage?
That's so much.
How does it do that much? It was through the door.
Yeah, I have no idea. Just found the exact right angle. A lot of the time when you're on the CT side, if you throw like an incendiary or a smoke into that upper dark hallway, Spirit sometimes when they're waiting on the other side, they'll pump right through, like they'll run through just as you're throwing the grenades. It's kind of wild and something you got to be aware of, I think, if you're playing the CT defense. Nuts though, what do you do now?
Well, you have to bury yourself in towards the back boxes of B. I would say this is make it a headshot duel.
Yeah, find a way. Hunter has got the incendiary already prepped to throw. Gonna be a smoke instead to try and slow them down with Spirit. We've already proven they don't mind playing this late in the round. They're happy to wait it out. Utility is dropping lower all the time here on the CT side. Gonna be the smoke up, but playing in front of it is Wrinkle. He's still here. He's held so many angles against them, but he's failed a couple of shots on short.
Here we go.
They're gonna go for it right now. Deep grenade, incendiary to try and throw into the back line, see if they could slow them down even further. 30 seconds here. And not the aim that Hunter was looking for. He's taken straight down.
It's becoming a real issue now, this A bomb side. They just have no response for it. Running their default execution in and just hitting their shots. You can see how much pressure Hunter was under. He had no backup from his teammates. He had no one flashing him in. Molotov down, just had to take a swing. Did a little bit of damage, I suppose. And you can see the ideas there as well. Similar to what you'll see Apex do on Dust 2. He has multiple HEs at his feet to try and bounce him off the back wall, do as much damage, and hopefully get body kills as we run towards the side. But he was so flash and standing in the flames as well. Just didn't have a good duel to take. And again, they'll survive with 4 players, but Spirit can't be allowed to have A this easily.
Yeah, that short position is becoming a massive vulnerability.
Yeah, it really is. And the thing is, Magix will know that. He knows they're going to adjust, and now he's got them right where he wants them. Because they've shown this same approach time and time again. He can just change the pace up now. As he knows they're going to adjust, they're going to try and find a response here. Is there a timeout? Because this one's kind of getting out of hand. 4 rounds in a row. After having a 3-0 start, G2 just can't hold on to the A side. There's a timeout.
The other problem, right, is that because Spirit are playing such a slow game right now on the T side, if G2 wanted to be aggressive, that's going to feel like a nightmare.
And you get nothing out of the
you're
aggression.
pushing in, they're just waiting for you to do that. So
it's a really good point. They're being very methodical, not taking any duels at all. They're doing damage as you cross the doors as well. Really frustrating.
It is.
So what's the call? Do you try and take the game to them? Do you try and get that Nerds presence in towards lower B?
I mean, I like the idea of going for those mid to late round short retakes, just like you do like a top banana retake on Inferno. You could do a similar kind of thing, I guess. But the timing has to be perfect, otherwise Donk is going to be waiting for you instead.
So yeah, like I said, you might be taking the timeout and adjusting your setup, but Magix is also aware that's exactly what you're doing.
Yeah.
See whether he wants to change things up. Shiro, the best B spawn, not going to use it though. Yeah, Nerds using the HE to make sure they can cross this time.
Don't want to take any risks.
And they are stacking their players towards A. There is a complete adjustment here.
Yeah.
So 1 towards B. It's going to be Heavy God, one of the most reliable anchors in the game. What is that smoke about along? That's a CT smoke.
Yeah, I
don't
know.
It's supposed to be in the long doors to stop that play from Tanir. That's a nightmare. I'm assuming that's where the smoke's supposed to go. Throwing it from elevator, it's supposed to go in the long doors. We'll get the replay confirmation, I'm sure.
Is it because they wanted to throw the one that lands on top of the box?
Yeah, exactly. That's all I can think of. That's the only reason the smoke would land outside T-side double doors, though. Either way, freebie for Tanir there, essentially.
Donk in the middle, inside of the smoke, I think, waiting, seeing if anyone's going to be making a mistake near the doors. All right. They smoke it off. Nerds, he would love to block it. At least it gives a slight opportunity for somebody to maybe shoot above, but at the back of the B-bomb site, it's Heavy God, who's yet really to have an impact on the game. Maybe he's going to get tested now.
Oh, he definitely is. B-split coming through, and good smoke from him, but it's answered back by a lurk smoke. He might be good for 2 kills here, but he needs 3. That's the problem, Anders. Anything else, they lose the round.
Are they leaving Sontix in upper with the bomb? Sure, no, okay, he's going to get joined. They do have some Molotovs, so they could try and burn it out, but look at the time. Spirit are just so casually playing their way into the last 20 seconds of the round. Normally, you'd be stressed out of your mind to do this, but they don't seem to really care. Heavy God, 1 kill on the bomb carrier, and this round is going to be 1. Oh, what's in there? It's a drive-by headshot. Ridiculous.
Well, he needed 3, and he got 0. They are getting absolutely owned out there, G2. No response, no answer. This time it's the B-bomb site, and it's 5 players alive once again for Spirit. It's being outclassed in every facet of the game here.
That is sticking the landing into ridiculous. Like, this was acrobatics, you know. It'd be like all the 10 scoring cards are coming out here because they had no time left. Even if they got the clean kill against...
Oh,
it just didn't matter.
Trying to go for the taps. Knew he didn't really have the bullets there. They should be hunting. They've got so much cash. Disappointing round from G2, missing a pretty pedestrian smoke towards long double doors. And not even just missing it, like you're giving Tanir an opportunity to challenge that area. And he gets a freebie, essentially. And Natus just didn't stand a chance. I think he assumed the smoke was about to bloom and it never came. So. It's unfortunate.
Long house one, long guy.
Look at the time that's left when they're actually planting the bomb. Even though they get the kill in immediately, this is it. Like, it's half a second away from losing the round.
Here we go then. 5 in a row. Spirit high flying here. G2 floundering. They've got guns each and every time. Now we're getting a bit more active play. We're going to see Wrinkle taking matters into his own hands. He gets the AWP in towards lower once again. It will be Zontix he's up against. But normally, you're going to be flashing this one off before you commit. Let's see if Zontix is that way inclined as he walks straight into it. Okay, first advantage they've had in some time. 5 on 4.
This is actually a great mirror to the round that was, I don't know, like 4 or 5, where it was Donk instead of Sontics holding that position, and Donk was endlessly patient. He didn't peek it, he didn't allow Wrinkle to try and go for it. And Sontics a little bit more forward, ends up going down. Now they're going into upper dark, and this is where I just want to remind you again, if you're heavy guard here, and you throw down utility, you gotta be ready for them to basically blast through. They're so good at wait, like they wait intentionally for the utility to be thrown, and then they just go. It's actually hard to deal with.
Here's the smoke from Heavy God. Again, alone, isolated, even with the man advantage, Anders. He needs to. One would be okay, but the bomb will be planted and the round's wide open. Nothing. And where is everyone else? Where are his teammates? Smoke's no good, at least. They have to re-smoke the double doors.
But they'll do that. And notoriously the hardest bomb site in the game to retake. What do you do?
I just can't believe he's got 0 backup there.
Yeah, that is disappointing. Even like a flashbang coming in from the middle would have helped out.
Right?
Yeah.
Anything.
Would have taken that one. Donkin the back. And Tenier with his aim trained. Yeah, you kind of have to. Here come the flashbangs to try and get in. Oh, everyone is blind, including the CTs running into the site. That's not ideal. Yeah, they might be blind, but they're still getting the kills. Shiro picking up Mattis.
Oh, so they go through the double doors. They flash themselves.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's round. They had the opening kill there. Rinko had to work super hard for that one, taking a massive risk in towards lower. And I can't comprehend why in a 5-on-4 advantage you don't at least have someone outside the double doors, just providing a bit of assistance, like you said, a bit of utility, anything. Why is he isolated like that?
Super, I think, worth noticing again how little respect Spirit have for the smoke that Heavy God throws, though.
Yeah,
they just don't care. And this is like a really, really big theme for them.
And they even miss their double door smoke,
yeah.
And they don't get punished for it.
That's, yeah, really good, yeah. If someone had been there in the middle, that would have been potentially round ending.
Oh, that's gutting for G2. All right. Wrinkle's still 12-1, by the way.
Yeah.
And we're going into round number 10 where they're 6-3 down.
He's a survivor.
Yeah, they haven't had to eco at all. We'll give them that.
Good utility out long from the CT side, like Mahone has been talking about in one of these videos going into the game. Exactly what they're doing here. They Molotov and incendiary out the blue container. Donk is about to be let loose on the ball side. He's such a ridiculous player. Oh, they get rid of Nuts.
Pack it up, boys.
Round is probably over. Bomb is a little bit further back, but I mean, who cares?
You got to save again.
Yeah.
Wrinkle will be happy with that. Keep the stats going. Look how much they're winning. They can justify having Tenier outside the long double doors.
Yeah, if you're Mattis,
that's how confident they are.
Thinking, like, what is going on?
God, this is brutal. Throwing the towel. They're not defending themselves.
That's true, yes. Where's the referee? Hunter. The best you could do is save.
They've already used 2 timeouts as well. I don't know if you do have a response to this. It feels like the half is cooked.
At least they won the pistol.
I mean, it was a really nice pistol victory.
It was.
Follow-up conversions, 3-0, now 7 in a row. This time, all 5 members do go down. They will have a strong buy still. This shot from Donk is so sick. He does damage on the second as well. We get 1 from Nerds there, but overwhelmed. Here comes the HE. Down he goes. This is ridiculous. The fact they're planting on the B side of the map, he's outside long doors, is so crazy. They're just having fun out there, toying with their food. Partial buy as well, double scout setup. Oh, that says it all, the look on their face.
Yeah, you just lost 7 rounds in a row. Smoke is up for long, but there are no CTs there to kind of back it up.
You're in the wrong place in the map every single time. The rounds haven't even been competitive. You have to save because you're being called around the map. And again, another beautiful shot, that's round.
And a completely different look from Spirit, right? They've been so slow. Now, fast, long, no one's ready for it. And you don't have the weapons either.
Well, everyone's contributing on the Spirit side, looking calm, confident, capable.
I mean, they're coming into this tournament as the team. Surely not. Go on, Wrinkle. See if you could do anything more. But they're kind of the team to take down, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's see if anyone's going to be able to. Donk here, holding on to the bomb site. Tenier to actually get the kill. Yeah, trying to do a little bit more damage. Maybe get some more people warmed up. It's not going to be happening. Pretty good from Sontix. A quad kill.
Very nice.
8 in a row for Spirit.
It feels like we're done here, unfortunately.
They haven't turned up.
We overpromised, Henry.
Yeah, this could be game of the day. It is Spirit's pick. We'll say that. It's Cash up next, but I just want to confirm this. I was looking at the map data before. I'm pretty sure G2 have only played it once.
Ooh.
And they lost to Big 13-5 at EWC.
Okay.
So they've picked Cash. I couldn't tell you what. I guess that they're confident in their practice. Not much tape on them, I suppose. They're looking to catch them off guard. But the thing is, we saw Spirit on Cash already, and they looked very comfortable. And there's even Donk, who obviously didn't play it in CSGO or anything like that. He looks like it was a second home for him.
Flick opportunity. Rinko was already low.
He also got 2 aces in 1 half on Cash.
He did also do that. Just casual day in the office for Donk. But, yeah, headline breaking for anybody else. Round number 12, last of the half. As Spirit are looking to win 9 in a row to just put a bit of a fine point on it. Make sure that G2 know they're not welcome here. Lurk smoke goes up. Rinko back here. Again, he's so tagged up already. Wait a minute. That's a really impressive shot, but the Molotov surely going to kill him. It'll be Suntix with a bullet instead. Heavy guard on the wrong side of the door. They're going to lose Hunter as well. It's all gone horribly wrong here. Another plant at the B-bomb site and a 2v3 in the after plant. G2 desperately want another round, but I'm not sure who's going to let them. Nert's going down, leaving Matters. He's been struggling. Like, he's been out long the whole time trying to do anything, but it's not even his fault. Like, he's had no opportunities.
Well, after being up 3-0, it will be 9 rounds in a row. Very disappointing for G2. Like I said, Anders, feels like we're done here.
It really does. There we go. 9-3. That's 9 in a row, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the half.
We're at the CEST ROG lab. It's Maui Snake and Vu, and we're going to be looking at some clips of pro players from last events. And without the nameplates, we're going to try to guess who created the highlight.
And this should be easy because we're looking at it in lightning fast refresh rate on pristine color from CEST ROG.
We're going to be keeping score, but once you make your guess, you are locked in.
We're keeping score. I thought this was just for science.
Science and fun. All right, let's roll the first clip. I can tell you that this one is FaZe from 2025.
Who has these gloves?
Yeah, so weird skin combo.
Doesn't Brokey have... This is broken. It's broken. Lock it in. It's broken. It's like, they're gonna lose this map.
Yeah.
He thinks about going for the night kill, he doesn't. He walks around a connector, and then he no-scopes someone, and everyone's like, Brokey's got it, and then he's right back to being the bum.
All right, this one is the Huns 2025.
I know who this is, I can't remember his name.
I thought Score maybe is the only name I can't remember right now.
I don't think there's a Score.
Okay,
I
yeah.
want someone else. Okay, if we can't remember the name, I'm gonna say that what happens next is he doesn't get a whole bunch of Deagle kills and makes one of the best clips of the year. I was watching this in my mind, but I can't remember the name.
Yeah. 9.
Next up, Furia 2026.
Oh, this is Serato. This is gonna be the pistol ace where he flicks right.
Oh, this is such a sick clip.
It's one of the best highlights of the year. I think it's 4 kills.
Let's say 4. This is like the bounty, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's something like the bounty.
Yeah.
Yeah, moves in.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that one's insane. Next clip is gonna be Vitality from 2026.
Yeah, this is the Zywoo flick.
Oh,
this
yeah.
Is the Zywoo flick.
Oh, the one he purposely looks into the wall when he peeks so that he can flick really hard right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This
it
is
is
Zywoo.
It is Zywoo. He's gonna do a gratuitous flick to the right. Yeah. This clip is Falcons 2025.
All right.
I'm taking Kyosuke. I think it's Kyosuke 5 kills.
Yeah, I'll give this Kyosuke 4.
The indecision in the action. Nico would have already thrown the nade, would have turned around.
Randomly swinging around shooting, that's Kyosuke in a nutshell.
Yeah, just looking for fights all the time. Well, GG, at least the highlights were incredibly clear thanks to this CEST ROG monitor.
I agree.
Sprinkle posting a 14-4 scoreline in the first half suggests G2 were off to the races, Anders. It looks like they were high-flying, but unfortunately, no. 9 rounds in a row for Spirit, and it's G2 with 3 after winning the pistol. Absolute disaster. What a meltdown. And you have to say, Spirit has looked very, very good, but G2 just didn't get a look into the majority of those rounds.
Yeah, it was a great T-side for Spirit, and it set them up very, very nicely. Flash is going over towards long. We already got 1 smoke for the cross, and they don't have a second one, so they're kind of committed. Oh, he's deleted him.
Joking?
Tenier, that's a shot.
Okay, well, they know exactly what's coming now. Man advantage. Tenier will tuck himself away, and Gandalf popping up in the smoke is Magic's. No one home on the other side, but they've already crossed over towards the A side itself.
There's no kit in this round, but there is a smoke on Suntic, so even if it's a 10-second defuse, you could put some pressure on to try and slow this down a little bit. Shiro, again, just putting some bullets towards the site, not connecting with anyone. Down at long. It's a P250 on Heavy God.
Very patient from Tenier, waiting for his moment to strike here. He's been a Gandalf the entire time.
Heavy God's got 2 kills. You're trusting him to snipe away any defusers in this round. Mats is trying to do the best that he can to buy time. Tenier continuing his 3rd headshot of the round.
Here we go, Heavy God.
There's that pit position. Oh, what? Disgusting. Magic's. He just absolutely wrecked him. I can't believe that.
It looked like there was a good chance of Heavy God. Finally, an opportunity to get back into this game, but no, it's 10 in a row. What a shot to kick things off as well. Fully blind. Oh, yes, he was CT indeed. Looked like they had a fighting chance there for a second. Even in the 2 versus 1, you think that P250 is going to come out on top, but first bullet from Magic's. It's an absolute peach of a shot.
That's 10 in a row, Henry.
That is 10 in a row, 10-3. Yeah, Cash around the corner. Last chance saloon. At least got the bomb planted. They do have Abai here and some damage on the cross.
Yeah, we promised at the start this would be one of the most exciting series. There are no refunds. We don't, like, you know, it is what it is. We can't control it.
I mean, it's still been a pleasure to watch it. Like,
No,
in terms of the skill and what we're seeing from Spirits, like, yeah, they might be the favorites, absolute favorites at this point for the trophy here in Porto.
I actually think it's also more exciting because it's not just donk wrecking people. Like, it's Spirit as a whole. It's like a united machine playing really well. And that is, it's fun to watch donk, but it's also good for the longevity of the Spirit team to be able to do this.
Yeah, difficult to poke any holes in them right now. Like, every map we've seen from them, admittedly only 2, has been pretty spectacular. And this one is no different. Coming in hot from the EWC victory. Stacked tournament, but still the favorites are Spirits.
Yes.
We'll see this forced by actually have a decent start here.
That's sick. Sick timing. Only Son6 left. He's going to be found. Oh, I hope we can get a replay of that first kill, because if we can, what you're going to see is that they throw the crisscross smokes, but they're actually already making the flank towards B by the time that second smoke lands. Like, they're basically running through it. Like, it's such a cool timing to find.
But like, Donk was ready for them. Did a bit of damage, but he goes down with nothing. And Zontix, pressure either side. Caught off with the Molotov coming through the smoke. Give him his position. Just about containing now.
Yeah. How much could Tenier do? He's been looking pretty solid. Top fragging for Spirit at the moment. A couple of bursts coming out. They pick up a rifle as well there at the Galil. Okay, the rest are going to run elsewhere. They don't want to fight any longer, and that's fair enough. That breaks the 10-round streak. Finally, after winning the pistol in the first couple of rounds in the first half, what seems like an age ago, G2 back on the board now for a 4th round. So look at the smoke landing as they're already on this side.
Playing in front of that util. Good shot from Heavy God. Hasn't really done much here on Dust 2, but that's a very impactful kill if they can get going here on the T side of Dust 2 and give Spirit a taste of their own medicine. Maybe it's going to be a much closer game. Needed that. The miracle lands in their favor. Tech9s and Deagles prevail. But a few weapons saved here. 2 M4s. The Danger Man, Donk. M4A4, Shiro with the other rifle.
I think he's just going to go fast short. This is actually something that Spirit themselves do quite a bit. Like, it almost looks like it's lifted out of the Spirit playbook. You wait and hear the long utility. You smoke up middle so no one can see you, and then you're just on that short position very quickly.
The smoke mid to B as well. It's actually a bit of an ace stack here. We have got 4 CTs. So an all-out Brawlanders. Buckle your seatbelts. G2 committed towards A.
Yeah, they've chosen to attack the strongest part of the map. They have no information about it yet. They've set fire to Donk, but he's got a weapon on the other side. Magix with the SMG. Mattis actually comes flying through. It's a really good kill. Bomb being attempted now, but Teniz creeping up. He's got the M4 back in his hands. Just a couple of bullets. Pulls out the sidearm, but Mattis.
That was the kill.
Oh, the Tech 9. He was struggling in the first half, Mattis, but he's up to 12 now. And Sontix, surely they won't let him clutch this round. He's sneaking up towards that elevator position, sees the top of his head, but Wrinkle, rock solid, 16 on him. G2, back-to-back rounds.
Has to be the eco now. Like we said, it was an all-out brawl in towards A. Donk did a ton of damage through the smoke, but standing in the flames as well. Had to get that reload in towards Goose. Mattis taking matters into his own hands, leaps through the smoke. Tanir getting that rifle, couldn't quite find the double kill. Timing eludes him, and Mattis with the Tech 9 takes him down. All of a sudden, they're back into the game. 10-6, full eco here.
I don't know about you, Henry, but the longer this goes, the more of a chance that Heavy God can actually get into the game. And that could change things, right?
Oh, absolutely. An absolute superstar in the making is Heavy God.
Oh, they haven't checked the car. Donk is here. If he stands up, I think it's almost a free kill with the Deagle against that AWP. Oh, but he is being checked. Nicely done, Heavy God, making sure that nothing goes awry. Yeah, this round is on lockdown. 6-10. I mean, the mood is going to change on Spirit. I don't think they're panicked or worried yet, but I don't know. A couple of more rounds like this for G2, and it will be a very different atmosphere on the CT side, for sure.
Absolutely. Felt like we were in cruise control after the pistol victory. The second round force by pays dividends. All of a sudden, it's a very different looking G2 here. 9-3 down at half after winning the pistol, going up 3-0.
They actually they have more kills, Henry, G2, than Spirit do. In spite of being... I mean, they saved a lot, right?
They did save a lot. But still, that is a wild stat, considering the scoreline and how the first half went. I guess, yeah, they were just saving a lot, huh?
That must be the explanation. It's kind of a rare thing to see, I feel like. Wrinkle, obviously, with 18-5. I think he's 9-0 or 9-1 at some point.
Mm-hmm. So, tactical timeout. First one used by Spirit. Money not great. They certainly don't have the luxury of a Shira AWP. Very bare bones as well in terms of the util. Very important round here. Can G2 keep the momentum flowing? Huge advantage in terms of the buy. There's no kit. Can Wrinkle find damage on the cross? Not quite. Long corner smoke going down. Taking vision away from the CTs. Keeps them occupied that side of the map.
But look at this. A bit of aggression to begin with. Presumably you can't stay there forever. Molotov is already going to make it a little bit awkward potentially. Shiro, you don't want to be touched by this because then they're going to know, and they know anyway now. They're on it. Yeah, you have to fall back. It's so dangerous. The flash is in, and it lands under the rim of that wall, so it doesn't even flash the T's.
I think Nerds, somewhat fumbling that jump up, actually worked in his favor. They spotted the peak of his head when he vaults on the planets, and they fired a bullet, and then he gets the information. They had the Molotov behind them, so they couldn't fall back, and they were committed to the fight.
Oh, that's wicked if that's how it played out. They're in upper dark on the Spirit side, and wait a minute, mate. He's actually going to get the kill. Magic's there. This could be interesting. Oh, they fall back from that upper dark position. I kind of wish that he would have kept pushing Sontix over on that side. Somehow, they've managed to crush it on long. What's going on?
Well, that's the bomb. That's presumably round as well. 50 seconds. You've got two players to get through. We've got him long doors. Oh, wow. Brave maneuver. Nice Molotov. And, yeah, they still have the bomb on their side of the server. It's Magic's recovering the AWP. Like we said, that money was very weak coming to this one, so trying to min-max the round. High-risk maneuver running in there, making the audible cues as well, but no problem at all. Trying to drop a lot of smoke here, desperate times. Smoke and response, good luck. That is 100% round now, can't win it. 11-6.
Bit of a shame with the setup once they get the opening kill on Shiro there, and it looked like it was a little bit panicked for Spirit. Look at this flashbang that's set up by Hunter. Like, this is a great setup for it. No chance. But after that, they don't have anything else to show for it.
It's the only kill they lost.
Rough. Spirit return. They pick up another round. 11-6 now. And you were right. The money was starting to dwindle on the CT side, so it's a huge boost.
Yeah, with 4 surviving, recovering the AWP as well. Absolutely true. Now they have all the grenades, defuse kits, recovered a sniper, and we'll get into it.
Bit of a B spawn here.
Very much so, yeah. One of the few maps you can play around the spawns on its Dust 2. I don't think they'll be rushing it necessarily. Let's see whether Wrinkle can find an open L with his decent spawn. Oh, there is a chance.
You're just holding your breath back here. He's trying for it again, my God.
A slither of the scalp of Donk on display there. So, initial stages of the round over. No aggression presented by either side. Going through the defaults now. Aiming for short control. Nerds flashed in. No one home. T-side Molly in response will hold him at bay. Grenade chips away at Nerds. Not significant damage, down to 88.
This feels like this could end up at the A-bomb site when they've already got Heavy God this far out long. Tania pretending. Second flash is where he goes for it, and it's dead on perfect. The first one was just a bit of a taste of what was to come.
Really nice play. Gets a lot of information, Anders. Gets them a man advantage. And it wasn't really risky either. You've got 2 flashes there. You've got a massive advantage of that 1v1.
Those small tricks we didn't see out of G2.
Yeah, true.
Like
they weren't as active.
Yeah, they just
would
weren't.
sit back and just wait for the jewels. Oh, there's a gap in that smoke. You're getting a free kill.
You are exactly right. Reading the future, Henry. Tania is out long. Oh, what is going on? All right, at least Wrinkle gets that one, but it looked like Mattis' mouse just kind of flew across the table. Don't know what's happening any longer.
Still a chance, I suppose.
There is. Nerds finds one. Oh. Shiro's ice cold.
Yeah, he's very, very good. He was he was sick there as well.
How does he not get baited into the shot the first like 5 times that he does it?
I don't know. I don't know, Anders. If I did, I'd be out there with him. The first flash was so sick, then the second as well. He just had to start firing. He knew he was dead. Like I said, I'm not sure if they missed through the smoke slightly, but I don't think there should be that sort of gap on the cross. Well, it seemed like a decent recovery here in the second half, winning that second round 4 spot and getting 3 in a row. Might be all she wrote, I'm afraid. 6 opportunities for Spirit to close things out. Tania looking red hot with 15 kills. Everyone else is contributing. Everyone hovering around 10 kills otherwise.
Tania playing very well, even now that Hallie is back, maybe putting some of the conspiracies to rest.
True.
It was always a bit ridiculous, but fair enough. I kind of get it.
Last chance alone for G2. Couple of pistols. Galil. And the AWP of Wrinkle.
Yeah, let's go.
Wrinkle's 19-7, and they're about to potentially lose 13-6.
Yeah, if you just cover the rest of the scoreboard for the team, if you're a G2 fan, you're thinking, oh, this is sweet.
It's going well.
Oh, it's not going all that well. Shiro with
another one. Don't do it again.
Kickback. He wants it. He feels it. The pressure is on. Deep grenade. Heavy God. He hasn't got activated at all. Now the Molotov to force him into the fight. Heavy God at 5 kills in round number 90 is such a rare thing.
He's just DMing. Okay, well, that's GG, ladies and gents. That was the pick of Spirit, I suppose. Cash up next, Sanders. A G2 have never picked up a win on it. They played big at EWC and lost 13-5.
And we promised that map is going to be one of the best of the
Actually,
group stage.
They've obviously been cooking. All jokes aside, they've obviously been prac. There's not much tape out there of them. They might not have had a good game there, but they've obviously been working on it and ready to show the world what they're made of.
Mouse did it.
Mouse did it.
They announced we've been great. We're the best, in fact. Yes. And they proved it right away. Maybe G could do the same thing here. I hope they will. I want to see them on cash. But this Dust 2 map it's been brutal. 3 versus 5. Hunter on 4 kills. Nerds and Mattis see if they can find an entry here. Shiro gonna miss the flick, but it doesn't really matter. There's so little time in the round. They have to fight their way onto a bomb site. Some utility on catwalk, flash going through, another flash over, but the bomb is making its way back, so they're going to be jumping down. Hunter not finding anyone in CT spawn. I bet he wished that he could have, and out in here, about to shoot them. Just to make things worse, Henry, this could be how it ends.
Well, he's got the call. They're going mid to B. His teammates will be ready for it. Should be a GG at this point, Anders. 20 seconds and they go towards B.
And there's a stab in the back in here, making sure that they are all the way dead. Hunter in CT spawn fired by Shiro. It's a nice triple for the Spirit sniper. It is a 13-6 victory. Very comprehensive, isn't it?
Absolutely. After being down 3-0 as well, it's Spirit, one of the best looking Dust 2s you're ever going to see. Can G2 bounce back on cash? Time will tell.
If G2 are to bounce back on cash, we're going to need to see a lot more than what we saw within this Dust 2. I know it is Spirit's pick in this, but it starts off pretty well. But once we get to the gun rounds, once we get to the moving, we saw some weird after-plant situations where it's a 5v5. They weren't even fighting at times. And it will go to reflect this in the scoreboard, because the scoreboard is kind of weird, right?
Yeah, it's kind of you set up all the win conditions for G2 heading into Spirit's map pick Dust 2. Win the pistol, convert, get Wrinkle off to a good start, get the AWP in the hand, you know, early on, and you get that all going for you, yet you still get dismantled on Dust 2. And if anything, it speaks volume to how well Spirit is playing the map, how structured they are. You even see on the scoreboard, the problem for G2 was that a lot of the rounds were decided by not retaking or not being able to retake that A bomb site, and Spirit had a field day just walking all over that C side. Roger, you were getting a little bit frustrated in the green room, saying that you have to do something to disturb Spirit before they get to execute. If you don't, they're just gonna run away with it.
Yeah, like I actually think they had that idea in the beginning. Like the first weapon round, they throw this combo that I think it was Henry talking about, where they molly lower and smoke it off at the same time. And like to slow down the timeline, so you don't have to waste your util instantly in the round. So they have to use their util to kind of reclaim territory before they, you know, go up and just execute upon you. But I do also want to say that playing passive against against Spirit, they're just so good at trading out whatever route they want to pick that it's gonna be impossible. Like we learned it the hard way in Astralis, lost 10 million times to them on Dust 2 until we actually start, you know, thinking, okay, how do we actually get the game a little bit into our hands, into our favor? And I also think, like, if you look at Hunter's first half, like he was the wrong place at the wrong time, out of position, didn't have the HEs to disrupt whatever was coming their way. Like I think he will be a little bit disappointed, not because of his shooting, but because he didn't really read the game in a way what I would normally expect Hunter to do.
Now you're talking about the win condition for G2, and we're talking about Wrinkle so much in every game we have from G2. He's popping off. He's doing exactly what you want. I'm not going to blame the other supporting cast, but I mean, you need to capitalize on when your AWP has been able to find you so much success. And I know some of it was off in saving afterwards, but I mean, he was getting the openers at times as well.
Yeah, and he kept the AWP in play, you know. There's nothing against saving. There's nothing against saving at times as well for G2. It just became a bit too passive, because the counter argument to that is that Spirit didn't only have to win 2 or 3 buy rounds in that T-side. They had to win 7 or 8, you know, because G2 kept saving and had money and had weaponry every single round, but you got to do something with it. And as much as I agree, Wrinkle tried his absolute best to be a bit aggressive, to go out there and find fights, but it wasn't enough. And you know, the few times they moved over to the B bomb side as well, I think we saw Dong in an entry duel. You know, he got 1 kill, got traded straight away, but that 1 kill was enough to open up the B bomb side for then the second guy to be stuck on side behind a Molotov. So in terms of Dong's performance as well, may not pop off on the scoreboard, you know, the same way you've seen him done before, but the raw impact, the sheer impact of doing something like that, also making sure that you install a bit of fear in the B-bomb side, so it's not going to be an A simulator all the time. It was just a very well-structured T-side from Spirit.
Well, we're going to learn some more about Wrinkle, this time from his teammates. Have a listen to this. How happy are you with like Wrinkle's input on these CT sides and what he's been able to do? Because in the last game, at least, he completely took over.
You know, something about Wrinkle that I really like is the way how he is like deciding what he wants to do, and also like he's coming for you and say, let's switch, let's like all of these things like for Oper is super important. He's dictating the pace, and this is how it should be in every team.
A lot of the conversation around Wrinkle is just about aggression, but maybe you can give me some more insight, right? Because he surely does more than just add an aggressive AWPer. What else does he change within the team?
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's aggressive, as everyone says, and everyone can see, like, he likes to do plays. I think he's a friendly guy, and he can also hype the team. Yeah, he can give some good emotions, so it's really good. Yeah, he can. He has it in himself. Maybe he didn't show it out, you know, like the monster from inside, but it can happen. I think he also he always wants to offer plays and offer some stuff in the game, so I think it's really good. And I think mostly he's helping us in small things.
And those small things may make a difference, but we didn't see it within Dust 2. And we were talking about what Spirit were able to do here. You're mentioning Donk can get an opener and then be traded out, but I mean, if you can win like this without relying on Donk, and tauNER can have some moments as well, this is only a good sign for Spirit, right?
One of the most comprehensive games I've seen from Team Spirit. As I said, they may be the best team in the world right now, but they've shown, you know, on certain maps, certain games, they weren't as clean as you'd like to. This is Spirit looking like the best Dust 2 team in the world right now. You know, Vitality have been struggling on it lately. They had that crown for quite some time, Kasper, but I can't see any team playing Dust 2 to the level that Spirit is right now.
Completely agree. And we also need to remember that this is the map where the team wins for Spirit. I think when we go into cash, different story again. But at least it's healthy signs for a team like Spirit that they can go in on their map pick and rely on the team and not just Donk, you know, because they tried at times to take Donk out of the picture, right? You saw the wrinkle kill into lower. This time it was on Suntix, but it was meant for Donk. So it's like small things where we can actually rely on the supporting cast, and so this game was like a really good example of that.
And looking at tauNER, we kind of get many different shades of tauNER right now in terms of what you can expect from him. But I think he is still holding his own, and I would say trending upwards in many ways.
Maybe a little bit, yeah. It's the consistency. I think everyone realizes how good he can be, and we see glimpses. We saw it at EWC in the grand final against FUT as well, where he at times took over. At times he was the player keeping Spirit alive. It wasn't about Shiro, it wasn't about Donk, it was about tauNER. So whether he's trending upwards or not, I don't know, but we keep seeing these glimpses. It's just about finding consistency, because if you can enable this guy as being the third star of this team, they have everything it takes to be the best in the world.
100%. Like I especially loved like the way he was toying with Metis on his long lurks. Like the old tauNER would have jumped the gun when his teammates were meeting resistance, entering the A-bomb side, but he was super patient, knew exactly what was happening, read like the retake perfectly, goes out, kills Wrinkle, game over, you know. So I think the modern version, if he gets a little bit more, you know, calm under pressure, grows with the team, finds a little bit more footing in what he loves to do, these like, if now lurking becomes a thing for him, like that's a super positive sign also for Spirit, that this guy can do a lot of things, but he also needs to specialize in a couple of more areas for my taste.
Okay, I like what you're saying, guys. Thank you very much for all of your time and thoughts. Cash is the one that's coming up next. This is G2 trying to punish Spirit, but they weren't able to even have a chance of that on Dust 2. It's time for them to reset, collect their thoughts, and come together to try and battle back within this series and see if they can take us to a third. We'll be back in just a few. We're ready to rock and roll and see what will happen as we get into cash. Still a new map in the map pool. It's an old school one that's been brought back. It's one that many love, some can hate as well in it, but right now Spirit do have some struggles. But I remember, Rugger, Donk sat here, he was talking to us, and he was like, we know that they know that we know, and now we're going to be better on it. And maybe that'll be the case today.
Like, it's at least it's the non-naive approach, taking into a map victory on a new map, because you can get fooled a little bit by the lights and how everything evolves. And if it's easy that, okay, we're just so good. But looking back at the game, like I gave it a little eye test yesterday. Like, DENDELE also gave them a lot of opportunities to develop, to use all the tools in the toolbox to play the whole map of cash, right? They didn't play aggressive, they didn't do anything, they gave them the permission to just, make them blind on the map.
Well, you said use all the tools in the toolbox. You can use all the tools to improve your game. And one of those tools, the best one out there, is Refrag. Pim, talk me through this one. What are we cooking with? How can I improve and stop being a bot and be more like Donk?
More like Donk. Well, then you got to play a lot of Crossfire, which is what you're watching right now, which is basically a mode where the bots are peeking at you and peeking out from hiding places. So you get to play the game on real maps like Mirage, Cash for that matter, Nuke, you name it, in different areas, in different positions. So this time around, you're almost retaking the B bomb site. You don't know where the bots are peeking from. You don't know how hard they shoot back at you. You can adjust the settings yourself. You can have bots that is on a nightmare level where basically like playing Donk. So if you want to kill them, you got to be sharp as hell. Or you can have bots who are just, testing you a little bit and making sure that you keep up on your toes. As you can see, every time you move to a new level or a new arena, you get to play a new position. So you become versatile in that regard. It's, I guess, a development from what used to be, what is called, not X-Fire, but Pre-Fire, where basically the bots are spawning the same place all the time and you're going to Pre-Fire all the time. This time the bots are peeking you and you have to react to that depending on where they come from.
I love this as well because when I'm getting to try this out, it's leveling up as I level up, so I see it get harder, and then eventually it just gets to a point where I'm being one-tapped out of the server every single time, and I can't get past that bit.
It has a mode that's called .smart, basically, where the bots adjust to your level. So if you and I go in there, obviously they shoot mega hard. You really have to be sharp, whereas if you join the server, then easy peasy, James.
I knew you were going to do this to me, but trust me, I've leveled up to a harder part, and it is still ridiculous. So if you are playing Counter-Strike, you can try it for free. It's refrag.gg/bars. There's no reason for you not to try it. Don't just listen to us yap about it. Try it. It's a free tool to improve at the game. If you're taking things seriously, you need to be doing this. But also, we need to be continuing to talk about the game that is coming on up. Just tell me realistically, right? Is this just a easy punish pick for G2? Is that how you see it from what you're seeing on the games we've seen so far from Spirit on the map?
Maybe. Again, it's a little bit too soon to make all the conclusions in regards to Cash, but I did see Spirit play big at EWC, and if G2 saw the same game as I saw, there's a lot of things to exploit, because I agree, against DENDELE, you can't really use it for that much. I don't think DENDELE were at a level to really punish Spirit for the mistakes they made. However, Big were able to do that, and if G2 is trying to, look at some of those things that were exploitable, especially the anchor players, I feel on the CT side didn't get much done. It was basically Donk keeping Spirit alive for as long as he could until they fell apart. I think G2 have a realistic shot here as at the very least making the game more competitive than Dust 2. They should.
I think they at least need to look at 7, 8 or even 9 on their city side to have a fighting chance, because you also know swapping over one pistol round decides almost everything. You meet Donk in one round and all of a sudden you're a map point against you, right? So they need to do a little bit what they did on Anubis the other day, where they need to utilize Wrinkle to get the opening kills. Then they need to, find the sweet spots. Okay, Spirit is starting to move on the map. We need to take room back or push or make it hard for them, because if you just, again, like Dust 2, sit back, play good crossfires, handling util, you will lose against Spirit. And I think a lot of teams will do that right now. So this is also a good test for other teams to look again into the toolbox to see how do we actually beat the Spirit team? How can we push them? And what are the actual outcomes when that happens? What Spirit will remain?
Well, the one positive here for G2 is that Wrinkle is on fire right now. And two others who are on fire all the time. It's Anders and Henry G, so take it away.
On fire.
Oh, Jacob. Always a pleasure to have a top 10 analyst in CS with us, Anders.
Nice. We finally
we got him back. All right, qualification on the line here. One map away from the playoffs are Spirit, and it's looking like they're on track to do so.
Yeah, Polymarket agrees with them. After that performance on Dust 2, it was ridiculous. And it wasn't the Donk show. He was fine, but Tania was top fragging, and the team as a whole, the calling on the T side was immaculate. So, yeah, you have confidence in Spirit right now. now for sure. G2, I think they could do more. I think Heavy God needs to get into the mix. I know he's great, so let's see it now. I want Cash to be closer. I want to see the excitement. So we head into map number 2 here to find our first contestant to make their way through. It's going to be exciting, Henry. Let's go.
Opting to start on the T side. Spirit, just to notice, the pick of G2.
Okay.
So we're going to have an A execution here. You're going to see a lot of these. I say that, we're actually going for more of a door-centric approach. 3 players heading towards Squeaky right now. 1 towards A main. Magic's deploying the util. Popping 3 out the door. Let's see how it goes, Anders.
They got the Molotov for where Wrinkle is playing, so the dualies are going to be put under a lot of pressure. There we go, straight onto the dualies, flashing their way out. Wrinkle doesn't care. He still finds the headshot. He's finally got rid of, but they've slowed it down. And Natus is at the back of the site waiting for it. Hunter up close. The defense is looking really good right now. And they've got rid of 2 of the heaviest hitters on Spirit. Donk and Tinir are both out of the round. And there's no bomb plant happening either, so this is a bit interesting.
Waiting for things to subside, letting the dust settle. 4 on 3, but it's going to be Mattis to strike once again. Takes a bullet to the face, but the round looks secure here. It is now Shiro, nothing to do, nothing to say. Just get 1 frag on the exit, but excellent work there. We'll take that. First pistol victory for G2. 3 kills for Mattis as they let the Mad Dog off the leash. It's going to be 1-0. No bomb plan for Spirits. Begs the question if they'll be force buying or buying AKs in the 3rd.
Hunter, I think, slapped him out of the sky at the end there. I think he hit Shiro while he was airborne, but yeah, hugely important. Of course, they did win the pistol on the first half of Dust 2, and then they went on to lose 9 rounds. Not saying that's going to happen again, but to the back of G2's mind, they must be looking for a really hot start here. You got the MP7 on Nuts. You asked for it, Henry.
It is my favorite. Oh, he doesn't want it. Okay, there it is. Pick it up.
Careful now.
Okay. Let's have a look. Just a full eco. A chance to farm. A moment's respite for Spirits. Just going to be using this like a timeout, discussing your options going forward. If you're just joining us, welcome to the show. We're in the group stages here. This is Group A upper bracket semi-final. Winner does go to the playoffs. Loser will go down to the lower brackets.
They're going to be playing Aurora in that? Is that how that works out?
Let's have a look. Yes, no, they would be playing against either NAVI or paiN.
Okay, well, that's more complicated than I thought. Fair enough. That'll be very interesting. There's the first kill for Nuts. Farming it up.
And just to note, NAVI and paiN is the next game after this one.
That is true.
And then M80 versus FURIA. That should be quite an interesting battle. I think M80 are looking pretty sharp right now. I think M80 could be the surprise package. They took down NAVI yesterday.
They did. It was a really fun game. Really enjoyed it. A lot of kills with the SMGs and a team kill. Shiro is gone. Doesn't matter. At one point in time, you suffered enormous economic losses from shooting your teammates. Glad we don't have that anymore. Like, it had a significant impact on the game.
Yeah, it was like $1,000 you could lose, yeah.
That was a bit ridiculous, perhaps. Well, there we go. First couple of rounds out of the way.
Just what they needed. As you mentioned, though, they had that 3-0 start on Dust 2, and then it's got absolutely walloped after that. AKs are coming out in the 3rd.
Now, the MP7 on Heavy God at the start of this round, does that suggest that there could be some CT trickery? Like, do you want to push with it, or what's the plan here?
I guess because he's just going to be anchoring at the back of a bomb site.
Maybe it's all right.
He'll just be back, like, he can just go checkers and B, I suppose.
Okay.
And maybe he just feels more comfortable allowing Nerds to have the rifle. Yeah, maybe he's just opted for it. They've got some sort of boost going on in towards B as well.
Oh, they could look right over, but Something's seen it. Oh my god, that's close. I think if they managed to stabilize that boost a little bit earlier, then they would have been ready. Smoke for Shiro. Going to be flying all the way through to that top of highway position. And Donk is already in the middle. This could actually be a very fast split onto the A bomb site. We know how dangerous they could be. Although G2 actually not in a bad position for it.
Smoking off towards truck.
True.
Players up towards highway. Flashes coming through. A lot of pressure now towards Mattis. Needs to deliver. Players surrounding him. Teammate goes down.
This is a sick execute from Spirit.
It really is.
I don't think we've seen a lot exactly like this. They flashed their way through their own top highway smoke, So, and there's no other indication really that anything's happening on the A-bomb side. Like, they don't have those long smokes that land. They just run straight in there.
Well, this one's, we talked about it being very telegraphed, the traditional A executions.
Right.
Like this one, you're not really sure what's going on. You've got no vision towards highway. You don't know if they're coming up. There's one smoke down towards truck. It's not like it's very, very clear they're going to be popping into A any second. Especially those flashes as well.
That could be for almost anything, you're right. That was cool.
Because, yeah, you could use that to go through Z, I suppose, and have a bit of cover.
For sure.
But there we go. That was cool. Very nice round from Spirits. First gunny is theirs. In towards A. Through the smokes and absolutely obliterated the defense on the other side. 4,500 for Heavy God. Money's not great otherwise. Taking some casualties prior.
Perhaps a bit more tricky to do something in a round like this one, because I think Spirit's surely going to be on alert. They're going to know the economy is a little bit low on the CT side, so if you were going to be watching for counter boosts or anything else, like this is the kind of round where you would expect for the CTs to be either aggressive or boosting or anything like that.
Well, like we said, money going to be an issue. They've opted to take the eco here. MP7 at the tippity top. USPs. Otherwise, it's going to be Zontic to open things up here. Heavy God goes down. Spirit have made their presence known here on Cash.
He tried to push for his own smoke, Heavy God. So he throws the early, like, does the smoke stop the rush? Yeah.
Trying to get the element of surprise, I suppose. If he gets a cheeky one, might funnel them into the A stack they've got going on. I suppose that was the intention.
Yeah, that's probably right, yeah. Nice idea, to be honest. I like that.
Good shot from Wrinkle. Doesn't mean too much. Maybe he can save an AK. That's about it. Not going to happen. Donk, one step ahead, as you might imagine. That's round 2-2. Nerds with the P2000. There's another P2000 user. Walks again, Nerds.
Okay, we're collecting a little list.
Little sample size. Okay. Nothing you can do about this one, but nice to see Spirit dotting their I's, crossing their T's, not giving anything away.
A real hope here because we don't have a lot of data on G2. Like you said, they lost to Big on this map. That's the only real data that we have, and it's a minute ago, so they could have done a lot of prep, a lot of changes.
Well, I think that's a feather in their cap almost because there's tape from Spirit on this map yesterday, right, from DENDELE. And sure, you've got one game to look at from G2, but presumably since then they've been working on things, adjusting, and you got fresh intel on what Spirit bring to the table. But I don't think that helps you too much. You can have all the best executions, know what they're up to, but it comes down to who's hitting their shots. And right now, Spirit are dominating them in that department, especially on a map like Cash. There's only so much you can do in terms of the prep and executions.
I think that's true. Yeah, it's too early on to have that deep of a playbook. On the first map, G2 had the kills, but not the rounds to follow it. They ended up saving a bunch, especially in the first half. Wrinkle played well enough. It was sick to see. We were lacking both Heavy God and Hunter in terms of the scoreboard. And obviously, that must be rectified coming into this second map. At least it's not elimination, but I don't know, Spirit are coming into this looking very, very strong. I had my doubts because, yeah, I don't know, DENDELE, definitely the underdog team, obviously knocked out earlier today. But they played really well against Spirit, and I thought that made me wonder, is this like a post kind of victory Spirit? That are they a little bit too relaxed coming into this? Doesn't look like it now. They're super sharp. Tied up game. But we do have Wrinkle on the AWP.
He was impressive. He has been in this tournament so far. A lot of his kills didn't have massive impact, but he certainly got a lot of them. He was at 19-7 after they got absolutely battered on Dust 2. 2-2 though, early days. Bear in mind, this Spirit opting to start on the T side of Cash here. This is very common these days, getting that boosted player to get intel when he close range CTs trying to sneak up close toward defense. Now, Donk was missing his grenade in their first outing. Looks like that one was spot on. He's got another one here. Looks like he's been working on it. They were bouncing off that right-hand wall. Just like that. Dude, surely you worked on that.
Yeah, you'd want to see that changed a bit.
Okay, maybe I'm trying to see where it lands. Maybe is there something? Okay, there we go.
Nice.
What is going on?
2 out of 3 is not bad. You know.
What was that CT smoke?
I couldn't tell you. I don't have any good ideas. Molotov. You mentioned this one last time to clear out checkered.
Really
Worth
nice,
knowing.
Really nice Molotov to get in your arsenal.
And a deep grenade. That's towards the sandbags in middle. Super important if you want to mid-control here on the T side. You have to be able to clear that out. Again, very deep smoke that lands towards that top highway position. So again, kind of signaling we could be going A. This is what they did last time. And then this time instead, it's actually a B hit. So try to play with the meta game already. Our Spirit, seeing if they can keep G2 in the dark for as long as possible. Counter utilities coming out. We're down sub 30 seconds. Nice boost as well.
It's a really powerful boost.
Nuts here, see if they can find a flash against him. So far, he's got perfect vision on this one. Taps the first player, falls back down. That's where you want to disengage. Magics is dead, and Heavy God activated to take down Sontix. So, in spite of the fact that there only really was 2 people at the bomb site, that boost really made a difference.
It's such an annoying boost to deal with. The only players that can get vision on him are the ones in checkers, and you're not pre-firing that angle when you come through. So even if you jiggle him, like they did, they get the intel. It's really difficult to calm. You can shout the word boost. It's not entirely clear as to where he'll be. And you can see just such a strong position. Nerds getting the double kill there. Didn't even need headshots. Plenty of time to kill. Surprised we don't see it more. You see that the reason that you can't be seeing that pipe covers you from B main.
Yeah.
The players swinging through really have to get deep angles.
And I guess if you wanted to flash that deep, then those flashbangs would be much worse against anyone who's not on the boost.
And the flashes people are throwing from sunrooms right now, they bounce behind that position.
Right. Okay. A sign of life.
What's up?
On Dust 2, it was 9 in a row before G2 got back.
Yes,
this time it's right. Different.
Yep, good point.
I'm taking anything I can to build a good story for G2.
That was a decent round.
I want to see them do more.
Yeah, that's did well. It's a good setup.
Let's see. Round number 6.
So we talk about Wrinkle being confident, assertive, dictating the pace of these CT halves. Cash lends itself to that sort of playstyle. You can go anywhere you want as a CT AWPer, have impact depending on your spawn or where you're feeling it. You can literally go anywhere at the start of the map and look for an opening pick. Most common would be over towards B. It's where he's heading right now. Oh, a lot of damage taken there for Tanir.
For a brief moment, he wanted to take the fight to Tanir, and then he kind of thought better of it. The fact that he gets hit at all within the incendiary is just good information for the CT side, but don't think you're expecting to do 52 damage in that one. Deep nades. Oh, that must have been the second nade landing on Hunter as well. He's down to 38. Kind of annoying. Let's see what Magix has got for us. Smoke for the middle. Molotov. Ooh, that failed. That actually lands on the T side, so he wanted to, I think, maybe Molotov out the back sandbags there. Mid-control's there for G2. It looks like it will be the A bomb site to be tested as soon as they pick up the bomb here.
Certainly will, Anders. See whether this is going to be a successful gambit in towards the A side. Molotov's down towards quad and forklift. Smoke to cover the cross.
Great counter utility, though.
Nice position from Mattis, AK in hand as well. He is sharp, this kid. Gonna have to go above and beyond. He's the one that needs to step up. Needs a couple of kills here. Crisp headshots required. Not gonna get it.
Wrinkle. He was all in. He had to hit that shot. He was gonna die every single time. 25 seconds. Oh, they find him on top. It's agonizingly slow for Spirit here. I feel like normally when you're this far sort of grouped up on the map and you're this slow onto a bomb site, that means the CTs are gonna be ready. But they weren't this time. Heavy God trying to sneak on through. I don't think he realized there's a player right in front of him. It's Sontix. Triple for him right now. Stepping up in the round, and it's Nuts. No real chance to win it, unfortunately. Don't have the utility, don't have the kit either. He's going to be traded out. Tanir takes him down. So Spirit, they answer back.
Huge round to win financially as well. It's difficult to even justify a partial here. 2 players have to eco.
I feel like it's a weird pace that they find Spirit. Like normally when you throw the grenades, you're on the bomb site, but they were sort of slithering out, like slowly creeping onto the site. Very annoying.
Donk not happy either. Well played from Zontix though, 3 kills in the round. Wins it with that kill on the encroaching CT towards the bomb site. Should be the eco here. That's exactly what we get. Couple of sets of Kevlar. Heavy God and Hunter rocking the 5.7s.
Still haven't seen many people boosted up into that Shroud position. It's so famous.
It is. Shroud died for this.
Exactly. But we still remember him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially now the map is back.
One of the goats.
You could definitely say that. Nice Molotovs, and again, that top highway smoke, that seems to be really a staple of what Spirit are doing. I like the fact that they're throwing it in rounds, even when they're not even going for this highway position. It just keeps G2 in the dark all the time. Like, that smoke is down so often.
They love this highway play. That smoke is so stifling for CTs. You have no idea what's on the other side. You're feeling pressure from A main, Squeaky. They're in the dark right now. It's a bit of a B stack for G2. Wrong side of the map. Unfortunately, Mattis, I don't think there's much he can really do here. Nope.
Yeah, tough.
4-3. And indeed, yeah, Heavy God and Hunter better off to saving the Kevlar. Heavy God's going to be boosted up. Maybe a chance of finding Zontix here. But he's more than aware. You'll commonly find him sniffing out these sort of kills. Not the cleanest, but we'll take it. It's one piece of Kevlar down. Hunter remains. Nerds might as well give it a look in. P2000 only. Shiro needs to be careful here. No need to go hunting here. You don't want to lose the AWP. No one to back you up. Realizes that's the case.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the one big mistake that they could potentially make is give over a rifle. Otherwise, things are fine.
You do not need to find these last 2 kills.
They're so hungry for it. I guess he does have magics on the other side, but it does seem perhaps a bit greedy. He's going to be rewarded for it anyway.
He knows he's going to die, so he has to throw the AWP away. Not a big deal. All good. Saving the AWP.
The shockwave will get to him.
There we go. Smiles all round. No desk slamming now. Spirit will take the lead. 4-3 on their T-side campaign. Winning the pistol. Similar scenes here, Anders. 4-3 scoreline. Sure, they broke the streak, but it's more of the same, and it's a CT-sided map.
And G2 not quite doing the thing that we've been talking about otherwise, which is losing mid control and then taking something else. Like, they're losing it to that highway smoke.
That was the problem on Dust 2 as well. They weren't reactive enough.
Yeah, you're right.
They weren't actually reclaiming the map once they lost space. And if they don't start stepping up and having that mentality, Team Spirit will pick them off one by one. We talked about this maneuver earlier. The A main spread goes a bit deeper. Oh, they tried to blow it open. Actually works out quite nicely. And they've overlooked the CT in towards the garage as well. Heavy God should get like 2 or 3 kills here.
He's so far struggling to get the first one, but he does pick up magics. 4 bullets left, and it's not enough to take down Dog. There was a real opportunity.
He needed such a clean kill on the first one.
The bomb is over here. I don't know why Tini is shooting the gun. It's probably going to be fine, but I feel like...
You're assuming he's a lurker, though, to be fair.
You probably are. But heads up, play the plan on this position, because his teammates might be coming in from the other side. Well, wait a minute. Sontix is now going to be coming in, but it is planted for Sontix. That was the point.
Yeah, look, he's leaving Squeaky Door. So I guess... Are they saving? Are they going for it? They think it's B?
I actually have no idea.
I guess they're saving now. You don't even know.
But you are right, though. Like, that's a good point. That I think, yeah, they're trying to save where the bomb is. I don't think they realize.
They don't have the kits. They can't go for it.
No. That is kind of wacky. I think you're onto something.
Because he had 3 players in towards B. The bomb, quote-unquote, lurking over to a Squeaky Door. He takes some shots on the back. You're just assuming he's the lurker.
Yeah, the reason why I said I don't want to fire the...
Oh, Wrinkle died as well, dude. Oh, man. The HUD even tell... Okay, they recovered the AWP. It's fine. The HUD tells you if you're going to survive or not.
Rough.
Oh, you don't love to see that.
5-3. Yeah, I have... Back in, I think, CS 1.5 or something.
Here we go. Here's a hot take.
Yeah. We played an online tournament. We got knocked out because the teammate of mine basically did what Tania did, except he got shot down and the bomb was lost. And then we were like, if you just didn't fire the game, we'd win. That's it.
I see what you're saying.
It's in the back of my mind. Like, it's like 15, like 20 years later. I'm like, nah.
Rolling it back to 2002 there. I like it.
Yeah.
It was a different time.
It's a different time. Took it very seriously. It's back when Teflon skates were a big thing, Henry.
So were glass mouse pads.
Yeah. We had a sponsorship for those in one of my teams.
Yeah, the ice mats.
That's the best salary I've ever had playing. I'm not going to call it professional Counter-Strike. That'd be a stretch. But
you were playing Counter-Strike.
We
can leave it there.
That's about the best. We're trying the very best that we could.
Wrinkle, he didn't save the AWP. He went down to the blast, but of course will be thrown back over to him. We talked about being assertive, controlling the map. He hasn't necessarily done that on Dust 2. Maybe a little bit scared of Shiro's presence on the server. When we saw them earlier in the tournament, Wrinkle looked very, very comfortable.
Do you want to take this fight against someone like Shiro? He's such a patient rifler. Orpa, it's going to be Wrinkle taking on Sunsix instead, and Heavy God. I don't even hate the fact that he tries to find something there.
Yeah, you're hoping the AWP shot would dissuade them and you can go get a free rifle.
Yeah.
Not the worst idea, it's unfortunate. Didn't pan out in their favor. Smoke down towards A, you know the AWP's over towards B, but it's scrambling over. Bear in mind, Shiro has the bomb. They probably don't commit to this. They know that everyone's going to be rotating and moving around the map, trying to set up and be ready. Oh, they're vacating. You can see them vacating as well. The mind games really are beginning here. So all 4 players now going over towards B. Throwing a smoke towards A main, suggesting there's still players there.
If this was a rifle round, we would probably call this an over-rotation for G2, but in a round like this one, like, what are they supposed to do? They kind of have to do something.
Save the AWP is what they need to do.
Yeah.
So this works in that, with that mentality. This is okay.
Fair.
It's a bit unfortunate. Feels like they can't catch a break today. Every call just seems to be, unfortunately, the incorrect one.
Yeah, and on the flip side, like Spirit are very confident in what they're doing. They obviously have, game planned a lot on the T side of this map. Some of the fundamentals, I think, are looking like some of the best that we've seen so far. Maybe especially with that highway component. I feel like they're getting so much use out of that one smoke.
There doesn't seem to be any sort of response for CT squads right now against Spirit and their highway play. They get the mid control, that smoke goes down, and they've got so many plays they can deploy once they get that control.
And the problem is, right, if you're playing close to that headshot box in the middle, you get grenaded. And nobody wants to play in the middle of highway on the CT side. Like, that's their sentence.
Yeah, that's a good point. So when they do slow mid control, they're not trying to like rush through smoke. So they triple nade towards the highway box. They double Molotov. They get the mid control, and they've got that deep highway smoke. And that's when, unfortunately for GT, that's when you need to be pushing in towards B, getting squeaky door presence. That's when you have to react. You can let them have middle. You can't just be sitting ducks, waiting on the other side of the smoke and getting flashed off. Because if you know they're mid-control, there's at least 2, maybe 3 players doing it. So you need to use the manpower, 2-player excursions on the extremities.
They lost the AWP, right? They picked up an AK, but I think they had to rebuy the AWP on Wrinkle.
Oh, he's got $100, so you might be right.
I think he was the one playing. Maybe I'm hallucinating, but I feel like that did happen. Oh, G2, man. I mean, Dust 2 was already looking shaky, but I was hoping that they could do more early on. This is a CT-sided map.
Sure.
So they need to win the last 3 rounds here.
Fast A, Anders, changing the pace up. Zontix looking for that entry, and it's going to be Mattis. Nice shot. Can he get the second? He absolutely can. Looking for that triple. Not going to happen. And the Hunter now, dropping the block utility. Buys a little bit of time for the rotations to come through. It has to be a G2 round.
I think Tinia was saved by the forklift, otherwise he gets killed by that secondary spray from Mattis. Hunter burning all the way from 100. Nuts, he's taking down Magic, so it's still on here. Another good headshot as he moves forward. 13 bullets, and it's Shiro in a 1 versus 3, trying to clutch it. Trying to find his way out of the smoke. Okay, Nuts with a triple. And another round for G2, they needed this.
Good job from Mattis, especially there. High pressure situation, a change of pace from Team Spirits.
I think, I don't know if we'll see it on the replay, but he actually is, he would have had the 3rd kill if not for the
railing.
Yeah. Oh, you can see the spark there. That would have been it, I think. Immediate timeout for Spirit. 1 loss out.
Don't let them build up momentum. Ice them out. Last couple of rounds here. 6-4 for Spirit. They'd love to get up to 8. Been very impressive since losing the pistol. They were down 2-0 before they posted their first. But yeah, it does feel like Spirit's well on track to qualify towards the Porto playoffs.
I want to be branded a hater.
Oh, here we go.
But I feel like I'd be negligent if I didn't point out that Hunter and Heavy God again are struggling. Like that duo is for now, they're having a hard time.
The thing is, Heavy God's the B anchor. They just haven't gone B. You know what I mean? Like they haven't really been showing that much presence. There's been a lot of A splits, A rushes. I think they've been to B maybe once.
I like that. Doing a bit of what I think the kids call sweeping. For
yes. But it's I don't know. Heavy God especially, I just don't think there's much more he could have done. It's the A bomb side is under a lot of scrutiny. And as we said, there's this bombardment of grenades here. It's so difficult to hold middle against Spirit.
Look at Wrinkle. He's pushed through the T smoke outside of B. So you've brought it up many times, like his aggression, his willingness to challenge. He's done it again this time. Grenades in the middle. This one works.
Great camera work, boys. Enjoying that. He this time nails all 3 HEs. He's been in the lab.
Nerds is playing in the vent, and I feel like Spirit are going to be Molotoving that out for a little bit of mid-control. Yep, here we go. More mid-control being attempted. There comes the Molotov. Oh, it fails. I think it lands on the wrong side. Nerds is still in the vent. Yep. That is a bit of a mistake. And that'll cost you. They at least trade out the kill, but those are the small details that need to be fixed.
Oh, dude, huge miss. Crazy miss.
But where did the bullet go? Did he move right as he shot? I can't fathom what's happening.
Gotta hit those. That's not like a kind of a silver platter sort of scenario. A must-hit shot, a sitter, and it doesn't connect.
Oh, he's waiting so patiently. He was waiting for the flash to hear if they were actually on the site. They really line up, but trying to see if he can sense what's on the other side. No scopes being attempted now, but no connection. Bomb is going to be planted. Double incendiary.
Really crazy retake required here.
Sontex, hello? All right. Giving it half his health to really make sure they plant the bomb.
Flashes and incendiaries is all they have.
They kind of have to go for it, right?
The thing is, Donk loves this fight in CT spawn.
Well, let's find out if he's going to be up to the task here. G2, it's all or nothing. Deep grenades landing. And Wrinkle will get the shot on Doc, so the main threat is gone. Mattis, great navigation. He finds the headshot against Tenier, and Sontex is already low from earlier. Shiro, that's a great pickup. Heavy God can't get onto the side of Wrinkle. Yeah, there's just no time, unfortunately. He was really close to retaking that one, and once they get around the corner, maybe they could have gone for the defuse, but Shiro was always in a great position, so it's going to be Spirit up to 7 rounds.
Pretty admirable attempt in the end. It's
so.
Shiro, the final boss. An absolute master. In those sort of scenarios, great shot from Wrinkle. Unfortunately, missing that one in towards B storage. That's when it felt like the round was in jeopardy. Wow. Shiro, though, delivers the goods. High pressure moment, doesn't miss a single bullet.
Can we see that Wrinkle shot again in the later round? I'd love to see how fast that is in slow motion. Regardless, we're in round number 12, Henry. We need G2 to step it up.
Not an amazing buy here, but not the worst, I suppose. 3 rifles, 2 of which FAMAS are going to flash in towards A main. Take a little swing here.
They throw the flash, but they don't really swing. And now they've activated Donk. Oh, they're hiding in their corner, and the flash is gone by the time that Hunter is trying to track them down.
Oh, great. You can just reset the round as well. You've got 1 minute 20. You don't just have to run in. And I think a team like Spirit, that's exactly how they'll play it. They like to draw it out, maintain their advantage, not take any risks, work on information, give yourself the advantageous duels. This is beautiful to see. A lot of teams will just run in there with 2 kills, Anders.
Agree. And then they're back to the same protocol, right? Like, you see the double smoke in the middle?
This is high-level CS right here. Like, it might be tempting to run in there and you think, okay, the round's done. No, there was an AWP on the other side. Like, you could actually fed Wrinkle there. Just really, like, nice, solid Counter-Strike here. Nice and calm, sticking together, using the numbers.
Doesn't check it all the way. It feels unjust by the time they finally show up to fight Heavy God. He's got a FAMAS and no teammates, so he's in the worst possible position to actually defend himself. Smoke up towards that headshot position. 30 seconds on the clock. I don't know how you can get the kills needed here. You basically need a triple kill with the FAMAS and nice spacing. They trade out. Tenier to get this one, and Wrinkle has no chance.
They give nothing away.
Yeah.
It's really impressive. The discipline, that's been a key word of this tournament. These guys, they have bucket loads of it.
It's really well done. The T side, and Dust 2 as well. Like, I mean, it was impressive.
We watched Aurora earlier. They took every fight possible.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we were getting frustrated. Wrinkle, the last man, and only for a second. 8-4 in the first half. Spirit, they look like the best team in the tournament right now.
Can he delay the push? He can do better than that. Dropping Huxi and Yabi coming back for Stare as well. Big performance from Texi. So close to reducing the deficit here, but 2 of them dropped by Fuzi in a clutch now, who suddenly made it a 1v1 until he knows he can commit.
Wow, that's insane.
He's got no idea where to look. He's completely paranoid. He needs tablets and a therapist. That Mully will force him into the open, but Fuzi will deliver.
Bomb plant in a moment, and Spirit A sudden question as to whether they can convert their pistol victory. Prime Taps cleared out from Forklift. We've got this mid lurk coming through, but by the time Body gets into position, Shiro's already got a couple kills. Magic's cleaned out as Shiro finds a third on the round, and the frag grenade whittles Cadian down to half HP. Still a smoke in front of him to play off of. Shiro taking to the high ground is going to get the quad kill in the retake.
Looking to get pop flashed in with a teammate there as well. Twist into the A main position. FaZe might have the read.
Oh, he gets immediately wrecked. He was carrying utility as well. Jabone doesn't have any. Trying to hide in plain sight and find a fight if he can. But there's just nowhere for him to go. Natu needs a miracle. He's got to find a lot of Deagle shots here. He might just do exactly that. What an overperformance. That's utterly ridiculous. That's nasty work. Mac has got his bell rung. Curtis got 21 HP. This is so dangerous. AW now in a 1 versus 2. This time he does go for it. Where's that last man? Gravity. Oh, somewhere Vu is crying. And he does it. I can't believe it. It's an anti-eco. The stats are getting worse.
Ultimately isolating this B duel. There's just more confidence from Furia in their protocols.
Yes. And in that case, Fallen's individuals, right? Scooping that op up, pushing through the smoke, takes a little nerve. And he is the top performing Furia player now after that sequence. Nice.
Oh, yeah, you Gander.
The mowdown from downtown. So OG keep the game interesting as the economic problems sink in for Spirit. Shiro doesn't shoot. A lot of bodies here. They're just charging past him. He's going to hang on to check.
What is this play?
Zontex with the Deegan 3 on the other side.
Donk was spotted, but Donk is still Donk. And Natu's the one who dies. That's kind of how it works when you go up against Donk.
Yeah, his pathing there was predictable. Jacob does get... Oh, hello! Jacob and Twist both chiming in with a frag.
That will help Odd as an incendiary also for Jacob. And he's got a good angle to throw it. So let's see now. Frozen and Magic discussing this duel. It's going to be really important to see who wins what. Okay, just down to Magic's now. 1 versus 2. He's got the first one up against the rifle of Jacob. Jacob's been doing great work for FaZe, and it will be another clutch 1v1 that is secured by FaZe.
Ladies and gentlemen, looks like Spirit have all but confirmed their playoff place in Porto, and there's 5 rounds to go. And it begs the question, do G2, can they do anything about it? Is there anything they can say to bring this game back to life?
All good, boys. Let's hug them on T-set, okay?
Not the most inspirational situation that I've ever heard.
Listen, it can be done.
I was hoping for like an Any Given Sunday kind of speech. You know, we're all getting fired up here, but G2, maybe it's less talking and more shooting. I really hope so.
Really wants to shoot that vent tower, huh?
Yeah.
All right. It feels like a must-win pistol for G2. You're now on the T side here. It's your map pick, sure, but Spirit just looks so locked in. Shiro, freebies here. Won't get the double. Oh, he will get the double. That's so unfortunate for Nuts. A millisecond in it.
Yeah.
They have got an open A bomb site. Still winnable. Bomb planted at the very least. Kits available for Magic's.
And Mattis still being on highway here. That kind of forces Spirit into a bit of a weird potential crossfire. So as long as Mattis is alive, I think this could be a winnable round still. Kit is there for Magic's, and that means they've got a little bit more time. What a jump up. Donk, he's relentless. It's actually Tania. He's getting another headshot, finding Hunter, and now Heavy God with all the work to do. His teammates are dead and gone. They're on the sites already, and they make it look like an easy retake. The crossfire, it was no problem at all.
Tania. Lovely shots there. Looked like Donk had the player towards highway. Gets the intel at the very least. Tania beats him to the punch. They've had Shiro gets 2 here. Yeah, unfortunately that's where the round was decided. He could not be allowed to get 2 from the sandbags. Mattis just 1 bullet behind. That's a shot from Tania. Pixel perfect precision here.
Oh, wow.
Really nice work. You're going to have to force buy if you're G2 now. Oh, Shiro's enjoying it.
Well, they're having a grand time. You can see Mattis like sort of sinking into his chair. They just are not feeling it. That is not, I think, the smoke that they wanted. They wanted the mid-smoke. It lands kind of on top of the boost.
No, that's probably the extinguished smoke. I'm guessing, like, suggesting you're going to go for the rush.
Okay.
I might be wrong, but there is an idea where you can throw that smoke from T-spawn every round and get a bit more cover and deny the incendiary.
Okay. That's really cool.
Whether they meant to throw it, I don't know, but there is that sort of idea. It's a near beautiful opening kill. Oh, so unfortunate that it's dying through the smoke. They haven't seen anyone yet. Oh, okay, pack it up, boys.
Ridiculous.
Not the team we were expecting today. G2 kind of shrinking as the series goes on. We thought this would be the game of the day. But unfortunately, like, no one from G2 really stepping up. We had Wrinkle on Dust 2. Sure, he got 19 and 7, but they were getting absolutely owned on route.
Important lesson for the fans, though. Don't trust the commentators, really, ever. You know, just don't.
I mean, yeah, that's a good rule of thumb in general.
Yep. You learned the hard way. You guys got duped.
Rough one from Polymarket there for G2 fans.
Fair enough.
Okay. Has to be the eco. They've invested a little bit, I suppose, with the Desert Eagles. No Kevlar to be seen. Zontix. That's what I have to say. It's an ambitious little play. You know their eco. They've been so good at being disciplined today and not giving anything away. If Magic goes down with nothing, yeah, that could be round.
Come on, G2. We know they could do stuff like this. Heavy God with another headshot.
Unnecessary from Spirit there. First blunder. Unforced error, we call that, Anders.
At this point, sacrifice whoever you need to summon the Heavy God in this point. I feel like they need that. Couple of banging deagle shots.
And just no real need for it. Even if you get that kill, like, it's such a high-risk maneuver. You've given a rifle up if they are rushing.
Well, and it plays against the point that I think you made earlier about how disciplined they've been, Spirit.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily matter too much in the grand scheme of things, but it's certainly not ideal.
They still have some nades. I think they're hoping that they could get enough damage to get an early kill. Stick around. All right, that's definitely not perfect.
They don't get a single frag on a deagle, no armor round.
Natus is angry.
Oh, that could be the difference maker right there.
You've called him the mad dog, Henry.
But that's from what I know, that's what Natus means in his language.
But there we go.
I might be wrong there.
I've learned something new. Now we're committing to it now.
Yeah.
It's too late to take it back. He certainly looked mad at this moment. Oh, these are some very, very cool shots coming out. Ali in the back, the body language. Oh, I want to see that again. That is going to be an instant meme gif coming your way.
Well then, as we said, no real need for that at all from Spirits. They feed the G2 Deagles. Don't take anything away from G2. They'd hit some remarkable shots there. It's unlucky, I suppose, for Spirit, but definitely not needed there from Zontix. He opened the floodgates. Nice indeed. Very important round here. G2, they win this, Anders, that there's a chance of a comeback. Quite a good one.
I would agree. And they're getting a little bit of their own medicine here. Tenier down to 6-9 in the middle. As he's landed, I think, a third grenade on him. So kind of frustrating. But he is still there to kind of hold on to it. So at least they haven't pushed back and got the mid control. And oh, Tenier. What a risk to take. Pushing in front here. Nerds will find him, but I do like the attempt from Tenier. It's a little bit mad to try and do that late in the round with not a lot of backup. But there was a chance that G2 would have kind of come over the wall and not been ready for it. Smokes are down towards the A side. The bomb is a little bit far back, so they're actually going to be faking this execute. They're going out middle instead. 30 seconds. I don't know if I love this, especially not now that Heavy God is dead. I feel like they might have overcooked this round quite a bit. Shiro, if he had found that kill, I think the round comes undone. But now they've done it. Now they've threaded the needle.
Looks absolutely fine here. They will just be saving these 3 rifles over towards B. G2 keep their head above the proverbial water. 4 to survive. They've got 4 M4s on the T side of Cash. You don't see that too often. That won't be necessarily too useful, Anders, in the next gun round, because you'll be taking 1-on-1 duels at range with an M4.
That's true.
Like, it's fine. It keeps the money strong, I suppose, but you don't see this really ever. This is a bit of an anomaly.
So rare, we don't even have a name for it.
Yeah, so I'm guessing they'll buy an AWP for Wrinkle, so you'll have 4 M4s and an AWP on the T side.
That was a good find early on there. Such an important trade. I was really getting worried. But there was no need. 6th round.
We did say if they can win this one, the conversation of a comeback certainly begins. Do they want the AWP? They do. There it is. I think this is the first time I've ever seen this in 13 years of commentary.
It does look like the hut is broken somehow.
Yeah.
It's like, we made a mistake. Put the weapons on the wrong side. Saving 3 rifles, though, as Spirit. So they're still dangerous in this round. It kind of extends their life a little bit. Maybe delays the comeback for G2 a little bit if they can pick up a couple of kills here. They have almost no utility. So in spite of the fact that they had the 3 rifles, they're not reinvesting.
What?
Oh my god!
Are you joking or what?
Why is he doing that? We're trying to have a reasonable conversation about a comeback. We're working hard to believe in G2.
Is he joking? What the hell? How do you... I just have to... No, okay. I'm going in the server.
What a character.
So yeah, to spam through the smoke. It wasn't a wall bang or anything. That was just clean. Between the eyes.
Yeah.
10 bullets.
Committed to that one.
And bear in mind, this is an eco for Shiro and co. They saved the 3 rifles. They got USPs otherwise, but Donk takes matters into his own hands there. Double kill to kick things off. That's such a disappointing way to kick it off. Round not necessarily over, though. Don't get me wrong. Gonna be trying to come out the vents here. No, it's Bravely Descends. We've got the same boost. Taste of his own medicine here. Oh, Magix, that's not pretty.
It isn't.
It's back in. They've actually thrown the round somewhat here.
Yeah, they are. Tania coming through on the one side. Donk is back. He's already got a couple of aces on this map, and now he's finding a full headshot. Yes, the ace again. He keeps building the Henry. He won't stop, but he can't be stopped.
Another ace here on Cash. We've got to see it from the get-go. What was on his POV? He's blind in smoke. yeah, he's connected, I suppose. And of course, he gets the ace.
The thing is, by the time he arrives in the middle, that smoke is already up, so he must just know the lineup beforehand, and he's probably pre-aiming it as he's running in the middle.
Definitely. But God, he's just not human. Just watching his screen, like the confidence, the crispness of the aim, just every pre-fire, it's just spectacular. No other word for it. Tactical timeout from G2. Last chance saloon here. Bear in mind, they're not eliminated. They go down to the lower bracket, but this will confirm Spirit's place in the playoffs, which I think everyone wants to see at this point.
Oh, yeah, of course.
You want to see this in person. Imagine those sort of plays erupting in Porto.
The energy is going to be crazy.
Yeah, those guys know how to party.
There's, we did the crowd every time. First time in Porto, of course, but in Lisbon, it's been beautiful. We're looking forward to that. Spirit looked primed and ready. Donk just giving us a taste of what he could do. I feel like one of the most haunting things is the fact that his kills are not always that flashy. Like, it sort of feels like, okay, he probably is going to get traded, you know, somehow he's just always in the right position, always getting those multis. The machine he is. Round number 18. Donk tied with Shiro for top. Tania continuing to play well. He's had a bit of a resurgence. For a minute, to me, it felt like Tania played well enough on Heroic to get picked up on Spirit, and then he just kind of gave up playing at all. Like, it feels like it was a big disappointment for me, at least. But he is definitely all the way back at the moment. A minute on the clock. Nuts. It looked like that could have been a victory for him, but Magic's backing out and managed to get the spray. Now it's the B-bomb site. And Wrinkle with a critical opening. Sun6 alone. I think even if he gets that one, he's going to get traded immediately. Donk on the drop. Gotta be careful you don't line up.
Jesus Christ.
They can't stop him. It is absurd. We know that it could happen. Of course, we've seen it many times before, but every time
He's got them
feels like the first time.
quaking in their boots, Anders. They don't want to challenge him. They know he's waiting for his next opportunity to strike. Donk can smell blood in the water. Looking for a quad kill this time. And the plan will come in.
Oh, that's a nice flashbang, though. He couldn't see a thing. Shiro up top. Can he make good on what Donk was trying to deliver there? They don't have that much money on the CT side. I guess, Shiro, if you're this close, you feel like you want to go for the clutch, but you've got such a big buffer that, in theory, especially if you could find an AWP somewhere, it could be interesting. He's trying to get a bit closer now. No one's really showing themselves. Yeah, and I think he's starting to realize, probably a little bit late.
Take one down with him.
Fair enough. There is a kid on the site, so if they were too quick to rotate out, if they were running for it early, he could have got the kill and run into the site. Not going to be the case here. They survive the Donk scare.
Terrorist felt like we were about to get yet another masterclass highlight from the world's best Counter-Strike player.
Yeah.
I would say at this point, in terms of skill, the best of all time. Like, I've never seen anything like this. Like the level of consistency, the unspeakable things he does over and over again.
You are going to have to come really well prepared to debate that point. If you want to say that he isn't, you need to bring like a whole stack of evidence. That's not an easy case to dismiss.
The best player to touch the game in over 25 years. And he's 19 years old.
I can't explain it. Fantastic time to be alive and watching Counter-Strike. We're all going to remember this 10 years from now.
Yeah, for real.
The start of it. His rookie year was...
And bear in mind, most players peak into their careers about 25.
Yeah.
That's when you get the absolute best.
If this isn't the peak, I don't know what. I can't even imagine it. 11-7, ladies and gentlemen. So only a 4-round difference, right? But the scary thing is it feels like Donk has kind of finally shown up in the game. They haven't needed him that much. It's not like he's been sleeping or anything, but the rest of Spirit have just done so much work that they haven't had to call his number.
I'm just in awe. And we're finally getting a bit of a counter boost. Surely Donk's going up, I was going to say. Don't deny him that.
Oh, they're throwing the grenades on the barrel. They both got the grenades out. No. How has he found the timing?
It couldn't have been more inconvenient. Just as they're getting ready for the throw of the grenade. Oh, that's so agonizing for G2.
And they wanted to set up the synced grenades to just outright kill someone in the middle.
Crazy work. Well, that's round and series points. Sub 1 minute, 0 map control. What do you do now? Got to go for it, I suppose. Got to do something.
You kind of have to.
3 towards the door?
Yeah, the problem is that NBK corner is so hard to clear if you're all coming out the door.
Vincere is looking sharp right now. You know he's getting at least 1, if not 2.
You want somebody in main to bounce a grenade into this one?
It's an argument to be made. He just saved, but we'll see what they can do with it. In we go. There's the 1. That's all he needed. Dink on towards Mattis. Nade will kill him.
He's on 18 points of health. Not that it really makes a difference here. Absurd. I love the fact as well that they were checking for that mid boost like a second earlier. Yeah. So it's like you're trying to cross the road and you're checking both sides, and then it's just a Ferrari driving down with 300 kilometers an hour. You have no chance.
They both had grenades in their hand.
Oh man. Whatever.
Just being outclassed. All they're going to say in the post-interview is, oh, we got donked. That's all you can say.
Listen, it does suck a little bit because it feels like sometimes that is the analysis for when Spirit are playing, but...
That's the boost smoke I was telling you about. So they are throwing it T-side.
Nicely done, yeah. I'm glad we caught that on camera again. For G2, they need 5 in a row. They've traded the early kill. So Shiro is dead. Hunter is out of the round. He's got 3 kills. He's really had a tough game, both here and on Dust 2. Let's see if they can find more. Tanir battling it out in the middle, somehow losing to the MP7 of Nuts, his signature weapon.
Well, we have got the final boss to deal with. 20 and 10. Donk with an AK in hand this time. 4-on-3 advantage for G2, but you know they're scared. They're waiting for a reaction. They're hoping that someone gives them a freebie as they park the bus right now. Bombs in towards Sunroom. Bear in mind, this is a weak buy. They've got PT50, MP7, and a heavy god. Down to Magic's here. He could get multiple kills towards events.
There's plenty of time in the round, so okay.
Not his best work.
I was going to say, even if Magic's, kills the bomb and it drops, like they have enough time to kind of re-investigate and find him. But even in that mid position, when Donk is kind of hanging around, like he's so endlessly patient. That's kind of the other thing I think that's annoying for G2 in some of these rounds is that he isn't necessarily just going to be swinging out to fight you, and they're waiting for a long time to get that opportunity. Well played, Heavy God. Huge.
Yeah, it's not like we talked about it before. Spirit don't play wild CS. They don't just let Donk run around. Like, it's all controlled. It's all methodical. He takes wise peaks and gives himself advantages. But for now, Zontix will be saving the AWP. Money's actually somewhat busted. That MP7 Nuts, signature weapon of his.
That's so good.
He paved the way. It's becoming more and more meta as time goes by. He's been using it for about 5 or 6 years, though.
He has, from the Endpoint Academy.
There you go, yeah. Not the Academy, he's on the main team.
No, I just mean, like, from my point of view, all of Endpoint just was one big Academy.
Oh, I see what you're saying. The Academy, like, in terms of a grandiose term for them.
Exactly.
Because they would find, that's where Heavy God came from as well.
They did it many times.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool.
And Flames.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, okay. Yeah, fair enough, the Academy.
It's the colloquial use at any rate. We're going to get into round number 21 here. Come on, G2.
And we've got a game on our hands here, at least, with that round going in their favor. It was looking unlikely with the buy they had, but they made it work. Just need to get by Shiro now. Is there a conversation that could be had for the third map?
It's not impossible. It'd be a lot of fun. Ancient. Donk on the middle of Ancient is something to behold.
Another ridiculous map for him, yeah.
Yeah.
Him just running out on the T side, a few flashes, more than likely going to get 2 every single time.
Okay, here comes the mid-utility. Molotovs pushing Shiro even further back.
You can see G2 have the protocols.
Right.
I like the approach towards middle.
It is going to be a B finish. Going to be coming in through the vent towards Checkered. There is a couple of players there. It shouldn't be a big deal. Sontix has a 5-7, but how many kills could he realistically get in this position?
At least 1.
That's not bad. A follow-up surprise 5-7, but this one will not be able to do quite the same. Heavy God finds him. Magic's gone in the corner and save the AWP. If you're a Shiro, there's just no point in fighting it. But that puts it down to 3 rounds that they need to win. Had to do the math really quickly.
You got this.
Yeah, nice. Appreciate your trust in me, Henry.
Oh, trusting in Tanir as well. That's a huge pickup. He could save that AK. It was going to be a pretty weak buy otherwise, so saving the AWP, the AK-47, that's pretty massive actually. You'll definitely be giving that to Donk. One would imagine. The way he's playing right now, why not? 20 and 11. Shiro had some magnificent sequences on the AWP as well, mainly that one in towards the B bomb site in the first half. 16 and 10 for him. But G2, this second half is actually looking pretty good for them. They had a bit more runway, and this could have been a different story here.
I think so.
But 3 opportunities to close it out. Should probably be this round. We'll see what happens. If they can get this one over the line.
You know, in hindsight, for G2 on their CT side, they should have just driven that APC that's in the spawn into the middle of the map.
That's probably the only way they can actually
That's how you
take him down here.
Whoa, it's close. Overtime was in reach. Maybe they could stress out Spirit a bit if they can actually get there. Donk in the middle. Jumping up pretty quickly. There are some really early Molotovs that land on this position to try and stop this thing from happening, but G2 haven't thrown them in this round. We did see it in the last cash game, though. Wrinkle is ready for anyone.
1 round away from the playoffs here. Great opportunity to close this one out. Pretty decent buy.
That's a great nade.
Yeah, nullifies Donk somewhat.
They still have mid-control, though, Spirit, right? They haven't been pushed away in the same way that Spirit themselves were able to push G2 out of the middle. It's not quite the same thing. Magix, you wouldn't go through the smoke, right?
It's quite an obvious maneuver. I don't think you go for that one.
Okay, execute is a fake.
It is a nice fake. We talk about this normally being telegraphed, but it is all a ruse. Not necessarily biting down on it. Sontix isn't moving an inch.
That is actually true. Oh, wait. They're coming right through the smoke. Oh, he did a double tap.
Scouted it for a second.
He didn't trust his eyes. Shiro is still back here, though, and that's the bomb right in front of him. They're on top of the box. Oh, my God! He no-scopes it. Nuts out of it. That had to be a connection. Well, he was going to be hunted down. Now Wrinkle is going to fall, and Hunter coming in with a late flank here. Overtime looked like it was going to be possible, but with that no-scope, he probably is the last nail in the coffin here. Spirit looking to qualify for the main stage of the tournament, and Hunter It's a nice attempt. You got to do something to try and spray them down, but it's only 12 seconds on the clock, and Spirit, they just look so rock solid. 13-9 as they bring down G2 on 2 maps.
Another statement performance here from Team Spirits. Donk in a rare form. He's looking absolutely fantastic. G2 didn't really get a look into this series. It never felt like they were in danger of giving this one up. Team Spirit absolutely the favorites going into the playoffs, Anders.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, it's great coming off the victory at EWC, obviously, and now into this one. Even though it looked maybe a little bit slow to start in their first game against DENDELE, they look so fired up in this one. I'm impressed.
Ladies and gentlemen, your first team through to the playoffs is Team Spirits.
And a big congratulations for Team Spirit for keeping the playoff streak alive, the dominance alive, and we have to just say it. They are by far the best playing team so far here, right? Not stumbling, fighting back into games, looking comfortable, always finding an edge. If you give them just a little bit to work with, they are going to punish you for it.
Yeah, and they seemingly get better game by game, you know. Had a bit of a rough start to EWC, but ever since that best of 1 loss against GG How, it's just gotten better and better and better to a point now where, yeah, they dominate their position.
Tanir, welcome to the desk. A solid win from you guys once here, and are we starting to enjoy Cash a little bit more?
Hello everyone. Yeah, we are starting work a lot about Cash because it's right now it looks like our worst map if we will see our statistics.
Yeah.
And we really spent a lot of time for working about this map because, for example, it's really good chance for lower teams pick against us.
Yeah.
And for example, if we will show good game on this map, they will scare it because what they should pick.
Yeah, this is it, right? And you say like weaker teams, but even G2 wanted to give it a try against you this time around. Now you're getting these wins, these extra matches on it. Are you pretty confident with your ability on it? Could you be one of the best teams in the world on the map?
We'll see. But I don't know. I really like Cash, but I need time for working about this because it's really new map, and it's for us it's very good because everyone pick against us Cash. It's a lot practice, a lot material for working, and also we don't have a lot of time for practice this map because we have 3 tournaments in a row.
Yeah.
And we just trying to take our off days for working.
Is that why you guys are starting T-side each time, so you can work on the strategy for it?
I don't know. For us, it's very comfortable on Cash start for T-side, and for real, it's not my idea. I don't know.
No, you just go with it, man. You just enjoy.
Yeah.
Tanir, a couple of weeks ago, you started at EWC by losing to GG How. You had a tough game against Big, but ever since you've been, you know, cruising through all teams pretty much. Did something change the last couple of weeks, or was it just a bit of a slow start to a tournament?
Yes, because we really have a lot talks with each other.
Yeah.
Because when we came to EWC, we started this tournament very bad. We don't play as a team. We really have bad communication, bad ideas, and zero invitation for do something when we have some information. And we just starting talking about this, and step by step, we just keep fighting and won tournament. And right now we have a lot of confidence, and we wanna trying to take more trophies, because if we will see. If last time we was on this place probably Blast Rotterdam, and it was for us very bad tournament and very bad start of season, like a new roster. But if you'll see right now, like short period, we have maybe 6 tournaments and 4 or 5 tournaments if we don't count this one. Like 4 grand finals, 2 trophies, and 1 semifinals. I think it's good for us because we really have very bad situation. It looks like we should disband or something like that, but we just keeping, but we are keeping working, and for us it's very good. We're very happy, and we wanna try to more try harding and show our potential.
Please don't disband for now. Another point, you know, it does seem like the title as the best team in the world is up for grabs at the moment, with Vitality playing with stand-in, with you guys coming into play as well. Does that play into your mind at all, that you now have an opportunity to maybe become the best team in the world once more? Is that extra motivation, or?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Like right now, it seems like the scene is open, right? So the title is the best team in the world. It's no longer Vitality, you know, as a default. Is that extra motivation for you?
I think, yeah, it's extra motivation because we really very hungry because Vitality dominated like 1.5 years, and everyone team want to lift trophy also. And for us, we have very insane players in team, and our stars players like Shiro and Dong, and we really want to lift trophy and very hungry and wanna keep fighting and trying to take our chances.
Like looking back at Dust 2 from the game today, right? Like from the outside, it looked like this was one of the easier T-sides that you've had to play. You didn't really get, you know, pressured. Like Wrinkle was only peeking, I think, once, killed Suntix and lower. Like, could you feel that there was some respect for your T-sides, so you got all this room to work with?
I'm not sure about that, because if we will take like last maps on cache, we really had bad T-side, and probably they don't maybe be ready. We changed a lot of stuff on this map before this tournament, and because that they maybe was surprised, and also we smashed them on first map. It's more, how would say, more stressful for them.
What about the smoke that you're one of the few teams using, like on highway towards A when you go out middle? What does that feel like being the defender of that smoke? Like, why are you throwing it, and how does it feel playing against it, you think?
You mean about on highway right side top
Yes.
smoke? I think it's very good smoke for take all control of the middle, and after that we have space, for example, for split from connector, also going to be also hold your lurks, and it's a lot space. It's like on Mirage, you know, you take mid and you can hold or stay anti-push setup, and after that you can make some mid call, for example, going to other point, because it's very important part of map.
Okay. There was also two rounds from Dust 2 where you're kind of the deciding factor, and I'm sure production can play them. One of them is the one where you see the time in the top of the
For real,
screen.
I don't see.
It's 11 seconds. 11 seconds, and you need to go entry the bomb side. And basically, if you don't get this kill, you don't win the round.
Yeah, but I know about this guy, because when I go close to out B, I heard like he sneak jump to box. And I call, he right side top, but when I out, I don't see him. Okay, he probably car. And I just rush into him.
But it also shows, like, you talk about like the two star players in the team. Are we also considering putting you in that one? Can you think yourself as one of the star players? Because this performance today, you have so many like impact kills, especially on Dust 2. You have this one going in on B, killing Heavy Guard. You have the other one where you go out the late long, kill Wrinkle, kill Matches. Like, this is not just a job that anyone does, you know?
I think for us, short star player, it's like X Factor. It can be me, Zontix, or Magix, because we have consistent 2-star players. It's obviously, but short player, it's if you will check like a lot period and our maps, sometimes it's like Magic scary. And we at Zontix like low stats. Another map Zontix carry, like short stars player, sometimes me, and we just change these roles. It's like about our plan on the game and how much we space have for example, our role in the map.
How much has Magis meant for you in the team, like with the chains, him coming to in-game lead? Like, how much has that affected you and your ability to also get some freedom to have these type of rounds?
For real, Magix more understand me, because he also played my roles before, and when I tried to talk first time with him and explain I need little more space because it's very hard, he said, I understand, bro, I'm playing 5 years these roles. And he trying to give me Miss Harley and Sotfik more space, because I'm really can't play if I have full passive player, because for me it's more aggro style, more tricks or some lurks, and they're trying to combine with us, because we really, everyone need some space, and yeah, that's it.
It's looking good.
How important is it to have an in-game leader like Magix that can really understand these things for you and like have the same kind of mindset as you would being in your position before?
Sorry?
So Magix, he was in your roles before. He's played as a player. Like, how important is that for you that you can have this conversation with him?
I think it's very good, because you have a guy who playing on the server on my roles and understand how hard keeping your confidence or important in the rounds if you just stand passive, you know. And he understood this, and he know how is it when you playing this role, and he trying to help a lot.
Nice, very good. And lastly, you now at least before your next game, you've made playoffs, but next game will decide if semis, if quarters. How important is a couple of days break for you guys where you've had a big run of non-stop Counter-Strike?
It's really hard questions because right now I feel we have a lot of energy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Some of your teammates said they were tired.
I don't know.
Not you.
For me right now, no. But I also feel like we have a lot of energy because we have good communication, we are playing good. And I don't know, maybe it's confidence because we won tournament. I'm not sure, but I really feel we are here. And it's really 50-50. Breaks for us good because we are playing 3 tournaments in a row. We have 2 tournaments, boot camp, and right now it's 3rd tournament. We have like 40 days not at home.
Yep.
But for example, for another part, I don't know, we also have some material for working. It's I think Hali or Magix will choose what we prefer. Maybe one of the 2 works or 2 of days 1 works. I don't know.
Go enjoy the sun in Portugal and get out of rainy, windy, cold Denmark. That's always a good bet. You know?
Definitely. Well, Taneer, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for your energy. Good luck throughout the rest of the tournament. We'll speak to you soon.
Thank you, guys.
And with that, Spirit put themselves in a fantastic position. The manager is clapping the hands right now of Jab Jabitz to Taneer as he holds his bag and passes it on over. And I'd be clapping for Taneer right now, not only for that interview, but for the performance he can put up in this and the understanding he just gave us.
There's only one thing I didn't like about that interview, because I agree it was a good one. It's him not saying that he's going to be that 3rd star, because he is supposed to be that 3rd star, and he has the capabilities to be that 3rd star. I think people forget how good he is. You know, from a mechanical point of view, Taneer and Heroic, even at times in Spirit. We saw it at the EWC final as well. He can definitely make the difference. He's a very skilled player. So as much as I respect him for saying that we have 2 clear star players in Shiro and Dunk, I firmly believe that if he steps up to the occasion, if he finds a little bit more consistency and shows a little bit more of that skill, which we know he possesses, there's no doubt that he can be that 3rd star, and there's no doubt Spirit can be the best team in the world.
I think what he has been showing, at least like recently, is that yes, he maybe preferred back in the day the role that kind of, you know, Magic, Magic or Dunk is playing, like one where you have more elbow room, you have more like space to do things, to be crazy, to find these high impact kills. What he's showing me, at least today, he gets the maximum out of what he is like presented in terms of resources, right? He finds the super greedy lurker out long to basically kill the retake for G2. He is in upper tunnels, 0 resources. He's getting told we need to plant the bomb, just runs out, kills the guy. Like that's the impact you need from a guy that is supposed to be the 3rd star in the team, right? So he's showing a lot of progress recently, because I also remember in the beginning of the year, it was a little slow. It was not that high impact. It was like, yeah, he was good a little bit here, then had a drop-off game. But like from now on, like, we need to probably start putting him into that 3rd place.
That's also important for people to understand. When we speak about Spirit, we hold them up to the pedigree that they can be the best team in the world, right? They can win trophies, maybe even, as you said, you know, contest vitality. Sontic said it, you know, build our own era. We want to have our own era. So when we speak of Spirit, and when we sometimes maybe sound a little bit quote unquote critical about them, it's always hold up against the fact that we want them to be the #1 team in the world, because I think everyone agrees that they have all the capabilities, they have all the playmakers, all the players, and the foundation to become that #1 team.
Of course, 100%. Now quickly on G2 before we get on out of here. Looking at them, this performance, right, we know they've struggled against the likes of Spirit in the past, but obviously now not having a go-to map and going through some changes. Is this a worrying sign, or do you just give them some more time? How do you look at it? Because they wanted this cash, they wanted to challenge into it. We talk about them being a bit more default heavy, we talk about them being well prepared for this. This wasn't maybe what I expected.
I don't know how you feel, but I'm a little bit disappointed, because I feel like these next 6 months where G2 was supposed to take that step up and be a team like Spirit, like Navi, like Falcons, you know, to enter that pedigree of teams. But the way they're playing right now, the way they're progressing, it does feel like a situation where they'll forever be number 7, 8, 9 in the world. And is that good? Sure, in a very competitive world, but I'm sure they want more than that.
I think right now they need to beat the teams that they think they're better than, and then they need to build up the map pool, and then we can talk about beating Spirit, Vitality in 3 months-ish time, right? Because right now the map pool is all over the place, and I think they also realize it, otherwise you don't go cash today. So they need to figure out what is our map pool, which maps can we rely on with Wrinkle in the driver's seat, and which one is the team maps that we need to be better as a team than others. So I would say give them a little bit of time, but it's not endless of time because it's still 4 of the same players. The style is kind of the same on T-side still, so yeah.
And it's also G2 who want trophies and they want to aim at the big things as an organization as well. But that's an honest feedback of it from a coach of the game as well. But now let's take a look at our group and see where we're at after this one. So DENDELE, they did get eliminated. We had to say goodbye to them. Aurora have marched on forward. Right now, Spirit sit there all the way comfortably as the first team to qualify for Porto. And it looks like, doesn't matter who they face, none of those teams are going to be able to stop them. Pim, give me your thoughts.
It's just a tough lower bracket already, right? You have NAVI down there. We'd assume that they're going to beat paiN later on today and progress. Then they go up against G2, and you know, odds are that Aurora will move on as well. And who knows if FURIA can get the job done against M80. This Group A is hyper competitive. Spirit were the main favorites. They made it into the playoff. To make it from that lower bracket, I mean, if you're M80 and if you're FURIA, your best odds and your best chance of making it is by winning that game today. Because if you drop down to Aurora, G2, and a potential NAVI, that's a stacked lower bracket.
For sure. I think like FURIA is probably one of the only teams that can also like pressure Spirit in the strategic department. So not only that the lower bracket is stacked, but also I actually think if we need to pressure Spirit to see how good they actually are, I think we need FURIA in that game.
Yeah.
All right, well, that's us done and dusted for today. Thank you very much for your time once again, gentlemen. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed the opening 2 games, but it's plenty too much more action coming your way for everything Counter-Strike. That's what it is, non-stop Counter-Strike action. Don't miss any of it. We'll be back in a few just after the break.
Can he delay the push? He can do better than that. Dropping Huxi and Yavi coming back for Stare as well. Big performance from Texi. So close to reducing the deficit here, but 2 of them dropped by Fuzi in a clutch now, who suddenly made it a 1v1 until he knows he can commit.
Wow, that's insane.
He's got no idea where to look. He's completely paranoid. He needs tablets and a therapist. That Molly will force him into the open, but Fuzi will deliver.
Bomb plant in a moment, and Spirit, a sudden question as to whether they can convert their pistol victory. Prime taps cleared out from Forklift. We've got this mid lurk coming through, but by the time Body gets into position, Shiro's already got a couple kills. Magic's cleaned out as Shiro finds a 3rd on the round, and the frag grenade whittles Cadian down to half HP. Still a smoke in front of him to play off of. Shiro taking to the high ground is going to get the quad kill in the retake.
Looking to get pop flashed in with a teammate there as well. Twist into the A main position. FaZe might have the read.
Oh, he gets immediately wrecked. He was carrying utility as well. Jabone doesn't have any, trying to hide in plain sight and find a fight if he can. But there's just nowhere for him to go. Natu needs a miracle. He's got to find a lot of deagle shots here. He might just do exactly that. What an overperformance. That's utterly ridiculous. That's nasty work.
Bon appetit, fellas. I think we all get 1 ravioli each. You know what? I'm grabbing 2.
Usually at the start of the round, you want to pay attention to the spawns. That's because only the best spawn for the CTs gets past this corner before the best T spawn peaks. So the best use of the spawn is to try to get a Molotov down at the doors right away to stop a potential rush.
This is an incredible electricity in the air. Can you let me hear you roar?
They had to. What are you supposed to do with this?
Buckle up. This is going to be very hard to see what's happening inside.
Some say years of practice are required. They're wrong. I will teach you good habits, such as smoking, flashing, and of course, winning.
Bro, how can I play with this guy in team, bro? I don't understand.
What did he ask? Just advice, emotional support, ChatGPT has helped. What's the point in having Jack, our performance coach, when you have ChatGPT? I think he did a great job with Flamesy.
That's kind of scary. I heard about that.
It's
My
taken
question
over.
for Ime is, bro, are you him?
Every time when I see him everywhere, he's shouting to me, you are him, and I mean, he's so funny. But I don't know, maybe not.
Your matchup today against NAVI, how do you think it'll go against them?
I know we are the underdogs here, but I think we can surprise them. We are practicing really good, so if you can put that, show that in the tournament, I think we can surprise them.
How do you think your series against paiN Gaming is going to go today?
Win.
Oh, just a win. A 2-1, a 2-0. Where's the confidence?
2-0.
It's a big conversation point right now. How confident are NAVI? I mean, Emo, whilst it did take a little bit of coaxing out from him there, he said a 2-0, and that is something they're going to need for themselves. But of course, paiN Gaming aren't going to give it so freely. They're also going to be fighting for their lives here at Blast Premier Open Porto, and hoping to be able to take it that little step further and show that they are a team that can contend amongst the top.
Yeah, paiN has had some struggles this year, but we've seen it in the last couple of events. I think they've shown that they have something in the tank that they can bring to the scene. You've seen flashes from a VSM, you've seen flashes from a Safe. It's the consistency and it's their ability to maybe make a deeper run rather than, you know, you see them here, I almost see them as like a playoff gatekeeper. If they were to beat a NAVI, you know, they can make it into the playoffs, and in the quarterfinal, usually I'd see them losing. I'd like to see them make a deeper run at some point.
That's way higher than I have paiN. Yeah. I see them as a last place finish team, more or less, for this kind of event. That's
what the heck, Maui?
Well, look at who they're playing right now in a game to decide who comes in last place at the tournament.
Yeah, NAVI.
Yeah, well, yeah, which they're going to have a very hard time with.
That's not their fault.
Okay, sure, yeah. If they were M80 right there, maybe we'd have a different conversation. But I feel like you're way more optimistic on this team than I am, or even have reason to. I don't feel like paiN has shown me a semblance of consistency. Yes, there's been flashes where they can take a map off of a team around the top 10, but when it comes to actually beating strong European opposition, they're a far cry away from accomplishing that.
I see the potential, Maui.
Okay.
I see it in them.
Okay.
I see it in them. It's probably not going to come true, but I see it there.
Okay, when you say that, do you mean like ever, or are you saying for this event? Because I feel like I have to ask those questions with you, Vu.
For this event, I think Navi's going to send them home, unfortunately. Okay. But I do think they have some potential in the future. I see them at the end of the season being, as I said, like a playoff gatekeeper. I'd like to see them a little bit higher than that, though.
All right, like you're saying in the future, playoffs gatekeeper. Right now, Maui's putting them as a team that qualifies but doesn't get very far. Of course, it all comes down to how this best of 3 is going to play out against NAVI. And I'd love to talk about NAVI first, because right now they're in such a precarious situation. You decide no roster change is made, they're all sticking with it. They're talking about we need a little bit more confidence here, but it feels like there's so much more at play, Vu.
I think you look at them in terms of a roster move that they should have made. You're thinking they should have made it so they could make another step, so that they could maybe contend for a tournament victory at some point, so they could be in the top level. You don't think they're not going to make a roster move and then they're going to lose to an M80 and potentially go out dead last in this sort of event. That's not what I'm thinking of when I think roster move. But then you look at the way they're playing, they don't seem to trust each other. They seem to be having a lot of problems with the structure, with the way they're playing. They're just going downhill at the moment in a way I wouldn't have predicted just off of not making a roster move.
It's really curious with NAVI because this might be the weakest I have seen them for maybe 9 or so months. However, they, in the last season, did win a couple of tournaments, winning out IEM Atlanta, taking that over Vitality, and also winning ESL Pro League, albeit when they won ESL Pro League, they didn't actually have to beat some of the best teams there. They didn't have to play Spirit, who were taken out in the quarterfinals by an Astralis lineup. So NAVI, they have the silverware to show for their efforts in the previous season, but when you actually watch them in the server play against some of those top teams, as we saw at Cologne, for example, they don't really hold a candle to them yet.
I mean, at this point in time, I think we can even just drop the conversation of versing top teams and just say when we see NAVI in the server, right? 2 days ago, they played up against M80, and it was that similar sort of conversation. A map 1 looked great for them, but everything fell apart towards the end. You got to question what happened on Mirage, what happened on Inferno, for you to be able to sorry, I just got that the wrong way around. Map number 2.
Yeah, well, Anubis and Inferno going the way of M80 there. I mean, it was this sort of series highlighted all of the weaknesses of NAVI, that if I would say that the two guys you can't touch on this roster are clearly Bit and Wonderful for reasons I mentioned before, for the fact that, of course, they're Ukrainian, so that obviously matches with the organization and where they're from too, but also they're just by far the two best players. But as we've seen in the past with rosters, ones, for example, that are dying, but then have a player like Rops, you can't win a game, or even sometimes G2 with Heavy God, you can't win a game with an anchor who overperforms. You need a star space-taking player like Ima or Makaze to always show up. And that's the thing. When Makaze was that bright rising star, then you saw all of Navi actualized. You saw the great space taker. You saw the great follow-up player in Ima. It was a well-coordinated team. But now teams are figuring out Navi. And that seems to be my biggest problem with them. They just seem so incredibly stale. I feel like the 2024 Navi that was the team of the year then is still oftentimes if you took the nameplates off, might feel like the same team that you're seeing in 2026. And teams are too used to that.
Yeah, when you see Navi doing well, it's often carried by the system, and then you have the players within that system. You have Wonderful has been doing well, Bit's been doing well, Makaze's been a little up and down, but I would put him maybe not in the untouchable category, but close to it. It's Ime that you look at as the player that's really been underperforming. Makaze had a really tough series against M80 though, and I think that's the system failing this team, where it used to be that it would elevate them. Now it seems they don't believe in the system, and when things start to go wrong, all of the players seem to fraction and they move in different directions and they're not on the same page.
That's the thing. Things only work as good as people are willing to buy into it. If at the end of the day you don't have belief in it, or even a different word, right, confidence in it, then it is going to crumble. And map number 2 has felt like where that really started to show when they came up against M80, right? Looking at Mirage there, that was the big question mark there.
Yeah, one of the things Lake said in the afterwards interview was that he liked that this team was so structured because they could read them. And this is a play Navi love to run this season. They've run it 4 or 5 times that I've seen against anti-ecos. They throw this double flash in a mid, and then Alexi B swings out, trying to actually get out towards the boxes, but Lake swings inside of that, catches just between the 2 flashes. He actually finds that kill on Alexi, and then you have Makaze at the back. He was all the way back on the stairs, almost waiting, making sure that they can't get counter flash there, and because of that, Ime had no support. Then you have Wonderful on his own, and as soon as the first pillar falls there, once Alexi B dies at top mid, you have Ima on his own, then you have Makaze on his own, then you have Wonderful getting pushed back, he's on his own, and the whole system is built around this initial play working out, but at times it seems teams have a really good read on Navi right now. Certainly we saw that from M80, we've seen that from other teams in the past, that they see how Navi are playing. It gets a little bit stale at times, they have a good counter strat, and once the system fails, once the initial play fails, it seems like the system isn't picking them up anymore.
The way I would relate it is that when you study a team's execute and you're a bomb site anchor, you understand the flash timings that are going to come out. You know when you can take shots, when you have to duck away, when you can fight again. And Navi's map control is very similar to that you're going to have this layered utility, and there are windows in their timings that you can spring and you can go for a counterplay. And now teams, they're so used to Navi and how they operate that they have found those windows and they know how to strike within those windows, which is extremely concerning, because in 24 it felt like the whole system was so airtight that there was no way to break in, but there were cracks, and now teams have finally pried those ones open.
I would say in Navi's defense, when it works, it still looks amazing. When I see a Navi game that's going well, I think to myself, this could be the best team in the world. The flashes are everywhere. They have such good timing, spacing, everything's on point. It's when one thing goes wrong now, they're really struggling to put back the pieces.
Yeah, and you're going to rebuild from foundation up. You're going to make sure that a structure that, however heavy you are rebuilding it, needs to be strong for themselves. And I did want to talk to Alexi B earlier before this matchup and dig to the bottom, dig to the root of what he believes is going to be the structure of Navi. Alexi, talk to me about some of the issues that were present a couple days ago in your series against M80.
You know, I just think that we are in a bit of a bad shape, like a slump as a team. We spent a lot of times on certain maps and we just didn't execute our game plan as well as we did, for example, in the opening map. It's tough to say. I think that we lack some confidence right now, and you know, you can always find reasons when the times are tough on, you know, what's wrong, because it could be a lot of different things. But we for a fact need some confidence, and we need to, you know, grab a win today and go from there.
I also remember you talking to me about focusing on team play, working together a little bit more as a team. Would you say you've seen improvement in that, even if you didn't get a win?
How we started the first map, everything felt perfect. Felt like we were, doing all the things that we were speaking about and whatnot. Then when we headed to Mirage, I just think that everything kind of collapsed there. So yeah, I think there are still both. There are things that we're doing correct, but also vice versa. I think we can play as bad as we did a couple days ago. So we just need to find the groove now.
And something else that came up in your series against M80 was right at the end, we were talking to Lake, and he said that NAVI was a very structured team, and in their eyes, something that they felt really comfortable coming up against. Would you guys define yourself as structured? Do you kind of agree with what he was saying?
Yeah, of course we are, and that's how NAVI has been historically. Even if you look at Spirit, you can see that they're also very structured, but I think your game can collapse on a lot of different things if you rely on the whole unit working. And yeah, we also show that everything can work and how it works when everything is smooth sailing and when everybody is up to their standard, so to say. So yeah, we just need to all be better, and we need to climb ourselves out of this hole.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy to think about Alexi there saying almost exactly what you said, Vu. When the structure works, it works well, and that is why they don't deviate too much from it, because there is success in it. There is just something lacking right now for them, and they don't necessarily have the answers, but they know it is like rooted in the confidence.
Yeah, when you look at the initial beginnings of rounds, we look at players like Makaze getting aggressive and trying to find success, and we've seen him have a pretty big statistical downturn recently. But to speak to the structure, Makaze's downturn doesn't come from the beginning of the rounds, actually. His opening kill rate and success rate has maintained despite a massive downturn in his form. You expect that this means that he's going to be getting less openings, he's going to be dying more often. What really happens is in the mid-round, when things go wrong, he's not able to maintain it. And he mentioned in an interview before our last game, he's playing like 12 hours a day of Face It in the off time when they had a little bit of a break. And so his individual form is still there. It's his spot in the structure. It's the way the system is working in the mid-round that things are really going wrong for this team.
That's concerning because it felt like the way that Makaze was leveling up for Navi was because he was figuring out those mid-round situations better, but then I've seen regression, even in the loss versus M80, some of the games also in Paris as well, where he'll be in a spot where you just can't mess up, or you have to be the player that just locks on, like for example, top car on Inferno, where he's just jump spotting, but then he doesn't recognize that that angle is actually vulnerable to someone creeping up. Even when he rotates, it doesn't always feel like he's on the same page with teammates, where it feels like there's a lack of communication between him and maybe a bomb site anchor that he's trying to help out. Those kind of moments, I thought they went away. I thought all those problems were fixed or alleviated as he was growing as an individual, but because of this Navi slump that just seems to be pervasive amongst everybody, it doesn't seem like everything is getting from one man's eyes to another man's ears, and so the communication to me is probably the biggest culprit.
I'm gonna hit you with a hot take here.
Oh, okay.
I think the system might be failing Navi at the moment, especially you bring up the top car, the jump spot from top car. They lost the game based on him getting caught on that position. That's not a play that any other team is making, because they know that play is possible. When they do a jump spot 2-3 times, when the smoke is up just after it goes down, then they back up. They know they can get popped by that. Navi is doing that, Makaze is doing that, and someone would have told them not to do that. Right? I think the system at times is failing this team, and certainly they don't believe in it.
I'd give that like a 4 out of 10 hot take.
Well, I think it's a hot take to say that a system devised by Blade, who is supposed to be peddled as one of the best coaches. I mean, this is the first year of maybe 3 years straight where I wouldn't put him in my top 3.
Wow.
I think that a couple other people have surpassed him in my eyes. I would easily point to someone like Cyclone, again, as being an elite coach. And Blade, for me, doesn't seem, even though in the past he's proven that he can do it with the amalgamation of some weaker pieces, or he could do it with star players, he's just in this transition period where he was able to put together this near flawless system with underpowered pieces that was the team of the year, and now he just hasn't really reinvented it again. It's a lot to ask of a guy to reinvent your approach for all of these maps, but something needs to be done.
I mean, especially if you're not going to be changing certain players out, then there has to be something added added in a little bit of flair. But it is crazy to see, Maui, that, you know, back at our Rotterdam event for Blast, you were putting him almost as your #1. Like, that's where he was sitting for you, and now you're like, he's kind of fallen really hard. And I do think that this opens the perfect opportunity for paiN to be able to make a name for themselves, to live up to those expectations that you're hoping they can reach sooner than later.
Yeah, I mean, paiN certainly have a chance here, especially when you look back at the M80 game and NAVI. They won the map they weren't prepared for. That's the most concerning thing about that. They all talked about, hey, we weren't ready for Anubis. Absolute domination. We were ready for Mirage Inferno. Absolute domination the other direction, right? So paiN come in this one, they have an idea of how NAVI are going to play, and as much as NAVI will always be scary, they at least can plan for this and prepare for what NAVI will be doing.
And it's worrying because I feel like that has manifested in such an obvious result, which is that NAVI's own map picks have just been really poor. I mean, it's 4 series straight where they've lost their map picks, going even back to Cologne where they picked against G2 and lost that one. That also ended their campaign back in Germany at the major. So for them, they just have to, I mean, it almost feels like Blade is in a kind of an opposite day kind of world where it's just everything you're thinking is going to work. You need to almost just go for, you need to start thinking of yourself maybe more as an underdog. And I think that's the mentality shift for NAVI, is that because you've thought of yourselves as the favorites for so long, the player game was working when the system was airtight and nearly flawless, but now it almost just feels like you should just maybe go for the curveball picks a couple more times. Go for an Anubis, go for maybe try to even incorporate Cash, go for maps that, because everybody knows how you play Ancient Mirage now. Everybody in the world has studied how you played Ancient Mirage because you played them to such a strong level. So now you need to show someone something else that you're keeping up your sleeve.
Is that something that you can do against paiN though? Because paiN will thrive on a little bit of chaos, on a little bit of curveballs, and want to throw their own in there as well.
I think paiN have to actually get inside of that system. They have to find the opening. I think Oppers are really good at opening up NAVI and making them panic, making them have struggles. You have aggressive plays coming in. I'm not sure paiN is necessarily the team that will expose a NAVI. I still give this one favored to NAVI quite heavily. Despite that, even if paiN do know what they're coming up against, sometimes it's just a little too hard.
I agree. I mean, I don't necessarily see paiN as the team that, even when they know what the opponent can do, that they haven't proven to me that they can anti-strat somebody to a level that can upset NAVI. And I know that M80 should be seen as a weaker team who was able to do that, but I feel like paiN have just been going through so many of their own struggles of trying to get themselves on the same page, like players that are individually aggressing. I think that's also been kind of a worry of Big Uzera in the paiN camp, that some of those young guns can be a little too aggressive, and then they don't even get to play the system that they crafted for themselves.
Yeah, the Big Uzera question is very much at large, where it's how is he going to show up as an IGL? How has he been using his moving parts here? And I mean, paiN's previous matchup was really difficult to watch, is my nice way of saying it, Vu.
Yeah, I mean, they just got ran over, but that's what's going to happen when you play a Spirit and Donk is at peak form, right? Sometimes you just can't really deal with that. They didn't have much of a chance in either map. They got absolutely destroyed, and I think they're capable and ready to reset from that. You have Big Uzera as this player that I think is a fragging IGL, but he's lost some of that. I look to them, this is why I mentioned maybe they can be a playoff gatekeeper in the future, because their players have the capability. But we pulled up the stat here. When I found it, it was that Big Uzera, after a player change, really struggles for the first several months. We're hitting the 3-month period where they've had Safe in the roster. I think it's very hard for an IGL to call and frag when he has to be worried about working in a new player, slotting him into the roster. So at the very least, maybe we're going to see Big Uzera reaching his previous heights. Still, I think this team needs a little more time to be able to beat a team like NAVI.
That is just a really sad prospect for what paiN need to find new win conditions, that you don't rely on Snow, who you're billing to be your star. You're not looking to Safe to try to be your Opper that needs to be a difference maker. We need the IGL, who has children at home, to try to be the fragger. Hey, that's not a win condition for me in the Big 26.
Wonderful to Safe. We know who's the favorite. Okay? We know 4 for 4, NAVI have the favorite player.
Again,
at the very least, you've got Big Uzera.
Yeah, Big Uzera theoretically should be a better fragger than Alexi.
Yes,
that's not my win condition here.
You're looking at all the individual pieces, but a lot of this conversation has been about structure, about being able to work in a system. And right now, I got to wonder where these systems want to go, and I want to check out Alvido. We say this every time when it comes to a potential underdog getting that upper hand. It does look towards a map that maybe they're not prepared for on this side of Navi. So anything out here that you'd love paiN to pick up for themselves that isn't either Ancient or Dust 2?
I'd love to see them pick the map that they're most comfortable on, which is Nuke, even though it's going to be something Navi is completely ready for. Still, when we saw their last series, they didn't get to play Nuke because they didn't pick it. If you don't pick it, you're not going to play it.
Yeah, that was obviously curious. So paiN go back to their primary picking map or their favorite map in Nuke. Navi, they give us the tried and tested Mirage. I was hoping they maybe would change things up, but again, this is Navi to me falling into one of their own traps where they just say, our Mirage is really foolproof. We were really good on it in the past, but I don't know if it's really updated. And I think paiN are going to be incredibly ready to try to dispatch of them on that map.
Yeah, Navi are one of the only teams that have maintained a reasonable win rate on the T side of Mirage, but their CT side hasn't been as good as it should be, and it's certainly one that paiN could have seen coming. And then map 3, we go to Inferno. I think Navi has historically been quite comfortable on that map, regardless of any recent results.
Okay, comfort is there for them, but is it enough to be able to win this best of 3? Of course, Navi have talked about how much a win would be important for themselves, but paiN themselves don't want to give it up. So let's head on into map number 1 with Scrawny and Launders.
That's right, paiN with a tough ask of them today with Navi on the other side of this. And Mohan, we're talking about elimination pretty early here in Porto. So a do or die situation for both these squads. The predictors over on Polymarket have this one painted Navi, and I think that makes sense even with their opening game struggle versus M80. We saw what they did in the first map of that series.
I would ask if 5-1 is a little steep, considering what we saw in that game. But also, it's that first map of that series that has you a little bit inspired about what Navi can do. That's kind of went over it. Sort of a hard conversation to have, because it's not definitive. It's sort of like, we've seen them play really good. We've seen them play very badly. When it's good, it's great. All those things are true. Unfortunately, we have to just see what that looks like right now. It feels like a series, like paiN can absolutely take a map, but they themselves are not playing well.
Exactly, yeah. Sounds kind of flimsy when you say it out loud, but it's totally fair with what we've seen so far. Into the action swiftly with Ema back a sight, and he's got support up top. We've got 2 players dropping down vent as suddenly paiN sort of hit a pause. Makaze's got a duel down lower. He'll pick that up for first blood, and the bomb has joined forces with Big Uzera, the one other player down here who just got gushed. Very uncomfortable now to have him 3 health on control side. Bomb plant is gonna get prioritized. I'm sure this feels like it's slipping through paiN's hands. So get the plant down, secure the cache, and let's see what's left. Upper players split, 1 ramp, 1 A floor.
Crazy.
It's very separated, but Furia, I mean, it works. He gets his kill, and it opens a door for him to rotate down really quickly. Safe finds one. That 3 HP Big Azera hold over towards control, now stuck on stairs. Furia gets another kill from behind, and Snow activates off ramp. I mean, there was a world here where Navi took this bomb site, but slowed down just enough to let all these paiN pieces fall into place.
It's also, they're slowing down because they don't know where everybody is. And for paiN, like, they're the ones who probably feel a bit more pressure being spread out. But they also had it under control because they were hitting shots in the right place. Like, Safe getting his kill in the back of the site slows things down dramatically. Now, once Furia is found, they realize that they can go faster, but at that point, he's also got a kill. So everything goes just right in order for paiN to win. Now, I am thinking that after the Navi game versus M80, it was, I want to believe, a productive loss. They had that great first map, and they showed both their ceiling and their floor at the same time. If it was a win, maybe they would have thought about it less. I'm assuming they had some very hard conversations after that game ended. What it feels like is that Navi are a team very close to answers. For paiN, I'm not exactly sure it's the same level.
You say that they had a tough conversation. I mean, that quote on HLTV from Ema on the loss to M80, and I quote Ema here, "fucking shit." That's the first thought. And it's like, yeah, for sure. It's going to be an emotionally raw experience because you just lost to M80 and you had the map win. Like you said, they showed their ceiling. That first map was so good.
Yeah.
And so to let that one slip in a, in a sea of teams that you should be separating yourselves from, totally understandable that he would have such a frustration with the loss.
I mean, yeah, like to get that quote after map 1 on the broadcast, I call it a masterclass.
Kaze Got us one.
still
Wonderful
hairy.
flies up with the MP9, and just like this, we've got Navi down to just a single kill needed. And
nasty.
Wonderful catches the headshot. Just enough of a distraction from the players on site. Opens the door for matchplay to go 3 kills deep, and to hell with your pistol, paiN. We've got Navi on the rebound.
Yeah, Wonderful with the three kills. From a 4v5 position as well.
Nice! Good headshot.
Wonderful is great in the clutch, isn't he?
He really is. You may need that clutch factor up against paiN today. Clearly, on display early. We got a multi-kill into clutch all in one. We do have this main, I was gonna say flip, but Emet, he's got this cover to the right side. Happy to just play pistol v pistol. Hey, a Glock. And they're not coming through that smoke just yet, so it's a good smoke to the right of Emet. Oh, but as he backs up, that kill inside of main comes his way. That opened a door for the vent drop. It's wild. paiN have still managed to get this bomb downstairs with Alexi having been there, but luckily Bit's on the scene. If he can't stop the Hail Mary crossover, this could still be money for paiN. Obviously gonna get just slain by Bit, moves it forward, and it will be Navi. Still in the end, 4 players up. When that first player is able to drop main, you're thinking, oh God, this could open something, but luckily Emet had that smoke to his right side to play from.
matchplay had a kind of a tough decision, I guess, because he had to decide if this was going to be some kind of wrapped outside with the mini smoke or a push through the smoke itself, and it felt like he gambled wrong, but still had enough players to handle all of this, and it was a little awkward watching paiN trying to get out of that doorway. I'm not prepared to live in a world where Navi aren't a relevant tournament threat.
I would like to think you and everybody else.
Right. This is
We're talking about like the most historied organization in Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
Talking about a team that has a mastermind tactician as a coach.
Yeah. Plus they have sort of an underdog like atmosphere of not, you know, going through for outrageous buyouts, you know, promoting a lot of players, for example, picking underrated players who did well at recent big events who didn't have the experience.
And a franchise player in Bit. Wonderful under question towards Hell Heel Hole. Triple kill for Wonderful. Deagle's out for the ace. And it gets shut down by the Glock. So good swarm forward into him. That's rifles retrieved. And time still to slow the round down. See if he can get a bomb plant. What makes this interesting is Bit is 45 health back sight.
Should we call this position Bit? It almost says Bit on the back of the site.
See what you see. Quick headshot to put Furia down. You're gonna flush that 45 health out into the open. And you're gonna try to get this Hail Mary plant off at some point. Smoke cover could help. Snow's under question though with 7 seconds. He's gonna hope they just don't spam him through. And as you'd expect, from both sides of that smoke grenade, eventually the shots needed land and Navi go 3 rounds straight.
Money's looking just fine, but not enough for an op, obviously. For paiN, might not be a priority. Far too many options this early in the half to say they're definitely going to do this one play.
Snow's got a fight queued up in a moment. matchplay gets the better of him over it, and Wonderful's op. Great coverage into Hut, opening 5v3. Simple and very quick too, right? We're at a minute 30, 2 players dead, no response, not even a point of damage dealt back.
That's amazing.
And matchplay just alley-oops his own frag. So this gun round that paiN were waiting for totally goes up in smoke.
It comes down to the micro a little bit. Snow sees that smoke get blown open. Doesn't know what's on the other side of it, but also knows it's a CT nade that blew it open in the first place. So thought he was being tricky, but matchplay was just playing a spot. Way too easy. looking for damage is genuinely not a bad idea at the moment, but they could risk losing it all.
Try to get in with anything at this point. Dangerous to really still consider your options in this round as if you have a chance to overtake that A site. Bombs floating back over towards Garage, and they give up Heaven just in case that wrap's coming through. But again, 20 seconds, what are the chances that you even take Heaven and can take off this A site? You'd have to peel 3 players off it, so they know better. They will sulk away into their opponent's spawn, and that's NAVI 4-1.
We could see lots of potential for NAVI in this sort of trough of form at the moment, but again, dude, it just feels like a lot of teams right now. You know, there have been periods of time, like 2024 and parts of 2025, where it felt like so many teams were on form at the same time.
Right. Right. Yeah, I hear you. Do you not feel that way any longer?
Yeah, it feels like this is like the lowest form we've seen on average from most teams in Tier 1. You know, we're literally most excited because we know Foot and Legacy will be consistent.
Sure.
We have no promises from anybody else.
Yeah, all the teams above them show cracks.
Yeah, it's like kind of just Spirit.
And even that's kind of been a newer prospect in the last couple of events.
Even that, you're sort of like, ooh, are they going to be perfect today or not? Yeah, it's not the same thing.
They haven't been perfect, but they have avoided a lot of upsets, actually.
Definitely, yeah.
Really close
They've
games.
delivered, and that's why I was like, did want to mention them because they're putting up the numbers.
They deserve the shout-out. 3 rifles working closer outside towards Makaze as Bit goes for the spam and connects. Won't know it for certain. Ooh, that'll confirm it. VSM peeled away, and that gun has to change hands. There's still 2 players top secret stairs. They decide to come back as there's a recently opened vacancy outside. This is more pressure on Makaze. Bit goes up to Heaven, comes back to double check. Oh, nice.
He's
as
hungry.
Suddenly Bit has found himself on the 3K. There was a flash in there at some point. I thought maybe it was Makaze's thrown out. I'm worried that maybe it was Biguzera's. Makes it awkward for those paiN players on the approach and makes it easy for Bit to be on for a quad kill. Wonderful is here with the op to help out, and Makaze finally getting active as Bit really handled all of that on his own, and he did it through the smokes mostly. Just well-timed sprays, little bits of chip damage, a great time peek out from Heaven to double down. NAVI 5 rounds consecutive.
Just no questions, no notes right now for NAVI. They're cruising. paiN are really not putting up that much of a fight at the moment. Bit looks extremely... We've seen a lot of frustration in the Bit recently, but it also feels like his form is extremely good. And I just feel like he's not sort of had this... He's been very close to putting up insane rounds. Now we're seeing a lot of that output come together. Let's go, paiN, give us a show.
I think we're hoping for a show from paiN, and they're hoping to give us something at some point, because this has actually been an incredibly rough year for paiN. Yeah. In comparison to, say, the 2 years prior, where they'd have that like big breakout moment, you know, we're well past the halfway point.
Yeah, they're just no longer up and coming. We know what they can do.
You know, they've had successful runs at a couple of B-tier events back in Brazil, but that's the minimum you'd expect for this squad. And now it's, I mean, like with confidence, we can say most certainly surpassed by Legacy.
I think it's possible there's a ceiling to the calling on this team. You know, as much as Biguzera is like sort of the reason we watch and we understand their style.
And we
there's definitely moments where it's like, okay, this could be better, you know.
Off the flash, Emep blind. Bit still looking at the wall, knows 3 players down beneath him. Ooh, he's a little patient, takes an extra second, at least gets value out of this, but it is a good pop from paiN to get 2v2 secured. Wonderful is about to announce himself, but his nade actually looks like it's gonna have a good trajectory. Yeah.
Won't kill.
Never mind. Molly onto the site, we've got VSM back with his, and they'll pull this off. It wasn't with rifles, but it was all in. A confident move from paiN as a unit into the A floor, and there's just not enough value out of the other pieces of Navi, barring Bit. He got 2 kills, but the 2 players before him, not enough.
paiN are a team that will upper pop a lot. They're very comfortable, want to do this as much as they can, and there was solid flashes here from Safe. So it's a little splash for them. It's kind of nice for them. They win while they're saving, so still not too late to turn this into a half. And they've missed a vent dive. Furia does not have the bomb.
So what can you get from this? Did they hear it? Are they considering it?
There's a smoke on vent. The timing is very early out of Furia. I like that he's going quickly.
Yep. Boom. There's your value. Open B bomb site, so good on paiN. From the all-in A rush to an unexpected vent drop. Wonderful missed opportunity to at least have put that back 4v4. Flank held, Alexi activates, and VSM will just straight up win his duel. That's gonna send these CTs scrambling off to a save.
Man, simple and effective right there. Just get the vent drop in, and they did it in so much chaos, so many pieces of utility being thrown that I think Furia was like, I mean, this is a perfect risk to take. He's there so quickly.
Saw a scary stat the other day, Mohan, after the M80 loss, that Navi now have the lowest win rate on CT side of the top 10 teams in the world.
Man, I'm surprised to hear that.
Less than 50% of their CT rounds. And isn't that crazy to think about? A team like Navi don't have a defense.
Yeah, I will say though, like when we talk about what's so amazing, why they stand out, and what's so amazing about them, I would say it's the details and the T side calls that, you know, the way they can get organized, you know, pause in position. We saw that Anubis match versus M80.
Oh yeah.
The way they could stay cognizant of every threat in a mid round in brand new positions you've never seen before and understand how to play off each other so well. That's where they shine, but maybe have over-invested a bit too much in the hard side.
I bring that up now with purpose because here we are, 8 rounds into the half. paiN have broken through with that half by 1 round to go, and now with guns as well. 2 different looks, 2 different starts, both of them banking on a certain bit of explosiveness. You can expect that from paiN. Now Navi. The money has been mostly chewed through. We've got a few $1,000s to spare on the camp. But with a weakened CT side as of late, this could be that turning point where we look at paiN and say, okay, you have broken through. But let's see how this one comes in off of the pause. Blade with attack pause for Navi on the CT side. You'd think the chances of winning this one on an uptick. Big miss, NQZ with the 1.52 nuke rating on land this year. Safe, paiN's current offer has a 1.05.
Definitely missed. And that is one thing you can't ignore. NQZ was just a tank for this team.
Shot whizzes by, Emet nicely flashed by Safe to set that up. Navi were trying to make a move. VSM slipped the net into the A4.
They're all upper.
What's the opening here? Nobody home on A site barring that main player.
Wow.
Heavy setup over towards outer, and it is paiN that just walk right out. So great on paiN to, off of their opponent's tactical timeout, still find such a guaranteed round win off a timing from VSM.
Yeah, you don't see that a ton. That was awesome out of paiN. Again, it's like a super simple call, and they're just going off of what's happening now instead of like what they want to do out of spawn. I think that's definitely what defines paiN. But when they're flash retaking outside like that, it feels like a slower paced default that they're going to slowly work on map control. But I think they also recognized this is pretty heavy outer out of Navi, and they're not afraid to take a risk. They're officially back in the game.
Yes, sir. They are indeed breaking through, cutting the lead to 1. There's that flash. after Wonderful had just rattled an op shot off from Garage. Makaze walks back in. Oh.
Okay guys, now we'll send it going to be easy, right? So, energy is good, we just need to keep doing the same stuff.
Do ya?
I feel like you don't often hear Blade.
That was kind of nice.
Yeah, it was kind of nice.
It was kind of nice. I believe that was probably a listen in from before the most recent round when he took that tactical timeout. So let's do it again. The strat, obviously, that outer play didn't work, but I like it's subtle, but I like the opening line. Nobody said this was going to be easy. Viguzera hanging on just in case, and sure enough, here comes the flank. He'll win his duel over Bit. Some of these paiN kills looking very sharp, although Viguzera will get naded out.
And paiN did have a good read last round. They killed Imma, but before they even did that, who's normally their mini player, they were already walking out upper, so it felt like they knew where the whole team was before they attacked.
Now Imma links up with the op downstairs, both on control side. paiN are threatening this lower play, but that doesn't mean they're going to hard commit. Makaze is going to have a critical role in this round. Back turn to him, easy pickup. Furia dead. Trade chance for Snow, and he'll nail it. Now Alexi B finds himself alone. The Vent player's trying to come up and add himself to this defense, but he's going to be concerned about main, so good on Alexi to at the very least, get his one. Main player slain. That's the damage from Makaze, tapped into by Ime, who keeps his shooting sharp, deals a third casualty to paiN, and guarantees Navi 6 rounds of a CT side at the very least.
It's a good round on the frags for sure. Excellent round out of Imma. When this push gets shut down, it feels like paiN. They kind of know what's coming next. It would have been a very interesting 1v1 if they traded him, but they couldn't do that. The Imma's aim so sharp.
Snow catches Wonderful through Garage. That was in the Kaze top secret. Now he gets spotted with no trade kill. Snow blows Ime's head off. All right.
Oh, we got another.
VSM from top silo catches Makaze. And we have, in the matter of 30 seconds, gone through 3 players from Navi who were feeling real good with the result of that last round. But nice and simple as Snow just goes for the duels outside. And he may not be finished yet. Oh, it's another clean execution here from Snow. He'll run rampant in through this lower site, just trying to find the last piece. 5v1, round 11. Guaranteed 5 guns for paiN in the next one. You can go ahead and get a little sloppy if you have to. And they're gonna find Bit in a moment, who had this op on ramp and was hoping to get value from it. But he never even got a chance to show them what he has.
Bomb has been planted. Looks like he'll be allowed to leave, maybe.
I don't know, it's a long save, and you'd think they've got all the money in the world.
It's true.
Final round of the half next round, so I feel like paiN, get hunting. But Cedar Creek's a very big facility. So
it's true.
Lots of corners to clear. And that one to just let them know. Yeah, I know you're up there.
Sounds like a great name for a golf course, doesn't it?
Cedar Creek. Oh. I feel like we literally played at Cedar Creek the other day.
I feel like we did.
That was Stewart Creek.
Ooh.
And Bit dies.
They got him.
Yeah, they knew that first nade was just foreshadowing. So paiN finish it off. And the money here for Navi is not pretty, so they were pretty excited about securing that 6th round the way they did off of Ime's 3K. But let's run this back. Snow just straight up finds Wonderful through Garage, catches Ime, and Makaze, who is top secret, never really had his chance to get into the action.
It's a half that's gone in all kinds of directions. It looked like paiN were kind of out of it, but not the case whatsoever.
Oh, fast start to this. They try to crunch into the lobby, and it costs them damn near everybody. NAVI just cranking that dial for the final outing on this CT half, and it's going to be paiN taking the 6th one for sure. I mean, Bit, go ahead, try as you might. They know where you're coming in from, smoked off, etc. And so paiN, I'll call it a recovery. You know, we had that consecutive streak of rounds from NAVI that looked like a great rebuttal. Can he just type kill in console, or
every day?
I guess we gotta still run this through.
They have one more smoke as well.
Here, I'll get the outro started now.
Please throw the smoke.
So after NAVI with the 5-round streak, paiN's answer back ties the half 6-6. Great stuff outside from Snow across these. Bit can't do much. See you for the next half. Die, bro.
I mean, unforgettable names in all through Counter-Strike. I mean, there's so many in every single generation. I think usually it's someone who's able to kind of break the rules of that particular era, someone who kind of unlocks this vision of the way they want to play the game that other people can see and build upon. One of the first I'd name is Snacks. Defined how smokes could be used. The way he played around them, the way he walked through them, the way he hid in them. That wasn't being done at the time. That particular moment is a time of greatness for Snacks. Someone like JW and Kenny S with how aggressive they were with the AWP. Trophies, winning events, going on streaks. The NIP guys, because of the streak that they went on. The Fnatic guys who established an era. There's always greatness there. I think for Pasha, I think what made him was his personality. Having someone being that outspoken and that strong and provide emotions and provide his thoughts and be entertaining in a way that the audience can connect with and fans can connect with and we as commentators can connect with. He was always able to get kills, and despite that, you'd see these moments where you were like, how is this guy a pro? Like the way he walked around corners, the way he stepped into a 1v1. In fact, pros at the time even had a name for it called the Pasha peak, which was like the slowest, most awkward peak ever. That was kind of the greatness defining mood around the team at that point. Olaf back in like 2015, he was such a force to be reckoned with. He was one of the players that Fnatic could just send out and say, find us a kill. And he could go duel 2 or 3 players at a time. He really did become that player where once upon a time he was the jack of all trades, and he was just so good at all those trades. 2016 was the era where Brazilian Counter-Strike really hit it. Fallen's greatness obviously comes from his movement and his ability to understand his positioning, take a shot, fall back, find new cover, and he was like a master of this kind of like retreating op defense that would just pick a player off. So you add all that together with his leadership and kind of the style of Counter-Strike that he developed with the Brazilians, and Fallen's just in some ways a complete package of greatness. Device was someone who kind of mastered the textbook of Counter-Strike and always played within its limits to its maximum potential. ZywOo is someone who just has incredible consistency, sharp with the AWP as well as the AK-47, extremely versatile, and he's a star player that doesn't demand a lot. Simple greatness came from the fact that he just beat the game. He's the best player to ever touch it. His motivation at some point was, I want to put on a show. I want the crowd on their feet as I decimate you inside the server. Simple, are you serious? What is that? You can't do that, Simple. And that level of greatness is really hard to achieve and might not ever be achieved again. For me, I think the GOAT conversation is a fun one. Device is the greatest CSGO player of all time. 4 majors, 21 MVPs, 20 MVPs. He was the center point for the greatest team of all time of that Astralis lineup. And then we get to ZywOo, and he's going to take the mantle of the greatest player of all time. It's just a matter of time before everyone kind of gets on board and accepts that. Someone like m80, someone like Donk should be next in line to have some kind of a GOAT status conversation. You need the major trophies. You have to have them. Donk's already got one in his first rookie year. If he's doing this in year 1, where is he going to develop into? But it's competition and it's Counter-Strike, and things can change in a heartbeat.
Clean recovery from paiN in that half, winning 5 of the last 6 rounds and breaking through in a way that puts NAVI under question. Again, their lack of CT round success as of late. Here on display, we're talking about Nuke, and we're talking about only 6 rounds NAVI. Tough stuff, but that force buy, that netted them the early momentum. At least that worked out their favor. We'll see what their attack has in store for us now. It's going to be early to the hut by the looks of things. Big Uzera, in anticipation, takes a position down in vent and leaves Snow's Berettas.
I mean, this should work, right?
Back's turned to him.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, perfect position from Snow. Goes back to the bomb site and is met by Ime. There's still a paiN player backside behind silos. Alexi on the approach with bomb.
Oh, he spotted.
Nope. He slides out. And as he gets back into the cover, it is all coming up paiN. This consistency from the end of the first half rolls right into this next one with a CT pistol victory.
They're like a box of chocolates, man. Like, you start this game out, it looks like they're kind of despondent, no real super solid game plan, doesn't feel like the energy's there. All of a sudden, they put together a couple of rushes. They win actually off of a half buy. That's what got them back into this game. And then they don't look back. Like, they know how to capitalize. They know how to build momentum. And yeah, that was a little risky, obviously, for NAVI. Jumping through that smoke, that was just so perfect for Snow to stand behind.
This season is starting to feel scary for NAVI. I mean, we're early in this series, but I'm just going to say it, like, they ended the first half of the year, some pretty impressive results. You know, this is a team that lifted a trophy in Atlanta. Caveat being there was simultaneous events at that point, so the field was kind of split up. Second place at Rivals in spring. Hang on now, wonderful double deagle kill. Okay.
Wait, everyone's dead.
I thought it was safe. I thought it was safe. Please save me, paiN. Woo, VSM on the fadeaway, back at it. All good. These deegs, or is it? Could still get another couple.
That was 2v5 for a second,
I know.
wasn't it?
I tried to zoom out big picture, thought it was safe, wonderful, decides nope. Whoa, those deagle shots not too far off the mark.
Double swing.
And he's down. Okay. Thank you, VSM.
4K for VSM. Yep, saved the day.
As I was saying.
Pretty impressive results for NAVI in the first half of the year.
Yeah, you know, they had a strong showing that had us feel like maybe they were going to come into the second season with something good. And yeah, okay, the shortcoming at the major maybe caught people off, but man, it's been struggles since. If they lose this best of 3 today, and it's a big if, there's lots of Counter-Strike still to play. We're talking about 2 consecutive, basically last place results for them outside of Esports World Cup, and now this. That is not the NAVI we know.
No, not at all. And there really is this thing where, like, Footer on the rise next to NAVI Junior while they're there, playing all the same events.
We won't get too ahead of ourselves. Let's see what NAVI's T-side's got in store. Guns up. Another show of promise with those deagle shots from Wonderful. It's gonna be Hut into Pyria. Finds the second player trying to exit. Makaze got his. Remains elusive, but Pyria still winds up finding him. Quick eye towards the lobby flank. Wonderful. Yeah, goes for the AK, doubles back a second time. Safe takes damage up in heaven. But as Wonderful adds himself to the players on site, that flank, the threat remains real.
Wonder if he was better off just holding that flank for a second with 2 players upper, because right now they're still watching it, but now they're watching it from within the site where they're in a bit more danger at the other choke points.
Bomb planted on the Hut corner. Ema hanging on to the squeaky door, takes some damage, but bests the MP9. And now to get off of this ladder is wild, but he is down to 11 health.
Nade misses.
And that M4 shot almost killing him, but surviving enough. Ema is there to lock this in, and NAVI taking over an upper site that Pyria tried his damnedest to defend.
This next round is so critical because you have 3 kills out of Wonderful this previous round. Now they lose. That was extremely expensive. Oh man, and their investment behind these 2 guns is going to be almost nothing.
It's a well-earned opening for the start of this T-side off the first gun round.
Safe could only drop a FAMAS, but he's going to go for utility. They'll have MP9s.
Yep. 3 SMGs is the limitation this round for paiN.
It's just such a big chance for NAVI.
And a big responsibility for Safe from the bottom of the scoreboard to get something from that off. Big Uzera will kick this off with the kill from Red, wants to get out of here, and is shown the door, allowed to escape what could have been a dangerous position. 5v4 earned by paiN. FURIA changes up, plays top hut instead. Oh, but he gets caught by Ima's creep out. Yep, and he's the only player on this site until that Heaven guy moves up the ladder. So now you're banking on Snow flying out with an SMG, but that's kind of perfect for what he had to do. Close corner cleared of Ima. You've got bit back sight and a second one out through hut. So Snow still with work to do. Molly into the back of sight. This lobby player is the one to clear out Snow. And now Wonderful's been found out.
At HE.
But VSM remains cut off, and Wonderful finds another clean execution. He's got a lot of HP left to work with around his wounded teammates, but safe with a very valuable weapon to save.
I mean, keep the op.
Nothing in this round.
Yeah, next round you won't have anything either except for this gun. And with 3 up, like, Navi's money's just fine. Oh, they won't keep that gun either.
Bottomed out.
I mean, we can also point to Makaze, who, like, you flip to, like, almost, I feel like almost exactly a year ago, and it's like Makaze is one of the only players who's playing extremely well consistently, and everyone else is kind of struggling. Then there was a period of time where everyone was calling for the heads of Bit and Wonderful, saying that their form is just not good enough to hold up their end of the bargain. Now it feels like they're the only two who are more consistent, and then on the Makaze front, mysteriously, his form has really vanished. Already up to 13 deaths in this game.
Plucking CTs off the bomb site, pistol swings, and it all gets dealt with. There's still a guy on Mustang, just dropped top hut. Somehow Snow's still alive here. Unfortunately, all his teammates dying around him, and too much of an ask for VSM, caught out by 3. We've got Navi in the lead, having to fight for it. But with all those damning stats about the CT side, nice to see some life on the attack so far.
And it'll be a timeout for paiN, but also that would be a good moment to talk if you're Blade as well, because now you're kind of back in control. You've got the money. You can calculate the money every round now because you had them in a buy save situation. This is really a moment where he, wants to put together what's the read now in this spot if you're paiN about how to approach this next round. Scary part is for paiN, you have Big Zero get an opening kill, but that's not enough. You're not going to come by too many of those free frags outside. I want to believe this is a round where Navi are not going to play it too quickly, unless they feel that paiN are going to maybe overstack upper or something like that. Ramp could be the thing they want. I feel like you feel them out. You just keep trying to do as much damage as possible, keep the money extremely low. You know you're going to beat them late round on more grenades. Plus, it's Navi. They like to take their time. Yeah, paiN are already literally down to 3 pieces of utility, no kits whatsoever. This is where people just walk into sprays. Like, you can get so much map control if you're Navi.
Snow missed it.
Ah, that's a mistake.
Yeah. Awkward for him to let Makaze get by and then peek back from that side of the smoke. Compromises hell, compromises heaven. FURIA has to reposition accordingly, all while you now have no information outside still. You're gonna find this duel at least if you're paiN, but a quick disengage away from it.
Bit doesn't even really need this, does he?
VSM doesn't get the instant kill at a distance, so the player up close is afforded a chance to pop up. Sure, Safe finds the answer back from inside lobby, but you've got Bit clearing players off of Vents. Up the ladder goes Bit, who tries to get into this engagement. Man, things are weird right now, and I mean, Makaze is going for the plant back site. This is going to put Wonderful in a tough place where he's got to quickly go up towards heaven, which really means Makaze's got to hang on for dear life. Safe gets blasted out of it. Makaze does his role very well from the opening kill inside of main into just kind of taking things into his own hands, and that plant kind of puts him in the spotlight to be the guy to close, but he holds his nerve, delivers, and puts Navi on 10.
So much of that comes down to just one step that's a bit too big out of snow, right into the smoke, allowed Makaze to swing at that moment.
Limited economy comes through again with this scout that's already under question. Quick change up in the tempo for Navi. We just know they're gonna sense that blood in the water off of their last round. You said it, you know, once you've got them in this buy save cycle, they're very aware of the economy. Big Uzera decides to rip a head off.
And even though they didn't win the round, it was those 3 Deagle shots from Wonderful that just started this sort of vicious cycle of never having enough.
Bit's gonna find that cache of grenades. Those nades and that scout combo could have been fun, but never even really given a chance to use it.
There, he's looking for that.
And all good. Bit finds the headshots. And the main player toppled. So this one's going to be Navi's 11th, made easy. And now this T side, really, you lose the pistol. You allow paiN to convert. Haven't looked in the rear view mirror since Navi, as this will be their 5th consecutive round on the attack.
I mean, credit to them. They got themselves back into the game. T-side looks excellent.
And that's why I didn't want to linger too long about that whole, you know, Navi coming in last place thing. Because now they're about to pick up their opponent's map pick. It's a whole lot of grenades.
It's all this free stuff. And everyone dies again for paiN.
Yeah, tough place to be in. Navi have all the money in the world to try to close this out. I mean, we watched this opening pick from Wonderful. It was so fast into that duel.
And it's also safe. He dies and he has 3 HEs that he could use from safety.
4 even. I mean, that guy was really, he was like set. It really felt like he was still in the process of, like, you know, he's laying out his blanket, trying to set up the picnic. He was going to be there camping the whole entire round. And Wonderful, like a grizzly bear, just charges him out of the woods. See if paiN's guns can try to stop the bleeding. They're just making a bit of a nuisance down lower, keeps paiN's attention somewhat. Still, this 3-player hard A stack might be the right call. Not transitioning out of this, they're just hanging on, but there comes the vent clear. Makaze joins forces upstairs. Nice routing. Furia holds his nerve for 1. Snow's gone unnoticed, but they clear him, and still, he'll find a double. Wonderful's into the kill feed. Snow's still going, and sure enough,
4K.
all on his own. Watch those first 2 pieces fall. Furia doing just enough to offer up a distraction. Snow gets cleared by Alexi, but he just rip-roars through that entire Navi unit.
I mean, he's painted into a complete corner here. Has to deliver every kill while they know exactly where he is. insane rifle work.
So it looks like Snow's being painted as the hero for paiN today. 18 kills off of that quad kill. Top of the board on paiN's squad. I mentioned all that money Navi had, so easy for them to come back into this next with 5 AKs and all the grenades in the world.
Yeah, I feel like Navi can stomach that, even though it's still only a 2-round game, because it's a miracle play that happens, but their overall round was still good. All their previous rounds were still very good. So paiN will have to do a bit more.
Took a lot of players on that A site for paiN to be able to hold it back, and it's still all hinged on Snow for the most part. I don't want to discredit Pyrio's first kill, but
you can. 4 kills?
Yeah, X Factor.
That spot, yeah, I mean, he was looking like Shroud.
Shroud. Double flash over red, but it is just Makaze out here, and he's not even looking to stick around. Early ramp play, VSM gonna just forego his position as they get early notice that Navi are taking a sniff to this side of the site.
It's a nice find. It was a bit scary when you do a full group towards ramp. You don't have leads anywhere else. You can kill time, but you're also really low on actual information. So, you know, committing downstairs was only one of the only clear ideas that you can get, but you don't have vent control. You don't know what's going on a controller decon.
VSM with a gut-wrenching feeling as he opens the door and knows, damn it, they're on this bomb site. They've already got their hooks in.
Yeah, there was no committed rotation to control side. It's a little too passive here.
Snow gets exposed as the double doors popped open. There's one from Big Uzera, and that's it.
That's tough. I feel like in a moment like that, when VSM dies and they took their time to go downstairs, that's when you need to, you know, you need to assume like there is danger. They can take lower now. We need to get into better spots.
Yeah, Navi played this one with a good tempo while paiN thought they'd have a bit more time, but no sir. There was conviction there from Navi's adjustment, because we haven't seen this kind of a ramp play.
No.
And maybe it's a bit different. VSM gets a kill, but he was so quick to fall off. And that's what was curious to me, was like he was so quick to fall off, but nobody else was so quick to come join him.
Yeah.
So Safe is afforded the op save this time.
Also, VSM's the one to drop ramp while in ramp.
Yep.
But then goes for a rotator spot.
Right, yeah, over to the single door,
yeah,
true.
it really only overcrowds your rotators coming in.
What rotators?
That too. Oh, this one. It's a little too late.
They take over ramp room. You've got them deep already into control side. We saw that layering on the staircase as well, so Wonderful only afforded 1 kill. Now we're talking 3 map points for Navi. So this T side has been very fruitful. There'll be slight limitations here for paiN, but we've seen them work with less. MP7, Pyria, Famas on Big Uzera. Last time, though, when they had little nades, we saw them kind of throw them out of spawn to stave off a potential rush, and then have nothing for the rest of the round. Uzera can't even get close like he wanted to. He sees that early presence from Makaze. There's been a couple rounds for Navi just play quick tempo out the gate, and this one's gonna be the same.
Oh, we have to say also, Makaze's opening kills in the last like 5 rounds. They've been there now.
Definitely turned it up a notch as the game's gone on. Snow quick to move lower, but this is also Navi quick to join forces. Not 1, not 2, but all 4 remaining players working their way through these vents.
He was 8 and 13, somewhere in the middle of this T half. Now 16 and 15.
It is a single peek from Bit, though. Everybody else goes single door, and Wonderful is able to break through. Oh, insta-kill from Alexi B.
All right.
the player who still has health here for Navi, because Wonderful's dangerously close to death. He's been in great form, but it's a hell of an ask of Furia. 1v2 met by a Molly on arrival, and they link up here. He will find one, and Alexi's the guy to put this on ice. At 2 kills in the closing moment, Navi's T-side rock solid stuff. As Navi were able to force buy successfully back on the CT side, that gave them the rounds they needed to play with. Unfortunate paiN couldn't also find that, as they did win all those terrorist rounds. But this second half, it is just all Navi. And so paiN's map pick robbed away.
I would say it was deservedly earned by Navi. They put in the hard work for themselves, but unfortunately, it was just not it for paiN at the end of the day. We wanted them to go back to Comfort. Comfort was there, but you're just one-upped by Navi. A team that is coming in, Vu, as the expected winners here, but still surprising as to what limits they will push to.
Yeah, I would say Navi made it a little bit harder for themselves, starting on the first half with what was like a 5-1 lead, I believe, and then they end up having so many struggles at the end of that first half. paiN had a great idea of the plays they were going to go for. Navi going for a double ramp 3 or 4 times in the first half. But once you get into the second half, Navi can dictate the pace. They can decide what duels they want to be taking. And we saw Navi just run away with it.
And whereas paiN, a couple of their T-side plays did work out extremely well in fooling Navi, or at least getting them lightly out of position, many of the rounds for Navi did the same and even better to paiN in return. So a T-side that was more or less met by an even better T-side.
I know that Navi won, and normally I would love to sit here and sing the praises for a team that won, but I still think that there is a solid conversation to be had about Navi CT side. You're 5-1, right? You're up 4 rounds. This shouldn't be a half that ends 6-6.
Yeah, I mean, their upper site was attacked several times. I think paiN found really great success doing that. And as I mentioned, they had a double ramp 3 or 4 times in that half. They kept trying to force it in through ramp, and you had paiN. They held those angles. They knew the push was coming, and they could counteract that really effectively.
I was also surprised by how so many of the sort of gimmicky plays from paiN were working out so well. Before this round, there was a nice little vent dive that netted them some kills, but early kill towards outside onto Emo with the flash, and what do paiN do? Instead of pressing on forward towards outside, they're already pushing through door and through hut simultaneously, and this just caught Navi off guard. There were a couple instances where just these initial kind of 1-2 fakes for paiN worked out as Navi were trying to collect their bearings or find their bearings after those initial little punches were made.
Yeah, I think those were great gimmicks from paiN, but at the same time, if those don't work, they have nothing to fall back on. Navi have to find a way to counter at least one of them. It was the entire end of the first half that every gimmick for paiN worked, and they could just slow down, and then they could manipulate the rotates. There's another round, and they had 2 rounds. They just walk out hut. Makaze's not ready for it. Great read from paiN to set up those situations, but at the same time, Navi have to be able to counter that.
Yeah, we're looking towards then the second half where we do get to be a bit more lighthearted about Navi and go, congratulations, you guys were able to turn that one around for yourselves. Round 18 was the one, right, where we're also seeing a little bit of a weaker CT side for paiN too.
I thought this was a really interesting round because Navi come into this one with a pretty clear plan, right? You throw the outer smokes. A lot of teams you'll see that if you get across outer without making any noise, sometimes they just gamble and never go lower, or they'll blow open that smoke 2-3 times. Instead, paiN try to play honest. They try and play safe from everything, but that means your players have to win their individual engagements. As soon as snow goes down, you have another 1v1 on lower. It doesn't go either way, but you end up with a 1v1 in heaven shortly afterwards. Actually, 3v1, but one player jumping up at the same time. Then you have Ime. He's got a 1v1. He can't win that one, but you still have a round in Navi's hands where they eventually manage their way into upper control. Another 1v1 for Bit in lower. They're just catching the players off guard because you have paiN trying to play all over the map and not be weak to anything. That means your players need to win their 1v1s, and you're playing against a Navi team that I think top to bottom, for the most part, just have better individuals.
What I also really don't like about rounds like that, and more of what we saw on the paiN CT side, it was that it was too reactive for me. Whereas their T side had such clear ideas for how they wanted to stage the first 45 seconds of the round, I felt a lot of the paiN rounds were very default, where they're just kind of hoping that they're going to be able to read what Navi's doing and then be able to either get the kills like you're saying or make a good reaction. and then they were kind of between ideas sometimes, like you saw Big Uzera just sort of just being by himself down lower, and they never really were in control of the situations.
Yeah, those are the types of situations where if you have a donk on your team and he can pick up 2, then you're not worried about it. But if you're having a player that 2 people peek him, he's getting 1 and dying at best, you're really going to struggle.
I mean, no one can put up a fight against Makaze, who's throwing in 100 and 110 hours every week. I mean, we were wondering, like, okay, he's very clearly focusing on that individual skill for himself, and it felt like that's not what Navi needed in their previous series against M80. And now we're seeing it. You're going up against paiN. More of the system is working for them. Yes, CT sides are still weak, but now the individual performance is stepping up, and it is also being relied upon.
I mean, as we're saying, and as you mentioned, this is a T side from Navi that they weren't pressured, right? You didn't see paiN taking the initiative. So when Makaze can get into the duels that he wants to be getting into, he's in like almost 40% of the T opening duels for Navi. They're getting him into the ones that he wants to be in. His aim is going to carry him in those situations. It's continued to be very sharp. It's when the rounds break down. If paiN had gone for some initiative, had tried and blown open some of these rounds, that's where Makaze might start to struggle. And maybe the 120 hours, however much face that he's playing, can start to backfire when you're used to pug teammates, not your actual team.
I felt like a lot of the T-side rounds for Navi just went so exactly how they scripted them that they got to use Makaze as that tip of the spear through many of their entry or space-taking attempts, and then the rest of the team got to just pile in afterwards. Only maybe once in this game did you see him have to stand up in a mid-late round when he was planning on that bomb site where Wonderful was in heaven. But if you just give him that steady diet of opening fights, he's going to be better than your counter, which I think in this game I'd probably say it's Snow. Yeah, that's just not even a 50-50. That's like a 70-30.
Yeah, it's not even close.
Not even close there, but Makaze definitely being able to put in that individual performance. Big question marks from his previous tournament. Now it feels like it is finally showing in officials, but Wonderful also having a great showing for himself in map number 1, Maui.
The T side that Wonderful put on, especially that Deagle round, just kind of showed the individual prowess from him, where Navi seemingly, it felt like they need a little bit of a lifeline. Wonderful was there to give them at least a little bit of air. Like they need him so frequently to be the CT star for them, and unfortunately in this game I would say he didn't really carry that side, but once he swapped over to the T side, he still had a very active op presence. His Deagle was crazy, his trade fragging on the rifle was subliminal. It's everything what you want from a guy who seems to be rising as now this season's star for Navi.
How many kills of those were with the op? I think I saw 1. I mean, this guy, as an opper, he can pull out the rifle, and especially T-side nuke, very tough map for the op to actually get effective. He had 4 kills with the op on this map with a 20 kill performance. So many of those great performances, multi-frags with the rifle, especially on the very tough T side. Very impressive from Wonderful. He's one of the few on Navi that have maintained their form the entirety of this downswing.
It's the consistency that they're needing right now. Again, we've talked about it, the system, the structure for Navi, whatever you want to say when it does and doesn't work. At the end of the day, you still want to be able to rely on individuals. So Wonderful, whilst it wasn't an explosive CT side for him, I think just having a really good T side is something right now that Navi can rely on, and that's great. My question mark, though, is what are paiN going to rely on when we look towards map 2?
I think they have to rely on some solid, I think, as you mentioned before, again, initiative. I think they need to be taking the initiative. They need to be catching Navi off guard, because as we continue to harp on, when the system breaks down, when the initial plan doesn't work out, that's where they really start to struggle. We didn't see enough of that in the second half of that game.
No, I would have. The problem sometimes when watching paiN is that you see individuals take it upon themselves to find some sort of opener in the round, because I don't know if they've always outlined how are we going to upset the balance of a T side that's being so meticulously constructed. And if they once again just let Blade and Alexi construct a T side that really is quite well ironed out, then I feel like it's inevitable that they're just going to fall in a very similar way to as they did on Nuke.
I don't like hearing that. I need more from it, right? Okay, yes, they need to be able to have contingencies, a little bit of a plan B, but you don't think that there is any way in which they can catch the Navi off guard? We saw M80 be able to dismantle the structure of Navi, but you're saying that's not really a toolkit that paiN have at their disposal?
I don't think they're, crazily enough to say, I don't think their structure is quite as good as M80's structure in terms of playing from a systematic approach to the game. I think M80's really impressive in that regard. And I'm not too against the way that paiN play, where you have a little gimmick, you get into a 5v4 and you try and, you know, snowball that into a round win. It's the second half, it's the, you know, it's the CT side that they really need to get things together and have some gimmicky plays there as well.
That's why you sometimes see people like VSM or Furia just go for these plays that if they succeed, you say, oh wow, they're such explosive wildcard players, but oftentimes they end up being a losing condition. And I think instead of actually trying to reel them in sometimes, I think BigOzera should try to set them up a bit more. So hopefully, I don't know if that's going to happen on Mirage, but hopefully in later tournaments or later series, we see more directed activation for those new guns.
Well, it's definitely not the first time we're seeing Navi go to Mirage in this tournament, but we'll see if there's a different result for them. Mirage is going to happen on the other side of this break. Navi up against paiN here. Navi did take paiN's map #1 pick in Nuke. And now I do wonder, is Mirage going to be a different story for them compared to when they went up against M80 on this one? Because, well, that was only 6 rounds they were able to get for themselves. So higher or lower, boys? No.
This is going to be a different story. This is going to be a different story. Navi will pick up the win on this one. I think they take this one down 2-0. They're, as I mentioned previously, they're one of the only teams that have maintained a reasonably decent win rate on T-side side of Mirage, as it's become arguably the most CT-sided map in the pool, and that's because of this guy on screen, Makaze, and Bit from the Palace, one of the best out there that you're ever going to find, and Makaze heading in through connector for the mid-control plays, incredible on the entry, even if, as we've mentioned, when rounds break down, it can get a little odd. Mirage is a map they know very well, and they know well enough to figure their way out of some bad situations.
Only thing I would give for the paiN side, or at least something to keep your eye on, is I do actually like that they put both of the new young guns from VSM and FURIA on the B side together. I've seen both of them trade off as the solo B anchor. I think it's usually VSM, but I've seen times when FURIA gets kind of aggressive towards the apartments, and when I want paiN to be a little bit more aggressive, even though I would probably want them to be more disruptive towards connector and middle, they find their own way to at least upset the balance with some of those guys towards the B side.
Well, it's not just upsetting the balance. They would have to upset this best of 3 if they were to win Mirage here. And it feels like more the narrative is not so much is Navi going to win, but are they going to have a better CT side for themselves? Are they going to be able to get more than 6 rounds? Well, there's one way to find out. That's to get on into it with Grony and Launders.
More than 6 rounds?
Okay, it's the only way to get into it is with us. Now, Polymarket's got paiN, less likely to win, and it's a great desk. It's a bunch of, you know, Nat's desk was great, but it's a bunch of analytical points that are all valid. They're all true. There was no falsehoods there, and yet I heard all the same stuff about Navi right before they lost to M80 the other day. And they didn't just lose to M80. I mean, they kind of got stomped by M80, which is so weird to say, because again, it's a tough job as an analyst to speak the truth. And they do. They spread the gospel. But then Navi just didn't hold up their end of the bargain. Navi were also map up going into that game versus M80. So my expectations still a little bit tempered.
I'm starting to think it's all held together, though, by Makaze.
Okay.
Because, like, what we saw in the T-side comeback was Makaze go from 8 to 13 to 16 to 15.
And the game was over.
Opening kills every round. And his form in that M80 game, like, it was gone. He fell off entirely. So, and maybe that first map was just a bit too easy when they played against M80.
Well, now they should be on alert. They're also facing elimination in this lower bracket run. So let's get crazy. 4 players on the other. Ooh, I heard a tap across the map, and Wonderful's just dead. FURIA off the flash. Oh, he kind of cut that pack in half, but goes down empty-handed. Buguzera trying to find seconds in this one. It's VSM to execute.
Oh, can't get it.
Now we've got Bit to 12 HP. Alexi on a full bar with Berettas. Finds himself in the clutch 1 versus 3. He's been effectively surrounded. Safe front sight and the bomb back by Van. Cat player is going to take Alexi's attention. Now that's 2 of the 3 confirmed, and he's dropped down to a quarter health. Safe's going to get the job done, and we've got paiN with a CT pistol victory.
Should have been totally fine from the beginning. They had lots of great spots. They get that first kill. Little sketchy, obviously, when FURIA died, but they still had it handled. Rotations were nice and quick. Navi lost the pistol back on Nuke as well. Didn't matter as much, but trying to remember if they had even got the bomb plant. I don't think so.
This round? No.
No, in the back on Nuke. Coming into this one with 3 Deagles.
And a duel up close that makes Snow a bunch of money. MP7 takes a look. FURIA floating around the windowsill, gets found out by Ema. They would love to get a bomb plant here, and all you've got to do is make sure the Cat player doesn't drop that bomb.
One more Deagle, and it's dangerous.
Exit labored only for a second. Bomb plant prioritized by Alexi, so props here to Navi. They've made their money.
Oh, not just that.
It's still going. We saw some scary stuff from Wonderful's Deagle back on Nuke. Can he try to tap back into that again? Player to try to emerge out through the market window. Nice sequence of kills from paiN. They don't even second guess it. It's an all-in retake from what was left of the team. But Navi, I think, after going down 3v5, you're happy to catch FURIA an additional kill and also get that plant.
One of those rare situations where both teams win a little bit.
Everybody's happy.
Everybody's happy for once. I mean,
yay!
Navi didn't get the round, but they didn't have the expectation of getting it. They didn't invest all their money. They got a bomb plant. They got 2 kills. But paiN only lost 2 guys.
A friendly reminder that you can always live trade the game on Polymarket. Any game, anytime, any blast event. Guns up and the top mid swing is through. Temporary safety here for Alexi. He decides to sign up for the fight, sees a second, even just off catwalk alone. Now you've got Snow dead, a 5v3 versus the first set of guns, and here's your answer. paiN, still lingering out middle, have managed to equalize what felt like a great start to the round for Navi.
That's a small thing, but it was such good awareness from Biguzera, who, you know, with all the threats at top mid, did not forget that someone could be trying to lurk out. Ooh, this smoke. I don't know if Navi are going to respect it.
VSM gets out of market. He's going to hear that stomp coming through. Now he knows, okay, time to make a play. How cautious will they be about his potential's position? Yeah, Bit just kind of walks into it. VSM hits him like a truck. Isn't able to clip Emet over Van, who's now down to 13 health. Wonderful's got to get into this, and that's both remaining Navi players very low. Biguzera tries to come through with the element of the surprise, and he has such a health advantage.
Oh, he traded that Molly for an HE.
Looks to strike him down. Body shots will do the job. He's been spotted. Incendiary's gonna flush Emet into the open. Easy pickup for Biguzera. Now you've just got to find Wonderful without getting blindsided in the process. Wonderful's gonna try to choose a timing at some point. Oh, beautiful wrap here from Wonderful. Oh, he's got Biguzera looking the wrong direction. He's just got to get this kill. And still Biguzera doesn't consider it. Back onto the bomb. He's still elusive, and Biguzera takes the knife out. So that's going to be his demise. Navi coming through with no survivors.
That's wild. Really well done there for Wonderful. Again, him in the clutch. You're always in a safe pair of hands.
That round could have ended up being much worse for paiN once upon a time. Remember, opening 5v3 from Navi off top mid.
Yep. I mean, really appreciate the call out from Navi when they're grouped up B and they saw VSM smoke and they just thought, that looks like somebody who's bluffing, and walked right through it.
Buy's not horrendous here for paiN, but the fact you go down 5v4 sure won't help. Snow's gonna try to chase out the bomb. He's got it cut off and he knows it. He'll grab the upgrade instead, and we get this Palace walkout that survives the op shot. Oh, safe. Not lethal, but Snow at least through the Palace floor gets the headshot and follows up onto Emet. That Galil he nabs, very valuable in the end.
Oh, ridiculous that paiN brought this back, have 3 players up, and Makaze was spotted.
I need to see that wallbang kill from paiN. From Snow on the fallback. Biguzera's gonna finish this off, but this is all Snow chasing out that bomb and at least grabbing a Galil.
Yeah, I feel like Safe was almost unlucky to die, had the op shot wallbang through the balcony and then got shot in the head.
Because if the Palace player gets away, I feel like they disengage.
Yeah,
bro.
Just had to get it.
Sure. And with that Palace kill, it feels like Emet then really gets drawn into committing, whereas if the Palace player gets away, maybe Emet stays in connector.
Totally.
The options there for Navi so much different. Well then.
You do throw Snow into chaos and he does well. It feels like that's what he waits for.
And you know, off the back of that, that was Navi winning one round with 0 survivors. So this actually puts paiN in a great spot early on.
I think they lost their patience just a touch there while that whole situation was distilling. Like they kind of had a small advantage, then they lost it. Small advantage, then they lost it. But refused to actually wait a little bit longer.
Avoid 5. Natus Vincere have lost their last 4 map picks. Whew. There's a lot of scary.
paiN?
Yeah. It's the perfect opponent for them today. There's a lot of scary stats coming up against Navi as of late. Here comes the stomp. It's all about keeping this one cost effective. So far, so good. Yeah, nice and easy here for paiN, converting to the 4-1 start on the CT side. We had high praise for Navi's T side on this map in particular, but the economy has really held their hands behind their back for the start of this. paiN getting those free punches in while they can, but it is rifles back in hand for the next one.
Kaze took a long time to warm up last game. Looks like it'll be the same story again.
Slippery. Biguzera just tucks into the smoke. Ah, got flashed. Oh, sorry, thought that was another kill. Wonderful. Blinding Biguzera on the retreat. Awkward as he just tries to jump at the entrance of Connector. So for once, it's Navi to claw something back.
Oh, there's that. That's a good first kill, huh?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
ESM will take a peek. I mean, he sees nobody's actually pushed towards B. But, I mean, Safe is on the perimeter at the moment. Looks like a very strong mid-round call here for Navi. paiN have the completely wrong read.
Should be a very straightforward finish to the round as they walk up into A site. Opper now, yeah, gonna full commit to this B lean. There's no real need even for Makaze to ever cross that murder hole. So all's good, Navi. They'll take the precaution with the fake plant, but it is secured. Surprisingly to probably Navi even, how little resistance they wind up meeting on this half of the map.
Yeah, they just thought, okay, with that B kill, they're gonna pause and go. Not the worst choice in the world here for paiN, but it is one where they have some extra money, and if they hadn't fully committed, they may have had a chance, but I think this is just more so a good call from Navi and not much else. It's also pretty huge they have 4 alive after that. A frictionless end to the round.
Yeah, for once, because when Navi have had advantages, there's just been constant recoveries from paiN. Not always in the round win, but always keeping it close. I feel like the result of that round's kind of Navi taking a sigh of relief and going like, okay, whew, we got through the economic problems at the start of the game. It's like an exceptional set of circumstances. Now let's see if we can get the ball rolling. And as they go heavy out top mid once more, we get this quick move into the ladder room from paiN's Opper, but Biguzera gets caught out as he tries to escape after setting Safe up.
Starting out every round like this, and it's been working.
What can Safe earn with this? Will Navi overstep?
Two ops just don't want to reveal the plans, but that does mean they just have to hope that Navi make the wrong decision.
Oof, gets dinked and almost finished off. Emet gets killed. We've got another recovery underway.
89 damage.
And the op here for Furia as the second op is revealed. paiN's setup with that second sniper winds up putting Navi down a man, and even though there's damage dealt to 2 of these players, this is not easy for what's left of Navi.
Yeah, I mean, Furia might have to rise to the challenge. Right now he's got his first kill. Oh, never mind. They found a way to get a gap.
But now you've got this connector player locked into the corner. If he tries to get out of here, Furia surely gets him. 25 on the clock.
No.
Furia's got to give up his angle, and now it's Snow with 11 HP versus 2 players that are going to be forced to commit to this A site. And they know that Snow was once here. It's a very tradable spot. He's looking for the back, trying to stay small. Now we get that whip around from Bit. He's going to commit to this bomb plant. Furia walking in unannounced. Bit could still be considering a missed shot. No, that was Furia's chance. And as he's now stuck in behind Ticket Booth, you'll just use the USB. Okay, why not?
The USB.
You're kidding.
Of all things. Not even a reaction from him.
Yeah, I wouldn't be reacting after that whiffed op shot either. God, that could have been a tragedy. It's still an expensive one for the double op setup, where they get value out of both snipers.
Snow took such a good risk here. I mean, they're really about to get shoved out of the round if not for that.
So back to the Navi struggles. Eagle for Makaze. paiN opt to buy back into this double op setup.
They really just don't believe in their CT mid starts. Navi have been running out at this every time. But I think paiN have got the memo. It's tough for them. Scope will be seen. Let's see if Furia can catch one.
Yeah. Walks out, takes Wonderful down, but such an extension that Makaze able to catch him on the fallback. Imez walk through connector, goes down with nothing. And Bit's already been found and tagged down to half health, so this T-side's not looking like it's gonna get any easier anytime soon. Heavily invested into this round as well was Navi. And the only player that's gotten a kill so far was the one guy that was stuck on a pistol. Makaze, his 2 kills, that headshot deep into apartments from underpass steps, and now this Deeg kill. We talked about it. You said it, like there was this kind of correlation between Makaze's successful opening kills back on Nuke and Navi closing out that game as they did. You're not getting it here, and Navi aren't getting round wins either.
Because on form, he's donk light, but he's not on form.
And what's that make him then?
Ironically, donk heavy.
Navi struggling to carry the weight at the moment. Not like anybody else is stepping up into his shoes. So this is 6 for paiN on the CT side.
Counter-terrorists win.
Vamos, pô! Boa! Era o Mazimov. O safe tá com resp? Vamos fazer Fnatic? Ô, Bigu, você consegue começar pela direita, Lacave? Só me dá esse monte de
Such an extension that you're never getting away, but luckily they had Biguzera to clean up. And Ime again, right? We've seen him kind of try to make that extension out from connector and get kills, but he's just been dying without impact. Navi are able to afford a bit more trimmings alongside what was saved. But heavy utility in the apartments. And smoked off on arrival. A whole lot of flashbangs, but a single smoke for Navi as everybody decides to group back up. This is, okay. Feels like a big change of plan. What have they sensed? Flash into ramp, sees nothing, but that's not the truth. Very ready to go. They try to chase it in. Snow finds Makaze. Keeps it clean, Safe holding off to the Palace player, lands his shot. Great coverage from Safe with the double kill. And this one drying up, but a couple of kills still for Navi to play off of. Flash goes high into the duel. M40's got the advantage, and it is majority alive for paiN as they extend this lead to 5.
I mean, Snow played that with just the right amount of vigilance. He had the smoke, but he kind of still, or he flash retook it, didn't see anything, but still was extremely worried, was careful about the shoulder peaks. Timeout's coming in, but this T side is starting to evaporate.
And we know that the stats for Navi on the CT side haven't been something to write home about lately. Their map pick or not.
Guys, we can still have a good half. We just need to wake up into it. I don't feel like we're giving them fucking 3 rounds.
They know what they're capable of, that's for sure.
Yeah, but I don't want to talk about potential anymore.
I know.
I want to talk about realized results. Coming back into this half is still just a 5-round T side. But he's not wrong. They can recover.
Give me everything you got.
57% win rate on the CT side of Mirage for Navi. Better than their average across the map pool. One player bottom mid offering up a distraction. Safe goes in. Snow with an easy first pickup, and he doubles down. Oh, VSM off the staircase. Oh, that was all in Navi with guns, and they died instantly.
I mean, they ate him alive, yeah.
I mean,
full investment, like, that's your half gone. Insane stuff here out of paiN. They look so comfortable.
Ooh. 5 players up, not 1 kill for Navi. 6-round deficit in the face of paiN CT side. We're back in the M80 game.
Yeah, we are
Navi,
back.
we are. Navi with a map win on their opponent's pick and then just kind of disappear. They're going to have majority pistols in this one. Single AK. Nope, excuse me. There's a second rifle out. Oh, there was. Makaze bought a Galil and then sold it back.
Respect.
They'll let Ima single rifle. Build up what they can for the next round. We've got a fast cat charge that just gets slammed shut. Biguzera easy. There's more where the first 2 came from, but that one's got a bit more of a bite to it. Alexi catching a headshot. Really just wants a gun for his efforts, and Snow has been locked in through this CT side.
Totally. And he's quite good back on nuke too, wasn't he?
Ever since that 4K from inside A-site nuke. Back turn from the player climbing window. We had high praise for the attack of Navi prior to this game going live, but anything but world class. Wonderful tiptoeing around in a 1 versus 4. Okay, smooth moves. Yes, sir. That's gonna earn you an AK. But then you've got Safe on the line. And you know what? There's been an uptick in Safe's level as well from back on nuke to now. He's hit some critical shots under pressure. He's 7 and 4. It's easier in a stomp, sure. Remaining in these rounds, as it is now at best, 3 rounds on the T side here for Navi.
It does feel like some of these top dogs they're kind of at peace with how much they have to try to put their wins together. But you're not really seeing them have answers to, as to why things suddenly are going wrong.
A
Saw the Falcons struggle yesterday as well.
It's double op change up now for Biguzera, not Furia. So that op making the rounds. It's all that the mid defense is, though. A couple of snipers, one per side. Yeah, daunting ask of Biguzera to put that op inside connector with the smoke at the top.
Oh, my
VSM's
goodness.
timing, I mean, couldn't be better. Bit is out of this one 5 and 10.
No molly under Balk now.
And we usually sing Bit's praise as a Palace player on Mirage. You know, constant on those exits. 22 damage from the op shot. Will Ina get anything going? No, sir. Shut down once more. We've got the double ramp, single connector attempt at 30 seconds left. They are slowly clawing their way back into this round, but VSM still here on site with a strong half thus far. They're thinking he's up in Palace. Executes those last two players. Triple kill for VSM. Double digits out of paiN on the CT side of Navi's pick.
We've still got 2.5 more days of action. But speak of action, off climb into catwalk. ZywOo tries to get away with a slick move instead of fast-moving Navi. And in total contrast to the round prior where Wonderful was alone top mid, you've already got Navi players up through connector, trying to combine again with this Bit JL walkout. Flamesy's got a lot of pressure on him, and he has not been performing. He has not recovered since that awkward ladder kill, and this A site goes down with nothing until the jungle players come out with 2. This is Ema on a tear. A triple kill through middle, extended up connector, right back into the action. Quad kill for Ema. Not yet able to soften up the bomb site. Nico tries to go through, will stuff one up close. And Wonderful still yet to strike down his second victim. csgo looking for his impact. You didn't kill him, you just softened him up, and that's not enough to stop him. Bomb is here on the ramp. csgo has got another. Kicks in into the kill feed. It's Bit from down beneath. Right there to stop it. His multi-kill with a quad kill. Mikaze stays tucked in.
Here's a chance. They're under balconies. Elo's adding them up.
That's 2. Will Mikaze go unnoticed? Because the Opera could serve up a perfect distraction. Bomb plants
can't get planted here now.
on the other side. Yeah. They've lost this guard. Mikaze delivers. Wonderful goes down, but at least he opened the door for this.
From
Mikaze
Ninja.
marauding inside of this A site. Jame on the other side of it. 17 and 5 is Mikaze. This guy is ascending to a whole new level.
If Fame waits this long, this might come back to bite him.
He's got the kit, and that kit could be so key.
You gotta go, VP.
He needs to move. Oh, beyond. Oh, welcome to Wonderland.
Yeah, he just wants to take the fight, but he's letting him get closer.
Finally puts Wonderful to rest. Bit in the meantime slipped the net. Inches ever closer. Catches them off guard and finishes Jame. Noda, you gotta deliver. With a huge health advantage, Bit's on the pistol, and it's enough for Navi to maintain control despite the cost and go up 3-0. Donk plays behind the pole. He's got Shiro to work with. He's fully blind. The Opera missed the shot. Shiro's down.
Wow.
Alexi B, double entry.
They came out ready for that.
Just like that, he takes back what Alexi worked so hard for.
We're talking about Bit's lurk now.
Deep inside the A site, but the bomb gets cut off. Bomb control again. Alexi's down to 9. It is all Alexi thus far for this round, but remember, Zontix gets active.
And also, Bit can get involved.
There are lurks on both ends, and the bomb still yet to be retrieved. Magic's losing almost all that HP. Zontix stoic, snaps up, misses his chance. Alexi B sees all.
With 9 health. 9 health he's got! He's
no!
The nade misses.
Oh, an ace!
They impressed us back on Nuke, but they've seemed to disappear. Somebody called the detective. We got a mystery. Where did Navi go between these maps? 2 rounds on the T side of their pick. Flashes back to the M80 game, in that they have their opponent's pick and an inability to seemingly 2-0 these series. Now, you could come back on the CT side, I suppose, but it just felt so flat.
Oh, more damning Navi stats. Makaze has a 4.84 rating on the CT side of the season, lower than Alexi, B, and Imma. It's not making them look good either.
Full blind. Wonderful finds the first. Eesh, Makaze with nothing. He wouldn't have wanted us to see that from his perspective. He at least gets the assist because Alexi's going big. Nice execute with the 3 headshots here for Alexi. And so a pistol round could make a big difference, but it's going to have to be a damn near flawless CT half for Navi.
They could afford Makaze to die in that spot because they started out with like 4B, but they can't afford it for the rest of the game. We've already seen what happens there.
4 up. Nice and convincing from Alexi B. And always a bonus when the cat player can pluck off a player midair. Didn't even let him hit the ground. So paiN take a knee, let Navi have a 4th, theoretically.
Mental screenshot on Makaze here, 3 and 12, let's see. He brought it back on Nuke, but it was T-side Nuke that he brought back, which is weirdly harder.
3 and 12, ouch.
Thing is, he dies a lot because he takes so many opening duels too, so.
Right. Yeah, he is 0 and 3 in opening duels on this map. But there is no universe where Navi lose this round, so we'll watch this comeback happen slowly, and we'll see what sort of state they're in at the end of this. Because they go heavy on the rifles. There's not one SMG here for Navi.
So let's just win and go from there.
Let's just win.
Put money second.
For the bomb plant, Vit's gonna go peeking out with that second magazine, and he denies it. There we go, not one death, not a bomb plant. You've already got rifles for the follow-up.
Yep, just rebuy the utility, get some kits in play, and
some kits.
Start this rifle round.
What about one kit, Mohan? Would that be enough to satisfy you? Because that's all they've got.
Yeah.
One's enough?
I do trust that they're gonna remember where it is, in the B site with Lexi B.
It's gonna be a long road back into this game. So we'll watch and see if Navi are made of steel today. Oh, that's not gonna help. Big Uzera spamming through the smoke into the window kill. At least Bit finds one on the fadeaway. He was just crawling away with his teammate in Wonderful. Sends a few bullets back and it works out for him. This would be a very scary position for Navi, if not for that Bit response.
Slight push off Cat. It's actually a good time to do it. You don't have any B play coming this way.
Lexi extending. Perfect lineup between the two. And, oh, VSM's got the answer. Almost kills all the mid players, if not for Alexi grabbing another. His triple kill this round puts Navi to a 5th, assuming Snow can't clutch out in these final 30 seconds, but the CTs remain split up.
They pretty much know where he is.
Alexi's dead.
Oh, doesn't matter.
Snow loses half his health.
He's got the bomb in front of him.
Alexi's had solid output, but this is a 3 and 12 Makaze in a 1v1.
Yeah, Makaze just doesn't want to overthink this. Snow, I think he realizes this would be obvious.
Catches him with a knife out, going for the bomb plant. Makaze with a good reposition, and you see Snow just head in hands because he really just prioritized plant and gave Makaze the freebie on that cross.
It's just way scarier to go A, and I think the calculation was, I got this kill so quickly, maybe Makaze wasn't totally ready.
Problem is, it's like, I got this kill so quickly, but then I feel like Snow did hesitate for a second before he starts running.
That's true.
If he had sprinted immediately, if he had made that decision, then he does get across without being found.
Same for Makaze, though. He doubted himself a little bit.
Yep, very true.
That's been an ongoing story. It's a 5-round game. So Navi go the route of like, get all the guns you need to win, no bonus rounds involved, no MP9s. It's working out pretty well for them. They get to a place where paiN can only half invest. This half investment is what sort of got them back in a nuke, even though they didn't end up winning. Vigazera, Snow, and VSM all having a great match so far.
Solo Tech 9 mid-rush for Vigazera, and that gets put on ice.
The beat play, but there's no bomb.
Uh-oh.
They're so ready to go, but there's no bomb.
Yeah, Safe now going back for it. Missed op shot, maybe, opens the door for something weird to happen. Anything weirder than what's already happening in that big commitment without the bomb. What if Safe runs up connector and just plants A?
If Makaze messes this up, they've got issues.
Could have gone down had Makaze managed to find a way to lose that. But yeah, I think paiN would have much rather had that bomb at the B site, even though they don't get their openings.
It's a great set tactic to start off here for Navi. The flash in the mid, it's super simple. They just catch this guy running up to connector, eliminate a lurk, taking out Vigazera is huge right now because he's going for openers. Now the game's a little awkwardly close. I mean, it's 4 rounds, but then with a little extra money, with a little extra confidence.
Lock in time. Ooh, this would be their first 9-round CT half this season.
Okay. Maybe a big ask. Nice kill.
Furia trying to pounce on the B site while he knows he's got this.
Insane.
Yeah, Makaze here to help.
That is absolutely insane to try that. He didn't even have that B player low.
Nope. Oof. There's the chance, though. You peel one player off this A site, now suddenly it's just Bit here. paiN are moving in.
I mean, you'd really like to have jungle control in this spot, and that's what actually paiN have, but Snow doesn't have a safe way to get there. It's going to take a little extra time, which might cause a little extra confusion. The CTs are going to get moving, and there's actually a chance for Safe to kind of peek out and get a pick off if he wants to be proactive. Oh, no.
Vigazera down to 12. Yeah, Safe
Oh, no.
not thinking there's multiple bodies here, but they are so ready for this A hit. Makaze backing up. Vigazera strikes with only 10 HP. Not a bad kill to get. Trying to keep this within the realm of possibility. Snow late with the bomb, walking in, low health EMET, and that gets cleared, but now Bit's revealed himself. Snow can't manage. Big slick move from Bit there to double down, and you feel like Snow is in form enough to get that frag, but he was just so health limited at the time.
Yeah, missed his spray up a little bit, and you know, took a little too long to get that one kill on Firebox, even though Vigazera had softened it up, but with the opening kills going this way, you can't be surprised the result is what it is.
Five rounds into the second half, and paiN have still yet to plant a bomb.
Yeah.
V-Champs brings up that this is going to take the most solid CT side Navi have played on Mirage this season.
Well, they've got the ingredients.
3-round deficit, up versus Pistols. All the utility paiN have gets thrown up and over to the A site. Bit just plucks Snow off as the commitment comes out. Good nade to open it up. VSM's Deagle with coverage as bombs planted. First time that's gone down this attack. But they're not able to grab a gun off that corpse.
Oh, he's gonna miss that.
No way. Wonderful didn't see the jungle push. Weird place now for him with this op. Concerned about the stairs. VSM kills Wonderful. That's going to be an op to be grabbed in a moment, but they're also so concerned. Furia's got his headshot in the middle of all this. VSM gets away from him.
Safe, no good gun.
Trying to wrap around to grab that op. Bomb is planted under the smoke. And so tough place here for Safe to try to get this diffuser dead, and the cover for Makaze is good. They just run rampant over ticket into this place. Scary when Wonderful doesn't see the jungle push and dies to the VSM headshot. Pistol's almost enough. paiN have to take it as a silver lining. At least this time, they get that little bit of extra money.
Yeah, bomb plant is some progress, unfortunately for them. Bit of a dry spell. And it gets marginally scary, but for Navi, they know that at some point during this comeback, there will be marginally scary rounds. They have to make fewer mistakes, but as long as they can keep getting away with it, they've got nothing to worry about. I wonder what this play is shaping up to be here. There's a lot of guys in mid, but they're not really ready to go A or B. The deep control from Makaze, I feel like, is nice for Navi. There's rounds like this with paiN where it looks like a set play, but it's hard to say exactly what the plan was or what kill they were hoping for. This might be a moment where you need the Makaze step up. He had a rough first half, but now the game's close.
And his extension forward confirms bomb on the approach. Nice shooting, Makaze.
There we go.
Double kill and a damn near third on Safe.
About all you need out of him.
Well then. Suddenly everything in question here for paiN's T side as they are just getting rocked by this defense yet again. Turn tail back towards the apartments if they decide to try to jump this, but I mean, at this rate.
I mean, someone should probably go help Wonderful, even though there's not much of a chance.
With the pace of which they're crawling through apartments, doesn't feel like they're making this gamble happen. So they'll call off this attempt. We go now a 1-round difference.
And, you know, Navi could have made more money in the last few rounds as well, but paiN have been doing considerable damage. But this time around, 5 alive.
Yep.
Wonderful on 11K, Hima 10.
Yeah, it's an excellent round result when we now get into like the last 5 rounds of regulation. It's going to keep these buys coming even if paiN can manage to win a round, because this is still a totally flat T side with 1 bomb plant and no round wins for paiN.
It's insane. Navi only used 1 timeout throughout that entire T-side fiasco.
Blade sitting back like, they'll figure it out.
I can't push the buttons.
Oh, it's such a badass Krabeni quote.
No, it was actually Coolio.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, it was Coolio. That makes way more sense.
Yeah.
Oh.
He can't. He actually can't push the buttons.
He literally can't push the buttons. That's true. Oh, no. I mean, not a full-time offer, but still pretty gut-wrenching miss for VSM. That could have been a very valuable 5v4.
Yeah.
For a team that feels stuck in the mud so far on the attack.
Yeah, critical. That was one in the bag for sure. All right, some pressure on Ima. You know, can they catch timing inside the window? Oh no. Okay, 1 for 1, but plans revealed.
This little cat jiggle could wind up costing them another player. Navi have to be careful about it. Well, the VSM's also sort of scared because he's low HP from that first peek.
So they're going to let him have window. They understand it. Bit's watching the flank. Have the correct amount of worry towards B as well. It's a benefit to paiN that they can have this window control, but they'll be a little bit lighter on the attack, 2v3. The snow flanks, it's going to take a while. since they know he's here. Kaze again.
Recovers nicely after letting the first one cross. Here's the boots on the ground and deals damage. Yep, Alexi there to clean up. And so poor Snow still towards windows. Got a guy stomping in front of him. He strikes well enough, but how's the bomb ever going to get back? It can't. They need the kills. Without these frags, it's going to be Navi to tie this game at 10.
Ooh, a little dangerous. I think Snow's going to get hunted down.
Yeesh. Oh, and dies after time. This is a calamity.
Man.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that was just a good move from Navi to have the 2 players in the B site not worry about window whatsoever. It weakened paiN's attack while they still had a good read on the situation. It's really interesting because if they snuck into window and there was not that Imma 1-for-1 and Imma seeing a second player in there, that window guy could have been a B flank, could have been something to actually make the attack a lot stronger. But instead he was really their Achilles heel, really made it hard to trade. And Makaze's putting up his end of the bargain now.
2 times we've seen him recover from half to half in this series.
Yeah.
It's starting to feel like 2 times Navi have managed to close. One plant for paiN.
8 rounds straight for Navi.
Whew. Looking for the lockout on a CT side. A CT side they average 57% win rate on. Has been impenetrable so far today.
You know what we need? An auto sniper.
Maybe not.
It's that kind of game.
No room in the loadout for that. Flash over top, Emat, new fresh position, catches off VSM for the first kill. Biguzera, good trade. There's still more to be done though out middle, and Biguzera has been rocked down to half HP. Oh man. Bad nades coming out as well.
Still be scary for a bit, maybe.
Jungle smoke at the halfway point. There's going to be a palace smoke thrown from that jungle player, and Alexi happy to just emerge through this smoke. So
Puria's not out. He actually falls back totally. No kills, just walking into the scope of safe. Oh boy. I think this is where Navi just, you know, they can really follow you around. Okay, turning back towards A. It feels like this has to be the play, given the time.
Oh, it's paiN with no grenades, though.
Yeah, that's
to
tough.
cross that open A site with no utility.
Yeah, actually, that's
not even a flash. I mean, nothing.
It's like you should be saving, but how could you? You're this close with this many players. Yeah, this is insane. You would not normally never try this.
Clock expired in the last 2 rounds as well for paiN, so they just dry sprint out through ramp. It works. No way. It's the P250 of all to at least open the door, but it's also Snow with the bomb. And as he extends into the stairs, they're going to catch both CTs. Biguzera's down to a quarter health, and that's all that's left. I mean, this is falling apart at the seams for paiN. The P250 gets the entry, but they sent the guy with the bomb out to get crazy like that, and then so no plant attempt, and Navi now, after all of this, have genuinely earned the lead.
They were going to let him cross behind default as well with that bomb. They didn't even have that deep line. Or at least they could have had Safe come out to try to refrag with the bomb in a retrievable spot.
Always going to be a tough job when they had no nades. You never expect the P250 to get the entry as it did. Back onto the pistols for paiN. Navi about to earn a 12th versus barely equipped paiN players. It's a fresh spot for Bit this round. Low util, so they just try to jump clear through him, and Snow gets the trade into the upgrade. Mid goes well for Navi. No challenge to ticket, as that op's gonna get into position. It's already a shooting gallery for Makaze. Second bomb plant for paiN throughout this T side, but it has been nothing but flawless since Navi have swapped to the CT side.
That's incredible. They're finally smiling. They've been chewed up entirely. Well, Navi are trying to break the mold. What we saw from them last time, what we saw yesterday with Falcons. Not the T side they were looking for, but a better CT side than you could ever expect.
Yeah, this has now officially been the best CT side of Mirage for Navi this season. Felt impossible for them to have secured 9 rounds this half just to get to that, but here we are.
And Blade saved his last 2 timeouts for the CT side comeback. Just knew it was going to happen. Used 2 out of those 3 in the last couple of rounds. It gives paiN time to talk, but it feels like they're just not getting the same efficacy out of their tack pauses.
I mean, there's
Been
still
pretty flat.
Yeah. There's going to be questions and difficult talks for Navi regardless when they get back to the practice room after that first half was such a struggle. But obviously no complaints from them if they can just close this out here and there. 2-0, shut it down. Go debrief and figured out what went wrong, but this round opens with a safe headshot on Emet in mid-window. Alexi's going to get moving.
He might walk into this. I mean, with that kill going down, wow, what a find, man.
Can't manage it. Now the
He's been
underpass players are
struggling.
forced to come back, and as they peel away, and I mean, if you're expecting Alexi up in here, would you anticipate Wonderful on the op line?
Even a 5v4 might not be enough. And Wonderful had a line to see that, right?
I thought so, but
Yeah,
it
I
also
think he
got
just saw it and
smoked.
backed off.
Okay, let it go. paiN to collect themselves outside of A site instead. This is going to put Makaze back into question.
They haven't won a round in years, but this feels like the best setup so far.
Makaze looking for the kill on the ramp exit. Starts dueling. It's a little awkward. Oh my god, Vincere never stands up in that, and Bit still here for his double.
That was insane.
Drops the bomb, takes man advantage over for Navi. It was a 5v4 for paiN. It felt like they would finally win a single terrorist round in this map, and they still could. As Vincere tries to give cover for that bomb to cross over, they do claw their way back through this. Bomb planted connector side, big reposition here for Wonderful, and he stomps it all the while. A Tech 9 in hand, and he knows both positions. Off peek to the player stuck on stairs. He's gonna flush him into the open. Oh, and VSM will just take it. From a man advantage to a man disadvantage to paiN's first T-win.
They make it happen. I could not. You ever seen that happen? Vincere on Tetris. He's like, I'm going to never pop up. I respect it because Makaze is waiting the entire time for his head to pop up a single time.
Never in my life. Into the like crab walk pre-fire to re-enter the duel.
Yeah.
Well then, better late than never, but it could still wind up being a regulation victory for Navi.
At least they've avoided the headline. Oof. Very careful on the jump spots.
And the moment he slips up, wow, he got away with it.
Just waited long enough.
Yep, well played. Wonderful with the deep angle. Haven't seen this op down ramp, so something fresh to catch paiN off guard.
Didn't see the foot, I don't think. We'll have to flick a little bit.
Nicely
We'll
done
do
from
that.
Wonderful. Man advantage earned. Furia dropping nades on the fallback. Oh, and the clock hasn't been working in paiN's favor. 45 seconds with a bit of mid-control to play with.
Yep. If they're not blown open the smoke on connector, there is a bit more pressure on Makaze and Alexi. Well, they have.
Apartments remain smoked, but not for much longer. Emet to test connector. That's going to help. It gives an early warning sign over to this cat extension.
More damage.
They find Vincere down to a quarter health. Makaze stays tucked in, lets Alexi, by the looks of things, play contact. player in the backdrop spotted. makaze still going unnoticed, able to strike one down, and they're just gonna fizzle out. paiN have absolutely fallen apart on this T side. They had 10 rounds on the CT side, and instead they face the most successful CT side on Mirage that NAVI have posted this season. It's a hell of a comeback, a clawback that you would have never seen coming. 13-11 victory for NAVI as paiN fall out of Blast very early.
Incredible performance from NAVI in the second half, coming back from what was a almost disastrous first half. 10-2 down to begin this one, bringing it back. CT side almost flawless. They baited us with that one. We thought it was going to be flawless, and then they gave up one just to give them false hope.
They had to do it to them. They really did. I was surprised that NAVI couldn't accomplish a lot on their own T side. However, the fact that they were so able and capable to read what paiN was doing. Rotations were good. People like Wonderful were able to stand up. The last round itself, I mean, I felt like they never really didn't, they were never really surprised by what paiN was doing. And even when paiN actually got into some nice advanced positions, they never really capitalized on, say, getting window or even getting up con sometimes.
Yeah, and when it comes down to having the right idea, having the right plan coming into it, part of that at least is going to be coming from the coach. Blade, how's it going?
It's good feeling when you're winning, and especially this tough match when it's intrigue till the end. You don't know who we're gonna win, and yeah, it's a very good feeling.
So this is the first time you guys have actually won your map pick in, I think, 4 series in a row that you had lost. This is the 5th, or would have been the 5th. What do you think's been going on with, I'd say mostly your Mirage and Ancient there?
Well, I was saying this a lot, that when you pick them up, opponent a lot of times anticipated. So we usually try to pick our strong map, not the weakest map of opponent.
Yeah.
And when you pick your strongest map, like one of where we feel comfortable, like when we're playing Screams, like it's our biggest win rate.
Yeah.
And they know it, and they also prep it. So sometimes now, like, we're not in the position where we can pick like weak maps of opponent, and we're just trying to build confidence on the map that we like to play. It's good that we, for example, on T side, we were trying to play not methodical and more risky.
Yeah.
And these situations, like, we can analyze them, how it can be different next time, like little details to change. So we can also play this style, because you need to play the surprise more on T side.
Does it ever come into factor, you know, you're looking at Mirage, it's so CT-sided now, that you're going to be starting on the T side, or does that not, you don't buy into that?
Yeah, but like I said, there was two close rounds. One, like when we were coming in, Snow won at default. If you check him clearing that clutch beat versus the guy with OP USP, he takes USP and kill him.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like these kind of rounds on MR12 was very crucial. And we lost some of them to M80 also. And then everything changed. They have confidence, we lose economy. And for us, I think this is more important now. Like, we have good ideas, we know how to play T side, CT side. It's more about like being on your highest point in these crucial moments, and to step up and like communicate good and win these kind of moments. And I think if you play more official matches, we will get to this vibe, to this groove like of the tournament.
What would you say regarding makaze's form so far this season? Because he was really darn good for the first 5 months of this year. Had a drop at Cologne. EWC wasn't too hot either. Even at this tournament, he did come back in that last half there, but yeah, it's been a little bit rougher. So what can you say to that?
He had MVP on one tournament, which is good.
Yeah.
He's still a young player, and he's like improving day by day. I think he has good potential. I think he just need to basically shape up his best like prime like mode, you know, and he must understand how to get in this mode. Like, because now he's a player like more like feeling fun a lot of times and vibing.
Yep.
And sometimes when you not feeling this, you need to rely on something else, not only on your like game sense, for example, right? And I think he's now a little bit unstable, but we know that he can be good. Like, we work on this, and we will try to improve as much as possible, basically. Because today he was good, for example. I liked how he played.
When we've had an interview with Alexi B, said we need to work better as a team. makaze said he was working a lot on his individual form. I feel when he enters a game, his aim still is on point, but his decision making in the mid round is kind of questionable at times. How are you working on that?
On the team overall, or makaze?
makaze.
Well, this is experience. The amount of situations can happen in the game, especially if you play 7 maps. It's like huge, and we always try to like not to forget the maps we practiced like 78 days ago, like to refresh them constantly. And nowadays competition is so huge. Like people know all the metas, they copy it so fast, and you need to be always like your brain must work constantly very good. So I mean, I think that for him, like it's important to play more officials and constantly fixing himself. But now we're trying to do this, and also count that he's not so experienced player. The thing that you're saying it's defines by experience a lot. If you have good knowledge and good experience, like it comes automatic sometimes. Look how sometimes like Rob's playing, Zio, like in these situations, it was always a base, you know, like you have knowledge, you can do better decision making and faster.
One of the things I feel I noticed between this version of NAVI in this season and NAVI shortly before you remove JL, it feels like when you guys go down a man, when the rounds get chaotic, players are over peaking, they're over aggressing. Kind of is there a through line there?
Yeah, you know, there was a year when we were playing this style a lot and it worked a lot. People were not ready for this. Like I think they even copied us a lot on this aspect. Like when you play good dictate mode and you always try to keep the pace and being always on the face of opponent, like constantly, like you cannot be comfortable. Yeah, we're always here, like picking, and we were relying on this style. We were basically even like doing like green light. It was our protocols, like to play like this, you know, and it worked a lot, like especially on city side, because when you find entry, there's always a gap somewhere. You just need to constantly analyze which one, right? And what was the puzzle when I killed the guy? What was around? Like, where is the gap now? Like thinking fast. But now, like everything's changing. People are controlling more. We're also trying to adapt to this, so like and not being not to hurry up too much.
So obviously things didn't go as well as you would have wanted at the major and in Paris. And I know you're a forward-thinking guy. You always think about, okay, what should we do next or anything like that. But there also has to be some aspect of regret. So probably the knee-jerk reaction, or to be human, is just thinking, I wish I did this. What do you wish you did differently at Cologne or at EWC?
In Cologne, for sure, like we should close Falcons game. For sure, and there was a moment that the one we discussed already as a team, and we didn't do it, right? And basically, when you have space, you need to abuse the space. You exploit it. You should not like afraid of it. And yeah, basically, this was the thing that we a little bit shackled, like we were stiffed a little bit, and it's always a problem of a lot of teams. Maybe even now for paiN, when they like close to the win, they like start to play different, and it's always the thing like. I wish we could like speak 10 minutes more in practice to emphasize something more. It's always like I don't think it's like something you can control. I think it's more like more natural thing that happens on stressful and like crucial games, that you can build this skill as a team and as a players. The more you play, the more you win. Like today, confidence. If you see like a lot of players say this on tier 1 level. The more wins you have, the more confidence you have, and confidence is crucial nowadays. Like because like I said, we all equal. Like anyone can win anyone, you know. And like you see, like underdogs winning like favorites constantly, because this is important for you to in your decision making to generate like ideas that are strong and efficient, and in a good timing also. So this is, like I said, if answering to your question, like. This is something that always will be there, like always regress will be there, obviously. But
I wanted to ask about your previous matchup, played against M80. You've had time to maybe go back and look at that VOD. What went wrong there?
In M80?
Yeah.
We just didn't play how we can play, like now, for example. They played good. They played very kind of aggressive and confident. But we, as a team, we know how we can play because we're together for a long time already, okay? And we know our potential. And we can compare this our bootcamp, how we played on the scrims, like, and how we played first officials in this season. And there were some moments, for example, we lost on Mirage anti-eco, then when the guy just with USP swing and kill me. It never happens like this. It's so crazy that it happens to us. And we are sometimes losing ground that we should not lose at all. So like, I think the confidence must come, like, because we need to play more, and the confidence must come, because we have a lot of material built now. We just need to not be only the theoretical team, you know. We just relying on theory. We just also need to feel each other, like playing these micro moments when you like trading each other, or when you like need to create something very fast when there's something happened on the map, something crucial, and you need to think fast. And today I saw this glimpse of this. The people are speaking more precise and more. Basically, they want to so much to create something that will help us as a team. This is important.
My last question is your assessment of the team and its potential for this season, because last season you mentioned how you felt like the team could win titles. You did. You won 2 titles, in fact, which exceeded most people's expectation. What about this season?
I think we're capable because now there's a cash. I think if you remember, like last season it was 3 events, not so good for us, like Cluj, Bounty, and Krakow, and then we played online EPL, and then it started. Like we needed something like to build out of, you know, like we have now, and then I saw so many moments that we can fix, like to improve, like on every round, on every game, and if we doing this more and more and more, this is when we jump in, like in this train for trophies.
Okay.
Yeah, great to have you here. Thanks for coming. I think that's the end of our questions for you. I mean, that's a great interview from Blade, as always, right? You know, he's always got a lot of information to give us. He's got really long-winded but informational answers to everything we have to say. And I think he gave some great reasoning. He did give a pretty solid baseline for the idea. You know, last season, something similar happened, right? They had a few bad events, and then they pop off. They managed to get things together, maybe trying to get the timing right to head into the major at their highest level.
Well, I feel a little jealous. You guys got all the information out of Blade, and I was sitting there twiddling my thumbs, just listening along, getting to enjoy it.
Not enough room for you on that desk. Okay.
I mean, look, the big brain, the IQ, I feel like I would not have added much to it anyway, so I fully get it.
That's not true.
But it was insane to get to see, and obviously here as well, talking about like that momentum, the thing that it's like we know that we can do it, but finally we're able to actually show it and seeing glimpses. It's nice to hear that from a coach, right? Because at the end of the day, they have the overarching viewpoint of everything that's happening and all the cogs turning in the machine that is Navi.
I think it's nice to see in this matchup. I think we are seeing some of the signs, but we need to see more from Navi. We need to see them make a deep run before I'm ready to say that we're finally seeing it come together.
Same. I just feel like until you're actually beating some of the top 5 teams, because that's where I envision Navi. Yes, they were able to dispatch of paiN. They were always supposed to. They were the favorites. But now it feels like their floor has gotten very low, given the fact that even though Legacy is a team that we're praising now, it's at the expense of Navi losing to them that we can praise them. That's not supposed to even be happening. Navi should bare minimum be the gatekeepers of the elite teams, where the question always was just lingering, and it's can they beat Spirit or Vitality or Falcons or teams that just clearly have better firepower than them?
I think what's going to remain concerning is a 10-2 on the first half of your map pick.
Yeah.
You know, it just takes one off round to lose that map against anyone. They managed to pull it over the line, but you play a Spirit. Donk's going to steal you one of those rounds. If you get 10-2'd, you're going to lose that map. I
mean, the silver lining is that you can just focus on the fact that the second half was almost flawless for them. We came in here talking about their CT sides being quite weak, and they only dropped 1 round there, and then they're able to convert it into being a 2-0 win in this best of 3. And that's where I was before. I was talking to Big Azira because unfortunately this is the end of the road for paiN Gaming here. Big Azira, I know this wasn't the result you guys were hoping for, but what went wrong in that second half of Mirage here?
To be honest, no idea, but I think they were fighting a lot mid, and at the same time when we are trying to play like 2 mid and 3 like A or B, we got punished. So it was difficult as a gel. I don't know. I felt every call was bad because I don't know if we like kind of executing badly. So I have no idea. I have to watch, to be honest.
That's understandable. Put in a lot of tough positions there, and of course it's not the result you guys were looking for here at Blast Open, but looking towards future tournaments and your season, what are you taking away from this tournament?
A lot of mistakes. Just kidding, but yeah, I think every tournament that we play is some experience. So when we play against good teams as Navi, is of course pretty cool to play, even if you lose. But yeah, it is what it is. So we didn't play a good Counter-Strike, so we kind of paid off. So let's see next chapter.
And are you guys going to spend a little bit more time in Europe after this, or are you going to look to heading back home?
We'll have 1 more week. We'll have some qualifier for China, I guess. And then we go back to Brazil, and we never know what's going next.
And lastly, any words there for the fans watching along for you guys?
To be honest, I'm sorry. I think the Counter-Strike that we showed is like not good to watch. And it's something that, of course, we have to improve. We have to be better in the next. But at the same time, I can guarantee that I'm working a lot to do it. So yeah, just sorry.
Because taking a lot of that burden onto his shoulders there, he said at the second half of Mirage there was just no good calls. He's going to be very honest with that and look at it later, have more of a perspective about it, but to take that onus so closely following the loss, big props.
I think that's an IGL that just got absolutely obliterated on the T side of a map they had a chance on, and is a little depressed about it. I mean, we saw this back in Paris with Yakindar having an interview after a really tough one. They're asking him about IGL, and he goes, I think I'm done with this. You know, it's like, I don't want to do this. That's the feeling you have when you just try everything you can, and nothing, absolutely nothing works until the second last round. You can finally get something based off just individual players getting kills.
It was even him just getting one of the entry kills onto the A-bomb site there. He put him and his team into at least one winning position on T side. It's just that the players didn't really activate in the way that they were supposed to. So I don't put the burden or blame, at least, on Biguzera as much as he might do himself, but that's just a sign of a great captain. I feel like this team is just also still reckoning with the fact that they're Safe is not NQZ. Completely different players. It is admittedly a downgrade there. Safe, by the end of the tournament, probably was one of the weakest players at the event, and even though I saw glimpses of him this season having maybe a map here or there where he can do some damage, it's not frequent enough, and so they have to rethink how they're able to... Yeah, they had a good CT side on that final one, but I feel like Safe is just not a relevant player for 80% of rounds, which is not enough for an opera.
The unfortunate thing when it comes to Safe is it always feels like you see glimpses, you see signs, you think that he has a future where maybe he could build on that, but it never seems to come to fruition. It's been years now where he's just been kind of a middling opera. He's really struggled, and I think this is another one where you could have seen more from Safe, and if you did, maybe you see a third map coming out.
Yeah, I feel like if they really want to look towards the future, you already have 2 young guns on the team, and they're just trying to keep this whole paiN ship afloat and get the VRS invites, so they probably bring in a more stable player in Safe. But if they just went and dove into whatever's going on in Tier 2 Brazil, I would bet money that you could find someone better, like just easily, actually.
I can't disagree.
Yeah.
Well, look, that's a conversation that paiN Gaming are going to have for themselves, because right now we're going to look at our bracket and see how things are shaping up, because paiN Gaming here at Blast Open Porto, well, their journey ends. It is alongside DENDELE as well, who did get eliminated earlier today, but we're seeing Aurora advance down there, and then of course we got G2 and NAVI having a matchup there, because G2 lost earlier against Spirit, and so it does beg the question which team is going to continue on to face Spirit and which team is going to be falling down into that TBD slot around Aurora, because we're looking at M80 and FURIA.
Well, we would have said yesterday that NAVI would have taken, or rather, MNU would have lost to NAVI. Instead, they find the win, and they could try and upset again, but yet again, I'm going to say it'll be FURIA.
That lower bracket, though, is pretty stacked right now. The fact that G2 and NAVI are down there, I think NAVI's going to want some revenge for what happened back at the Cologne Major, so I'm sure that's on their mind.
All right, well, I'm going to let you guys collect your minds, collect your thoughts, because we have our 4th and final best of 3 coming up after this break. We're going to see FURIA taking on M80.
Don comes in, just gonna get a couple of extra, padding up those stats further. 23 and counting before the 9D connects. Oh, it connects right. What? How's he done that? Masterful from the 9D. Donk's actually real recognized real. He's like, okay.
Blitz is staying at the bench because he doesn't have a teammate just yet, and this is... Oh my god!
ZywOo is an animal. with a shot like this.
It's another KW
He's not
flick.
even on his screen.
Oh my God, he
is
didn't
this?
see anything.
Tyloo, the bane of their existence regionally. Jam Young taps into 3 and
that's a clip, baby!
Unbelievable! 5 on the trot, slain step by step.
With the AWP recovered, you need to get the strongest weapons out next to it.
AK Hunter stepping into the line stand. Oh, what? How has he done that? Hunter, that is something special out of the AK. Hooksy's got 2, but Hunter's not stopping.
That's the kind of spray where you're looking around, you're like, none of you saw that, but you all need to see the replay.
Yeah. Look at that cheeky smile on the wall.
He knows what he's done.
Full-blown exec over top. Cerrado trying to keep himself slim by the pillar. Oh, okay. Dude, he's had some...
Oh!
What are you doing? What are those shots? Right here, right now on Mirage.
Oh! That's the shot heard around the world, baby. One bullet and a dream. Good night, Natus.
Instantaneously, this is what we were asking for before as well. Can they just keep it rolling forwards now? Starry's close by the cross. He gets flashed in. It's a great flash! Oh my God, Starry! A quad kill spray on a long.
You know, Donk right there on the doorway will jump onto this if he has to. Over top come the nades. Pushing through, it's good. That was weird. Both. Oh!
Shut up!
It looks like Rob's going to be tested in this pistol round, but he's got dual Berettas over towards the ramp. A confident start from Zywoo, who's already taken space away out in the yard. It's Robs, though, on the chopping block. Dual Berettas fire off, and it's all Robs all day. That's an ace in the pistol to open up this series. Off with your head.
It's fine. I heard it. It's fine.
Perfectly timed by Snacks, and he's going to try to push his luck, but Robs has got that cover. We hit 20 seconds. CT's in position.
Surely
the fight
not.
keeps on coming, and it's going to fall onto Hypex now.
It's time to run at this.
10 to the clock. 2 players in front of the bathrooms. Hypex shapes off 1 of the 3. 7 seconds, and it's all on Hypex now. Plays behind the dice with the no-scope. Beautiful! Shot up, and back-to-back instances of double-up kills out of Hypex.
That is a massive shot from Hypex.
We're feeling really confident after Navi. We've had, Paris wasn't the greatest showing, but I think we talked a lot. We had a big talk about just how we run things, the team and atmosphere after Paris. I'd say we're feeling pretty good about it.
What would you say is the difference between versing a Navi and versing a Furia?
Probably the 2 different types of styles. Navi's, this really structured team. Furia, not so much. And I'd say Furia's probably in a better spot right now, team-wise. I mean, the last time I played them, it was definitely hard, but I think I've also grown, so yeah, we'll see.
I think we're coming off a win, so we have the confidence now and the flow state, hopefully. So I think just being confident and playing aggressive and playing our game, and our preparation should be key as well.
I'll say hopefully we win, but we are already playing against them, and it's always hard to play against good team in this tournament because people know how to play Counter-Strike, and we can lose always.
Well, I think M80 showed that they're capable of beating the big teams, and even though Navi is maybe like struggling a little bit, but they are a big team, and you learn throughout the, especially latest seasons, where the difference between Tier 1 and Tier 2 is so small that to take every game as something that could be like the last game, and we are coming in carefully. We were a little bit surprised in the map veto, but other than that, we're ready to play.
Yikinder alluding to the map veto so early. A little bit surprised you guys are going to have to stick around for our whole pre-show here, our pre-match conversation before you get to see what exactly they picked for themselves. But also noting caution and what it takes to come up against a team like M80 that, despite Vu saying it time and time again, is the underdog and won't win, they still prove you wrong, buddy.
That makes it so much more sweet when they do win, because I'm back there, I'm hyping them up. I want M80 to win, but I have to set the expectation expectation so that when they prove me wrong, it feels so sweet.
It's then the fans get to root against you and M80's opponent. Double whammy, you know? They put a face to their anger.
They're supposed to support the North Americans on the desk that are supporting the North American teams, but someone's gotta be real.
It just really, the reality is, it just doesn't take long as an NA analyst to just get the NA hope beaten completely out of you.
Oh,
okay?
guys, come on.
At some point, you kind of start
Try
hating.
being Australian.
You kind of start hating your own region. I really guess it's just like they keep giving me hope and then they keep failing. I just don't even give me hope.
It's really nice to meet you. Have you met FlyQuest?
Yeah.
FlyQuest. Oh yeah, it's tough being Australian.
I'm just saying, I totally get exactly what you guys are talking about here, but M80 really showed massive signs of life against NAVI, and they're talking about it time and time again, the little steps that they take to be that top contender again, and the challenges that they're overfacing, right? They talked about it a couple days ago. They flew back to America between EWC and now, and they weren't actually scrimming anyone. It was a lot of prep. It was a lot of demo review for them, and whilst that worked against NAVI, you got to beg the question, will it still work against Furia despite the differences?
Hey, they did say they scrimmed need a roof?
Without a roof.
Without a roof. Well,
and
that's
they
not
were
the same thing.
That was an example of good practice, which makes me question what an example of bad North American practice is, and how it can actually prepare you for teams like NAVI and Furia.
The problem is that looking at a team such as NAVI and trying to anti-strat them is actually a little more systematic. You can break them down, you can see the timings that they work with, what certain utility means, but Furia is a team that can just be a little trickier to work around, because even though Furia themselves, like NAVI, have a very important support staff and coach, Fallen or Yekindar at the drop of a hat could just simply say, actually, I think we should pivot into this, and Fallen has much more, I would say, and varied experience when it comes to recognizing that the initial game plan needs to be altered.
And when the initial game plan is going well, you cannot deal with Fallen as a caller. He will call a winning half better than anyone in the scene right now.
Yeah, and that's why I know we're going to get to it a little bit for Furia, but that change up in shot call is where it feels like people are slotting in. But staying on the topic here, looking more towards M80, because they are massive underdogs, right? They are going to be going up against another test, another hurdle for themselves. You got to wonder, are they going to show up consistently, right? We're not even necessarily looking at, are you going to be able to anti-strat? Are you still going to show up as individuals the way that you did 2 days ago?
Yeah, when we're looking at M80, we hope for them to make baby steps, but beating NAVI, that's a huge leap. That's a giant leap for North American kind. Beating Furia would also be a giant leap for North American kind, and it's going to be a very tough battle for them to do so, because as you mentioned, I think you're right. NAVI, they go for a systematic approach. You can kind of get planned for that. Furia, they're usually on the cutting edge. They have a lot of new plays time and time again. When they have time, they bring out new strats, new plays, and they're always a little bit harder to read than I think a NAVI is.
When you watch NAVI get loose, it just means one guy swings a little earlier than the other guy, that a smoke timing or a flash is slightly altered. But Furia, they just throw the playbook out the window. And I feel like, but in terms of taking a step up, one guy that I really am glad showed quite his teeth in the last series was JBA. The clutch that he had against NAVI is really everything I've been waiting for, because JBA has been one of the few names that's been circling in the American region as being next up. And sometimes that's just varied effect when we say that some guys blossom and become an actual threat on the international stage, and oftentimes they fizzle out before they even really become a tier 1.5 player. But this kind of moment reminded me of what I was seeing with JBA 2 years ago, even last year a bit here and there with Wildcard, and why they decided to pick him up. Because as much as I liked Hex on this roster, JBA is just a more individually strong player, and he showed that with that 1v3 versus NAVI, and even some of his CT side antics too.
Sometimes when you see North Americans call out the next up, you're seeing a Grim, you're seeing an OC, you're seeing, I think Hex was there at some point. Sometimes it feels like grasping at straws, and I'm gonna admit, for quite a while, JBA felt like you were grasping at straws, but I think I've seen some some ray of hope for him. And when you hear people talk about him, especially on the team, mechanically, he's insane. That's so often what North America's missing. You can have a player come in and play pretty reasonably smart CS, and it's, oh my God, he's innovating. He's the smartest player we've ever seen in North America. It's nice to see someone with good mechanics come along, and maybe he can continue to make steps forward.
Yeah, that's the pinch of salt of Vu that I was expecting to the sweetness of Maui's hope about what is up and coming right now for M80. He showed up a couple days ago, but he also showed up in a pre-match interview where I got to speak to him about what could be on the cards today. JBA, you were the highest rated player against Navi in your best of 3. How are you hitting that, and how are you hoping to have consistency and show it again today against Furia?
I think I've just been trying a lot of new things. I've always struggled with consistency in my career so far, and it's probably the most annoying thing to try to get right. I know I can be the consistent player, and I know how good I can be. It's just trying to improve things outside of the game, which what I've been trying is just like different routines, positive self-talk, to get myself more confident and just having fun in the server.
When you say different routines, do you mean like waking up early, trying to go to the gym before playing, after, later nights? Like what sort of change-ups?
Probably consistent sleep schedule is the most important for me. Waking up early, getting gym done, prep, deathmatch in the morning, whatever it is. Like just getting my mornings, just getting a lot done in the morning to feel more productive and good throughout the day.
So then how do you feel about playing the last series in a long day with 4 best of 3s?
It can get tiring, but I think the main thing is just I like my energy drinks. So I mean, I take like 2 energy drinks throughout the day if it's a late match, have to stay awake, and then eat good.
And you also talked about your career. There is a lot left in your career. There's so much more potential for you. What is the sort of legacy, or what sort of career do you want to have if we look in 3 or 5 years' time?
I think my legacy, I want to stay in NA and be on a good NA team, like top 5 NA team. I want to bring NA back to the top throughout my career. I don't want to switch to EU, do that. I just want to build NA back up again.
What a bold claim, and I love that from someone as young as JBA. Is everyone wants to be able to region hop. I mean, there's a lot of success in players that find a home for themselves permanently in Europe, but he has a different approach. He wants to stay on NA, and he wants to be able to bring an NA team back into the top 5, and I really have to commend that, because I think that that takes more guts than just to say, I personally want to go out there and lift a bunch of trophies.
In his defense, K Serato several years back, when South America was at its lowest, said something very similar, and everyone said, it's over, man. Go international, find a different team, and look where they're at now.
Yeah.
No, it's
I never thought you'd say something so positive. I was waiting for something but to arise there.
I mean, it's something that I can definitely respect. I like that even though he's looked at the careers of some of the other all-time great North American players, such as Twist, who now lives in Europe, and say even Elige with his stint with FaZe, where he lived in Poland, still wants to try to just make it work from an American team. And that's something that I feel like actually for the greater, I would say for the health of the North American Counter-Strike scene, it's important to see players who can make it happen while staying within their own region. Reminder though, that's a very tall task. It's been rare in history that you get that kind of opportunity, or a team to even have the amount of experience, and with all of the having to fly home, fly to Europe, it's harder now than ever. Whereas before there were events like ESL Pro League, which would keep people in North America and top teams in America for such extended periods of time. We no longer have that. So now you do have to be on point with theory, making sure you're anti-stratting your opponents well, staying disciplined, while staying on top of your mechanics.
And the routine that he alluded to as well, making sure the sleep quality is there, trying to be a little bit productive in your day just outside of it. But he's talking about bringing an NA team back into the top 5. And honestly, right now, the rankings in which M80 have been able to gain for themselves already just off the win of NAVI, it's putting them in the right direction.
It's the right direction, but there's still a little little is understating it. There's a long ways to go before they're back in the top 5.
I can't count. What number is that?
I can't count it.
108 points added after beating NAVI. I think they're not 39th or 38th right now in the world on VRS, so...
39.
When he said top 5, did he mean top 35?
They'll get there. They'll get there, okay? Just give him time, okay? He's it's only been a handful of months on M80, so needs more. Give him a year, okay?
Give him a year, okay?
Something I've never said about any player or been so charitable in my life.
Safe a year.
Hey, look, I'm all aboard that. A year. I did ask him question 3 to 5 years, okay? Maybe you're not charitable enough to give him that, but there is a lot of longevity still in what he's able to do. And again, we'll check back in. You can put this in a time capsule. You can see how well it ages in 3 to 5 years there, but M80 already up to a great start for themselves. However, the question is, do they stand the test of Furia, not the test of time here? Because looking at our AWPers, something that's been pivotal in so many of our series here about who's being able to do impact, you got to compare Molodoi and Slacks here. Like, are they really on the similar sort of level?
I think Slacks is great for an M80 team. He's been one of the most impressive players, probably the most impressive player for this team at many different points, and I'd say he's one of their more consistent players. But when you compare him to a Molodoi, when you look at the stats, it says, hey, they're pretty close together. When you look at the eye test, I see M80 playing Voca and without a roof, and I see Molodoi playing the best teams in the world. And while I like Slacks, he's a great player, he's not on the level of Molodoi.
Slacks keeps the floor for M80 high enough that M80 can remain the best America's team, or North American team, that is. Molodoi keeps the floor of Furia high enough that the only time I'm ever questioning him is the semifinals of an arena where he's playing in the major against one of the best teams in the world. Very different levels of scale there for both of these guys. Yeah, and I think that's obviously where there's a huge edge. There's going to be other aspects too where Furia are better, but in just that individual head-to-head, there's really no question. On top of that, Molodoi's been one of the best in the op versus op duels for maybe the last 12 months. He feasts upon oppers like Slacks who don't take angles that are as strong, or even if they're both tasked with trying to push into a new position.
Something you used to see in especially online Counter-Strike, but in the early days of CSGO, you'd have oppers that went head-to-head with the other opper and said, let me find this guy, I'm just going to peek into him and kill him. You don't usually see that. Molodoi is someone that will occasionally do that.
Hey, all props to him. The fact that you're able to not only want to do it, you're enabled by your team as well, right? Because that's the other caveat to this. Molodoi delivers, but his team trusts him with it. And a big question mark around this new season of Furia is not only with Fallen's retirement looming over their heads, how are they going to change up the shot callers? And we've talked about it many times. Yakinda coming in, having a couple of maps for himself in which he's the primary shot caller. That's where we go, is this transition happening that you're 1 foot in, 1 foot out, or is it a transition that is actually gonna work out for you?
I'm concerned this is gonna be like that meme of the clock where it's like secondary IGL does well, so becomes main IGL, so does terribly, so stops IGLing, so becomes secondary IGL. In a circle, round and round we go. It's happened so many times throughout history. Yakindar is a great secondary caller. When he's on his game, when he has a good read of the game, he's incredible. I worry when things go a little wrong, when they're struggling in a game, especially if he's struggling individually. I think his calling falls off pretty heavily.
Does happen, but I feel like it's one of the most pragmatic approaches for Furia, who they're not going to change any players before Fallen retires, before the end of the year. And if you're looking for that extra 5-10%, it's probably not going to come from any individual, because they're all fairly known quantities. Maybe Molodoi has the greatest upside right now, but with Yakindar sharing some of those responsibilities, it could at least give them a new angle to take down some of the other elite teams.
Well, for those of you guys who have been with us for the whole pre-match leading into this series, you would have remembered that just a moment ago in the head-to-head interviews where Yakinda was talking about the vetoes, he said he was caught a little bit by surprise. So it's finally time to see what exactly it meant by being caught by surprise. A lot of words to essentially mean what exactly have M80 picked here to catch Yakinda by surprise, that he goes, hold on, we're going to get to play that map today in our best of 3?
If being caught by surprise means anything to NAVI, it's, oh my god, free win. And then the other 2 maps are difficult, and they pick Cash.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, when he said that, it surprised him, surprised me. For Fury, on the other hand, I feel like we've seen Okay, I didn't really think that they were going to go with Dust 2 either, so maybe it surprised Yekindar what they even picked in this series.
Yeah, he actually looked at his own team's pick and he said, wait, what?
Yeah, well, they don't necessarily pick Dust 2. It is a map that M80 have a poor win rate on, so I guess they're just going for the punish angle there.
I'm not against the Dust 2 pick. I think Dust 2's not the greatest map for M80. The Cash pick is confusing to say the least. But, you know, when you actually get into it, M80 have played it a couple of times. Sin played it in the Nations Cup for Germany, and they did win.
Not
They're
mine.
gliding. They're gliding on that one, brother.
Oh, the one that got pushed for a whole year? That one? That
Listen,
cup?
they won, though. But he's got 4 maps of experience on this map now.
Excellent, excellent. That's going to play a huge factor.
Is it enough, though, that you're sitting here and you're going, yeah, Cash Boys, let's run it, M80?
My concern is that Furia is actually good on this map. Furia is good on Cash. They're good on Cash.
Yekindar fried paiN when he played him in that match earlier at this event, so good luck, M80.
Good luck, have fun, seems to be the final words of my analyst desk here, but we're going to get many more words from our casters, Scrawny and Launders.
Maybe more words than you like, Nat, but yeah, we'll be talking. Fun, I think, is definitely this entire series, Mo. We go from Cash to Dust 2, guaranteed at least. This is going to be an interesting and exciting head-to-head, and we're doing it for a spot in the playoffs. Now, the Polymarket predictors have Furia as the favorite, totally understandable. I think great form. We just talked about how they won their first best of 3 in a 2-0 in months, and now here they are going up against an M80 that showed us upset potential over NAVI, showed us an ability to rebound, considering they lost that first map versus NAVI as convincingly as they did. But yeah, they pick Cash, and Vu tried to sell us on the potential Sin calls for this map. It's also 2 regional wins for M80. We've seen this team on this map twice, win both times, but that's back in the North America. So, bit of an uphill battle versus guys like Furia in contrast.
Yeah, it's worthwhile, I guess, for M80 to just explore something where they're feeling good. No one's going to criticize them if it doesn't work out in a matchup like this where they're going up against Furia. And also, we all want to watch Cash, so everybody wins.
Into the action.
Yeah, Furia will be happy. They get to play it. They get to start CT side. They just get to, like, what a nice way to start your day.
Yikinder's like, damn, I got a call?
Yeah, accept it.
That he will.
He was calling around himself, though, and it was working so well. He was fragging like crazy. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, okay. No contact out of Molodoy, so a 5 versus 5, 1,000 HP total in a post plant.
Highly retakeable site.
Especially with the kit and the util that they've got. Smoke for main. First flash goes in, no actual follow through just behind that. Here we go. Ooh, it's Molodoy first blood. Remember, kit on Fallen. We'll keep our eyes on that as the clock gets dangerously close. We're at 15 seconds. We got kills back for M80. cserado's making the difference. But that tap on the bomb from Molodoy, now he's dead. Need this now, cserado. No, they've lost it.
Why didn't
Bomb's
he
gonna
stick?
pop. Sin is here looking for the last frag, and no sir, it's the cserado 3K, but everybody dies.
Why didn't he stick it?
I don't know. Molodoy could have defused that bomb from the cover of the site. Maybe they didn't know the last guy was Fork, but they should have.
Oh, he knew. He peeked it.
Yeah.
But he had the kit, right?
Yep, Molodoy picked it up off of Fallen's dead body.
Oh, it's a little bit wide. I thought it was like right at the... Yeah, he had to go out a little bit farther to get on it. So, nice round out of M80. And while that is a highly retakeable site, it is always scary to have to play the retake. Like, just 1 or 2 bad peaks from those blocks, the headshots come in, and you are introducing a little bit of risk in your setup. But they really thought it was going to be B. J-Bo would be feeling himself after the last game.
That he should be. Probably the nastiest 1v3 we've had so far at Porto. Blast Open Porto.
We're going to do what to Porto?
We're gonna open up the ports. Let it flow. Yuri, nothing in the face of the jumping Swisher Mac 10, so nice and easy conversion for M80 as far as they're concerned. You know, what's fun about this cash pick for M80 is they're kind of vamping, like they're ramping up into this victory because they played it twice in the qualifier for this event. They won it both times, again, versus North American opposition Invoca and winners. Cash have been played more times than Anubis this season. There really has been this seismic shift. Good.
I mean, Cash will always be a map where you know exactly what you're going to get. I feel like people don't feel that way as much about Anubis, especially when you're playing CT on Anubis. It doesn't feel like there's any perfect setup sometimes, and when you have to defend the site, it's not the same as Cash. Cash feels like more of like a series of honest duels. You know someone's running over top of mid. You know when there's going to be a full pop A. You know how to catch lurkers on this map. It's a lot more standard, and I think it's kind of nice for that reason. We are in an interesting state of the map pool where it's like Cash, Mirage, and Dust 2 are all incredibly brawly maps.
Yep.
Even though Mirage is probably the most dynamic of those, but even Ancient is pretty, you know, pug-friendly as well. It's a name-heavy meta.
This is a weird buy.
Yeah, it is very weird. Got Exodia on the M4.
It's Fallen, not Yekindar.
That's right, ahead of Exodia. It does make sense the more you think about it.
It does.
Because he's saying all of his teammates are the other parts of Exodia. And he's nothing without them. That makes more sense.
Exodia is his Steam profile picture, for those of you that weren't right, that segment yesterday.
Do have to clarify that.
Swisher's given a head to chop off with Fallen just walking into main like that. Just thanks for the freebie. And also, thanks for the M4. I wonder if that kind of confuses them a little bit, because it's like, wait, they have an extra M4 to just send through a smoke like that?
There's the other one.
Neither of the M4s wind up finding impact this round, so you'd think Furia's chances in the dumps. It's going to be an awkward buy next round because of Fallen on $0. Yuri backside burned away, P250 only, still manages. Oh, excuse me, Fallen got damage in. I didn't give him the credit he deserved.
Need to respect Exodia.
I think it's actually an incredibly cheap win condition.
What's your Steam profile picture?
My Steam profile picture is a picture of me.
Exodia.
It is me sitting on the sand dunes that we visited with Harry, Russell, and Moses.
Ah, when we went to Anubis?
Yep, when we went to Anubis. When Moses tried to... oh, God, we've probably never told this story. So we went out to the sand dunes while we were visiting Abu Dhabi during the World Finals. And you know Moses, he's a really smart guy. So here we are out in the sand dunes taking some cool pictures and whatnot. And they said, hey, do you guys want to do some sandboarding? You can ride these cool snowboard-like things down the sand dunes. And Jason went, well, I think I'm just going to try to slide down the sand on my belly. So Jason, Moses O'Toole, that's Moses, out of nowhere, from the top of the sand dune, just decides to belly flop down the hill. Except sand is not a liquid. And so Jason jumps, lands, completely wins himself, and rolls into this pile of sand.
No one's going to believe you, because you can never picture someone like Jason taking a risk like that.
Oh, once he caught his breath 2 minutes later, he went, yeah, that was kind of stupid.
That's the last stupid thing he's ever done in his life.
Maybe the only stupid thing he's ever done. God, great times. Back to M80 beating Furia. First gun round. Easy duel for csgo, but that challenge around the ladder as csgo just winds up nailing the triple kill. And you've got Swisher 40 health. JVA trying to help out. Swisher giving the duel to Fallen as csgo. He could still ace this round. Sitting on 77 health with a teammate right behind him. They double smoke highway. Oh, making mistakes. Molodoi into the kill feed means it's not all csgo, but those critical kills that slowed the round down, certainly all his. Swisher gets past, kills Molodoi, but doesn't have the bomb. Oh, but he does have the second kill. Now all of a sudden, he's on for this, if not for the 5 HP and his whole lower body exposed on the ladder. Nice attempt there, Swisher, but Yuri cuts him down to size.
Making it expensive isn't too bad in a situation like that. Furia put up a great hold. Obviously, that's mostly just csgo.
Love that csgo just from Car gets those first duels given to him. Showing us that his rifle work's gonna be clean tonight. But over top of middle goes Sin already.
Man, he's really committed in this spot. Flash out.
Yeah, Fallen does help out for the 1 kill. csgo's got main locked down, and there's no trade potential for that Swisher death. All of a sudden, T's want out of mid. Molodoi under pressure from the utility. And Slax's flashbang makes that one very awkward. So we get evened out at a 3v3.
Man, really liking what we're seeing at M80 right now. I mean, it's just good protocols. But this will be hard. Fallen's got a decent spot for this.
Yuri's still looking to shave one off as the smoke's soon to fade. Fallen comes back in to help out, and you've got another player up top, but JBA gets found. Then Sin activates. Would have loved to have kept that cleaner so that he would have more than 30 health to play with. And sure enough, that post from Yuri backside, he had just been patiently back there waiting for a chance to shoot, and as he does, it keeps 2 players up. Furia finding their second round win.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, this is a good attempt. They make it to a 3-on-3. They throw the right setup util just to punish Molodoi for just trying to take one risk. He said, let me try to get in front of the smoke, get an early kill, and get out. But they're not able to close. Man, M80 are straight broke.
Oh, and even their Desert Eagle's dead already. Molodoi was really thrust into a duel last round. It got scary when his death inside of B main allowed M80 to take over Checker's controls as well, but I mean, it was the utility that really turned that tide against Molodoi.
It's the also nice part about Cash, I think, as a caller as well, is your ecos are so easy. I mean, like, in terms of just your walk around, there's so much space for everyone just to take a deagle and look at an angle. I actually have a decent chance at a kill, too.
Yeah, good point.
B main upper, walking out A, like.
Here's a chance for Kinder to make money. Yeah, it's gonna be easy as he dodges the flash, cuts 2 down to size, drops bomb at his feet just to guarantee it all. And his death's not in vain. That's a ton of cash made. Good to go. Fallen cleans up, and it's nice to see Furia with 4 players alive at the end of this. Really starts to grow that defensive economy.
You're going to be mad at M80 if they lose Cash?
No, not at all.
Yeah.
No. I think M80 have given themselves good runway here at this event by just upsetting NAVI.
Yeah, definitely.
Upset NAVI from a map deficit even. And on the desk, they brought up that graphic that showed, you know, M80 really in need of some VRS points after some shortcomings as of late.
Right.
That NAVI victory really helps. So, no shame in losing to Furia, who showed good form in their opening game. And hey, we are still tied here. Nice moves, Furia. That's funny too, because you heard Swisher in between rounds saying, hey, he's tried to op B main twice now, so maybe we don't do that a third. And what do? Completely different strategy. Boost from the middle of the site. Nice to see Furia keeping it fresh just as M80 start to get a read of what's up.
Defensive smoke thrown on the site, but you have to respect it. It's so easy to shoot over top of. Very hard to get an angle on this. Really counting on one more smoke before they start moving.
Now look who moseys on over.
That op on Molodoy. Kindar, though, has got a lot of responsibility in mid right now alone.
I mean, he actually might be able to be seen.
Ooh.
Oh, crazy kill.
Yeah.
Wow, that is absolutely insane.
Love to see Yakindar in good form. In their last cash outing, I mean, his T-side was phenomenal. Calling around himself, dominating that game. One of the most dominating Yakindar performances in some time. There is not a duel to be won right now for M80. It was a 13-6 victory over paiN that Furia established in their opening game. Yakindar going 24-11 that map. Actually finished the series as the highest rated player.
To heroes.
Professionals, to those who protected the world from the nuclear disaster. Speaking of Chernobyl, in honor of the 20th anniversary of the shelter object construction.
Is that the thing that the elephant's foot is under?
The original one, because then they made a bigger one.
Okay.
Damn, that wasn't a not peek 3 times, but it was an opening move from Furia off that B site.
A reverse sunroom boost.
Yeah.
This is a great line.
Gonna try to keep it simple to the A hit.
Oh, that's a collab.
Yeah.
3 players?
For a kill and a bunch of damage, but is it all in vain? Because look at this, double kill entry between Slacks and Lake.
They're nadeable, but using them in the wrong spots.
And the late arrival is Yuri's got to run all the way over from the B site.
What makes the site retakeable as well is like, if you get the guys on the site, you don't need everyone else. Oh, there's a chance. Oh, he doesn't see it. Oh, he's totally missed this.
I mean, that was half a head on your screen. Caserato's nade's gonna finish it off. Now, one player squeaky, one player found out insight, but Swisher holds on and hangs on, and they know that last player's over to the door, so a tap's gonna frazzle you wide. Great Desert Eagle headshot. That is made sketchy. But considering that starts with what looked like, what, a triple collateral op shot?
Yeah, I think it was, because it was, if it could have been because it was like 50 damage on the third guy.
Let's run it back. But look at that head sitting right there.
Yeah.
Woo.
Yeah, man,
Here comes Rory. It's a very philosophical question. Is there a rush at all?
Is there a rush at all?
Is there a rush at all?
Ask yourself this question.
It looks like 3.
This is a key one, though.
Hard to tell without X-ray.
Yeah.
Furia bounced back with everything they could ask for. And it's Def that called for this kind of start to the round in middle. So cool to see that dynamic between Coach and IGL. Felt very adamant that this was kind of the play to make right now.
Is there a rush at all? I think he's good. Oh, he was good.
Still puts it out. Flash in hand now. Molodoy over towards Fork on A, and this is 3 players main, met by a smoke grenade. Do they try to still push through this? They're gonna pop it open with the frag.
It was supposed to be a fake.
Here's the Molotov. JBA finding Fallen through smoke as Caserato spams back and connects one. Oh, dangerous peek, and Caserato just winds up finding Slacks in the meantime. Bomb stuck under the Shroud boost at the moment. Still a very late activation from Sin, stuck in middle under boost.
It's insane, they don't know he's here.
And they pause and they pause and they wait.
And Swisher's scared too because he thinks they for sure know he's here.
And Swisher winds up blindsiding Caserato. Now Molodoy is going to be locked in on quad. Missed chance, confirms the offer. Sin's walkout through middle is gonna find a second player highway. This gives Swisher a good picture, but you've gotta get JBA over with the bomb. Swisher's Galil to catch another kill. And now another off of highway, steps into that crosshair, but Yakindar's got the better gun and the better aim. Triple kill Yakindar, shutting down the mid play, joining up forces on the A site, and putting Furia into the 5-4 lead.
9 rounds deep, and csgo 16-4. He's having a fantastic time. Loving the amount of rounds coming towards A. And if there's anyone who's good at spamming smokes on this team, it's got to be him.
Let's go, guys. Keep hitting, keep hitting, keep hitting. You're looking for 8 here. Let's go, let's go. Stay focused.
They're looking for A here.
8.
Oh. I was like, yeah, they have been looking for A.
That's true.
He's got a good read on M80.
Portuguese, very efficient.
Looking for 8 here. Be a great half when we know how dangerous Furia have been on the T side of Cash, and particularly Yakindar as an individual who, off that last round, has proved he's got it tonight.
Looks like this is the fake A-pop that they were planning to do that previous round. Yakinder doesn't want to fall for it.
See a Swisher.
One kill. They're about to walk out mid. And it's possible they flank him.
Yep. Lake catches him, back turned, fallen. Oh, caught off. Looking at the radar or the teammate's screen. Kind of while exposed. Careful now, that's a gun grabbed. Oh, Yuri's gonna find timing on Slacks. We've got this M4 pushing into truck. That'll find Molodoy on cycle. And Lake has opened up the possibility of this round actually landing for M80.
They smoke highway off. csgo unheard?
Yeah, csgo unheard.
I mean...
Oh, not anymore. Tries to threaten sight. Steps right into the opera. Lake has got a triple kill now. And they know exactly where Yuri's at. Missed op shot opens the door for Yuri to close distance. Molotov in front of him. Oh man, M80 had no business winning this one.
Yeah, not at all. My goodness. I can't believe they pulled that off, especially when their fake kind of gets called out. First guy dies on A. They walk out middle with someone rushing into Z, but because they pushed so quickly, they just ignored it. It worked. Highway kill came down, and I guess Blake is a part-time opper.
It's a huge round to win as well, because it actually puts Furia's money under question. We got 4 players with less than $4,000. They're still making the buy happen. Oh, never mind, I said that too soon. Fallen has bought and sold twice now. Literally. You guys...
He's like, Yakinder, make a choice.
Yeah. Now Fallen gets to be that difficult teammate that doesn't have to listen to calls. This is where they land. A few pistols added to the tally. csgo, though, puts the M4 in the perfect place for an opening kill. Still a ton of M80 players on the other side of that CT smoke. Lake's gonna find you running, Fallen, through A main as if it was totally clear. And as Lake starts to now threaten this half of the map, we'll see how much that draws away from B.
Yeah. Smoke the cross off, so there's some more movement from the CTs. They can actually use this to their advantage, getting over to forklift.
Molodoy hears the others joining Lake. He's content to just keep sitting inside this smoke. As he pushes through, no one's holding.
That's wild.
Oof.
Okay.
Lake from back sights got it, and all's good. M80 pretty quick to run away from that 4 versus 5, but it was really Fallen who assumed nobody would be in A main whatsoever.
It's great that they ran that NT-eco, though, with what was looking like a straight B pop and still made sure, just in case, they had something like that.
M80 securing a 6-round T-side here on their map pick.
Afterwards, you just Fritz and Mike, you're just gonna go inside.
Fritz?
Surely the most German
Everyone
name.
knows, yeah.
Can we do our mid-pop? They're full by now. Afterwards.
So off on Molodoi one more time.
Oh, that's hilarious.
It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
4 Molodoi's 5 kills this map. We're opening kills. Well, time to close one, because here we are. Guns once more for Furia. M80 going for the mid-pop. That's what Sin wanted. Well aware of what they're up against and trying to follow through into the highway play. This is their own smoke to let them get closer, falling on the other side of this. And it's just this double up on Forklift.
I mean, they're so close. Getting a highway this quickly is insane. That smoke couldn't have come out at a better time, though.
They're going to try to flush the players off Forklift. It's a little awkward for a second. He still got fallen inside of these smokes. Gets found out by JBA, who's not buying it.
That was an awesome strat. I mean, taking fast highway control is something that's something we really haven't seen many people do so far.
Feels like the timing of that
introduced, yeah,
really catches off Furia, and they're going to be forced, unfortunately for them, into this very awkward 2v5 retake attempt, already being held just in case.
Honestly, it's usually so hard to get highway control. Usually, if you have highway control, you're already halfway to winning the round, but they've done that without even losing a player.
Beautiful 7-round T-side here for the side of M80, finishing it with 4 of the last 5 rounds. So excellent recovery when Furia had Quesarado posting 18 kills 1 half.
Lightness springs his trap, but he's left as the last man standing.
That was brutal for FaZe. I can't believe they get out so cleanly. It didn't... Yeah. Someone call an ambulance.
Apex, they've been yelling at you the whole game, calling you names. What do you want to say to them?
That's all you can say. Took you in back.
Look at Ford.
Yep.
He's enjoying himself.
Oh my God, he's playing the guitar.
What does this man not do?
Man.
You think to yourself, what the?
Is it a bat? Is it a plane?
No, it's an eagle.
No.
It is actually a falcon.
Should be a dead man, and it is! Zaru secures it, a triple kill out of his your elbow, and now we've never had a trumpet. Outstanding.
Barreling down from Banana and getting this double kill out of the gate.
Yeah, it feels like this is where the rubber's meeting the road a little bit.
Okay, a triple out of Molodoi prowling the street.
He's not warming up. He's hunting.
It's just a fluke. You can't drop 30 like that every match.
What possessed God in heaven to make a player like Molodoi?
God did not make Molodoi. I made him.
You trained him, right?
I teach this kid everything. Discipline, positioning, grenade lineups. He's ignoring it all.
You wanted to see me?
Come sit, Daniel.
I've seen your flashbangs. Did Fallen teach you nothing?
Utilities for people that miss.
That's not game sense, bro. That's madness.
Madness? No, confidence.
He's not blinking.
I don't think he's blinked since he walked in.
Look, Daniel, the teams out there, they know you're dangerous. They're planning around you. They don't want to end up in another highlight reel from you.
If they don't want it to be in highlight reel, they're gonna need one thing.
And what's that?
Disconnect.
He's so intense.
You think you can keep this up every single match?
They can't stop me.
You remind me of me. Just younger, TikTok generation. A little bit less patient, but still very good. You can't coach that. You can only survive it.
Stop trying to coach me. Start following my calls.
Ha, be careful. Last time I said it, they made me an IGL.
Is this how roster changes happen?
throwing a spanner in the works with this pick versus Furia. Yakindar in the pregame saying the veto caught him off guard. Well, he's got his hands full now. Down by 2, switching to the T side, and playing well is both Yakindar, csgo, lights out, but we find M80 still sitting pretty with a 2-round lead as they'll switch over to the CT side.
Last time it was a very heavy B defense and a stack and a read that was wrong out of Furia. May have cost them the half. Overall, close to winning that retake.
One thing Furia did have going for themselves was all the opening kills. 8 opening kills last map, or excuse me, last half. Only 5 round wins from that.
It's wild because it's like Moldo has the best and worst stat because he gets those opening kills, but he also gave away a lot of trades afterwards, or maybe it was just that he couldn't be traded. Well, M80 feel like they're slightly strengthening towards A, while now Furia are starting to lean maybe in towards B, ready to get it going inside of the vent. I think this will be exciting for M80 to see the smoke. Feels like an A attack is brewing.
Dude, he was such a beast versus paiN on this T side.
Yeah, he's like the best lurker right now.
It's a scary warning sign to see him catch impact like that through Z. Cuts off the team. He's still sitting in there. Slacks has got his kill back. Yakindar's got to let him move somewhat here. He's waiting for his teammate to tether off of him on the other side of middle. csgo comes through, lets them know where he's at. Slacks has killed Yakindar, and JBA's held this bomb site. Somehow, M80 managed to hang on. That's with Swisher on 8 health, Lake on 2, and still, they just move quick enough to respond to that B pressure. You've got M80 with a CT pistol win.
Man, just a couple of shots missed there. csgo flanking the vent. Yakindar, as he peeked in the mid, they didn't finish their food, and that was a problem for the B players. That was a round that looked, I think, very in favor of Furia up until the end. There's so many key moments, and M80 kept finding these kills. Well, that's huge for the program.
Forced by Furia features Tech 9s and 1 Deeg. And a bomb crawling towards Squeaky. His defense is Sin and Swisher. And a Lake rotate as needed up highway. Swisher eats a flashbang. They're already on quad. Oh, but he gets the 2 headshots. They don't clear him out. He regains vision, gets the impact he needed. There is still a rebuttal back here for the Furia squad. Sin just trying to stay alive now. Banking on the 2 B players rotating in. They've got them stranded back behind quad, but that means csgo's grabbed an M4, and he has been playing lights out. Goes for the bomb plant as these 2 smokes.
No HEs.
They'll give him temporary cover. Missed Eagle shot here for Molodoi could have evened out the numbers, but at least now that M4 is ready to get back into play. They'll spam through smoke, clip Molodoi, and let's watch as csgo with 57 health is up against 3.
They'll play it out in the open. Should be impossible.
They're still thinking quad. They're gonna find him here in the corner, and a little drive-by action by JBA. M80 able to hang on as Furia almost fought back into that round.
Feels like the stars are aligning here for M80. I mean, they had a cool game plan in the first half. They maybe won a couple extra rounds where it looked like Furia had control of things. But now they kick off with another pistol, and they still got the right energy. They're feeling themselves.
Sketchy when csgo grabbed that gun, but...
Oh, csgo's on 20 frags, and they have 5 rounds.
Oh, he's an animal right now. He's 20 and 8. Imagine being 20 and 8 and losing 5-9. They have so much faith in csgo's form right now that they're going to go ahead and weaponize him. Single hero AK for Furia this round. Oh, and it opens with a 5v4.
Man, we might get a csgo classic.
Suddenly, this B defense is Slacks and Slacks alone. Obviously, the opening death is going to draw attention over, so a shuffling of the positions here for M80, and also dumping a bunch of nades out middle and whatnot. A main as well. But this is all just to get Yakindar over. That adds a second smoke to a potential execute.
It's an extremely weak B side. It's an extremely weak looking map. It's a map That looks like it's full of fear right now from the CT side, scrambling to get back mid-control when Furia don't care about that right now. They can actually just walk in.
Smokes come through for both Heaven and Tree. No Molotov yet.
What do you do, Slacks?
Slacks is at least given a little position to work with.
Quesarado
finds a second. Yuri gets spammed down through smoke. Lake's gonna dive in once the fire fades. Quesarado still in the middle of all this, but now dropped down to 3 HP. Still fighting, and it's gonna be the pistol of Lake to get the job done. Yakindar planted in the meantime. V3 has to hold on to the site, and Lake keeps the pistol out for another headshot.
Nice, man. I mean, Quesarado's not going to be enough, but he is also just that AK. Like, he kind of did what he could in a round like this. M80 was really impressive that they brought this back, even though that was a very disfavored situation. Losing the B site, only having Slacks there, him only getting a single kill.
Watch them keep, guys, watch them keep playing Poppy and sites because they have.
It's another opener for Furia, for what it's worth.
Lake USP kills, man.
Nice! Yo, nice activeness.
Nice activeness. Great exercising.
I work out. Things working out for M80 as they take over mid again. Sin just said it, like, watch for the sights, watch for the poppiness. Mid push through smoke.
That's wild.
Did they see the second? No. Oh yeah, actually falling cautious about it.
It's coming to check it.
And we've got ourselves a Furia 5v3. M80 really signing up for duels. That push in middle with 2, push into B main.
I feel like that would have just been the most salt-inducing play they could have pulled off.
Right.
Like right in the middle of all the spams and a calm-looking default in front of a smoke no one would ever walk through. Kind of like it, actually, considering how, you know, tilting some of the rounds have been for Furia.
Obviously just puts you in such a dire place, though, if those both go south, right? The mid and B main push.
Yeah.
That we already see them just gambling on a site and looking to try to save these 3 guns. They need all 3 players to survive as well if they're going to have all guns in the next.
Oh, they're just going B, though, actually.
It is a gamble, and that means they could still be right.
Oh, yeah.
No way. So fight for the round. Fight for your guns. Gonna drop the bomb to start this. Sin's got his. This 3v5. Bomb gets scooped up. They want to leave. 20 seconds, and they will run for the other side of the map.
Mulder is going to try to cut him off at the pass. I mean, he can at least, interrupt maybe someone coming towards Truck.
Truck players manage to get over. Molodoy strikes down Lake at least. Smoke for the cross to get them out. Molodoy cuts down a second. Bomb is going to try to run into the site. They've missed the time. Oh, the kill comes through from Quesarado. They stopped to pause for the highway smoke to pop, and that's what would have cost them the time. They do still manage to get away, and that B gamble almost wins the round.
That's big danger. But M80 knew they just had to run back anyway, so. Good thing Molodoy went for that extra duel inside of Z, otherwise there would have been a straggler.
Yeah, if Molodoy gets that first kill and just walks away thinking he should play it safe.
They also forced 5 deaths out of M80 where they actually would have saved inside of B.
Yep, and they would have had a much better buy than this. Pistols on 2, limited grenades across the board. This was, at its widest, a 5-round gap. Furia make it a 4-point difference. But Sin's got good info here. Name main jiggle, smoke in hand, ready to go down. Similar positions to what we just saw them play when they were trying to save their guns.
I mean, normally, if it's a full B exec, you have all your utility. It is kind of hard to stick around in the site with all the right mollies. I feel like it's not as threatening without checkers as well.
CT's down to flashes. Oh, Swisher nailed with the flash in hand. Lake still with a 5-7 posts 2 frags.
Not too bad.
Do they see it as enough of an invitation to try, or do they want to save this M4 op combo? Yeah, they will just tuck tail and give this up. Furia finding that B site. Makes you wonder what could have been had Swisher not died to the main peak, but always the danger of putting your head on that headshot angle, and especially when you do it with a nade pull.
Just the classic lineup to pop flash the B main, and some things will never change on this map.
Good.
Yeah.
I like that Cash came back just as more of a remodel.
Yeah, definitely.
Totally new map.
Otherwise, it needed a new name.
Yeah. When Train came back,
Cash 2 might be cool. Dust 2 worked out really well.
That's fair. I guess they don't do that anymore, huh?
Yeah, I mean, at the time, they weren't really Valve maps, so it's just...
They called it Train, even though that was not the same map at all. That should have been Train 2.
That's a good point. Train Plus.
Such a tell. Rory Jackson thinks he's got a read on Yakindar's Cash calling.
Gotta love how prepped and how emphatic they both are, him and Sin.
Yes.
They both deliver information, but like so enthusiastically all the time.
Some coaches are a bore. It's not a pretty place to be though, M80 this round. Just what was saved in the last. CT pistol and 3-0 start for M80. That lead getting chipped away at as they go for the B start. Boost the player up into the vents.
So confident, it's just not a B stack.
Furia making the correct move. About to find A free for the taking. A USPS between them and an 8th round win.
We get 2 Yakinder T-side master classes back to back. Because we are looking for who is the best cash team in the world going to be? That's up for grabs. Got a whole season to find out. Kerrigan was also playing coy about it.
When do we have to make that determination? Do we have to wait to the end of the season, or you want to call it early?
You can call it any time, and then just, I can change it next week if that changes, yeah. Because no one really cares who's team of the year on cash or whatever.
Have we not made an award for that yet?
I don't think so.
I hurt my OnlyFans? Oh, girlfriend. Sorry.
Good one, Connor.
Thanks, man.
Some of your best work.
Fritz can open door. What needs to you? We're doing Rory Nip, right? Yeah, we need. You need nothing.
They got so many different accents. I just love it.
German, the British Texan.
Yeah. From the Splice days, the envious days.
3 Americans from all over. Oh, fast one. Okay, no time to jest. JBA under siege, but he'll catch Yakindar with a nice free headshot. So they start off man advantage, but yeah, that bomb site's gone. Oof, Furia crossing with a bomb in hand. That actually, Whittle's fallen down low, and JBA's knowing that he's got him stuck still back sight.
Be a little bit less retakeable. This will be a real test of their map pool. Might need to in one of these.
Passing the flashbangs back to try to set JBA out for the journey that will be. Yuri ready for the tree peak. Molodoy's got the op trained on the vent, so it's going to be a tough job for Lake to get into this.
Bomb at 15 seconds. They're finally going to get going, and they kill one. JBA with the wide swing out gets himself a third on the round, and no way. Lake kills Molodoy because he put his own smoke up inside it. They find the defuse in time. What an explosive retake coming out from M80.
That's sweet, man. That's got to feel good because, again, B site, like, you can retake it a lot harder than A, and not losing a single player, ridiculous.
Flies through, wide swings, and clears it out.
And JBA gets the most important kill. Whoever's on headshot can stop everything. And also has a big advantage as he runs through the smoke. One more to lock in overtime.
Boosting over it. No, just for the flash.
Oh! He's got both.
Easy pickup for Slacks as well. Totally different look out of M80 this time. When have you seen two players push through A main like that?
They have looks. Varying speeds.
Very clearly prepared for this game. And not just what Furia would throw their direction, despite Def's clear sense of a read, but just fresh looks themselves. Yeah, exactly what you love to see.
They just keep it flowing, man.
Something
so
different.
Many teams we've heard from recently are just like out of ideas.
Not M80. Not Sin. Not Def. But this B site could still get lost. Ooh, this would be a gut-wrenching round to lose. You've allowed the bomb to get onto site. Fallen's going to plant it safe.
To the last retake, surely, though. Bomb's planted defaults. That means Fallen has to stay alive for sure.
They're really going to try to emphasize holding back Tree. All eyes forward. Fallen peeking into the fire, falling back through flames, burnt out by Lake. It's going to take an extra second here to get the retake going, but it's all on Yuri. 3 players from the Tree and a ton of damage output, but this is it. A guaranteed 12th for M80, overtime at least, and 4 map points on their pick.
You gotta like, I mean, they stood up against all those opening kills in the first half. They pick up both pistols. They pull off a very difficult retake over on B. They've justified this pick and then some. And Sin, what a straight transfer, man.
Nice! Well then. By the end of this game, you know, Lake is actually racking it up. He's 21 and 14.
Yeah.
Lake is 0.7 ADR behind csgo. Both of them 109. At one point in this game, csgo felt like he was untouchable, but he could get surpassed if Lake has a big round and if this is the last one for M80. First of 4 chances to close out, and unfortunately for Furia, you've got Molodoy with only the deagle. Hasn't been a ton of mid-play tonight for Furia. Not on this attack, whereas last time I feel like we saw Yukindar constantly getting space out here. So they're gonna throw a couple bodies forward. Lake looking for the vent climb. Oh, Lake almost catching the nade throw. But Z gets smoked off. Swisher decides to tuck into the forklift. Careful crossing. Oh, didn't see that.
Didn't see that at all.
Damn, Yukindar's managed to get away with the time, but there is still a consideration here from Lake. He keeps checking both towards A site and back towards Z.
But Yukindar can really slow play this one, right? His teammates are all still alive. He's cleared out all of mid for them.
It's just that looming mid threat kind of has them on that A site just in case it were to come, and nobody's actually peeked into A main to take some info. This is M80 playing a bit in the dark.
I mean, is Lake even going to really clear this?
Nah.
It's just if they run down highway, really, he gets to cut him off. And
cheating a third piece over to B, though.
Actually, he might get shot in the back for
Truck
this.
player's coming. He's going to get found out. Yukindar still able to get the kill. Obviously has to reveal his element of surprise. We've got 2 CTs hard dedicated to the back of this site at 25 seconds. Oh, fallen over top. We've got Lake to activate out from heaven with a double kill, but the only impact of any of the 3 players on that site. So Yekindar getting into Z just causes real problems, and Furia survived the first of 4.
Whenever Yekindar's in a spot like that, like, good things happen. I mean, they do know how to make the most of that map control. M80 may have just given a little bit too much away, didn't realize it on this round. Maybe didn't respect that top highway smoke, actually, because they didn't have vision on mid for so long. It's not like Yekindar doesn't do that.
Terrorists win.
I think they could do mid pop again. I think instead of a main, we should just do our in control.
I do like that there's no, like, sacred IGL only talks during freeze time moments. It is definitely by committee over on M80, but they make it work. Sometimes you could see that and be like, there's too many cooks in the kitchen, but we haven't seen any issues with just them coming up with successful ideas and executing on them.
Def's like,
if you could time out every round, this would be the best team in the world.
Sure. I mean, they've always talked about, I mean, it's not even in timeouts, but when they're in live rounds, Sin has always been one of those, like, big figureheads and saying, like, even if you're dead, you've still got a responsibility to, like, help people calm.
Yeah.
You know, obviously you don't want too much panic over calming and stuff, and M80, I think, they can get hectic.
Yeah, that's one of those, like, Bogdan's Law things where in your pugs, don't talk when you're dead.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I don't get it. If we're spending every day working together towards a common goal, I trust that synergy.
Yeah,
if I just met you, shut the hell up. All right. Oof. Kindar willing to go up and over. Legs are busted up, but still putting the pressure on middle. Great nade damage on Yekindar, though. And Lake, oh, blindside's fallen.
Reverse boost, they didn't even suspect it. No molly either.
Oh, and he goes wide for the second. What
Lake
a great adjustment. 5 versus 3 off of that active mood. And that is kind of the solution via committee we were talking about. Oh, they've given themselves a golden chance to close this first map down now. Smoke canister in hand for JBA. We're going to get walk contact, and Yuri does not miss the chance at ripping Jaba's head off. Molotov into the vent as well, because if they boost it up into vent, that means 1 player less from B. Swisher still hides back sight. Nah, I thought they were going to write it off, but csgo jumps in, gun out, and a 3v5 recovery well underway.
Oh, really felt like it. Had that bomb out for a second, and now the round is probably over. Wow, Furia survive it.
That'll do it. Individual prowess from Yuri, csgo, and Molodoy, all with a kill apiece in this 3v5. M80, they're gonna feel like they had this in the bag. And with it, Furia survive a second map point.
I feel like almost playing from the site a bit too much when it comes to B instead of just play headshot more often, and, like, even though you're going to get naded a lot, just have such a better chance of getting a kill early. Really good line on all the choke points. But once they start running up headshot on you, it's really hard. Like, if you're, you know, back sight, watching that run up, I don't know. That fight's not very good. Once they get under heaven and start scaling, I just feel like it's just too hard. Like right here. Like, who would you rather be in the spot? Always the guy running up headshot.
Yeah. A lot less emphatic than they were after the last round. That's a gut-wrenching feeling that you're gonna have to stomach here, M80. Heavy utility out middle here for Furia, and they will find no resistance. No vent boost this time, and Yekindar back to white box. Smoke at the top of highway, player just peeked down E-box, and he's gonna probably, I was gonna say tuck into Z, because he does it all so often, but no, Yekindar actually starts to peel away.
I mean, even him just letting them know they have to clear this and take time to think about it is good enough. It might be better that they can have him scared.
Starting to feel like an incorrect lean.
Kidder actually smoked out Z.
And Molly's back checkers.
Yeah. Wow. He is really good at calling this map, isn't he?
And he's not dominating individually this time around, but the calls are still good. The adjustment's nice. Confirmation.
The call is just really perfect, honestly.
Crossing into the A site. Yeah, totally unprepared was Sin. Didn't expect Yakindar to have just disrespected that highway smoke as he did. And that is going to send M80 into a tailspin off to the save with 4.
He's the current best cash caller in the world.
3 of the last 4 rounds needed. And Furia almost there to secure OT.
I mean, round like that is so great on so many levels for someone who... It's also not just that he's calling on this map, that he'll eventually probably call on the whole map pool, right? That is, you know, his destiny to be realized is to become an IGL eventually. But a round like that is such a good sign. I mean, they were able to juggle all the rotations without having to see anybody. They did that on default. That was conditioned from his lurks inside of Z, without him having to actually play there again.
Which would have felt like it would start getting repetitive, so he changes it up.
And then still got the first kill.
Last guys, come on.
Furia are spending the second half just trying to make up for everything that went wrong in the first. And remember also, M80 have 2 pistol rounds in this game, so a lot of quality rounds being won here for Furia.
Yeah. 2 pistols, both for 3-0 starts. Everything had pointed to the direction that M80 win this, but soul-crushing 5v3 loss.
Let's see if they peak too early.
Slack's sitting on the line. Smokes are going to come down in front of him. He's going to lose vision, but Yakindar goes around too soon. Small mistake, and what could have been second frag for Slacks. Gonna pop open the cross smoke. Sin's getting damage output. They are so low. 2 of these 4 players still fighting back. Leave it to csgo on the brink of 30 kills. Molodoy looking for a shot, and he's gonna find it. Slacks peeled off this one. 4v2 advantage, even with those low health bars. Trying to bait out a Molodoy whiff, but he's got the nerve, and he nails his second. Swisher giving away his position, 1v4 attempt. They're gonna just spread wide for this swing, and they do feed Yuri over. Wow, they've done it.
Crazy.
4 rounds to try to close out Cash, and this one leads to OT.
I mean, M80 played a great game. That's like, they did play a great game, but Furia worked extra hard to make this possible. Going up against these, you know, the 6 rounds of pistol and conversions, all their opening kills where they failed to actually make the round happen. This one even start the op on the right line to get a kill. As you mentioned, could have been a double. And as we see, needed to be a double.
Great nerve from Molodoy there too, dealing with like these jump peaks.
And I'm loving the under pressure calls from Yakinder that brought this back in the first place.
Yeah, we had a lot of praise to sing for M80 and how varied their playbook looked coming into this challenge. But even that change-up from Yakindar not playing Z, going highway to E-box instead. Shake-ups within his own game, his own mid-play. But this is fresh as well. We haven't seen a counter boost. And Lake could damn well catch you off. First round of overtime, something very different. Oh, but Yakindar wins the duel. And as he almost finds them on the fallback, it's Molodoy there to trade because they boosted 2 players simultaneous. You'll see that Z retreat. Man advantage, hard fought for, but Furia earn it.
Oh, it's a messy start, unfortunately. 4v3, and it's real early. Actually, crazy that on Furia, csgo's the only one with a positive scoreline right now. 3 over here. Great peek out of Slacks, actually. I mean, they can go ahead to B, for
Take
sure.
it back. You'll find that vacant B site, but this is not the first time M80 go for that like gamble lean, and it finds value.
I mean, Cash really welcomes it again because you can retake it. They've shown it already, how good they're and comfortable they are at doing it. We saw their mollies in the retakes last time. One went to headshot when Furia tried to play forward. This time they'll plant default and play within the site.
Gonna feel a little boxed in here, surely, Furia. We got flashes to go. Slacks chucking the nade out. That's gonna drop Yuri down to a quarter HP. Fire at his feet, forcing him wide. Still survives it, 7 health. He's not long for this duel, but there's also not a lot of time left on this bomb. Aurora reveals himself, sprays away, and almost got a chance for that third one. But it's gonna be Slacks left over with the trade off the op. The third piece in has 1 shot to land, and he does it. So it will be M80 to strike first in overtime.
I mean, more great utility usage. Did they see a shoulder there for Yuri? Because they were so certain that he was back there.
It's fair for Lake to be losing his mind on that counter boost, gets killed.
Yeah. But also, it's not like a guarantee. If people boost in front of you when you counter boost and sit there, it can be awkward for sure.
I love Dev. I really do love
What was
Dev.
he saying?
I feel like he was trying to get, and I really didn't hear him, but my hunch is like, I almost feel like he wants different looks from the B setup.
Okay.
I thought he was saying like, you go checkers sometimes, you go shadow sometimes. You
I feel like, yeah, that's what we definitely need to see.
Yeah, so if I'm gonna imply that's what he was saying. I'm gonna make believe, because it's what I want to see for M80's sake.
I was actually wondering the same thing, why they don't use checkers as much.
I feel like I haven't seen a CT in there.
Yeah.
Unless they do that like Lake, reverse boost, a reverse vent. Yo, Molodoy survives it.
I feel like it's crazy he even got a chance to miss. Didn't have to flick for that at all.
And Sin just zooms forward into main control. Don't overstep this in. Oh, with the flash, though?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Excuse me. Dangerous.
3, some extra damage.
Extremely dangerous, but with the flash, he earned the right to peek. And I'm just happy that he disengaged when he saw that presence. That's a tough amount of damage for Furia to stomach with Molodoy and Yakindar so low. Slacks wants him to cover, and he will get away with that at least.
He's in a great spot.
On top of that, you still have...
He can molly him, but he has a warning of the door opening as well.
Sin back on quad, and Swisher plays highway.
And he has someone spotting main for him.
Yep. That'll put him on high alert. As Yakindar dead first. Oh, nice trade from Fallen. Sin gets cleared out. Molodoy with little health still able, and they manage to find the 3 kills they need to at the very least plant this bomb.
That was pretty filthy. The scaling there from Fallen right into the side of Forklift to make sure there couldn't be a second peek out of the op.
Just insta-kills him too.
Yeah.
Very little health here. If only they had a frag grenade. Now Lake has been frying. There's low health on 3. Oh, but he gets caught out by Fallen. And now JBA with everything to do. They're going to come challenging towards him, confirms the position, and Fallen's here for another frag. What a hard-fought attempt into the A site, and it honestly hinges on Fallen.
Yeah, it was Fallen, definitely. Great scaling. Not having a incredible game so far, but these are the ones that matter in overtime. Again, no one on Furia with a positive KD besides Caserado. Both timeouts used here in overtime. This could absolutely be a story of T-sides.
Well,
What a
Like, he was just so wide. If he was inside of Squeaky, he could easily have died to that op.
It's 1 of 3 secured for Furia on the attack. Looking back at A main and doing it with pace. Sin dropping a frag into the middle of the pack, but it really is just negligible damage.
You kind of have the sight.
Sin dropping util all around. Oh, challenge up close. It's Yakindar dead first again. No way, Yuri getting away with that. Now he's stuck here as Sin has flushed them off the bomb site. They just planted. And then the walk back through smoke. Quesarado, you dog. Dirty play to make. Totally catches Sin off guard. And that earns him quad position 2. His 30th kill is nasty. Because you just don't expect that if you're Sin. Forced retake attempt now at an even number count. Quesarado still a problem here for M80. Missed shot from Molodoy opens up the door, but it's going to be Fallen to kill both. Bomb, though, already past the 5 seconds. Quesarado, 31 kills. Critical 2K to give Furia an edge halfway through OT.
They actually have a lead now. It's another very serious A attack. It is that one move from Quesarado. Just establish the site, the bomb's already going down. Because they planted so quickly, there was no chance at that retake.
And if you're Sin, walking through that site after you kill Yakindar and you're like, they planted here and no one's quad, but that creep back through smoke.
It was messing with all the utility back here, though.
Never sees it coming. Well then, M80, a challenge ahead.
Bit scary they give Furia another shot at CT.
Oh yeah.
Chance for them to right their wrongs. Are they ready for Yakindar here? They've been trying to, they tried to go highway so many times on the T side.
I mean,
but almost never did Furia try to push up mid this way.
Right. And unlike Furia, almost half of the rounds M81 T-side regulation was the pistol and conversion.
This is interesting, though. Bomb is actually going squeaky. This is a brand new idea, has nothing to do with mid. I feel like Furia might actually be more concerned about B. Let's see if they cheat an extra one over.
Yeah, it's feeling like quite a bit of presence.
Is it feeling like a fake, though? I feel like it's a little bit weird how many nades they're throwing right there.
Fallen misses. Slacks kills the coverage. Fallen able to recover after the first missed op shot. JBA trades back other side of the map. Slacks versus Fallen, both combat opping, neither with support nearby. Oh, you can't miss, and so a no-scope connects. That's massive. Unfortunately here for Slacks, loses his teammate.
Wait,
what are you up to?
Get back to the site, man.
Thinking maybe he could go for a peek, blinds himself in the middle. Everybody, let's reset. Slacks is planting safe. 1v2, 2 kills to his name already. And he knows this truck player's the Opper. What he doesn't know about is Yuri's pathing, and so sure enough gets caught off. That looks very awkward as we zoom out in the round. I mean, good on him to clear out Fallen, put that bomb down with no support, but everything goes south everywhere else, and Furia take their 15th.
Yeah, he oceaned himself in the end, but to be honest, if that's what got him back to the site, that's what he needed.
Yeah, sure, right? Slaps his own wrist.
Don't over-rotate too much. Play your positions, they're faking a lot.
It's a lot more calm over there on Furia, but
yeah,
they're kind of doing like the same amount of good in some sense. 2 different routes to get here. Again, lots of great rounds out of M80 so far, but now they're really just staring death in the face. Said don't over-rotate, and that was a round to avoid getting faked out. It did feel like the fake just wasn't convincing enough. Who's execing versus default B smoke? That's that deep with checker. No checker control, no mid control for the T side.
Yeah, the timing of it all. Excuse me.
Didn't feel like they sold it enough.
front of main. Fallen will pop it. Sees nobody out just yet, but that is 2 players confirmed just because of the U-tilt. And the squeaky door swung wide. Oh, Yakindar. What a position, what an angle, and what a double kill as he turns it back to Lake.
That's a game winner, isn't it?
Highest performing player on M80 gets shut down trying to trade out Yakindar. Now Bomb tries to tiptoe its way back towards main to just look and link up with Sin, who is still just tucked away.
Oh, kind of a great position to fall in. He's not really worried about someone coming late squeaky. He just has to cross back into the site.
Yuri, though, concerned about the mid walk. May miss the timing on holding a main.
Yeah,
Fallen just saw the climb up. Oh, perfect distraction as well. Fallen right here lands the shot on JBA. Hands force for Sin, 30 HP, and they've done it.
What a move.
Furia, what a close, and what just element of survivability called by Yakindar, because M80 know where this went wrong. 12-8, 5v3. Furia survive it, and with that, secure another cash win.
Another win for them and another great start to a best-of-3 for Furia here. It was, again, what you kind of talked about, a little bit surprised as to where the map veto went. And honestly, I'm surprised as to how Cash went, because I cannot believe not only were we seeing this dominant start, this dominant streak, I want to say, for M80 when they're in a position to be able to close it out. Furia fight back tooth and nail, push it to overtime, and then in that overtime, do so much for themselves to be able to close it out.
I mean, I'm impressed by both teams on this one. You can still see it's a new map to the pool for both teams. They haven't practiced it to the end of the world. They might have a Mirage, but when you look at the ways adjustments were being made, when you look at the push from Fallen into Squeaky on the final round, getting himself in the corner where he spots the cross, there's so many individual plays, but also team plays. Both teams had great macro on that map. They had great ideas. I actually think that's just one of the better Cash games I've seen on this map since its return.
It was extremely competitive, but K-Serato just refused to lose in that one. Even if M80 had a great idea, great plan to get on the bomb site or put themselves in a man advantage, he was so frequently able to swing it back into Furia's favor with just great individual shots. The plays he made around smokes and utility was great. I mean, late round, he was extremely clutch too, whether that was a 2v5, 1v1s on the bomb sites, all of that, he did so spectacularly.
I mean, K-Serato didn't necessarily push them over the finish line, but he gave them time to actually power up, because by the end of the game, you did see everyone on Furia actually involved in the game. The beginning of this one was a struggle for everyone but K-Serato. I think in the first half, he had something like almost 20 kills alone. He is the only reason that this one was even in a position to be 12-8 where they could make the comeback.
There were so many times that we're seeing in this first half as well. Hit after hit for the side of M80 goes so well at A side. And so the fact that K-Serato is able to hold his own and feel like the only player that is holding their own Maui, you really beg the question of, okay, why was it not until the second half in which we actually got to see Furia fire up?
Well, that's probably due in part to M80 just having a lot of really well outlined plays for their T side. The way that they were able to also, abuse that A side defense in general was great. I mean, I feel like they didn't always go to K-Serato, or he couldn't always get involved in the action as much as he would have wanted. Sometimes, for example, on those A-side defenses, it was people like Fallen and Molodoy in those kinds of spots, which is why you saw Fallen swap up and move to the AWP, because he didn't want to just get run over anymore.
Yeah, when you're looking at the early parts of the half, a lot of it was on, I think this map really hinges for the CT side on Yakindar. He's the highway player. He's the pivotal one that needs to be in the right spot at the right time. He was struggling. If he's struggling, it's hard for your anchor to actually get involved in the play. So much we see anchors are a victim of their circumstance. If you don't give them an opportunity, it's hard for them to carry the game on CT necessarily.
Yeah, we're looking at it, and you can kind of push that first half to the side and be like, okay, at the end of the day, M80 chose this map for themselves. They were able to have a really strong start. That's what it should be when it's your map pick. But to not be able to close it out, that's the really difficult part, right? Because we're not really seeing a lot happen for them on the CT side. There was one glimmer of hope on the side of M80 for their CT. It was round 19. They were able to have a very, very good retake
So a lot of M80's style of positioning was based on the fact that they were very comfortable knowing that they could retake either bomb site. First of all, JBA does a great job just slowing the oncoming attackers down, make sure that he gets the player coming up ramp. I think that's kind of also what Vu refers to when you're talking about teams with inexperience on the map. You don't usually see people run up on that ramp for that exact reason, that you will just get picked off. And so in that 5-on-4 advantage now that M80 have found, the counter or the retake utility is just pristine. I mean, they're able to smoke off A main. They smoke off the checker side somewhat as well. Lake is a pivotal player on this retake as well. He's the only person that's going to be attacking from a different angle towards the vents. And instead of going early or showing any skin right there, he waits all of the way until finally csgo's in the clutch. And then at that point, there's just too many angles to manage. And so good retake utility and just good understanding, which is why JBA felt comfortable just playing Heaven there. A lot of people just fully commit, and sometimes that'll cost them their lives.
Look, that was great from M80. I think that was really effective on a retake. B, not the easiest site to retake. I have a gripe with teams putting multiple players on the B bomb site. Furia did it multiple times. I feel like this is something, give it a couple weeks, everyone's going to remember, hey, back in 2018, we all agreed, it sucks being on the B site. You have one player headshot, he gets flashed, they swing in, he's dead, and then your guy default is like, hold on, I'm supposed to win a duel from this angle? It's not possible. They kind of set themselves up for that one.
Well, look, at the end of the day, though, you're still very happy with what they were able to do there. It's just a shame that they couldn't do it 2 more times for themselves, because then we wouldn't have seen overtime. But it was in the later few rounds there. Round 22 was the other one where you see, okay, maybe M80 don't have enough fuel left in the tank, because we could see them throwing a lot of money down the drain. Rounds not really winning for themselves, and at the end of the day, they're also not winning in what should be favorable matchups.
Yeah, I mean, this is a 5v3 on round 22 that would have secured them the game, and they have a really nice opening here. They get Lake boosted up into vents. This is classic play. It's one of the only ways he can really hold on to middle right now. Teams are already so good at taking mid on the T side, but Lake not only gets one, but he actually goes for the aggressive play out vents, catches Yakindar off guard. Now they're 5v3, but JBA, maybe a little inexperienced here, catches. He's a little too far out there. Yuri catches him. And then this is really well done by Furia. Yuri knows the next rotation is going to be coming through vents. Lake was already there. They can make their way into the bomb site. And it just hinges on 1v1. If you have that win from Swisher, it's a disadvantaged fight, so you can't blame him for losing it. But he wins that, and you're looking at a completely different round. Instead, you end up in a 3v3, B site control, and then you have Molodoy take it over, pick up 1, and that's Furia on 10. And it's unfortunate because that's a 5v3 that M80 should be closing out.
It's super rough for Swisher there because his position seems so valuable because JBA already died on the bomb site. You don't usually expect a second player, but that's also just where csgo took over, that he's not going to leave any angle unchecked on the bomb site. There's really it's almost no reason that M80 should even have Swisher there, but I feel like Swisher maybe is a little bit unfortunate there that nobody was putting pressure on from his team. Like Lake was isolated off of the vent there because they mollied him. Nobody from CT was really able to spam through or from Heaven, and so he has all these reasons to believe that spot has value, but yeah, it's a disadvantaged one. He just probably could have peaked earlier.
Yeah, I think what you really want there, you want your CT rotator coming through Z, toss a flash in through Heaven, then he can peek out, get one, and then it's 50-50 on the guy headshot. Who cares if you lose that? You've already got your one.
Misplayed. Okay, whatever you want to call it, there was that setup. They had the potential. They had the potential to close out this map as well. But we were treated to the overtime. And one of the first rounds in overtime, round number 25, it was looking towards that, okay, where are you going to gamble? Is this going to pay off? Are we going to be able to see M80 continue what had already been such a good map for them?
So 25 is a round that I think exemplifies why I like this map so much in the way it was played out, because I think this is played out by both teams really effectively. You have this entry coming in, Yakindar gets the one, it turns into a 4v3, and then look at the setup that they go into here. You have the fake coming up highway, but you have a player sunroom and you have a player vent. So they're trying to fake and draw a rotate. M80 on the other side, they had just gamble stacked off of B entirely. That allows them to get the double. Then you have a 3v2. Both players kind of have to be in the bomb site in this type of situation, but you have great utility coming in for the retake through Heaven. There's the double molly on one position. Maybe could have mollied both, but that's a nitpick. It forces Yuri into a tough situation, and then you have csgo, who nearly does it. We were sitting there saying, oh my God, he's got it, but he doesn't manage to take down the final player. I actually think both teams played that round really well.
Yeah, that definitely epitomizes just how competitive this affair was on cash between both the teams, and also how interactive the game was too, that so many different styles and calls could be made in the mid-round, how Furia let so many options stay available to themselves once they took that default space, but also how M80 tried to make sure that they didn't just play back, they weren't just only playing a very default approach themselves.
Yeah, the question that I also have then is when we're seeing it be this competitive and what you have coined, Vu, as one of the better times that you've watched Cash here in the competitive is looking towards, again, Yakinda, we're wondering, he's now kind of been coined as their main shot caller for this map, and looking at all of the rotations, all of the changes that Furia had for themselves, how much are you crediting to him? And again, trying to almost encourage him that this can work out for you. Like, I'm very happy with seeing the trajectory.
I'm actually interested to know if they might have changed something up on the T side, because I think you got to the later parts of the T side, Yakinda was having a tough game. They were having a bit of a tough T side, 12-8 down. It wouldn't surprise me, honestly, if Fallen had taken over there. That still felt like a Yakinda game, but it actually would not surprise me at all if they had gone a different direction, because it did feel like there was a bit of a change of pace coming into the last few rounds as well.
It definitely, I wouldn't put it past Furia to keep things fluid with who's chiming in where. I also fully expect that on the maps that they say Fallen calls on, Yakinda still provides a lot of mid-round input, or even in the middle of a half.
Yeah, it's just one of those questions I had to ask. I had to get the information out, because you guys obviously knowing the looks of what could potentially be either or there. And you've highlighted csgo as that player to be for the side of Furia. We're hoping it continues for map 2. But again, M80 really pushing them to their limits. JBA showing up again. We loved what he looked like in their series against NAVI, and it feels like whilst he was questioning his own consistency, that's something that he's struggling with. I would say he still really showed up today in map 1, at least. Still more maps to come.
I like JBI. I like a lot of what we've seen from him and what we can see from him. If I'm pointing out a player from M80, though, I don't think we can get past Lake. I think Lake was the key for them on this map in so many situations. I think he ended this one with nearly 30 kills. He was the csgo of their side, but I think he's in slightly more aggressive roles, and he's the reason for them that this one got so close. Just couldn't push it quite over the line.
I would definitely echo that sentiment, that Lake was in rounds similar to csgo in how he was able to break things open or go the extra mile on just some kind of play, whether that's an aggressive one or where he's set up to succeed. I feel like his micro play, like he was, I think that round 10 actually is really where he stepped up, when he was able to push towards the truck side, able to swing back towards main, and also I felt like his presence of mind in so many situations on when he shouldn't die was also similarly impressive. The problem is that, unfortunately, in this game, he's so frequently the entry fragger for them, so there are a couple rounds where he just dies, and then you don't really get to see any of his impact, whereas csgo always had a red carpet rolled out for him, where he was going to have a lot of room to operate with.
Yeah, whereas Furia, it feels like you always have that certainty of the closer coming in from csgo, and then you question who's going to have the opening. Is it going to be Molodoy? Is it going to be Kindar? On the opposite side, sometimes you struggle when you're an M80 or, Spirit see this once in a while. You see teams, they have a great opener, they struggle to find the closers that can actually put the bell on this round, finish it off, and actually put them over the line, which M80 unfortunately didn't have this time.
Feels like that's just the tail here for the side of Cash for M80, where we're seeing this pick come out from them. We're seeing them really be able to put the test up to the side of Furia, but at the end of the day, they couldn't get it over the line. It was only one more round they needed for themselves to be able to close out their map pick, and instead they have to look towards what is going to be map number 2 in this best of 3. Hope for themselves it's going to be a better showing, as we'll see Dust 2 just after this break. It is our final best of 3 for day number 3 here at Blast Premier Open Porto, and we're looking towards right now what is going to be Dust 2 and potentially a 2-0 for Furia, who were pushed to overtime, still pushed to their limits, and they're hoping for a much cleaner. Not only did they pick for themselves, but they have many more iterations on too.
I think we should expect a cleaner game from Furia, but I mean, when you look at the way that Cash was played, I don't think you can fault them for that one getting close. Both teams played that so well. You go into Dust 2 though, that's a more comfortable map for Furia. That's a map where I've seen them. Fallen has called circles around other teams on this map, even with their two map loss streak on this one. They are incredible on both sides of the map. Molodoy pops off. Yakindar's had some great maps on this one too. This is a Furia home pick for them.
Exactly. Even though they haven't really been picking it this season, last season they picked it more than a handful of times. I think they even picked it against Falcons early on, kind of around, I think it was actually the last Blast Open event. So there were many times where they felt extremely comfortable on this map, and like Vu said, that's because I think their T-side calling has, I mean, Fallen has a great understanding of how he wants to dictate the mid-round, and you have individuals who simply just succeed on the map, as he already mentioned too.
We'll see if they get that success for themselves, if they get the 2-0, or if M80 is still going to be able to bounce back strong and put them a performance like they did in Cash, as we head on over to our casters, Scrawny and Launders.
Bounce back on it crazy style.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully for their sake, Mo, because I think there's still something about getting back after knowing you were 12-8 up 5v3. That's a heartbreaking round loss for the side of M80, and they didn't really recover ever since. Now the poly market predictors still
that's
thinking...
still unfair, though.
Yeah, that's still unfair. That last one getting as close as it did. Hold on.
12-1.
Put us back on camera. Thank you. Take it away. That's... Yeah, it's all you. Go ahead, Mo. I really wanted to get that
Absolutely nothing to say.
Just wanted to get
for
that
yourself.
in. Pretty sick, I think.
Not gonna explain that.
Pretty tough, if you ask me. Come get it.
Dust 2, let's go. Action right away.
Love this.
Oh,
well,
for who?
I was excited for Lake's sake. But csgo kind of a monster this evening, although we've got the rest of M80 picking up the slack.
Wait a second, Molodoy can catch them if they get a little too antsy.
Oh yeah, and they're getting, you can see them agitated down there in the tunnels. Yakindar hits the pause button, and they depart back. Now it's allowed Furia to link up.
Feels like it's a round that just, you know, it slowly becomes A. Oh, Yakindar, man. He's actually, I think, figured out an even better solution. Molodoy's up on Cat.
But he's got to climb up because they're going to challenge now. This is the bomb. Oh, that's one. But nice trade. Swisher quick to the execution.
Because he's walking back. Did the bomb hit something or did it just...
It landed on the ground.
We saw that. It's just not that far out of the doors, is it?
You notice they're going to try to link up. Would Swisher dare push through? He's up close.
Careful.
Ooh, bombs grabbed. Oh, that's good damage, but it's neither kill. Molodoy had chances there. M80 put the squeeze on. Felt like with Lake's first death, csgo was just going to tear through everybody, but hey, they got away with it. We've got M80 3 for 3 in pistol rounds so far tonight.
I thought that Yakindar kind of had it figured out when he was going up, when Molodoy was going up Cat at first, but then went back to tunnels, went out to mid, didn't really see everything, so I guess in some sense was guessing. Lucky to get his kills, he walked out of the doors.
Ooh! God damn.
He was laughing like 3 seconds ago.
Not anymore.
Don't play around with this map, M80.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, M80 currently on a 3-map losing streak here on Dust 2, thanks to Aurora, Legacy, and BetBoom. Furia on a 2-map losing streak, thanks to Legacy and Foot. Both of those going
the same.
down at the Esports World Cup. Same event where Furia were able to win Dust 2 convincingly, 13-4, 13-6 over G2 and 9Z. So, yeah, I think the devs put it very well, despite this 2-map losing streak. Very capable team on Dust 2 and comfortable here to try to flex the advantage. But this 5 versus 4 they earned off Molodoy, plus that tag on JBA, could definitely get you into a B bomb site. with a sudden pop. JBA still just jumping around with that MP9, decides to double back. It's the two lesser of the weapons here, but smoking off front tunnels, trying to make it seem like there really is more here. They are going to rotate back towards A site, where at least it's the FAMAS and the M4 in play. The silver lining for Furia is you've got the defense split 2-2 per site. Problem is, it's rifles to get through, and Goose could catch them off. Will, indeed. Tech9 can't trade back, and now that clock's going to expire. Unfortunately for Furia, hitting that B site, whether they knew it or not, would have probably winded up being in the better spot. And this one gets dangerously close with these duels, especially the kills coming through. Oh, but that's one player. Oh, he gets away. 8 HP for csgo, but they still killed one after time expired.
Damn, that was close. That would have stunted them for sure. But instead, because they don't get that kill, I mean, csgo's got a good gun. Yeah, he's like, all right.
Sin's losing control of these calls, man. That's M80 feeling excited at another prospect of a strong start.
It's nice that that's like their thing. Like, I don't think there's a single other team in the world that's sort of that.
That calling by committee?
Yeah, just that many comms all the time. Like, almost everyone else is suffering from not having enough ideas.
Who do you think's the most quiet person on M80? I feel like it might be JBA.
Slacks.
Yeah, you think Slacks?
Yeah, JBA. He's always yelling.
He's always yelling, but I mean, like, that's true. I mean, though, for like in terms of like ideas, it starts of rounds and stuff.
Oh, okay.
I'd assume Slacks would make calls when he wants to make moves.
One or
nope,
something?
nope.
Because he talks, but never anything important.
He's just the new guy, you know. I'd never call him an idiot. I like JBA.
You don't like dumb people?
Okay. Oh, Deagle kill for Yakindar with a bomb plant. Furia finding success again. This is weird. You've got a sight under wraps. You've got no long control, so that's going to be a problem. You can see them trying to move over with this M4. csgo killing people every step of the way, and as they peek out into the scenes, it's JBA to make the difference. Still has a 1v1 to win out, though. Peeks out wide. Bomb planted for Cat. And it's fallen down in CT spawn.
Oh, he didn't see that.
JBA trying to find the damn bomb of all things. Still thinking maybe falling behind Gandalf, but he'll win the duel, get back on bomb.
It's a little tight.
It's really close, and he misses.
Fallen find that bomb.
Will close out the 1v1, and for the first time, M80's pistol does not net them a 3-0 start.
But you still like JBA, right?
Of course.
Okay.
Until otherwise stated.
That kill was a little bit too clean from csgo. Swisher stayed alive a little bit as they were swinging out. Definitely could have been more successful. Retaking up towards A.
Man, there's such a bad spot, too. You lose one round, and this is what you get? Ugh. And then once you're back into quote-unquote safety on your side of the doors, that's when Molodoy goes for the wider angle, tags up Swisher, who's now stuck with a pistol and only 57 health.
Uh-oh.
I mean, it's okay. He's a new addition to the team, Fallen. He's one of the new guys around here.
If you combined, like, how many players could you combine that have less experience in Fallen in this game?
All of Foot.
And most of M80?
Yeah, probably.
I mean, maybe all of M80 as well.
Yeah, 2 teams. Ooh, Slacks with a quick scope to csgo's head. Okay, keep it interesting. Tough job from here on out, but gets more tag damage out. If only there was something else to work with on this defense, because, yeah, he knows he's got to forego the Cat extension, which is going to put Furia in a post plant. No doubt. It's all about the Xbox climb. What they get out of this. Setting up for the retake, 4 players strong, but met by another smoke.
They just got to run through shooting. Yep.
Pop it open at least. They've got that going for them, but there's so many players here ready to shoot back. Furia going for the heavy cap post plant, and Slacks is going to try to get this scout into the next round now. So Furia tying this game up, 2 rounds all early days. Oh, he's getting chased though. And down he goes. So no scout in the follow-up. And unfortunately for M80, those buys have dried up. They're going to have to wait to get their economy back online, giving Furia a real open road for the lead.
Earliest results for fall in 2005 on Liquipedia, so all of 21 years. Lake turned pro last year.
Wow.
JBA turned pro what?
3 years ago?
2 years ago, yeah. My goodness.
USP is the top mid. Uh-oh. You're letting Quesarado have warm up. But they'll kill him. And there's your reward. An AK-47 fresh from Quesarado's hands.
Quesarado just tagged so many kills last game that, you know, Kinder had enough time.
So good.
Yeah, that eventually, like, the calls kind of took over for the reason they won, and everybody else started to shine a little bit, but he was just such a heavy hitter.
How is Quesarado's season going, in fact? Oops. .18 rating over the last 3 months.
Never really falls off, man. I mean, like, genuinely, at Furia's worst for years. Never fell off, really.
.01 better than Molodoy on LAN in the last 3 months. That's the left and right hand of Furia at the moment. That's their op rifle combo.
The hands of Exodia?
Yeah. Which makes Yakindar and Fury the feet, I guess.
The leg, yeah. Is there a torso piece?
For Exodia?
Yeah.
No, it's attached to the head.
Huh.
The heart and the mind, Mo, they are one.
No.
This guy agrees. So M80, after being stunned with light buys, got everything they hoped to work with, but Quesarado's already got Swisher dead.
The entry.
Tries to double down on Sin, who at least returns it back by 1. Sticks around, though, and is inviting that spam.
Sin.
Yeah, you shoot what? He shot 1 bullet additional through that smoke, and then just 2 AKs fire back. Slacks finds the cat kill in the meantime. Lake gets 1 off the car, and that opens a door for Slacks to multi-frag. Now Fallen, 1v2, Galil and Bomb on his back. And as he pushes forward, he catches the rifler first, gets the instant headshot. Fallen!
Oh, Slacks falls off.
And that inaccuracy means he never gets a chance to shoot back. Gabriel Toledo with Furia's 4th.
Damn, that's uncomfortable. Presente. It's on that crystal menthol.
This is the response to Sin shooting 2 bullets.
Oh no, he thought he could go wide enough for that to help out.
Hello. Another long fight. Furia don't waste a moment, and they're just gonna gun down Sin as well.
It's kind of next level out of Furia now.
Super confident that they've got the edge with these
what?
guns, because they are absolutely correct.
When's the last time you've seen a farm game like this? Everyone's been taking CS so seriously lately.
I know, man.
Like, bro, it's groups. Swing.
I think everybody's been taking it so seriously lately because we had this conversation earlier about like this sort of like period of a bit of sloppiness.
Yeah.
You know, and nobody wants to be that team that's falling apart at the seams.
But it's like, do you not swing because you're bad? Or?
It's very, very philosophical. Do you
like
swing
this.
when you shouldn't because you're good?
Yeah.
Or do you swing when you shouldn't because you're bad?
Yeah.
Great question.
Like, are you bad because you're not swinging enough?
Terrorists win.
We'll have to ask Nat what she thinks.
Confucius say.
Even crumbs is bread. But very rapid attacks on long. These last rounds back to back. Kindar, Quesarado, whoever it takes. Yeah. You're getting fritzed and frazzled. Furia up 5-2 on this T side. 2% left. According to Wikipedia, this is the 369th event in Fallen's career. We'll be 98% done with Fallen's career after this event.
Oh my gosh.
Bro.
That number's crazy.
Ouch. B-Tram's pulling on the heartstrings.
I had to drop that one at the end. Only 2% left?
98% done.
Oh, it's free. Wait. Yes. What kind of knife you got, Yukinder?
Sharp one.
Is he a stiletto user? I forgot.
Corona, yeah, classic. Oh, he's waiting for somebody to come join, and guess what? Swisher's inbound. If not inbound, he's at least going to play that ramp. And you know Yukindar, he'll go for the ramp kill first.
Yeah, yeah, smoke long. Just make sure they can't come out.
Ooh.
It's genius.
It's tempting. There it is. Oh, no. Yoke recovers. Nicely done.
Stam AKs, man.
Oh, and that allowed everybody to get up onto the catwalk. Oh, Yukindar is greasy in all the right ways. Oh, that
you know what? He did it perfectly.
Yeah, he did.
An AK from that distance, just not going to hit every time.
And I love that when he didn't get the first kill, he changed targets.
Yes.
You know, he didn't overcommit to the guy further away. Screw it. You can get back to that fight.
That's what he did.
Shout out Yukindar. And that's just, oh, it's so gut-wrenching if you're M80 now. Like, you're losing rounds like that.
He's going to blow himself up.
Okay.
How in the world did he survive that?
Blake's still alive and kicking, trying to save the second M4. 45 HP for the CTs that remain combined. And JBA just killed 2 in window. This suddenly becomes very costly for Furia. Quesarado's gonna topple one of them,
that
and
3, 2, 1.
Boom. Oh. Quesarado.
He always gets his, man.
Quesarado.
Yukinder's in his second prime.
From the 4v5, by the way.
Said Donk was in his second prime the other day. Now Yukinder is too. He's waving at J-Raz.
We keep J-Raz locked up in the production closets.
He wants his new name to be Moment Operator. Have you heard about this?
No.
It's ridiculous.
As in like his...
We're giving these observers too many rights.
He wants his like official broadcast title.
Yeah, yeah. He doesn't like observer. He thinks it's too perverted.
Well, he's a cinematic observer, right? This is J-Raz, by the way. Whenever you see these live angles, this is J-Raz.
Observing, by the way.
Now he wants to be called what for doing this? Sorry, we're giving J-Raz the highlight, so now Chev looks bad. This is J-Raz. This is Chev. Chev. J-Raz.
J-Raz. Thinks he's Christopher Nolan all of a sudden.
He's got his hair slicked back. Here comes Lake off the flash with a nice chance to get this back into the even 4v4. Taking a man advantage, Sint. Dangerous game to go up against Yukindar like that, but making use of the MP9 up close. Furia feel a little awkward with this one, you know, just because CTs are actually poking and prodding this round instead of being on the receiving end of a Yukindar lurk.
They actually peek out. Holiday was looking for that. Wait, but he sees 3 lead. Wait, Bomb's still going this way.
Okay.
Low.
All this round winds up being about Slacks with the double kill. And off to the save for Molodoy. Well,
pulled that one out of thin air.
Good job, M80.
Well done.
Winning a round with less. But a round where, again, I feel like, you know, you're down 6-2, CT side starting to feel suffocating, so get active, get wild. What was it? We watched Lin Vision, unfortunately, yesterday, switch to the CT side with a massive lead and lose to Falcons because it just never felt like they kind of got aggressive with their moves.
Yeah.
And even
they were
even
the opposite
Sonic,
of ideas.
you know, even Sonic, when Falcons were on the CT side, took that call out, said, guys, come on, let's make moves, let's make decisions, let's create action. Well, now we get a round of that from M80 when things start to feel dire, and look what happens. Beautiful 2K from Slacks, and M80 find a third round win.
Def always standing.
You know, we talk about J-Raz, we talk about Chev, but who's standing behind this camera? Nobody knows.
It's another moment operator.
Moment operator. Crazy title. Mind you, they do call us talent, so maybe we should start renaming things.
True. We got away with that one. Yeah, I'd like my title to be esteemed orator from now on.
I think I'll choose God. Or clown. It's J-Raz. No way.
It's the...
Oh, we put him on camera?
The moment operator.
He can't handle this. He can't handle... I know J-Raz well. He could not handle that. Good. Now let's go visit the green room next. See what those guys are up to, huh?
Yeah, let's see what the talent are doing.
I know Vu has just started panic cleaning his Pepsi Max off the tables. Okay, let's log back in. We've got real guns.
True.
Yeah, real guns, real guns. Fourth game, things get wild around here. Flashes out through mid doors. M80, we're really hoping there's a cat approach, and there still could be. They peek wide, but they just keep their heads tucked. Quesarado extends there for an extra second, forces them to fall back through fire. And now you've got mid control here for Yukindar and an opening pick, Furia's favor.
Shoulder blocked into that really uncomfortable situation. Slacks avoids that, but misses the shot. Either way, Lake gets it.
They find the double up, right? Multiple bodies here. Fallen swings. Oh, and Yukindar getting the kill into CT spawn simultaneously. All on Sin now.
That's a bit of a mess, though, right? Because why does Slacks fall down if Lake's going to be throwing an HE when, you know, they could peek? In that situation, he could have stayed up there, looked for the trade frag. Lake could have thrown his nade, then the op gets the kill, and both stay alive.
Just a tad disorganized.
Stepping on each other's toes a bit. A lot, actually.
Sin trying to find any value, but this round was already too far gone. It's the green room.
They didn't even...
They didn't even try.
This is clean, by the way.
They didn't even try. Okay. Analyst desks, am I right?
There's Maui pondering. Love that. Should we go see Leonard? You want to see the most 3D printed objects in one room?
He's who gave me this dagger that I... Is this a dagger? I don't know what this is.
Sure, you should be holding a weapon if you don't even know what it is.
Yeah, going from heartfelt moment to heartfelt moment here, M80. They had their foot on Furia's throat. 12-8 cash, lost the 5v3, have not been in control of this game since.
And it's not like they've totally lost hope. Oh, man.
But they're losing.
They're still just straight up losing.
Yeah, I mean, Furia here on this T side,
no.
playing well ahead of it. Kindar's going to crawl right into this and execute Lake, who was trying to play off that op, you know, so we're getting to that point in the CT side now where M80 are throwing out double op setups, trying to find solutions. We'll give them that, right? The aggressive openings.
Yeah, they've tried a lot of different things.
They've had ideas.
They haven't.
But now mechanically, they're just getting outplayed by Furia, who are too sharp on this T side. And you've got csgo doing what he did back on Cash again here. 14 kills on this half alone. Oof, slacks with a quick reaction as Molodoy's lurk gets found, so it'll open the door for the save. That'll put real guns in the hands of M80 for the final round. But this is a 4-round CT side best case situation for M80.
Besides the start from Furia, where M80 played really well. Everyone can hear that, by the way.
Oh, so I should stop doing that. That'd be too much fun.
Why did your face look so serious when you were whipping that sword out?
I feel pretty tough, not gonna lie.
And besides the first start to Cash, it was just a very, very legitimate start for M80. It wasn't like Furia were just terrible. They had so many openings and stuff. This is the most on form a team is looking besides Spirit on 2 maps.
Yep.
Yeah, so.
Well, again, remember, Furia hadn't won a series 2-0 since the major. 2 months of competition in this season.
Yeah.
And they hadn't been able to do that. So they changed that with the paiN 2-0.
It's a long summer.
In their opening day. And now they're looking for consecutive 2-0s. Which I want to say hasn't happened since that major. So Furia showing form. They are running out of events to win with Fallen.
You know, technically that was always true.
Yeah, but now we're 98%
now we're down to
of the way there.
Yeah.
And I'm sure if you go back to that season of success where they strung trophy lists together, they would have thought, like, even if Fallen was retiring at the end of 2026, that surely we'll get at least another one. It's been a dry spell. They've had chances. Feels like with Spirit not being the perfect team, with Vitality having a stand-in, I mean, this is a great opportunity, Porto, for Furia to challenge for that trophy again if they're going to show resilience, if they're going to show convincing 2-0 form. And if csgo keeps up these numbers, on top of that, on Monday at 11 a.m. European Central, we would have Spirit versus Furia ahead of the playoffs as well to decide who starts quarters, who starts semis.
They're just playing so well. They're holding on to B. They're taking A site. Okay, great kill from Sin. This is one thing that gives them a chance if they run into this 3B stack.
JBA holds his nerve. It's fallen down. Pop up from the platform, and it's Lake now on the receiving end of the shot. Another chance to claw a round right back.
This has been missed.
Yep, Sin has missed the timing. Player on site can catch him, but oh, there goes the bomb. It's actually now irretrievable. Even with the csgo trade, they need the frags. Very awkward fizzle out in the final round of the half. M80 will grab a fourth. Celebrate what you can.
Yeah.
They've got themselves at least that to work with, but this entire half has felt like Furia are leading their way to playoffs.
$15 to the clock. It's another close call coming out of Furia in round 11. Op finds the pit kill. Somebody's got to clear Brolin out of this corner. And here comes Zershin sprinting in through the Moto smoke to send the curveball through.
He can plant.
Again.
He can plant.
Again. Just enough time. 1v3 queued up for Molodoy. Him versus Torzi. And he looks the wrong direction. Does he get wind of it?
Oh,
it's
he must have
right there
spotted.
for the peak, but Molodoy's still hiding, and Torzi doesn't know. He gives up the info, takes the no-scope to the chest, and it's another clutch for Molodoy, his second of this half alone.
Round number 18, Furia. 5 kills away from the big stage at the Moody Center. They just need to complete this round, and it starts well. csgo has slaughtered Flammus as he tries to burst through the smoke here. Nice jump up, but csgo still out there. That M4 doing all the work. It's a massive quad kill. And he already had he almost had the ace earlier. This time he's going to try and see if he can really complete it. The USB out, and he gets it. An ace to get to the playoffs.
You said Fallen's been quiet on Inferno. Well, he can't afford to be quiet here in round 22. Do they do a contact? Is it really going to be just dry? It is into the orb. Cello activates if he's necessary. Now the nade does chip damage, but still that bomb is under their control. And Fallen steps up, delivers what his team need him most. A triple kill on the orb. Down goes Rek on A, and the job is done. The round is won, 11-11. I know what Fury are wishing for. Another one of them from Fallen. 4 kills in the round.
Furia stacked those rounds. m80 uses that moment to establish an angle on Hut, but first shot misses. And there's a lot of movement for Furia outer. They write off this threat. Kicksand can't get his. This is Yakindar just trying to charge it down. Multiple bodies still, but he doesn't give a damn.
He's not done yet.
Oh, he's just tearing right through everyone.
He's a bulldozer.
Nico, last man standing here inside of the site. It's a quad kill for Yakindar. He will stare them in the face and step up to the plate.
What a monster, Yakindar.
Take a look. Nothing that he can see, but if he continues on this journey, he could have caught them off guard. Molodoy, though, all the wiser. Magazine's
They are
empty.
trading him.
You get mad.
No, they are trading him.
Sunpius found a kill as well towards A. Molodaw's able to get one.
3 on 5. Get the 4K, there's one.
Makes it all the harder. 4 shots, 4 health.
This is a crazy play. Senpai's looking for him to go up above.
No kit here for Sunpius either. He's wasting critical time on this, but he does manage to get out. Another missed shot here from Molodoy. Oh. The last shot closes pistol. It almost looked like G2 would take it, but the 5v3, Molodoy the sole survivor. One last lifeline for M80, the fact that they've picked up all 3 pistols so far this series. Gonna need another one as they face an 8-4 Furia lead down a map. This one for guaranteed playoffs. Launders, 30 bomb. csgo 34 and 15 in first halves today.
That's kind of insane. 34 and 15. 80 damage HE, by the way.
Nice shot.
One shot headshot.
Be a great time for Furia to pick up their first pistol. Feels like it could just be the beginning of the end if they do that. Oh, they didn't clear him.
They didn't clear him at all.
Molodoy able to get a kill. It's going to reopen the door for Fallen to come push. You got Kinder and Fallen low, but Molodoy kills another. Sin slips the net.
Dude.
Molodoy, nice adjustment. Lake may have just opened up the B site. He'll take his time and teabag dead bodies while the bomb is on the other side of the map.
Yeah. Champagne out in 3rd place right now, unfortunately.
Celebrate the little wins.
Okay. That's a start, actually, because Fallen has 10 HP, so...
What about...
Come on.
I love that they, may have to wind up using csgo as the final boss. Who better to stop Lake from finding this pistol round ace? Yeah, Fallen will do it from inside pit. Tough job there without bomb, knowing he's got to exit through the doors. So Furia pick up a pistol win in the series and secure a 9th round with it.
It is just that. It's not the most dominant half by the numbers, but it is one where clearly Furia feel like they've already won. That's what we saw in the first half. They look so good now. It's the first time I feel like I've actually been confident in one of the top teams in terms of like them actually living up to their form. Like normally, basically any other part of this year, you'd look at Furia and M80 and say M80, they're a good, scrappy team, but they're not going to win this game. They might come close. They might pick up a map, but until the end of Cash, just felt like more of what we've seen so far between the Bounty and now. It's a lot of upsets, a lot of sort of unexplainable dips in form. And at first we blamed online, at first we blamed beginning of the season, but it's not that anymore.
Fair. No, nowadays it's real. Fallen opts to tuck into car. This is 2 MP9s on the cross and 4 M80 players inbound. Oh, they don't check him, and the smoke's perfect for Fallen to get away here with the triple kill.
comes back wide into it, and that's the bomb dropped in front of him. Slack's still relegated to the other side of smoke, and the last man's been found out here bottom mid. Feeling like Furia can do no wrong in the face of this force buy, so it'll be a save up next for M80. That'll be a guaranteed 11-4 score for Furia off this one. And that's why they're playing so loose, because right now probably starting to feel untouchable as this game's gone on. Hell, not just feeling it, looking it.
The fact that Furia know they can do this without pistols and already have 2.
Perfect smoke to mitigate the MP9 problem. Timed to perfection. Cuts them off one by one. Three Desert Eagles, M80. It's a tough place to be. Nice.
All right, good find.
All Fallen had was a Tech 9. No.
Wait,
MP9.
no, it was Mac.
Should have been. You'd think it would have been the MP9 from last round.
Yeah.
What's on the ground, Jay? Yeah, it's a Tech 9. Ain't that funny?
What in the world? It's like a prank.
Yeah, it felt crazy to say out loud, but yeah.
I've never seen that before.
Given to
Have
him.
You?
What?
CT second round having a Tech 9 after winning?
Well, he died at the end of the round, so his teammates must have just given him a sidearm, you know?
It's a little prank.
See ya. MP9 making money. Ace? No, sir. Denied by Slacks. Who can make a run to the A site? Go ahead. You got an M4 in front of you. Deagle in hand, chance to plant. Money could maybe start to turn this game around if there's going to be anything of a T side in store. But that gets shut out by the beast himself. csgo 16-8 shuts it down. There's that guaranteed round I promised you. It's not with majority alive, but still 2 players up.
They kind of counterbalance it by winning with all the MP9 kills as well.
Yeah,
so much extra cash. It honestly really does matter that on rounds like this, you run into the rifles, you know, pistols, ops, hopefully. But that's not really at the top of their list at the moment.
So a little timeout here, just to take the opportunity as seriously as you can.
Yeah.
I mean,
Sin really begging for time to speak right now because it's crunch time.
I mean, all of us may have been pretty lighthearted as that half went on because it just felt like Furia were sprinting to the finish line, but obviously M80 know. They got a fight in them.
And I really love that they can be losing this badly and still just be like...
Try to lock in.
Yeah.
And I don't want to, I don't want the lightheartedness of this second map to take away the praise of M80 back on cash. That was actually such a good game of CS on cash for them. But you didn't close 12-8. And you lost control of the situation from there on out. It's an M80 that already showed us real grit in their ability to bounce back versus NAVI, down after getting stomped map 1. And it is an M80 that will have to fight Aurora for their tournament life, assuming Furia close this out like it feels like they will.
Would have been a great find. Sin just talking about short in that tack pause and had Molodoy.
Ow. Lake gets out mid alone. Ooh, and he slips the net through CT spawn. Yekindar missing the timing.
Yep, completely. Could have happened sooner, but he doesn't know.
You got Molodoy over here on the CT cross.
It's possible he clears it. Yeah, he didn't see anything else.
I feel like with the smokes, you can see the path that he could have taken. And Yekindar the kind of guy that would have made a move like that from Lake.
That's true.
So, of course, he considers it, clears it out, and then really takes the wind out of the sails for M80, who would love to have had at least a kill to work with.
No molly, just this HE.
Frag will soften him up. That's Swisher down to half. Slacks covers off the CT arrival. Second player there. Slacks eating flashbangs though. CT's so quick to pounce. JBA finds his. One and done. Swisher answers. We've got a 2v2, and Slacks with the cover is keeping this post plant alive. Yuri on the scene. Labored effort to try to get that M4 damage in, so it's the USP that'll get it in the end. Now a smoke for the defuse, and he's got the kit, and Slacks does not have a nade to open this. No! Slacks is gonna switch to the AK, sprays him off it, and M80 gets squeezed on sight, but by God, they pull that off. At the very least, a 5th round win.
I love Slacks taking that deep angle in the CT. Needed to take some kind of risk. Comes a 6-round game because of it. And I do feel for Lake because he was also looking around at the same time. Would have had a fair chance at that. Yakinder didn't hard clear him. And they're grateful any win they can get.
Yep. Any chance back into this game they'll take. That's why we jest through the first half, because M80 give it a chance to lock in. And right now, locking on to this target. CT stuck behind the B site box. What you gonna do, Yuri?
It's crazy. I think Slacks is thinking, man, if they're not smoking tunnels or anything, we could have been literally scaling up into this for so long. They could have actually walked out onto the site. He calls everyone over.
Kindar clearing the MAC-10 out of this round.
How did he pull that off?
Lake's gonna tiptoe his way through, has to dive into the smoke in case the CT1 got popped.
Oh, I would say just be, you know, kind of quick about this.
Luckily for them, Furia don't actually put any additional pressure down through that spawn, so Yuri's just locked in backside. Lake,
no way he's missed it.
Doesn't clear it. Yuri with the double!
What a disaster.
Even then finding 40 damage on his Slacks. You would have thought that Lake clears backside, and this is all free space. Instead, Molodoy holds that cross off, and it's gonna be JBA 1v4 instead. Challenges door, dies to the blind csgo, and now it feels like Furia just can do no wrong.
Man, Yuri didn't move that entire round.
Yuri didn't check window either until that one time.
Yeah. I mean, mid was open for so long.
Lake knows. Yeah. Eyeball's about to fall out of his head.
I can't believe Yakinder gets his kill too. And no trade. And he's just sitting here. He's sitting there right there. I guess because the Molly just thinking he's not going to be in that spot.
Right, yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, and Slacks had seen the smoke grenade thrown from insight, but then they put that Molly there, right? Blending into the wall. Comes in.
Dude.
Yeah.
You know, as much as they've kept the energy up after a loss like that.
Oh, it's that one.
Yeah.
That one's tough. That one's almost as gut-wrenching as the 5 versus 3 at 12-8 that I keep on referencing. Popping through the long smoke, losing bodies all the while. Molodoy's good to deliver, and Furia will win back-to-back 2-0 series, showing a real hot start to their form here at Blast Open Porto. Furia, a guaranteed presence in the Super Bach Arena.
A 2-0 Furia here. We are not going to be seeing map number 3 of Mirage at all because Dust 2 was definitely a comfort for them there. They knew everything about it, and despite us wanting to give a little bit of hope out there for the M80 fans, it just was not the day today when you're coming up against a team like Furia.
Hope has been dashed for M80 if their hope was to go 2-0, but I mean, they still have a chance. They're still in the event. They aren't eliminated quite yet, and I think they had a very solid showing, especially on Cash.
Yeah, Hope died in the 5v3 loss on Cash round 22, where csgo just destroyed everybody. So that's where M80's Hope died. It was on that map.
Yeah, well, we got the man himself who crushed their dreams. I hope he's going to sleep well tonight, csgo. Yeah.
Also, with this win, looks like it.
Yeah, I mean, you guys looked fantastic today at 2-0 for you. We were talking about it. It's been a rough start to the season. Not a lot of 2-0s in the books for you guys. Now you've done it back-to-back. Is this just going to be your event? Do you feel like now that you've qualified to Porto, it feels like it's only up for here in results?
I think we need to have Brazil in Porto, right? Portugal and Brazil, they have a long story relationship, so I'm feeling good that we can show ourselves to the Brazilian that lives there and also the Portugal people. So see you there.
Yeah, it was a really great fight you guys had, though, on Cash, especially battling back into that one. What did you think of M80's Cash?
Yeah, they're playing very good, actually. It was tough. Some rounds they hit A when we had only one, or even with two was hard. And also they play very good after plants. So, yeah, but I think I fucked them, right?
Yeah. I mean, you said it, not me. I mean, but yeah, no, that performance you had individually was just ridiculous. I mean, you didn't let them have a chance any round that you had a fair fight against them. How do you think it's clicking for you and Cash other than maybe just that map?
Well, I don't know. I just changed my crosshair, so I think I'll keep this one for Porto for sure. Actually, have a play for Spirit, right, on Sunday.
Yeah, you still have one more best. Like you're qualified to Porto, but for
seeding
seeding and things like that, you still have that best of 3 to go. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see how it goes.
How important is it to you for this Furia team to go straight into the semifinal rather than losing to Spirit and you end up in the quarters?
Well, it's important because it's like one last match. Actually, like Sunday will be like the quarterfinals, right? So let's see what happens. It's Spirit, they have Donk, and we have me.
I'm glad you said it was just you. I want to know, what does it feel like, though, to be in the server when you have 2 IGLs? We've heard about and talked to Yekindar about the fact that you guys swap up on particular maps. Does it lead to any confusion? Really, what's just the general feeling when you're in the server like that?
No, not actually, because back then we had Art and Fallings in the thing, so for me it's normal. And also, like back in the days, I was the second caller, so for me I feel free to, just go kill.
Could you point out any differences between the way the two of them call?
I think Modix is more like he knows like gimmick shit, because I think they play more FPL than everyone in the team. So, and Fun is more like slow rounds and all the stuffs and more like readings. I think both of them are very good, but I don't think Modix can be the IGL for all the maps. I think it's too much.
Okay. Actually, I want to pick your brain because you mentioned Art right there. I mean, Legacy's been on a big uptick also, so I just want to get your perspective on Art getting a new roster and finally, finding some serious success with it.
Yeah, I think they're playing very good. It was very hard to play against them on the 3rd place in Paris. So, yeah, in the overall, I think they have like a good squad. I think Lato is playing very good. Also, Dumal, Santiago is amazing helper. So I think that this roster they had now is very important for Brazil scenario because we can reach the top again.
I remember quite a while ago, you were asked about going international, and you said you want to bring Brazil back to the top. You want to be on that #1 Brazilian team. Do you think you accomplished that at the end of last year, or you still need to showcase that?
I think we are showing this for a while already, but it's good to see like Legacy, also 9Z from South America, bring back also tournaments and playing very good, eliminating also good teams. So I think the overall Brazil wins,
There's something that when I was talking to Yakinda before this about the map veto, he said he was a little bit surprised about it. And I want to know, like, now that it's obviously played out, now that we could talk about it a bit more, what part of it was surprising? And do you also have that sentiment where, like, maybe you guys weren't ready for Cash, if I can make that assumption?
You're ready for Cash. Actually, it was our pick, so they picked it first.
Oh.
Yeah, so, yeah, but I think we have a really map pool right now. We can even play Ancients.
Yeah.
You guys see it. So I think we believe ourselves in all those maps,
Okay. Anything else for you guys here?
It's fucking hot in here, no?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I can see you sweating, so I didn't want to like keep you too long, but I feel like.
And also have the second t-shirt.
Is it not that hot over there where you guys are playing?
It is. Oh yeah.
But it's hotter here?
Like an oven.
Is it hotter where the panel's standing, or is it hotter when you're sitting down and playing?
Playing because of the computer is underground. So.
See, I was trying to like have this internal debate. I'm like, the talent, it's so hard for us, but
so
no, apparently.
At that point, like in the second half of the show, I took off my sleeve because, bro, it was insane. It was insane.
I get it, and I won't keep you any longer than Kesar. I'll let you go outside and rejoin the team.
So
Congratulations. Of course, you still have your best of 3 against Spirit, but I'm excited to see you guys play in Porto.
Thank you so much.
He was going to do a shout out to the fans. I'll do it for him, but we are going to see them again, all right? So Furia will get many more chances to shout out the fans, thank them for following along as well, supporting them. See, I know what it's like to be a player. I've heard them say this many times there. But I was always curious about the heat. We actually haven't asked them. And I know whilst I'm here in jeans and a long sleeve t-shirt, it is actually really warm right now in Copenhagen. And so I always wonder, like, where is that effect going to be? So I'm glad csgo brought it up.
He must have liked it because, I mean, just dominant.
Totally.
Just dominant. Just dominant.
That's it, right? There's a lot of players that go, it needs to be colder. Some go, oh, it just needs to be warmer. For csgo, it needs to be sweltering, apparently, for him to get an almost 2.0 rating.
I mean, Brazil's a pretty hot place.
He's used to it.
Only really makes sense there. Maybe that's why some of the colder guys, like the Nordic players, haven't been having the best time at this tournament.
It's an unfair competitive advantage.
Sheesh. Okay, bro. Okay, relax out there.
Honestly, I feel like a lot of players do actually want it to be a little bit warmer than colder, though, because if they then have to bundle up, they have to wear a hoodie. Sometimes that slides across the table, especially around their forearm. But csgo, I mean, like he said, he just adapted to the situation. That's a LAN player, okay? That's a LAN player. Didn't make an excuse, still kicked ass, took off the sleeve. He said, you know, I'm just going to play regardless.
And look, it was a great showing, not just from him, but also Furia there. We got a little bit of insight about the shot calling, the mixing and matching that's happening for themselves, and the way that they were able to get a very good 2-0. By the way, just quickly, he mentioned they wanted Cash. Like, he was implying, it was an M80 pick, by the way. In the video, it was M80, but he was implying, like, that's where they wanted to go anyway, even if it wasn't picked by M80.
Have to wonder if Navi thought the same thing when M80 picked Anubis and they blew them out of the water. I go, I wanted to pick that. I wanted that map. Thank you. Appreciate it.
M80 has been pretty tricky in these vetoes. Not that it really worked with their pick versus Navi, although they won the series. I feel like that's now 2 consecutive series where you see them go for these kind of wild card picks, and it is catching people off guard in some sense.
I mean, if they had gotten blown out on Cash, I would be questioning it. The fact that that was a very good Cash game makes me think, okay, maybe they have something to it, because the Anubis against Navi looked like they purely went for surprise value.
Surprise is sometimes the advantage that you need. Unfortunately, it wasn't today for M80. We saw that bracket updated there for us because today has been a crazy day. It was the first one that we had eliminations here in that double elimination bracket group stage. And we did end up starting off with Aurora up against DENDELE, so it was the hard hitters straight off the bat. Aurora continued their journey here, and it was a 2-0 for themselves. But it was a hard-fought 2-0 because that map number 2, you can see it there, they were down on the side of Aurora, and it felt like at any moment DENDELE could have closed it out, but unfortunately they didn't, and so their journey ended early today.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Maui predicted that DENDELE were going to wipe the floor with Aurora.
I said that there would be a humbling.
I do remember that.
I did say indeed there would be a humbling, and to even bring it that close, I think in some way Aurora was humbled, because they probably thought they were going to win more convincingly.
You're trying to fit a circle into a square right now, because I do not see what you're seeing.
I said they would have been humbled.
Nobody looked back at me also predicting the exact same thing.
Well, look, something that I definitely didn't predict was a 2-0 in favor of Spirit. I definitely knew Spirit were the favorites here. I was really hoping for a map number 3, though, because that's the one thing you want to see in the upper bracket when it's a qualification for a slot and a position at Porto. You want to be seeing both of these teams on an even playing field and push to the limits.
I think this is a Spirit that's really solidifying themselves on Cash the way that Falcons should be solidifying themselves on Cash.
Okay.
They are dangerous on that map right now.
And our third series was paiN and NAVI going up against each other again to keep their run and their dreams alive here at Blast Open Porto, because both of them in the lower bracket, it was NAVI that continues on for themselves. Confidence, confidence, confidence. I felt like every single person we spoke to on the side of NAVI had the same story for themselves, and I'm hoping that this 2-0 was the starting point, because I would love to see NAVI get out of this slump and back into the trajectory that we know this team can be.
Talking about confidence like that is like when you're told to smile, it'll make you feel happier subconsciously. They need the confidence, so they talk about the confidence, so eventually they will be confident. I mean, they win the game 2-0, but that did not feel 2-0-ish in the way they did it.
No, they definitely could have lost Mirage there. That's my biggest concern with Navi, is that once again they go for a map pick, and yeah, they break their 4-map streak of losing their own pick. But at the cost of now almost losing it to a paiN team that is floundering. I'm really concerned about Navi. I have already hit the panic button. I am panicking on their behalf, and I think they should be too.
Well, don't panic too much because I still need some more opinions from you guys, all right? Over at Polymarket, there's many things that you can have predictions on, and we have done the stock standard of who's going to win Blast Porto here. But more importantly, something that Vu loves doing every Blast event is talking about what is going to be Donk's rating. Is it going to be above 1.4?
I have to say, Donk has dwarfed the number of events that ZywOo or Simple have ever had at a 1.5 plus rating. 1.4 is light work for my goat.
What did you predict to Blast Bounty again?
We don't need to worry about the time that he didn't break the rating record.
Better than
this is the one where he will break the rating record. This is the one.
I don't know about a rating record, but for a 1.40, I would easily predict that he's going to do higher than that. He's at a 1.7 something right now. I couldn't tell you the final digit there.
1.78.
Okay, 1.78. Thank you, Nat.
You're welcome.
Your memory is ridiculous on those kinds of things. You just memorize ratings
numbers
like Vu does.
Days.
Yeah,
Give me more.
Okay.
Don't actually.
What's Monacy's rating at this event right now?
Yep, calculating it.
How old is Donk? How old is Donk?
Well, either way, I think he's got it. I think he's got the 1.4.
It's almost like it's up to him. If he feels like having a 1.4 rating, that's an easy day in the office.
I think it's up to if you're going to curse him or not, because that's what happened to Blast Bounty. He said, this is it. He's going to have the highest rating ever.
The question is, does ZywOo hit a 1.40 in any maps at this event?
I'll give you a number. I'll give you a number.
Yeah.
We got this in the green room earlier.
Yeah.
Donk 1.78. ZywOo 0.78.
Yep.
There is a 1.00 rating differential between the GOAT and some French opper.
Wow.
That's some quick maths. NA maths right there. I love it for you, Vu. Good work. I might not be able to remember all the numbers though, but I can remember that we have tomorrow's schedule on hand. Yeah, I don't actually remember this schedule, so instead we're going to show you guys what is going to be played because we focused up on Group A today. Tomorrow it's going to be all about Group B, where we're going to see some more eliminations for them, and it starts off with 9Z up against Vitality for elimination. It's then going to be Inner Circle up against Mouse to see who qualifies for Porto. Back down into that lower bracket, Foot up against Linvision, and Falcons going up against Legacy to also hopefully secure themselves a spot in that arena.
Falcons are going to get their revenge. They will be humbling themselves.
Oh.
No, they're going to win. I see Falcons winning this one. I see Falcons winning this one. I got them.
First 2-0, 2-0, 2-0?
No, it's going to take 3 matches.
Yeah, it'll take all three.
This is a tough series. Legacy are no slouches, all right? Legacy are a good team. It's just that Falcons have Kerrigan. He is my fragging IGL goat.
Wow.
Dude,
bold words.
You just go a little too liberally there. I think we got to go back to school and give you another definition of that. You need like some synonyms or something.
Yeah, seriously. First one though, that's my match to watch. 9Z, Vitality on a slump with JL. You might actually see Vitality finish in last place. That is on the cards. 9Z already beat the full strength Vitality at the last major in a BO3 series, stage 3 there. Luchov will humble JL.
Clip it and ship it. I don't think there's a note that we could end on any better than that one. You guys will have to tune in. It is our first series for day number 4. We'll see you guys tomorrow for a lot more Counter-Strike action.